Classmates, you all like candy, right? There are also sugars in our bodies. Roughly, they can be divided into 3 categories: monosaccharides, disaccharides, and... Come on, classmate Jiang Shi, tell us what the third type of sugar is. Slender pale fingers tapped on the desk, making a dong-dong sound. Jiang Shi looked up in confusion, feeling that the person before her seemed familiar. Wasn't she just working overtime at the company? Where was this? What sugar? Though utterly bewildered, she still stood up dazedly. Classmate Jiang Shi, did you sleep well? A faint laughter spread from around. Since you woke up, answer the teacher's question. What is the other type of sugar? It's... A hand from beside poked Jiang Shi, then pointed at a corner of the textbook with a pen. But Jiang Shi's gaze was drawn to something else. That outfit was really white. No, wait. That steamed bun was really big, damn. It's Alps, Jiang Shi blurted out without thinking. Wrong. Why did I become a girl's voice? Jiang Shi looked down at the slight hills. Oh no. Little brother had run away. The classroom of Class 3, Grade 1 fell silent for a second, then erupted into even louder laughter. The joys and sorrows of people are not shared. Jiang Shi only wished she were dreaming. Quiet, quiet. The teacher with an oval face and black-rimmed glasses also struggled to suppress her smile. She patted Jiang Shi on the shoulder and said, stand for a while. Sit down when you feel ready. Come on, let's continue. The afternoon sunlight was just right, spilling onto the blackboard. There were already many delicate chalk characters on it. Jiang Shi stood there dazed. Dead memories suddenly began to attack him. Though now it was her. Pei Yunhua, a biology teacher at Jiangqing for middle school, known as one of the 3 golden flowers of the Grade 1 office. Back then Jiang Shi had even been her biology class representative. So I've been reborn. Then it should be the start of my first year of high school. That is 2010. But, why did I become a girl? Unable to accept it, Jiang Shi turned to look at her deskmate. The girl who had just quietly reminded her. Bai Jingran, also a former classmate. She was said to have some family background and was very beautiful. Jiang Shi's high school crush. Who wouldn't like a beautiful and enthusiastic girl? Unfortunately, in his past life, Jiang Shi was a transparent person in the class, basically invisible. In the past, her grades were mediocre, her family background ordinary, leading to an introverted personality. Her interactions with Bai Jingran were pitifully few, only exchanging a few words when collecting homework, let alone being deskmates. Most of the time, Jiang Shi could only watch her exquisite side profile from the back row. Although no, for middle school wasn't as good as the top high schools in Jiangqing, it was very strict about puppy love. You could tell from the seating arrangement. The girls were all in the front part, near the blackboard. The back rows were all boys. Glancing around, some faces gradually matched those in her memory. These fresh high school students still had a lot of childishness on their faces. It seemed it wasn't a dream. She had really been reborn. From a miserable wage slave to a vibrant high school student. And from a man to a girl. But rebirth was still good. Who didn't have regrets in their youth? Jiang Shi clenched her fists secretly. This time she would not be as obscure as in her previous life. Just as Jiang Shi was filled with ambitious spirit, a bell for the end of class pulled her back to reality. No matter what, she was still just a high school student. As a student, studying well was the top priority. Having lived a second life, Jiang Shi understood better than her classmates that although education may not determine one's ceiling, it could raise the starting point. Even though she had thousands of ways to make money, she never thought of dropping out to enter society. Money could be made anytime, but youth only came once. Since heaven had given her a second chance, she would certainly experience campus life, well, and make up for her regrets. Jiang Shi. Huh. Jiang Shi came back to her senses and found Bai Jingran beside her, calling her. As for this little white flower, Jiang Shi remembered, she was very beautiful, could sing, and had good grades. Moreover, she was very cheerful and could chat with anyone. She was very popular among the boys in Class 3. What's up? Jiang Shi turned around with some confusion. For you. Don't sleep in the next class. Bai Jingran smiled and handed over a chocolate. Such nice sunshine, it's a pity not to sleep in it. The slightly sweet and bitter chocolate melted in her mouth. Jiang Shi smacked her lips in rebuttal. Being fed snacks by a pretty classmate. She never had such good treatment in her past life. Bai Jingran then shared the remaining chocolate with classmates around. Immediately, many thank you sounds were heard. Jiang Shi's seat was at the front left of the classroom. Looking up, she could see the daily schedule written on the blackboard. Such matters were usually the responsibility of the study representative. But now that school had just started, class cadres hadn't been elected yet, they would have to wait until after next week's military training. This schedule was certainly written by the homeroom teacher. Jiang Shi's eyes immediately conjured an image of an old man with glasses lecturing passionately and occasionally bursting into a dialect. Zhuangda. Students usually called him Old Zhuang. The homeroom teacher and Chinese teacher of Class 3, Grade 1. Also the grade director of the first year. Usually a gentle old man, but terrifying when angry. Many female students had been scolded to tears by him. Jiang Shi carefully examined the schedule. Nothing had changed. 8 classes a day, 4 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. Besides the indispensable Chinese math and English, there were physics, biology, chemistry, history, and geography. Biology was the second period in the afternoon and math was the third period. There was a 25-minute break between classes. But the first week of school was more for the teachers and students to get to know each other. After the second week's military training, high school life would truly begin. Jiang Shi took out a brand new math textbook from her desk and opened the first page. Reborn wants not to mention C9 or 985. At the very least, she should get into a 211. But soon she found that she had already returned all this knowledge to the teacher. The various formulas in the book looked as unfamiliar as if she had never learned them. Moreover, in her past life, Jiang Shi's grades were average, just barely reaching the cutoff for a first-year university. Alas, a long and arduous road ahead. Jiang Shi sighed. I'm reborn, why don't I have a system? As if hearing her voice, a line of faint illusory text slowly appeared before her eyes. System, you're finally here. Jiang Shi's heart trembled. The past was the past, now is now. A little cheat doesn't count. This was what she had sacrificed her little brother for. But when Jiang Shi clearly saw the words, her expression turned strange. Super male god system, wait, she had become a girl. Could she still be a male god? Mission 1, the first step to becoming a male god, is of course good grades. Rank in the top 10 of the class in the first monthly exam. Mission 2, how can a male god not know how to play basketball, sweat on the court, and attract the eyes of girls? Mission 3, obtain any class cadre position. This system seemed unaware that she had become a girl. Jiang Shi scratched her head and casually clicked on a mission. There were detailed descriptions and rewards. For example, for Mission 3, each position had different rewards. The study representative could earn spirit points, the class monitor could earn charm points, and the sports representative could earn physique points. Very simple to understand, very reasonable. Mission 2 required 6 hours of basketball playing time with rewards, beginner-level basketball skills, and physique points. It reminded Jiang Shi of an old acquaintance who wore suspenders. The reward for Mission 1 was a buff heart without external distractions, which could make one more focused when studying or working. If she got first place, the buff duration would increase from 1 month to 2 months. Though strange, these rewards were genuinely useful to Jiang Shi. She accepted these missions. Although equipped with a system, one still needs to attend class seriously. The noisy break between classes soon ended. The bell rang, and a man in a blue striped shirt and black suit trousers strode in quickly, cradling a thick lesson plan in his arms. He turned and wrote 3 big characters on the blackboard. Yuezhing Zhua. Hello everyone, I'm your math teacher, surname Yuezhing, given name Zhua. Then he drew a horizontal line under the name Yuezhing and continued, I have a habit, I never keep class over time. Yuezhing Zhua stressed the last 2 words. As his voice fell, the classroom fell silent for 2 seconds. Then someone shouted, great, and started clapping. A teacher who doesn't keep class over time is rarer than a giant panda. Some teachers could even seamlessly stretch until the pre-bell of the next class. Jiang Shi also clapped, as she had some impression of this math teacher. His unique name and behavior style made him highly distinctive among the teachers. However, as the clapping gradually ceased, Yuezhing Zhua swept his gaze across the room and said sternly, I also don't like anyone pulling tricks in my class. At least for these 45 minutes, I need you to listen attentively and think actively. Now let's start the class. The math for first-year high school was fairly simple, so Yuezhing Zhua did not follow the textbook chapter order. Instead, he first introduced how to cultivate mathematical thinking. But to Jiang Shi, this concept was as mysterious as the sense of English language intuition. If she had possessed that talent in her past life, she wouldn't have always hovered around the passing mark in English. Seizing the moment, Jiang Shi flipped through the entire math textbook. After all, she had gone through college and endured the torment of advanced mathematics, so she could still recall some basic knowledge. Her peripheral vision caught the side. Bai Jingran was diligently taking notes. In no time, Jiang Shi saw that her notebook was densely covered with writing. No wonder this girl ranked among the top, Jiang Shi admitted she couldn't emulate such earnestness. 1 class period slipped away in an instant. Jiang Shi stretched, stood up, and planned to go for a walk. This was a habit she had developed in her past life after working. She had to move her body after sitting for too long, otherwise hemorrhoids would teach her what torment meant. Jiang Shi, are you going to the restroom? Let's go together. Bai Jingran noticed her movement and also stood up. Oh sure. Jiang Shi nodded and lifted her leg to head toward the classroom door. Did you bring tissue, eh? Tissue. What tissue? After a half-second pause, Jiang Shi realized she could no longer stand up. A hint of melancholy filled her heart. It's okay, use mine. Bai Jingran smiled and took out a pack of tissues from her desk drawer. Then she took Jiang Shi and left the classroom. At the back of the classroom, several boys huddled together. If Jiang Shi were there, she would definitely recognize them. They were classmates she had gotten along with in her past life. Boys get familiar quickly. Within half a day, they were already chatting and boasting. Naturally, the topic included the female classmates in the class. Brother Ma, who's that girl, the one who went out with Jiang Shi just now? Oh, Bai Jingran, you don't know her. Ma Lei looked up and immediately identified her. From Jiangqing Experimental Junior High, a rich beauty. What, Xinqing, you have ideas? But this one's difficulty level is high, I advise you to give up. Qing coughed. What are you talking about? I'm just curious. But why would someone from experimental junior high come to know? For high school? No. For high school occupied an awkward position in Jiangxing. It couldn't compare with No. 1 and No. 2 high schools in the city, but it was still better than the lower-ranked ones. Neither high nor low. Ma Lei shook his head. Although he was well-informed, he didn't know everything. Maybe she didn't do well in the high school entrance exam, how everyone has their off days. Qing thought it over and considered Ma Lei's explanation plausible. He then added, actually I think Jiang Shi is prettier. She's one of us familiar. He and Jiang Shi had been classmates in junior high, and unexpectedly, they were placed in the same high school class. Qing Ma, lady wanna buy ice pops. I saw the snack shop next to the playground. The speaker was a tall, thin boy who wiped his hands and sat down in front of them. Ma Lei's eyes lit up. The September weather still carried some heat. Nothing could be more refreshing than an ice pop at this moment. Come on, let's go together, Qing. You guys go ahead, who I want have one. Thinking of his dwindling pocket money, Qing shook his head. Qing's parents were ordinary wage earners, so he had to save his allowance for meals. Chun Ran, let's go, then we can still make it if we run now. Chun Ran fished a few coins out of his pocket and said with a smile, we're all good brothers, come along my treat. His father was the chief physician at Jiangxing's second hospital, so his family was much better off than Qing's or Ma Lei's. Brother Chen, awesome. Let's go, Qing, someone's treating. Ma Lei grabbed Qing by his clothes and lifted him up. Among the three, Qing was the shortest and Chun Ran the tallest, making an interesting silhouette. Qing hesitated, feeling it would be impolite to refuse, and finally agreed. The three of them ran toward the snack shop. Boss, how much for these 3 sticks? The chubby snack shop owner glanced at them. Little pudding 50 cents, mung bean 1 yuan, total 250. Chun Ran handed 3 coins to the owner and squeezed out of the crowd. The shop was not big, and after class it was packed. Just around the ice cream freezer alone, more than a dozen people were standing. The three of them munched on their ice pops and strolled back toward the classroom chatting. Qing, do you know Jiang Shi? Chun Ran suddenly changed the subject. Qing nodded, taking the popsicle out of his mouth. Yeah, but just classmates, not very familiar. Do you have Jiang Shi's QQ as a friend? By this time QQ had become popular, online messaging was much more convenient than phone calls. Well, I don't think so. Qing scratched his head, recalling his friend list. But I should have her QQ number in my autograph book. Qing remembered that when graduating from junior high, writing autograph books became popular in the class. He had also bought one and filled it with his classmates. You're not thinking of chasing Jiang Shi, are you? Ma Lei beside him caught a whiff of gossip. Chun Ran did not hide it at all. Whether I succeed or not is another matter, I won't know unless I try. Ma Lei gave a thumbs up. That's our brother Chun, setting his goal on the first day of school. Qing didn't join the conversation. He recalled what Jiang Shi was like in junior high. Quiet and reserved, she seemed like an invisible person in the class. He couldn't imagine what kind of person this girl would be if she fell in love. Ma Lei, on the other hand, started chatting with Chun Ran about the famous figures in other classes. As early as the summer vacation, Ma Lei had already been active in the No. 4 high school freshman group. He also regularly inquired about other high schools through his junior high classmates. He had a momentum of knowing everything about the world. Although in Qing's eyes he was just a gossip fanatic, Qing could still learn a lot of juicy stories from Ma Lei. Being friends with someone like that meant never lacking fresh news during breaks. Jiang Shi yawned, utterly unaware that she had already been noticed. As the school bell rang, her classmates began packing their bags to head home. At that time, the dormitories of No. 4 high school had yet to be built. It wouldn't be until the second year that students would be required to board. Since it was the first day of school, the teacher only assigned some symbolic preparatory homework. Jiang Shi stuffed her Chinese, math, and English textbooks into her backpack, tossed in a pin, and slung the bag over her shoulder, ready to make a quick escape. Some students who had already become acquainted discussed where to grab snacks or play basketball on the court. The time between school letting out and parents returning from work was perhaps the happiest for students. Passing by the basketball court, she saw some upperclassmen already gathered for a game. Shouts and cheers rang out intermittently, along with the thumping of the ball hitting the ground. Some classmates on bicycles whizzed past Jiang Shi, stirring a gentle breeze. Under the golden autumn sunset of September, tree shadows stretched long. Jiang Shi squinted her eyes, watching the swaying leaves drifting down in the distance. I still feel like I'm in a dream. She pinched her cheek uncertainly. The slight pain told her everything was real. So this is high school. As a child, she always found school terribly boring, but looking back, she realized she had never faced the harshness of the real world back then. As Jiang Shi passed the school gate, she saw Bai Jing Ran bending down to get into a sedan. She glanced at the car emblem, 4 interlocking rings. The black Audi was not particularly conspicuous among the crowd of Volkswagens. By 2010, private cars were already common. Jiangxing, close to Haizhou, was home to many wealthy people. It seemed her deskmate was no ordinary little rich girl. Jiang Shi averted her gaze and headed toward the bicycle shed. She found her well-worn bike, a legacy from her father which she had always maintained meticulously. Stepping onto the pedals, a familiar sensation instantly returned to her hands. Old friend, I never thought I'd get to ride you again. She mingled with the stream of students and pedaled out of the No. 4 high school gate. The school was 6 or 7 kilometers from her home, and the greenery along the way gradually thickened. With a creak, Jiangshi squeezed the brakes and stopped at the entrance of Donglan Yeyuan. Cycling was prohibited inside the complex, so she had to dismount and walk. Building 12, a 5th floor. Everything was just as she remembered. Dad, I'm home. Jiangshi slipped off her shoes and changed into slippers. In the living room sat a slightly balding man who put down his newspaper in surprise. He touched his sideburns somewhat awkwardly, as if unsure how to respond. After a long pause, he managed to smile and squeezed out, Jiang's back. How was your first day of school? Did you adapt? Not bad, the classmates and teachers are all nice. Want a banana? Take a break. Dinner will be ready once Xiaohan and your mom get back. Okay. Jiangshi nodded, grabbed a banana, and returned to her room. Jiangshi's biological father had passed away when she was in elementary school. The man outside was her stepfather, Ji Ruisong. In her past life, Jiangshi had always called him Uncle Ji, and their relationship had been quite distant. Still, Ji Ruisong was kind to her and deliberately protected the small scar etched in Jiangshi's heart for her father. It was only much later that Jiangshi realized how much her stepfather had silently given for her, yet she had never called him dad. But by then she had already lost that chance. There was also her half-brother, a year younger, Jihan. Once Jiangshi disliked Ji Ruisong, and Jihan disliked Jiangshi. They barely communicated, like strangers living under the same roof. Later Jihan went abroad to study, and they completely lost touch. Looking back, they were just 2 stubborn childish kids. Jiangshi's room was simple, nearly identical to her past life. There was a wardrobe, a bed, and a desk with some books and stationery, plus a desk lamp that looked quite old. The family had a computer, but it was in the study. Jiangshi occasionally used it to send emails. As for gaming and chatting, the internet cafe was more convenient. Back then, regulations on internet cafes were lax, and they even offered temporary cards. Jiangshi tossed her backpack onto the chair and sprawled on the bed in a big X shape. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the ethereal text appeared before her again. After reviewing it several times, Jiangshi found the system extremely simple, just a task and attribute point module. The attributes were divided into charm, physique, and spirit. Physique was linked to physical fitness and health, boosting strength and agility. Spirit influenced intelligence and thinking ability. Her physique was only 5 points, while spirit was slightly higher at 8. Both were well below the average for an ordinary adult, and Jiangshi could feel that this body wasn't particularly healthy. But she was still in her adolescence with room for development and improvement. Theoretically, with enough points, Jiangshi could transform herself into an athlete. Investing in spirit could elevate her to a genius level. As for charm, it literally meant it could gradually influence her temperament and appearance. Speaking of which, Jiangshi hadn't really looked at her current self. She rolled over, sat up on the bed, and opened the wardrobe, which had a mirror as tall as her on the door. A short, thin girl appeared in the reflection, not particularly pretty, but with decent features. A delicate nose, phoenix eyes with double eyelids, and small rosy lips. She was the type who wouldn't stun at first glance, but was very pleasant to look at. It seemed she had inherited some of her mother's good genes. Jiangshi turned sideways. There was already a slight swell on her chest, but nothing compared to Bai Jingran. And she had to bend over to see any curves. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail that hung down her back. Overall, she was a somewhat cute little girl. Jiangshi sighed. This was who she was now. Her gaze then fell to other parts of the wardrobe. Skirts, pants, and very girlish underwear. Jiangshi's face flushed slightly. In her past life, her wardrobe would never have contained such things. Only various gray and black short sleeves, long sleeves, and sweatpants. Ruisong, I bought some crucian carp. Go help boil some water. Wu Shuichin was changing her shoes by the entrance. Behind her followed a boy with a crew cut carrying a black bag. He was even shorter than Jiangshi. Xiaohan, change your shoes too. By the way, is Jiang back? Ji Ruisong took the crucian carp from Jihan and replied cheerfully, she's back in her room. What's got you so happy? Wu Shuichin asked her husband curiously. Let me tell you. Ji Ruisong leaned in close to Wu Shuichin's ear. Really? Wu Shuichin exclaimed in surprise. Jiang is willing to call you dad. Ji Ruisong nodded. Absolutely true. See, I told you it wasn't that hard. A relieved smile spread across Wu Shuichin's face. When she and Ji Ruisong had formed a blended family, she had worried that Jiangshi wouldn't accept it. She had specifically asked her daughter's thoughts, and only after Jiangshi agreed did she move in with Ji Ruisong. She hadn't expected the child to accept him so quickly. Dad, I'm going to my room, Jihan said from the side. Ji Ruisong grabbed him and shot a glare. Sit in the living room for a while. Don't hide in your room all day. You're not some young lady. Jihan had no choice but to sit on the sofa and start watching TV. Jiang, come out and help your mom cut vegetables. Hearing Wu Shuichin's voice from outside, Jiangshi stopped reaching for her underwear. Calm down. Patting her face, she replied, coming, mom. Pushing open her door, she met Jihan's bored gaze from the sofa. They nodded at each other as a greeting. It seemed that here she and her half-brother had a decent relationship. Jiangshi mentally sketched out her half-brother's appearance again. Then she tagged him a cold, aloof, academic overachiever, somewhat handsome, but full of mischief. He had often fought with her over snacks and toys when they were kids. As she thought this, Jiangshi rolled up her sleeves and walked into the kitchen. For now she had to get the upper hand over her brother early, or she wouldn't stand a chance later. Jihan, sitting on the sofa, suddenly felt a chill. He felt that Jiangshi's gaze at him seemed different from before. Wu Shuiqin watched Jiangshi cutting vegetables on a small stool and noticed her daughter's knife skills had improved significantly. The loofah slices were translucent and evenly thick. But she didn't think much of it, simply assuming her daughter had perfectly inherited her cooking talent. Jiangshi watched her busy mother the steaming soup pot and smelled the aroma of oil smoke mingling with various spices. In that moment, the ethereal feeling of rebirth seemed to find an anchor. The fragmented memories of the past and future finally ceased their chaotic drift. Dad, Mom, and Xiaoan, it's so good to see you all again. Time to eat. Come on, Xiaoan, eat more fish so you can grow taller. Mom, you should eat more too. Jiang, try this eggplant. It's really delicious. It's so good. Did you make any friends on the first day? Has anyone been bothering you? After dinner, Jiangshi retreated to her room under the pretext of doing homework. Setting aside the system, she had many matters to sort out. Having been reborn, she could no longer drift through life aimlessly. She had to make changes. With the system's aid in her studies, she need not worry excessively. Thus she decided to start by earning some pocket money. Money wasn't everything, but without it nothing was achievable. Jiangshi pulled out a shoebox from under her bed, inside which lay a plastic container. This was her little treasury, a colorful assortment of coins and bills of various denominations. It amounted to over 200 yuan, a considerable sum for a high school student. Yet as startup capital. Unless she bought a lottery ticket with a 100-fold multiplier and emptied the jackpot. Regrettably, in her previous life, Jiangshi had no interest in playing the lottery. Now she felt a twinge of regret. Jiangshi tidied the coins, pushed the box back under the bed. Asking her parents for money was out of the question. They still saw her as a half-grown child. What could a child know about making money? It was enough if she focused on her studies. Moreover, as a minor, many avenues were closed to her. Even obtaining a bank card was a hassle. What a headache. I can't just wait until I'm an adult to start by, then I'll be in my senior year. Jiangshi lay back on her bed, pondering how to break the impasse. She decided to first browse the internet. As a reincarnated individual, she knew the general direction of many events, but the details required careful attention. She walked to the study with practiced ease, plugged in the power, and turned on the computer. The familiar XP startup screen appeared. At that time, the internet had already moved past the era of wild growth, with internet companies of all sizes springing up like bamboo shoots after rain. Jiangshi opened Baidu and searched for the information she needed. The world in this timeline was largely similar to before her rebirth, with only minor changes. The changes were particularly pronounced in the realms of entertainment and the internet. Her small butterfly wings had indeed stirred some ripples, yet some things remained unchanged. For instance, in 2010, the emerging industry of e-commerce was an absolute hot topic. However, the initial investment was substantial, requiring a great deal of effort. Another surefire industry was real estate. Before the 2011 purchase restriction policy, it was the best time to invest in property. But Jiangshi could only watch longingly. In 2010, Haizhou's housing prices had already begun to skyrocket, starting at over 2,000 yuan per square meter. A modest 70 square meter apartment would cost over 1.5 million. Even if she sold herself, she couldn't scrape together that much. Jiangshi quickly skipped these tantalizing options and turned her gaze to ventures requiring little to no capital. After such filtering, few feasible options remained. The most suitable was writing novels, as the online literature industry was already booming. Yet Jiangshi preferred the traditional publishing route. Simply put, daily updates were too exhausting. Not to mention, she was a high school student with academic obligations. She could start by submitting short stories to magazines, and once she had established some reputation, move on to longer works. Having made up her mind, Jiangshi moved the mouse, clicked on the C drive, and created a new Word document. What should I write? Jiangshi tilted her head, searching her memory for works that would become hugely popular in the future. Direct plagiarism was out of the question, but borrowing ideas and concepts would suffice. She switched the input method to double pinyin mode. Her slender fingers danced across the keyboard thanks to her past lives experience. As a working adult, she typed at lightning speed. Soon lines of text appeared on the screen. Jiangshi, I want to use the computer. Immersed in her own world, Jiangshi looked up to see a tiny Jihan standing at the study door, gazing at her with hopeful eyes. Glancing at the clock, she realized an hour had slipped by unnoticed. Jiangshi rubbed her slightly sore arm, a faint smile curving at the corners of her mouth. At this time, Jihan was in his third year of middle school, standing at a mere 145 centimeters, looking quite petite. He was even shorter than Jiangshi, But she knew that after entering high school this little brother would shoot up to over 180 centimeters, changing almost daily. Call me sister, and he'll let you play. You've been playing for over an hour. Jihan shook his head, refusing to call her. Even in their past lives they had frequently fought over the computer's usage rights. Alas, he'll just keep playing then. He'll tell Mom. Jihan pulled out his ultimate weapon, tattling. Then he'll tell Dad about the internet cafe you frequent. Impossible, how could you know? Isn't it in building 21? Why wouldn't I know? Jiangshi chuckled. Little brat trying to compete with her. Jihan's voice gradually wilted, and he uttered a barely audible sister. They're my good little brother. Jiangshi rose from the chair, smiling in response. Then ignoring his indignant expression, she left the study. She held quite a few of Jihan's secrets, enough to keep him in line. She hoped he would understand her sister's good intentions. On the second day of school, the novelty of high school life still lingered. As soon as class ended, the classroom buzzed with excitement. Jiangshi lay on her desk, resting her eyes. Having to get up at 7 in the morning was too harsh for her. Bai Jingran, on the other hand, was chatting with two girls in the back row. Jiangshi slowly recalled the names of these two girls. The one on the left was Huang Qiqi, and the one on the right was Mi Wanqing. The three of them spoke in low voices, seemingly trying not to disturb Jiangshi's rest. I heard there's a monthly exam at the end of this month. Huang Qiqi revealed a piece of insider information she had gathered. Exams so soon after school started. I feel like the middle school exams just ended, Mi Wanqing groaned. She wasn't particularly strong academically, and her parents were very strict. If she did poorly, she'd face a lecture at home. In contrast, Bai Jingran remained calm. We haven't covered much in the first month, so the exam won't be too hard. Just pay attention in class. Jiangshi looked at the first task in her system to rank in the top 10 in the monthly exam. As it was the first monthly exam, many students hadn't yet recovered from the indulgence of summer break. Getting into the top 10 was a relatively easy opportunity for Jiangshi. Ran, you went to Jiangxing Experimental Middle School, right? Was it really strict? I heard they don't even allow snacks in the classroom. Mi Wanqing asked curiously. Bai Jingran nodded. It was quite strict, but only snacks with strong smells were banned. I heard a boy from another class brought a pack of spicy strips and ended up standing as punishment for an entire day. Spicy strips do have a strong smell, and they're greasy. Huang Qiqi frowned. Her snacks were usually things like bread and milk. In her eyes, spicy strips were nothing but junk food. Eating too many would definitely cause breakouts. She had put in a lot of effort to keep her skin fair and smooth. The three chatted on, gradually shifting to their favorite snacks and the new bulk snack shop near the school gate. Jiangshi felt as if various snacks were floating before her eyes. She had only eaten porridge and an egg for breakfast, and now her stomach felt empty. Patting the pocket money in her pocket, little Jiang decided to treat herself after the next class. The red bean toast from the school convenience store was quite good. In her past life, she often ate it. Only 50 cents a piece, more than enough to fill her stomach. As she was thinking, the 3-minute warning bell rang. Jiangshi lifted her head, and Bai Jingran beside her also turned around, taking out the textbook for the next class. Clack, clack, clack. Lao Zhuang walked into the classroom in his shiny leather shoes. Students, open your books. Today we continue with Su Shi's Ode to the Red Cliff. His voice was still full of energy with a hint of Jiangxing dialect. First, read along with me from the beginning. Make sure you understand the meaning, not just memorize it by rote. The sound of reading filled the classroom. The fourth period in the morning was physical education. Clouds veiled much of the sunlight, making the weather unusually cool. First, everyone runs 5 laps to warm up, then head to the equipment room to collect gear, the PE teacher commanded. At his order, the students of Class 3 Senior 1 let out a collective groan. Other classes were also having PE on the track, though most had already dispersed for free activities. What's with the groaning? Even if you have to walk, finish those laps. The PE teacher shot them a fierce glare, his dark face exuding an intimidating pressure. Reluctantly, the line began to move, gradually stretching out along the track. Jiangshi paced forward, her ponytail bobbing with each step. In her past life, 2 kilometers was a breeze for her. But after her rebirth, her physical condition had deteriorated significantly, with just 2 laps left her sweating and panting. She slowed down, which eased the strain. It seemed that a plan to boost her physique was in order. After completing 5 laps, Jiangshi felt a sharp ache in her legs and leaned against a set of parallel bars to rest. Many students were gasping for breath, collapsing in small groups on the grass. Bai Jingran's face was flushed, clearly exhausted as well. Jiangshi, how did you run so fast? Mi Wanqing and Huang Qiqi approached, supporting each other. Yeah, Mi Wanqing nodded in agreement. I was right behind you, and then you vanished in a blink. Hee, I've always been a fast runner since I was a kid. Jiangshi stuck out her tongue. There was no secret to running. If you just persevered, it wasn't as tiring as imagined. After catching her breath, Huang Qiqi recalled that they'd need to borrow equipment from the sports room later. When we have free time, want to play badminton together. Sure, the wind isn't strong today, perfect for badminton. Mi Wanqing raised her hand in agreement. Count me in. What about Ran and Jiangshi? I'm planning to play some basketball, Jiangshi said, twisting her neck. The system was still waiting for her to complete its tasks. The other three looked at her with some surprise. Unless the teacher organized practice for layups, it was rare to see girls on the basketball court. After all, basketball involved some physical contact, and boys had a clear height advantage. I've arranged to play table tennis with someone. Bai Jingran declined Huang Kiki's invitation. The break flew by. After assembling the class, the PE teacher announced free time. The liberated students cheered and surged toward the sports equipment room. Don't push. Who stepped on my foot? Jiang Shi emerged from the crowd, clutching a basketball. She gave the worn-out ball a couple of bounces to test it. It was probably an antique passed down through who knows how many generations. Still, it was serviceable. At least it wasn't leaking air. Leaving the equipment room, another problem arose. The basketball courts were packed. Jiang Shi wandered around, finding only a half-court in the corner still vacant. A boy was practicing shots alone on the other half-court. His form was flawless and his accuracy was impressive. Watching him, Jiang Shi felt an itch to play. In her past life, she often played basketball with colleagues. She shifted the ball from her left hand to her right, executing a textbook one-handed set shot. The ball arced through the air, but didn't even graze the rim. Awkward. Jiang Shi touched her nose. After rebirth, her strength had diminished significantly. She was still carrying the habits of her past life, forgetting that she was now a girl of just 1.6 meters. She retrieved the ball and tried a few more times, gradually regaining her feel. Thump, thump, thump. Dribbling toward the basket, she leaped and sent the ball through the hoop. In her prime, she could have dunked, but now she couldn't even touch the backboard. Impressive. Applause came from the side. Jiang Shi turned to see the boy in black, who had been shooting alone earlier. As Shinsu got a clear look at her face, a smile tugged at his lips. He asked, "Want to play a game?" Shooting alone gets boring. Jiang Shi held the ball, squinting slightly at the unfamiliar boy before her. She knew this situation all too well. Her exceptional skills must have caught his attention, prompting him to challenge her. She had warmed up enough anyway. Time to stretch her limbs. Youngster, let me teach you a lesson. Though her strength had waned, Jiang Shi was still confident in her experience and technique. All right, she nodded. Use my ball. Jiang Shi caught the ball he tossed to her. Molten brand, pretty professional kid. She examined the logo and couldn't help testing it. In her past life, she had never splurged on such a good basketball. Ladies first. Shinsu smiled slightly and positioned himself under the hoop. The rules of Unknown were simple. One player defended, the other attacked. Each basket counted as 1 point and possession swapped regardless of the shot's outcome. Then I won't hold back. Jiang Shi moved with fluid grace. A crossover dribble, a fake to bypass his defense, followed by a step-back layup. Before Shinsu could react, the ball had already swished through the net. Jiang Shi clapped her hands, exuding an air of a master. Now you know the price of underestimating your opponent, kid. Your turn to attack. Realizing the girl before him was no ordinary player, Shinsu abandoned his casual approach and adopted a serious expression. In no time, the two were locked in a back-and-forth duel. Brother Shun is going Unknown with a girl. Which class is she from? Anyone know her? It was rare to see a boy and a girl dueling on the court. Soon a crowd of onlookers gathered. Whoa, this girl's got skills. Even Brother Shin can't stop her. What's the score? Brother Shin isn't losing to a girl, is he? 3-3 tied. There's only a few minutes left before class ends, and ITLL probably come down to one final shot. Jiang Shi overheard the chatter around her. The boy they called Brother Shin seemed to have some reputation at school. Many in the crowd recognized him. If she won this game, it would likely embarrass him. High school kids cared about face more than life itself. With that thought, Jiang Shi straightened up and offered a gentle smile. Class is almost over, let's call it a draw. Shinsu was momentarily dazed by her radiant expression. He snapped back to reality only after Jiang Shi tossed the ball back to him. Want to have a rematch sometime? Jiang Shi waved without replying, leaving behind a silhouette as the bell rang. Brother Shin, who is she? A few boys teased him, grabbing his arm. No idea. Looks like a freshman. Shinsu shook his head, breaking free from their interrogation. Easy enough. Only a few classes share this PE slot. With Brother Shin's connections, finding her should be a piece of cake. Immediately his buddies started offering suggestions. Recalling her basketball skills, which rivaled his own, Shinsu felt a spark of curiosity. A girl who could play basketball was rarer than a panda. Meanwhile, Jiang Shi hummed a tune as she headed to the restroom to wash her face. She also checked the system's task progress. Task 2 showed 0.56, meaning half an hour had been counted. There were 2 PE classes per week. Relying solely on these sessions to complete the task would be too slow. She needed to find a way to use weekend time to finish the task this week. Jiang, come eat. At the study door, Mother Jiang called out, brandishing a spatula. Coming. Jiang Shi replied, deftly pressing the save key before closing the document. It was the 4th day of the new semester, and her short story was nearly complete. After some minor revisions, she would be ready to submit it for publication. Choosing the right magazine was also a delicate matter. Most publications did not accept simultaneous submissions. Those with lesser reputations offered meager pay, which Jiang Shi disdained, while the more literary ones were beyond her current ambitions. After much deliberation, only the magazine's stories seemed suitable. This child, why has she been on the computer so much lately? Mother Jiang grumbled to Ji Ruisong. Ji Ruisong remained unruffled. I don't think Jiang is playing games, as she's probably looking up some information. Staring at the computer too much will ruin her eyesight. It wouldn't look good for such a young child to wear glasses. Ji Ruisong scratched his head, finding no retort. Jihan, holding his chopsticks, dared not utter a word. After all, he was the one who often played games. Just then Jiang Shi emerged from the study. Her eyes immediately fell upon the steaming, glossy, braised pork belly on the table. She brightened like a kitten spotting a dried fish. Wow, it smells amazing. Let me taste Mom's unbeatable braised pork. With that, the little cat reached out a paw to indulge. But a larger cat was watching vigilantly. Wu Shuichin swatted her daughter's hand away and said crossly, "Stop the flattery. Go wash your hands and get the chopsticks." After dinner, it was already 7:30. Tasked by her mother, Jiang Shi headed out to buy soy sauce at the supermarket near the residential complex. She was given a princely sum of 20 yuan with the leftover money meant for some fruit she fancied. Little comrade Jiang gladly accepted, as she wanted to take a walk to aid digestion. Vinegar, soybean paste, cooking wine, chili oil. I found it. Light soy sauce is here. Jiang Shi placed the soy sauce in her shopping basket and headed to the fruit section. Fruits are quite cheap this season. She grabbed a few tangerines and prepared to check out. Jiang Shi. A somewhat uncertain voice came from behind. Huh. Jiang Shi turned around. A girl in sportswear stood not far away. Her features were ordinary, but her slender figure paired with the athletic wear and wheat-colored skin radiated vitality. At a small eatery next to the supermarket, Jiang Shi studied the girl's face for a moment before recalling who she was. Su Jia. Jiang, have you forgotten me after just one summer break? Su Jia put on a look of feigned tears, appearing quite hurt. How could that be? It's just that you've changed so much since middle school. Jiang Shi gave an awkward laugh, making an excuse. She vaguely remembered that Su Jia was a sports student and had likely gone to one high school. Her memories of middle school classmates had indeed grown faint. I just moved here not long ago. Do you live nearby too? Jiang Shi nodded, taking a sip of her juice. Yeah, I live in Donglan Yeyuan, right next door. So close. Want to hang out this weekend? Su Jia grabbed Jiang Shi's hand, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at her. Having just moved to the area, she knew no one and had no friends nearby. Running into a familiar middle school classmate filled her with irrepressible joy. Faced with such enthusiasm, Jiang Shi found it hard to refuse, especially since the juice in her hand was a gift from Su Jia. As the saying goes, one who accepts a favor is beholden. It was definitely not because of Su Jia's ample and soft embrace. Waving goodbye to Su Jia, Jiang Shi returned home with the soy sauce and tangerines. After putting everything away, she noticed that Jihan wasn't using the computer. She tiptoed back into the study to avoid her mother's nagging. Once the finishing touches were done, Jiang Shi found the submission email for stories online. In the body of the email, she wrote the story's title and word count. Then she attached the file. Done. Just as she was about to hit send, she remembered she hadn't chosen a pen name. What should I call myself? She tilted her head in thought for a moment, then typed out 2 characters, Jiang Lai. Watching the words "sent successfully" appear on the screen, Jiang Shi let out a sigh of relief. The first step toward earning money had finally been taken. Now it was up to whether this story would catch the editor's discerning eye. Still, she was quite confident. After all, her mind held the wisdom of countless descendants. She shut down the computer. Jiang Shi returned to her room. There was one more thing she had to do: homework. Even after being reborn, she couldn't escape the fate of doing assignments. Math problems were the easiest for Jiang Shi. It was the language and foreign language subjects with their copying and recitation tasks. That consumed a large part of her time. But to secure a spot in the top 10 of the monthly exam and complete the systems task, Jiang Shi was willing to put in the effort. After copying the last English word, little comrade Jiang felt she no longer recognized ABCD. Rubbing her eyes, she collapsed onto the bed. Who invented English? I wish I could go back in time and punch them. Meanwhile, in the capital city, lights still blazed in many windows of an office building. This was the headquarters of the story's editorial department. Qinglan, any decent manuscripts today? Sure. Qinglan adjusted her glasses, a bitter expression on her face. Chief editor Deng, today's submissions are only the ones I sent you. They've all been rejected by you. With the publication deadline approaching, their team was still 1 story short. That was why the 2 were still working late into the night. If all else fails, they'll ask other teams' authors if they can spare a piece or 2. Chief editor Deng stroked his chin and sighed. That's tough. The other teams are swamped too. Beep, beep, beep. Just then the sound of an incoming email notification rang out. The icon flashed. Sure. Qinglan reached out and clicked it open, discovering a new submission. Though she didn't hold out much hope, this was likely the last manuscript before the end of the workday. Maybe there would be a pleasant surprise. A Long Night's Journey. An unusual title, Sure Qinglan used as she clicked on the attachment. After hastily reading the beginning, she couldn't help scrolling down with her mouse. It felt as if an invisible force had taken her hand, urging her onward. As the words scrolled across the screen, a strange silence fell over the office. Only the sound of their breathing, one light and one heavy, remained. After finishing the entire piece, Shi Qinglan found her mouth dry, almost forgetting that the chief editor was standing behind her. What a breathtakingly imaginative and brilliant story. Even Chief Editor Deng, who had reviewed countless manuscripts, was full of admiration. The prose is mature, the plot tightly woven. Which deity has deigned to grace our humble temple? Chief Editor, what do you think of this piece? What do you think? Contact the author tomorrow. Chief Editor Deng patted Shi Qinglan on the shoulder. You can go home and get a good night's sleep. Shi Qinglan glanced at the body of the email where a name lay quietly. Jiang Lai. Xinqing Ma Lei Zhanming Fei. And Yang Jingxiu Dai Tao Yin Hao. The 6 of you come with me to fetch the military training uniforms. Zhuangde called on several male students in the back rows. Soon the 6 returned to the classroom, each carrying an armful of camouflage-colored clothing. How ugly. Just thinking about wearing this all next week makes me feel sick. Mi Wanqing looked at the uniform in her hands with disdain. A set consisting of a jacket, trousers, a short-sleeved shirt, a cap, and rubber-soled shoes. A strange plastic odor emanated from them. Bai Jingran also wrinkled her nose. She had suffered from rhinitis as a child. She was extremely sensitive to these smells. Jiang Shi picked up the uniform and compared it to her frame. The jacket was a bit large. On her it looked like she was wearing a green trench coat. Ha ha, Jiang Shi, you look like an old man scavenging for scraps in the countryside. Huang Qiqi burst out laughing. All you need is a tricycle to complete the look. You're the old man. Jiang Shi shot her a glare, then grabbed the girl's hand and began tickling her armpit. After a week of getting to know each other, they had grown quite close. Occasionally they would tease one another. I'm sorry. Jiang Shi let go. Huang Qiqi surrendered and begged for mercy. Now you know my power. Jiang Shi released her claws. A faint warmth still lingered on her fingertips. Compared to the girls, the boys in the back rows were far more boisterous. Xinqing squeezed the cap in his hand. The craftsmanship was very rough. The thought of being scorched under the blazing sun in such heat already made him feel sweat trickling down his back. Xinqing, check out my uniform. Why does it feel a bit tight? Ma Lei tugged at the back of his jacket, which somehow looked like a second skin on him. Xinqing pulled at the collar to look at the tag. Bro, how did you grab a size 160? No way, I thought I picked a 170. Let me see. Ma Lei slipped his arms out and brought the jacket closer to his eyes. You're right. No wonder it felt so tight. I need to go exchange it. A few boys lined up at the back of the classroom wearing their caps. They almost looked like they were in training. Before long, the homeroom teacher Zhuangde returned to the classroom. He announced that in the afternoon, everyone would attend the freshman orientation ceremony, after which they could be dismissed. Cheers erupted in the classroom. That meant they could go home early and enjoy the weekend. Jiang Shi shook her head. Celebrating was premature. They still had to endure 2 or 3 hours under the sun. After the lunch break, Zhuangde led class 3 to the sports field. They found their designated spots, stood in order of height, and set down their small stools. Soon the other classes arrived one after another. The September weather still carried the lingering heat of summer's end. The sunlight was fierce and blistering. The lawn felt scorching to the touch. On the podium, the school leaders seemed completely unaffected. Initially, the students listened with fervor, their applause unceasing. But as time dragged on, they wilted like plants in the sun, gradually falling silent. Yet the leaders continued their impassioned speeches, each taking their turn on stage. There was no sign of it ending. Occasionally, a few scattered claps would emerge from the crowd. Next, let's welcome the Student Council President Shin Su from Class 6 Grade 2 to speak. He has prepared some insights on high school study experiences to share with our new students. Shin Su took the microphone from the principal. He took a deep breath and began his speech. Jiang Shi, that senior is so handsome. Huang Qiqi shook Jiang Shi's arm, her voice dripping with infatuation. Jiang Shi, drowsy and half asleep, lifted her head to glance at him, only to find he looked oddly familiar. Wasn't that the guy she had an onion-owned basketball match with during gym class? Who would have thought he was the student council president? But in her past life, she had never heard of this person. Shin Su, reading his speech, kept glancing toward the Class 3 group. He had found out that the only class sharing gym with the seniors was Class 3. That narrowed down the search considerably. Jiang, I think he's looking at us. Huang Qiqi lowered her voice. With so many people here, how can you tell he's looking at you? Jiang Shi was dizzy from the sun, wishing the ceremony would end quickly. Women's intuition, you know. Fine. Jiang Shi really couldn't grasp that. After Shin Su finished, the principal gave a concluding speech. Finally, the torturous speeches came to an end. Students drifted away in small groups, carrying their stools back to the classroom. Halfway there, Jiang Shi and Huang Qiqi happened to run into Shin Su, who was coming down from the podium. What a coincidence. I never got the chance to ask your name last time. Jiang Shi raised her hand and glanced at him. Coincidence, my foot. She had spotted him waiting here from a distance. Remembering Huang Qiqi's earlier words, a flicker of caution stirred in her heart. Could this guy have taken a liking to Huang Qiqi and was now trying to get close through her friend? All right, I know you're the student council president now. I stand by my name and never change it, Jiang Shi. Or you can call me Brother Jiang if you like. Shinsu let out a soft chuckle. She was indeed a very unique junior. But you're a girl. Shouldn't it be Sister Jiang? This guy just had to bring up the one thing she didn't want to hear. Jiang sure thought of her runaway little brother and felt a pang of longing. What are you saying? Huang Qiqi pinched Jiang Shi's hand, then curved her lips into a sweet smile. Hello, Senior Shun. I'm Huang Qiqi. Nice to meet you. Shun Sun nodded with a smile. Jiang Shi squinted. We've met now? If there's nothing else, we'll be going. Are you interested in joining the student council at? Shun Sun suddenly spoke, stopping Jiang Shi as she was about to drag Huang Qiqi away. Why me? Because you're good at basketball. The student council isn't a basketball team. I'm the president, ooh, I have some privileges in that regard. Sorry, not interested. Jiang Shi refused outright. She had no time to be free labor for the student council. If you're not willing, then forget it. Shinsu didn't press further, instead offering a smile. How about we add each other on QQ? If you ever change your mind, you can come find me. Jiang Shi casually recited her QQ number. She had used that QQ number for a long time, and even after being reborn, she still remembered it clearly. After noting it down, Shunsu left. It wasn't until she was back in the classroom that Jiang Shi realized belatedly. Had this guy been aiming to add her as a friend all along? Just then Huang Qiqi couldn't contain herself any longer. She immediately pulled Bai Jingran and Mi Wanqing aside to talk about meeting the student council president. Shinsu knows Jiang Shi, and he asked for her QQ. Mi Wanqing's eyes sparkled as she caught a whiff of gossip. Jiang Shi, fess up. What's your relationship with Senior Shin? How did you meet? The three of them surrounded Jiang Shi, forming a pincer. There's no relationship. We just played basketball together during gym class once. Jiang Shi looked bewildered. She really didn't know him well. But President Shun seems quite eager to get to know you. Catching the teasing tone in Mi Wanqing's words, Jiang Shi's face flushed with indignation. She had never thought about dating a boy. The mere thought of holding hands with a man made her rather die. I'm really not interested in him, but I am very interested in getting to know our Wanwan better. Jiang Shi chuckled slyly, reaching out toward Mi Wanqing's chest. Jiang Shi, what are you doing? Mi Wanqing blushed and slapped away Jiang Shi's mischievous hand. Wow, I didn't expect it to feel just as good as Ranran's. Jiang Shi, you're asking for it. Bai Jingran joined the scuffle. Comrade Jiang, outnumbered and outmatched, could only yield. The commotion drew the attention of other classmates. All right, no more fooling around. Jiang Shi raised her hands in surrender. If only she had her points now, these two wouldn't stand a chance. Tomorrow's the weekend. How about we get together for a meal? After a moment's rest, Huang Qiqi asked the other three. Jiang Shi pedaled her bicycle, weaving through the dappled shadows cast by the trees. Her weekend schedule was packed to the brim. Earlier, she had promised Su Jia to go out and have fun together. Later, there was a group dinner with Bai Jingran and the others. Though it was called a dinner, it would inevitably involve accompanying activities like shopping. She also wanted to find a gym to complete the basketball task in her system. With the time from physical education and activity classes, her progress had reached 36. The basic basketball skill was of little use to her, but the physique points were a tangible way to strengthen her body. As the saying goes, health is the foundation of revolution. Without a foundation, how could one grow stronger and achieve brilliance? The first thing upon returning home, Jiang Shi opened her email and searched through it. She spotted a reply bearing the letterhead of the story's editorial department. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. The manuscript hadn't been rejected, meaning it had passed the initial screening. There was a high chance that with just a few revisions it could be published. That also meant a payment would be coming in. Jiang Shi clicked open the reply. It was brief. The manuscript had been accepted. But after reading it all, Jiang Shi muttered to herself, inviting me to become a contracted writer. A contracted writer meant signing an agreement with the editorial department, essentially becoming an exclusive author for stories. She could receive higher payment and perhaps even a share of the magazine's sales. But during the contract period, Jiang Shi would be tied to stories and couldn't submit to other magazines. For a novice like Jiang Shi with little reputation, becoming a contracted writer had greater benefits akin to having a stable income. But what Jiang Shi couldn't figure out was why the story's editorial department extended an olive branch to her so quickly, a completely unknown newcomer. Jiang Shi hadn't realized that with her memories of the future, the novels she wrote were a crushing blow to this era. It was like tossing a pebble into calm waters, creating ripples. With the rise of the internet, traditional paper magazines were also facing impact. At this time, excellent writers were the most precious resource, and a newcomer who had just entered the field was the easiest to win over. At the end of the reply, the editor's QQ number was attached. Jiang Shi logged into her QQ account. She might as well add Bai Jingran and the others as friends. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as she logged in, Jiang Shi noticed a red dot on the new friends section. Clicking it open, she saw 3 friend requests already waiting. This is Bai Jingran, and this is that kid Shinsu. Who is this one? Jiang Shi clicked on the other's profile picture in confusion. It was a scribbled stick figure. In the request note was a name Jiang Shi didn't recognize, Chun Ran. However, since they knew her QQ number, they were probably a classmate or something. Jiang Shi casually approved the request. Then she searched for me Wanqing and Huang Kiki's QQ numbers and sent friend requests. Finally, she searched for the editor from stories. Not long after she sent the friend request, a new message popped up in the bottom left corner of her desktop. Qinglan has accepted your friend request. Say hello. Hello, this is Qinglan, editor from the stories editorial department. I'm Jiang Lai, who submitted yesterday. On the other end, Shi Qinglan also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she had gotten in touch with this Jiang Lai. Your manuscript has been accepted. We need to confirm the payment. At the standard rate of 100 yuan per 1,000 words for original content, it totals 1200 yuan. You can choose between bank transfer or cash by mail. If you choose mail, it will be sent along with the sample magazine. The other party sent 4 messages in a row. 1200 yuan was an unimaginable fortune for the young Jiang Shi, but in the eyes of her reborn self, it wasn't much. It was just enough to buy herself a phone. Mail it. Hey, erase my address. She didn't have her own bank card and didn't want to involve her parents. May I ask how much would the payment be if I became a contracted author? Jiang Shi recalled what the other party had mentioned in the email. For contracted authors, it can be 200 yuan per 1,000 words. It had doubled. Jiang Shi swallowed her saliva. She couldn't deny being tempted. It was real money. But she was a minor and couldn't sign a contract herself. So she had to let it go. Besides, the other party had only mentioned the benefits. The contract would also impose significant restrictions on contracted writers. Seeing no further response, Shi Qinglan thought Jiang Shi wasn't satisfied with the price and added, if the manuscript quality is excellent, it can be raised to around 300 yuan. This was the highest price the editorial department could offer a newcomer. Okay, thank you. Seeing no reaction again, Shi Qinglan could only shake her head helplessly. She hadn't held out much hope anyway. It would be best if she could win her over. You're always welcome to submit again, or you can send it to me directly via QQ. Jiang Shi closed QQ. This first step had been successfully taken. Next, she needed to gradually build some reputation and then move into the physical publishing world. These short story submissions were ultimately just small-scale efforts. The next day, Saturday's sunshine was still bright. Jiang Shi rubbed her eyes and got out of bed still drowsy. Turning to look at the alarm clock, it showed 9:30. Today her mother had rarely not dragged her out of bed. She combed her messy hair in front of the mirror. Looking at the delicate young girl in the mirror, Jiang Shi wondered whether she should cut her long hair shorter. Long hair was really troublesome to manage. But after imagining how she would look with short hair, Jiang Shi dismissed the idea. Who made her want a girlfriend with long, straight black hair in her past life? Now she had become that herself. As for being someone else's girlfriend, Jiang Shi declared it absolutely impossible. There were still so many beautiful junior and senior girls waiting for her to get close to. Opening the wardrobe after rummaging through it, little comrade Jiang had a question mark over her head. Where were my track pants and jeans? They were all gone. Mom, my pants are missing. Little comrade Jiang called for backup. I've put all the dirty clothes in the washing machine. Find something else to wear in the wardrobe. Wu Shuichen's voice came from the balcony. The mystery was solved. It was her mother's doing. Jiang Shi returned to the wardrobe, a look of hesitation on her face. Due to her deliberate avoidance and the need to cycle to school, she had worn all her pants this week. Only various skirts remained. Had this day finally come? If not for the plan to go out with Su Jia today, Jiang Shi took a slightly longer skirt with a look of tragic determination. Sorry, my little buddy, you abandoned me first. The skirt was indeed much cooler than pants, but it also made Jiang Shi feel empty below, extremely unaccustomed to it. Compared to pants, it lacked a sense of security. Her movements became somewhat awkward. Her 2 straight slender legs were exposed to the air. They looked beautiful really, but it always made her feel a bit embarrassed. She could only pat her face and tell herself it was nothing. Changing into sports shoes and grabbing her keys, Jiang Shi waved to her mother to inform her. Mom, I'm going out. I'm meeting a classmate at 10. Be careful on the road and watch out for yourself out there. Got it. Jiang Shi, over here. Su Jia stood at the entrance of the supermarket waving her hand at Jiang Shi from afar. Due to her skirt, Jiang Shi walked with considerable restraint. She was afraid of an accidental exposure. Hee, you look so beautiful in that dress, Jiang Shi. Caught under Su Jia's unwavering gaze, a faint blush crept onto Jiang Shi's cheeks. Yet in her eyes, Su Jia's attire was far bolder. Denim shorts paired with a short-sleeved top flaunting Su Jia's enviable figure without reservation. It was a style entirely different from Jiang Shi's. Her thighs were round and exquisitely shaped. The slightly wheat-tanned skin radiated a healthy glow. Jiang Shi couldn't resist reaching out to pinch them. Haha, Jiang Shi, what are you doing? That tickles. Having succeeded in her surprise attack, Jiang Shi revealed a satisfied smile. But Su Jia was not one to back down. She grabbed Jiang Shi's delicate hand and began to tickle her palm. As a sports student, she was far stronger than Jiang Shi. Hee, I'm not afraid of that. Jiang Shi smiled, faintly feeling the warmth and softness of the other girl's hand. Jiang Shi had slept in that morning and hadn't had time for breakfast. Her stomach was completely empty. The aroma from the snack shop suddenly seemed especially tempting. Let's get lunch first, Jiang Shi suggested. Sure, how about Malatang? I just found a place that's pretty good. Back in 2010, a Malatang had already swept across the country. It was the pioneer of trendy food joints. This snack originating from Sichuan province was essentially a mini hot pot. In her past life, Jiang Shi had eaten plenty of it while working part-time jobs. Order as much as you want, a dozen yuan can fill you up. It was both affordable and good. Jiang Shi casually picked a few items she fancied, paid, and found a seat with Su Jia. It was nearing lunchtime, and it was the weekend. The small shop was already packed with people. The air conditioner and fans worked at full blast, but still couldn't suppress the rising heat. Jiang Shi housed no. For high school. I recall Rinyi also went there. While waiting for their food, the two chatted. Rinyi had been the class monitor in Jiang Shi's junior high class. But he fell ill just before the high school entrance exam, causing him to underperform and miss even the cutoff for no. Free high school. The sports field is pretty big, and the cafeteria food. Just so-so. Jiang Shi remembered a day when they served cucumber stir-fried with eggs. Let's just say the taste left much to be desired. What about you? The academic pressure at no. One high school must be quite intense, right? Su Jia spread her hands, looking utterly indifferent. I'm a sports student. To be honest, I just need to scrape by on the academic subjects. Jiang Shi nodded, recalling how some classmates in her sophomore year had chosen the art track. They talked about interesting things that happened at their new schools. Occasionally they threw in a few complaints about teachers they didn't like. Su Jia mentioned that the teachers assigned to sports students at no. One high school were particularly harsh. They often punished them by making them run laps. Jiang Shi recalled the stern-faced PE teacher from class 3. He wasn't any better. After eating their fill, Su Jia and Jiang Shi headed to Century Square. It was the shopping mall closest to Jiang Shi's home. In a few years it would be expanded, and the surrounding housing prices would gradually rise. Sometimes Jiang's mother would take her here to buy new clothes. If she remembered correctly, there was a gymnasium on the top floor. It would be perfect for Jiang Shi to complete her system tasks. However, Su Jia's target was clearly not the clothing stores on the first floor. She led Jiang Shi straight to the third floor. They stopped in front of a shop called Pet House. Through the glass they could see all kinds of cats inside. A few of them noticed the people outside the glass. They started meowing. So cute. Even Jiang Shi, who had been a man in his past life, couldn't help pressing his face against the glass to look. Unfortunately, in her previous life, she had struggled just to support herself, let alone keep a pet. But who could resist fluffy, soft little kittens? Tada! This is where I wanted to bring you. Su Jia pulled Jiang Shi into the shop. A woman in an apron looked up from behind the cash register. She was holding a white Persian cat. It seemed she was brushing its fur. Seeing Su Jia, the woman smiled and said, Jia's here. Just in time to help me feed these little ones. Her gaze shifted, noticing Jiang Shi following behind Su Jia. She thought to herself, what a beautiful girl. Out of curiosity, she asked, is this the classmate you mentioned? This is Jiang Shi, my junior high classmate. Su Jia then turned to introduce Jiang Shi. This is my cousin Suya, the owner of this pet shop. They exchanged greetings. Suya lifted the white cat in her arms and waved its paw. Tong Yuan, say hello to Sister Jiang too. The little white cat cooperated with a meow. It was utterly adorable. Suya took out some cans and cat sticks from a drawer and handed them to Su Jia and Jiang Shi. Instantly the cats around them gathered, rubbing against their legs. Be careful not to step on their tails when feeding them. Don't be afraid, they're all very gentle. They won't bite. After giving them a few instructions, Suya returned to behind the cash register, leaving them to enjoy the space. Jiang Shi held a cat stick and found a place to sit down. The little kittens followed her. They scurried over, shifting their territory. Su Jia picked up a calico cat. They stared at each other eye to eye. Hua, haven't you gained weight again? Meow, meow, meow. Su Jia laughed heartily and let it go. Then she scooped up a large orange cat from the floor and placed it into Jiang Shi's arms. This is the star employee of my cousin's shop, Don Huang. He's especially soft to pet. She recommended it to Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi reached out her hand and pressed it on Dan Wang's furry head. A smile spontaneously crept onto her face. Really, he's so soft. This large orange cat was not at all shy. It stretched its neck to rub its head against Jiang Shi's palm. While rubbing, it extended its tongue to lick Jiang Shi's fingers. It kept burrowing into Jiang Shi's arms. Haha, that tickles. Open the cat stick and feed it to him. He's smart. He's just after the treat in your hand. Seeing Jiang Shi enjoying herself, Su Jia reminded her from the side. She herself took out a can to feed the other cats. The time spent petting the cats flew by. Jiang Shi had basically petted every cat in the shop. Her clothes were covered in cat fur of various colors. After feeling thoroughly satisfied, the two bid farewell to Suya and prepared to go home. Goodbye, cousin. We're off. Sister Jiang Shi, come play again sometime. Thank you, Sister Su. As soon as she got home, Jiang Shi was grabbed by her mother. Jiang Shi, how did your skirt get covered in fur? Jiang Shi gave an embarrassed chuckle, stuck out her tongue, and explained, I went to a pet shop with a classmate this afternoon. Take it off quickly. Don't let the fur fly all over the house. Hearing Mrs. Jiang's voice, Ji Ruisong also came out of his room. He teased with a smile, Jiang, did you take a nap in a cat den? It's a shop opened by my classmate's cousin. The little kittens inside are super cute. Never mind cute. Look down. Look at your hair, how messy it is. Mrs. Jiang gave her a gentle slap on the head. Little comrade Jiang put on an aggrieved expression, holding her head. Ji Ruisong quickly interjected. She's just a kid. It's normal for children to like cats and dogs. Jiang Shi silently gave old Ji a thumbs up in her heart. Good job defusing the situation. Jiang Shi had a dream full of cats. The cats in the dream could even talk. But unfortunately what they said was English listening comprehension. It scared her awake instantly. She glanced at the alarm clock. It was just 8 o'clock. Yawning Jiang Shi walked out of the room to look for breakfast. Jihan was already sitting at the dining table focusing on the porridge and eggs in his bowl. Not seeing their parents, they were probably out. Jiang Shi went to the kitchen and ladled herself a bowl of porridge. Then she scooped a spoonful of white sugar. After a little stirring, a bowl of steaming sweet porridge was ready. Back at the table, Jihan, who had already finished eating, was still sitting. He seemed to have made up his mind and spoke Sisum. Jiang Shi raised an eyebrow. This little brother of hers actually took the initiative to call her. Something was off 9 parts out of 10. When someone is uncharacteristically nice, there's definitely something wrong. Can you lend me some money? Jihan hesitated for a long time before uttering the second half. Ji Ruisong would regularly give the siblings pocket money and never asked about its use. The amount was fixed each month, no more. But since Jiang Shi was now in the first year of high school, she got a bit more than Jihan. So he was strapped for cash and came to borrow money. Ran out of pocket money. If you're going to spend it on games, I won't lend it to you. Jiang Shi observed Jihan's reaction. She knew this little guy had spent no small amount of money at internet cafes. No, it's a classmate's birthday. I want to buy a gift for him. Jihan shook his head like a rattledrum. Buy a gift. Jiang Shi narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Male classmate or female classmate? Male, my best buddy. Since we're about to graduate. Jiang Shi looked at him with a smile. Oh, such a big reaction. Male? Best buddy, huh? Jihan couldn't help but feel a bit guilty, his eyes darting away. Okay, how much do you need? Hearing Jiang Shi's agreement, Jihan's face lit up with joy. He quickly replied, 10 yuan is enough. Afraid she might change her mind. He'll give it to you later. When you have time, bring your best buddy over to play. Jiang Shi nodded. As for Jihan's story about borrowing money specifically to buy a gift for a male classmate, she certainly didn't believe it. But she didn't directly expose Jihan's little scheme, who didn't have a little crush in their school days. However, Jiang Shi was a bit curious about how far this little brother of hers had gotten with the other person. Soon Jihan happily took the money and went to buy the gift. Jiang Shi cleaned up the dishes and took off the apron. She changed into a short-sleeve shirt and sports pants. In the afternoon, she was going to have a gathering with by Jingran and the others. In the morning, she planned to go to the gymnasium to complete the basketball task. Century Square, 4th floor. Jiang Shi took out 5 yuan from her pocket and handed it to the old man at the entrance. At that time, the gymnasium didn't charge by the hour. It was only a 5 yuan entrance fee. You could stay inside all day long. 3 hours later, Jiang Shi rubbed her slightly sore calves. The progress of task 2 had become 66. She chose to complete the task. Her physique stat instantly jumped from 5 to 8. Only 3 points. This system is way too stingy. Jiang Shi couldn't help complaining. But soon she felt a stream of warmth pass through her body. All her fatigue vanished in an instant. So this is the feeling of leveling up and getting stronger. She had to say it was truly refreshing. Jiang Shi patted the basketball in her hand. Some unfamiliar memories appeared in her mind out of nowhere. This was the system's second reward, basic basketball skill. Although it said basic, Jiang Shi felt that it was already much stronger than her past self. She handled various techniques and footwork with ease. If she ran into Shun Su again, she could definitely take him down within 3 balls. As the task was completed, the text at the position of task 2 gradually blurred. After it became clear again, it had turned into a new task. Task 2, if you like someone, you should say it out loud. Confess to the girl you like. The task requires at least 50 onlookers, and the reward is 2 points of charm. Jiang Shi pinched her chin and pondered for a moment. This system probably wanted her to confess at school. Not to mention, if she were still a boy doing this, she would definitely become the new legend of the school immediately. If the girl agreed, the two of them would go to the office together for ideological education. If the other party didn't agree, Jiang Shi would be the one to bear the bombardment from old Zhuang. Anyway, for these 2 points of charm, there would definitely be no good outcome. But now she was a girl. Girls saying they like each other in most people's eyes might just be an expression of closeness. It wouldn't rise to the level of love. This task was a freebie for Jiang Shi now. If she said it to Bai Jingran, maybe she could even see her blush. Thinking of Ranran's fair face tinged with red, Jiang Shi couldn't help but giggle. She was clearly a beautiful and lovely girl, yet she had a lecherous expression on her face. Leaving the gymnasium, Jiang Shi rode her bicycle away from Century Square. After her physique improved, even her cycling speed increased noticeably. For the noon gathering, the 4 of them had agreed to meet at the school gate. It would still take some time for her to ride there. When Jiang Shi arrived, the other 3 were already waiting in the shade at the school gate. Bai Jingran was wearing a light-colored long dress. It outlined her slender waistline, but the pleats at the chest were slightly flattened. It almost made Jiang Shi's eyes go wide. She had a small bag slung across her body, as if ready to go on a trip. Mi Wanqing went for a cute style with a pleated skirt and a brown bear backpack. On the other side, Huang Qiqi was wearing a white tank top paired with a thin green jacket. She had a touch of maturity. Jiang, you're going shopping in this. In contrast, Jiang Shi wore gray sweatpants with a white short-sleeve shirt, prioritizing convenience. What's wrong? I think it's fine, Jiang Shi said, looking down at herself. Wasn't this outfit pretty normal? Although she was forced to wear a skirt yesterday, Jiang Shi still preferred pants. She wasn't used to the feeling of emptiness that felt like she wasn't wearing anything. The three of them looked her over from head to toe. Jiang Shi felt suspicious and got goosebumps from being stared at. She became alert and crossed her arms in front of her chest. What are you doing? I feel like you're thinking about something really bad. Little Jiang's newly installed sixth sense had finally kicked in. How could that be? We're good friends, aren't we? Huang Qiqi smiled slightly. Right, Ran, let's go shopping after lunch. Mi Wanqing also picked up on Huang Qiqi's signal. I think that's a great idea. Bai Jingran covered her mouth and chuckled. Her deskmate clearly had good foundation, but didn't know how to dress up at all. Her dressing style was like a boy's, always black, white, gray, with various sweatpants. Now that they finally had a chance, they definitely wanted to try their hand on Jiang Shi. Although she didn't know what they were plotting, Jiang Shi was not panicked at all. She was now super little Jiang, who had been upgraded. What could three little girls possibly do to her? But soon Jiang Shi regretted her earlier shallow thoughts. Shopping with beautiful girls was indeed a pleasure. Holding arms, holding hands, occasionally feeling the soft warmth unintentionally. However, the group kept walking without stopping. Jiang Shi couldn't find a chance to sit down and rest. She had to comment on the clothes they chose from time to time. Jiang Shi, what do you think of this? I feel it suits you. Mom, I think it's not bad. Jiang Shi replied, casually in her opinion. These clothes all looked similar, some just with different patterns or colors. But Mi Wanqing could analyze them with great expertise, occasionally holding the clothes against Jiang Shi for comparison. Before long, the shopping bags in their hands piled up like a small mountain. Fortunately, Jiang Shi's strength had increased quite a bit, so carrying them was manageable. The four of them arrived at the fitting room entrance. Jiang Shi, go try it on first. Bai Jingran let go of Jiang Shi's hand. Losing Ran's small hand, Jiang Shi felt a pang of loss. I didn't take any clothes. You're holding the clothes we picked for you. Go ahead. Huang Qiqi urged with a smile, already eager to see Jiang Shi in a skirt. Seeing the various skirts and tank tops in her hands, Jiang Shi felt as if she had stepped into a den of temptation. Swallowing hard, she said, can I not wear them? No. The three chorused in unison. Jiang Shi could only walk into the fitting room with a look of utter resignation. After waiting for a long time, just when they suspected Jiang Shi might not know how to put them on, the curtain of the fitting room was pulled open. Bai Jingran's eyes lit up. The young girl stood before the fitting room, her cheeks flushed. The hem of the dress fell to her knees, revealing her slender fair calves and jade-like ankles. Paired with the camisole top, the girl's pure white shoulders and neck were immediately visible, along with her delicate collarbones that sparked imagination. Though her bust was not as prominent as Bai Jingran's, it already showed a gentle curve, adding a hint of sexy silhouette. Jiang, you have such a great figure. This outfit suits you perfectly. Bai Jingran stepped forward, unable to keep her hands off Jiang Shi, touching her affectionately. Stop it, this skirt is too short. Jiang Shi pinched the hem. It was even shorter than the one she wore yesterday. She dared not take large steps when walking. Mi Wanqing's eyes were also filled with admiration as she looked at Jiang Shi. She was simply a natural clothes hanger. But Jiang Shi didn't realize it herself. She only found wearing a skirt troublesome. Then she tried on other styles, each one cooler than the last. After all the fuss, Jiang Shi finally changed back into her own clothes. At last she could rest. Jiang the lazy fish found a seat and sat down, surrounded by many young men carrying large and small bags. They all seemed to be accompanying their female companions, giving Jiang Shi a sense of finding her tribe, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Soon enough, Bai Jingran's voice came from the fitting room. Jiang, how do I look in this? Jiang the lazy fish's brief rest came to an end. After shopping, the four of them chatted and laughed as they went downstairs. Bye, see you tomorrow. Mi Wanqing and Huang Qiqi live far from here and plan to take a taxi together. Bai Jingran and Jiang Shi saw them off. Then I'll be going to Ran. Taking advantage of the girl's distraction, Jiang Shi planted a kiss on her cheek. Bai Jingran's face instantly flushed as she touched her face and glared at Jiang Shi with a mix of shame and anger. Jiang Shi, you pervert. Hee. Jiang Shi dodged Bai Jingran's counterattack like a dragonfly skimming the water. Just one kiss, it won't cost you a piece of meat. Bai Jingran raised her fist and chased after Jiang Shi. When they reached a restroom, Jiang Shi suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Seeing her serious expression, Bai Jingran asked in confusion. Listen, in the safety passage next to the restroom, someone seemed to be talking. I really didn't steal your things. It was a girl's voice. Cut the crap, take off your clothes, and let us search, then well no. Kid, you dare steal Brother Long's stuff. You've got some nerve. If you don't hand it over today, you're not leaving. There were also 3 male voices. I didn't. The girl's voice carried a hint of tears. Before Bai Jingran could react, Jiang Shi strode over and kicked open the half-closed door of the safety passage. The people inside were startled. When they saw that the newcomer was a yellow-haired girl, Xiao Gaolong clicked his tongue and said, "Where did this little brat come from? Get lost, get lost." But the girl pulled the girl's hand and faced them, saying, "You should be the ones to get lost. 3 men bullying a girl, utterly shameless. Oh, we've got a busybody here." The slick young man standing beside Xiao Gaolong laughed. "If you want to stand up for her, think carefully. This person stole our stuff first." Xiao Gaolong blew a puff of smoke toward them. "Then you can call the police. Why are you cornering her here? So what if we corner her? Go ahead, call the police." The remaining short, flat-haired man said arrogantly. "Final, call the police right now." Jiang Shi reached into her pocket, but found nothing. Oh, she forgot that after her rebirth, she hadn't bought a phone yet. "Go on, why aren't you calling?" The flat-haired man, seeing Jiang Shi's hesitation, knew she was bluffing. "Either you pay for the thing she stole. That watch isn't expensive, 4 or 5,000 maybe." Xiao Gaolong looked the girl up and down, his gaze carrying a hint of aggression. "Or you two spend the night with me, and well, forget this ever happened." He reached out to grab the girl's shoulder. Jiang Shi sidestepped, her face dark as thunder, staring coldly at him. That aggressive gaze made her very uncomfortable. "Pervert, what do you think you're doing? What do you think?" Xiao Gaolong twisted his neck and stepped forward. His failure to grab her earlier had stoked his anger. He had almost succeeded, but then this ungrateful wretch had to show up. Fortunately, she was somewhat attractive, so he might as well take care of both at once. Jiang Shi hadn't expected the man would dare to resort to force in broad daylight. She could only pull the girl behind her and retreat, her whole body tense, ready to counterattack. She wasn't so easy to bully now. Her physique of 8 points might not be much, but it was enough. The moment Xiao Gaolong reached out again, Jiang Shi moved. She grabbed his sleeve with one hand and his collar with the other, then extended her right foot to trip him toward the stairs. Xiao Gaolong's pupils contracted. He tried to grab the railing, but it was too late. A tremendous force pushed him. After a series of thuds, he rolled all the way down to the bottom. He stood up, his face bruised and swollen, his eyes practically blazing with fury. "Damn it, grab them. They dared to hit me. You'll pay for this. What should we do?" Seeing the men charging aggressively, the girl behind Jiang Shi grew even more frightened and clung to Jiang Shi's clothes. Jiang Shi's expression also turned grim. Unknown, she wasn't afraid. But if all 3 attacked together, she might not be able to hold her ground. "Stop. What are you doing?" At the critical moment, 2 police officers in dark blue uniforms walked in, their hands already resting on the batons at their waists. Xiao Gaolong, seeing the gleaming police badge, dared not move further and shot Jiang Shi a venomous glare. Turning to the officers, he said, "They stole my things and hit me. Look at my face. The skin's broken. These 2 little girls beat you up." The officer looked suspiciously at both sides, 3 strapping young men on one side and 2 seemingly frail young girls on the other. "Bullshit, officer. This guy made moves on us first." Jiang Shi pointed at the other's nose. It was the first time she had seen such a shameless person, twisting the truth and playing the victim. Xiao Gaolong snorted coldly. "I made moves on you. Do you have any proof?" The 2 lackeys chimed in, looking emboldened. "You?" Jiang Shi wanted to curse, but quickly calmed down. Since the police were already here, she didn't bother wasting her breath on them. Seeing the 2 sides contradicting each other, the officer frowned. "What exactly happened? One at a time. You, the little girl over there, tell us first." The 2 officers noticed the girl behind Jiang Shi. Her eyes were swollen, clearly from crying. Just then, Bai Jingran walked in, holding up her phone from which a man's voice came. "Or you can spend the night with me, and we'll pretend this never happened." Xiao Gaolong's face immediately turned ugly. He hadn't expected someone else to be secretly recording outside. "Hello, I'm the one who called the police," Bai Jingran said to the officers. "Since we can't sort it out here, let's all go to the police station." Jiang, are you all right?" Bai Jingran grabbed Jiang Shi's hands, checking for injuries. She had been terrified when Jiang Shi rushed in. As soon as she realized what was happening, she called the police and started recording on her phone. Ran, I'm fine. Those punks couldn't hurt me." Jiang Shi patted Bai Jingran to reassure her. "You can't be so reckless next time. What if they had a weapon?" "I can run if I can't fight them," Jiang Shi said confidently. "You know I'm fast." Seeing Jiang Shi's stubbornness, Bai Jingran was furious. She pouted and said, I won't look out for you next time." Then she turned to the girl sitting with them, the one who had been cornered in the stairwell. She greeted her softly. "Hello, I'm Bai Jingran. What's your name?" "I am Yuan Mingjiao." The girl seemed shy and was not tall, her eyes slightly red. "Are you a student?" "Yes, I'm in 9th grade at Ilu Middle School." "Don't be afraid. We're from Jiangxing, no. For high school." Yuan Mingjiao nodded. Bai Jingran took out her phone and asked, "Do you remember your family's number? You can use my phone to call. My parents are working in another city. Only my grandmother is at home." She pursed her lips, clearly not wanting to worry the old lady. Looking at the girl's frail figure, Jiang Shi suddenly remembered that her own cheap brother also seemed to attend Ilu Middle School. But seeing the girl like a startled deer, Jiang Shi didn't ask. Soon the police car arrived at the station. They took statements from each person separately. Bai Jingran was first. When Jiang Shi came out, she saw Bai Jingran chatting with Yuan Mingjiao. The two seemed to have grown closer. Just then a middle-aged man in police uniform walked in. Jiang Shi glanced at his epaulets. A high rank, likely a city bureau leader. Why was he at this small station? Then she saw Bai Jingran stand up and call him dad. Ah, that made sense. A real-life version of my father is the chief. In her past life, she had seen him in the news. His name was Bai Handong, the future police chief of Jiangqing, though currently, he was still deputy. Jiang Shi walked over to Bai Jingran and was pulled into an introduction. This is my classmate Jiang Shi. Hello, uncle. Jiang Shi curved her lips and greeted sweetly. Bai Handong smiled and said, hello, I've heard a lot about you from Ran Ran. Are you all right? I came as soon as I got the call. We're fine thanks to Ran Ran calling the police immediately. Good. Next time you encounter danger, remember to ask adults for help first. Don't act on your own. Bai Handong admonished them. Got it. Jiang Shi nodded in agreement. Then Bai Handong went inside and spoke a few words. An investigation revealed that the three punks had simply been looking for trouble targeting the girl because she was alone. They were also repeat offenders with a long criminal record. With his intervention and Bai Jingran's recording, the three would be eating prison food for a good while. Soon Bai Handong led Jiang Shi and Bai Jingran out of the station. Yuan Mingjiao's home was in a different direction. The station arranged another car to take her home. Bai Handong dropped Jiang Shi at the No. 4 high school gate where her bicycle was still parked. She waved goodbye to the two. Goodbye, Ran Ran. Goodbye, Uncle Bai. See you tomorrow, Jiang Jiang. Take care. Then she got on her bike and her figure disappeared into the sunset. Your desk mate is reckless, but she has a good heart. She's a friend worth keeping, Bai Handong said as he started the car, turning to his daughter. How are her grades? Dad, can't we be friends if her grades aren't good? Bai Jingran puffed out her cheeks. If her grades are good, you two can help each other with studies. Bai Handong knew his daughter's temperament. He and his wife were both busy with work and had little time for her, which made Bai Jingran place great importance on friendships. Loyalty was a good thing, but he always worried she might be misled, so he took every chance to vet her friends. Next week is military training, right? Remember to bring the sunscreen your mom prepared. Don't come back looking like a little charcoal. Dad. Bai Handong laughed heartily, ignoring his daughter's pout. Jiang Shi rode home slowly. Today's incident was a wake-up call. When her manuscript fee arrived, she should buy herself a phone. Otherwise it was troublesome to contact people when out. A phone would make things much easier. If not for Ran Ran calling the police today, she might not have gotten away unscathed. Even though she had been reborn for a while, she sometimes still thought of herself as an adult male. Some situations that were nothing to her past self might be dangerous for her current self, a high school girl. Might become dangerous. Moreover, public security in the 2010s was not great. Many gangsters and punks were still active. Jiang Shi now only hoped the system would give more tasks that reward constitution points. Military training, the annual tradition that marks the start of the school year. For the sophomores and seniors, of course, it was a spectacle to relish. Sipping cold drinks and gnawing on popsicles by the convenience store, they watched the freshmen endure the scorching sun while standing at attention, a sight that only made their own leisure sweeter. Chin up, chest out, and keep those legs straight, barked the instructor clad in camouflage as he prowled through the ranks. His sharp eyes missed nothing, not a single whisper of movement escaped his notice. Jiang Shi stood ramrod straight. The 3 extra points she had added to her physique made things considerably easier. She could probably hold this stance for an hour without issue. Not bad. Your posture is exemplary, the instructor remarked, nodding slightly as he paused before her. As if it could be otherwise, Jiang Shi grumbled inwardly. Middle school, high school, college. 3 times she had endured this ordeal. Add this rebirth, and it was her 4th round. Even a dog after so many repetitions would have learned to stand properly. Just 7 more minutes, everyone. Hang in there, the instructor announced, glancing at his watch. Then his voice shot up. You two over there. What's the whispering about? Step out. Don't think I didn't see you. He shouted toward the back of the formation. The boys at the rear exchanged glances, none daring to move. Finally, the instructor strode over and dragged 2 of them to the front. One was a hefty fellow, his face twisted with impatience. The other had a pockmarked face and a hairstyle that bordered on garish. Jiang Shi took one look and quickly recalled their names, Song Qi and Li Xiaoming. She remembered them well. They were the class notorious troublemakers, perpetually at the bottom of the academic rankings. Song Qi, relying on his bulk and a family with a bit of money, often bullied classmates and dragged Li Xiaoming into his schemes. Old Zhuang had hauled them to the office for reprimands more times than anyone could count, yet they never reformed. Eventually, they crossed someone far more dangerous and got beaten up outside the school gates. Only then did they finally simmer down. What were you two saying? Let me in on it, the instructor said, reaching out to pat Song Qi's pudgy cheek. Nothing, Song Qi sneered, unimpressed. Oh, got a big mouth, do you? If you want talk, then run. 10 laps, now. The instructor squinted, knowing full well how to handle these young punks. Song Qi shot him a venomous glare. If the man hadn't been so much more formidable, he might have tried to throw a punch. In the end, the two had no choice but to obediently start their run. Company, stand at ease. Take a 10-minute break. The formation dissolved into chaos. Some dropped to the ground without a second thought. Jiangshi shook her hair loose and jogged to the edge of the track to grab her water bottle. As she prepared to drink, a bottle of Mizone was thrust into her hand. Here, have this, Jiang. Ran, you're the best. I love you so much. Jiangshi threw her arms around Bai Jingran. The bottle was still cool, clearly just bought from the convenience store. Huang Qiqi and Mi Wanqing joined them, looking far more exhausted than Jiangshi. Bai Jingran handed each of them a bottle as well. Ran, why did you buy so many? Mi Wanqing asked, eyeing the 5 or 6 drinks behind Bai Jingran with curiosity. These? Just some gifts from a few guys, Bai Jingran replied with a hint of resignation. They dropped them off and ran before I could even refuse. Due to her period, Bai Jingran was excused from training, but still had to stay on the field, or else she'd be marked absent. So she became the de facto water station attendant. Her delicate features and flawless figure quickly caught the attention of boys from other classes. Every few minutes someone would dash over to offer her a drink. Even now Jiangshi could feel stray glances drifting their way. She shot them back with a fierce glare. Ran was her woman. How dare these people try to poach? Yet her backward glance only had the opposite effect. 2 beauties standing together made the scene all the more captivating. In an instant, even more heads turned their way. In the rest area of Class 7 Grade 10, a voice piped up. Xiao Fu, isn't that Miss Bai? Why is she at No? 4 high. I thought her grades were good enough to get into No. 1 high easily. A dandy in Nikes with a Boy London t-shirt peeking out from under his uniform glanced over. His gaze, however, lingered on the face of the girl beside her as he replied, No. 4 or No. 1 makes no difference to her. But you. Can you even make it to a decent university? Ahem, if I can't, my dad can just throw some money at it. Or he'll go abroad. Studying's never been my thing. The boy beside him waved dismissively, his face nonchalant. Who's that girl talking to her? No idea. With that unremarkable figure, you're not into that type, are you, Xiao Fu? She just looks familiar. A boy with half-rimmed glasses leaned in. His face was delicate with slender brows. At a glance he could easily be mistaken for a girl. What Xiao Fu are you trying to pull about you? And say this sister, I've seen her before. Get lost. Go write your novel. Xiao Fu shoved Shui Yuanin away. Hey, novels are just a hobby. I'm actually great at writing love letters. For a friend, I'll only charge you this much. Shui Yuanin held up 3 fingers. $3. 30. Another boy perked up with interest. 3 bowls of spicy hot pot. TCH, that's it. Xiao Fu ignored the 2 as they bickered. His eyes were fixed on the girl fooling around with Bai Jingran. A fleeting image of a petite figure flashed through his mind. Xiao Fu, your name is so weird, a little girl with pigtails murmured, biting her finger. Her big eyes stared intently at the 2 crooked characters in the grid notebook. What's weird about it? My dad said it's super easy to remember. Then write it again. Knife mouthier. How many strokes was that inside? Stop laughing. Seeing her burst into laughter, the little boy flushed with embarrassment and anger. Xiao Fu, look at this. Where did you dig up that sweet potato? So it's a sweet potato? I thought it was a yam all along. The little girl's eyes lit up. Grabbing the boy's hand, she exclaimed excitedly, Come on, let's go roast it. Stop right there, you little brats. Digging up my yams. I'm telling your parents. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Time to drill. Damn, this kid's really smitten. Cut it out. I heard the whistle. Xiao Fu snapped back to reality only to find the figure had vanished from his sight. The others around him were rising to their feet. After a brief respite, the grueling military training resumed. Jiangshi headed back to her position. But the moment she stepped out from under the shade of the trees, the full force of the blazing sun hit her. Combined with the dry air, it felt as if she were being baked alive. Fortunately, the instructor showed a sliver of mercy. He moved the formation under the shadow of the teaching building, offering the students some relief. Can't handle this. Your physical condition is terrible. Back in my day, we'd run 5 kilometers with full packs in the peak of summer. With nothing better to do, the instructor launched into stories from his military days. Just then Song Qi and Li Xiaoming returned to the ranks. They looked as if they'd been dragged out of a river. Panting heavily, their steps unsteady. You finished your run. Now get back in line and stand at attention. Seeing their miserable state, the others involuntarily straightened up even more. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the last day of military training. On Friday afternoon, September 13th, after the inspection ceremony, the instructors began organizing a singing battle. They even borrowed speakers and microphones from the school broadcast room. All 9 classes of the first year sat in a circle on the grass between the running tracks. The center was left empty, reserved for the fated ones, who would perform later. Class 3 was positioned in the northeast corner near the entrance to the playground. It was now the afternoon break, and many sophomore and junior students took the opportunity to come downstairs and get some fresh air. The area outside the playground was also packed with onlookers. Anyone who didn't know better might have mistaken it for a concert venue. Jiangshi squeezed close to Bai Jingran, faintly catching the subtle fragrance of perfume on her. The singing battle began, led by the instructors. However, the songs were mostly old classics that most of the students present had never heard. They could only hum along, focusing on the atmosphere. Still, it successfully ignited everyone's enthusiasm, especially during the back-and-forth singing duels. The boys from different classes seemed to compete with each other, starting with roars and gradually turning into a cacophony of howls. As long as their voices could overpower the opposing side, it counted as victory. Many had already shouted themselves hoarse, and occasionally someone would stir up trouble. Comments like so-and-so were thrown around. But the instructors knew that these high school students needed to unwind after the training, so they let them get excited for a while. Soon the event moved to the next segment. It was also the most anticipated part: individual performance time. The instructors would pick students from their own classes to sing or showcase talents. The more students a class sent up, and the better their performances, the more prestige they would gain. Additionally, it was a chance to compare the attractiveness of each class, students vying for the right to date over the next 3 years of high school. Jiang Shi recalled that in her previous life, Bai Jingran had gone up to sing a song. Predictably, with Bai Jingran's professional vocal skills and stunning appearance, she instantly became the center of attention. The day after the singing battle, love letters poured in endlessly. Jiang Shi glanced at the confession task and thought for a moment. This was also a great opportunity. Not just 50 people. With 9 classes here plus the upperclassmen watching from the sidelines, there were easily over 500. Having been reborn, she was no longer shy after enduring the trials of the corporate world. Even if she sang poorly, she still had Ran to back her up. With that thought, Jiang Shi tugged at Bai Jingran's hand. Ran, let's go up and sing a song together later. Sure, Jiang, what song do you want to sing? Bai Jingran readily agreed. She had planned to sing anyway. But for a duet, she needed to consider whether she knew the song Jiang Shi chose. The Story of Your Life. Jiang Shi pulled a song from her memory. Bai Jingran hesitated for a moment before saying, I know it, but isn't this a love song? Then just pretend you're singing it for me. Jiang Shi grinned. Of course, that was exactly why she chose this song. The order of performances followed the class sequence. First up was a boy from class 1. Jiang Shi glanced at him. She didn't recognize him. He didn't sing, but performed a harmonica solo. Though brief, it was clear he had some skill. As the first brave soul to take the stage, he received a round of applause. Next came a series of singers ranging from ancient-style songs to pop music. Most were average. Jiang Shi rated them as passable. But recalling her own KTV performances in her past life, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What if she sang badly? Would she be booed off the stage? Then a girl from class 2 stepped up. Jiang Shi's eyes lit up. This girl's figure was comparable to Bai Jingran's, though her style was completely different. If Bai Jingran was bright and reserved like the morning light of early spring, then this shy, blushing girl was more like a delicate flower, swaying gently in the evening breeze and sunset, serene and tranquil. Hello everyone, I'm Yuan from class 2. I'm not good at singing, so I'll dance a piece instead. As applause and music slowly rose, the girl's figure began to move in the center of the field. Dancing was much harder than singing, but judging by her agile movements, she had clearly been trained. As the music reached its climax, Yuan's movements became more ethereal. The students around held their breath, afraid to disturb such a mesmerizing scene. Jiang Shi recalled a line she had heard in her past life. A waist like a willow swaying in the wind, a few glances back danced the dreams of infatuated souls. If she had been wearing an ancient palace dress instead of a military uniform, she would have been even more stunning. But even so, her figure and flexibility were enough to awe the students. When the performance ended, Yuan caught her breath and patted her chest, then wiped a light sweat from her brow. The military uniform had somewhat restricted her, making her feel she hadn't performed at her best. The students sitting on the ground were silent for a moment before bursting into thunderous applause. Some even shouted her name, making the girl's cheeks flush even redder. She covered her face and ran back to her class. Anyone else? Does class 2 have more performers? No one raised their hand. The class 2 instructor then handed the microphone to the class 3 instructor. Ahem, all of you step up, and don't be afraid to embarrass yourselves. Who wants to be the first? They'll give them an extra 5 minutes of rest. After a heavyweight performance earlier, the audience's expectations had soared. The class 3 students suddenly felt deflated. Without comparison, there's no harm. If they went up without any real skills, they'd probably be laughed at for 3 years. Jiang Shi also secretly felt nervous. Her singing ability was probably just in the not disturbing the neighbors category. But Bai Jingran was already eager. Come on, Jiang, it's our turn. Jiang Shi steeled herself, thinking she'd sacrifice herself for the sake of beauty. With that, she stood up with Bai Jingran and walked to the center under the gaze of their classmates, who looked at them as if they were heroes. Ran, and Jiang Shi are going up. Huang Qiqi tugged at Mi Wanqing, who was secretly snacking. Mi Wanqing's cheeks were puffed out like a little squirrel's. After swallowing the food, she said slowly, "What's so strange about that? Ran said she learned to sing, didn't she? I mean, Jiang Shi is going up too. Jiang's voice is nice too, don't worry. With the two of them combining forces, they'll definitely outshine that you whatever's performance. And she's even bigger than me." The two girls together immediately drew everyone's attention, especially since one of them had a figure comparable to Yuan's. Hello everyone, I'm Bai Jingran from Class 3. Jiang Shi introduced herself briefly. Well, sing a duet of the story of your life. Hope you enjoy it. Jiang Shi admitted she had been a bit rash. The scale of 500 people versus 50 was a huge difference. Looking out, all she saw was a sea of dark heads and eyes staring intently at her. It was impossible not to feel nervous. But thinking about the confession she would make later, Jiang Shi took a couple of deep breaths and decided to throw caution at the location of Class 7, Grade 10. Hey, your Lin Meyer is up there. Shui Yuanyin, ever eager to stir up trouble, nudged Xiao Fu with his elbow. Xiao Fu lifted his head. His gaze met Jiang Shi's for a fleeting moment. He saw that somewhat familiar face once again, and that name almost forgotten in his memories. A trace of subtle joy rippled through his heart. It was indeed her. The name was the same as well. It had been so long since they last met, he wondered how she had been faring all these years. On the corridor of the Grade 11 teaching building. From here the entire sports field could be surveyed. The sounds from the field were faintly audible. Many Grade 11 students had gathered here to chat and enjoy the breeze while watching what the younger students were up to. Under the glow of the sunset, Shin Ce's silhouette was stretched long. A crowd had gathered around him. As the student council president, tall and handsome with excellent grades, he was quite popular among the Grade 11 students. He was the secret crush of many girls. Brother Shin, isn't that the sister-in-law? As Jiang Shi stepped onto the stage, a group of his friends began to tease him. After all, many had seen Shin Su playing basketball with Jiang Shi before. That was almost as good as bringing him water. She's even singing a love song. Brother Shin, shouldn't you join in for a duet? Someone suggested mischievously. Finished all your test papers. The monthly exam is coming up. I think you're getting a bit too cocky. Shinsu ignored them, instead turning the conversation. How about I ask the head teacher for a few more for you? No, we're sorry, Brother Shun. The few around him immediately begged for mercy, not having Shinsu's speed at solving problems. They all scurried away. Shinsu turned his gaze back to the sports field. Although he couldn't see the girl's face clearly, he could still recall that smiling countenance. And that self-introduction. Unconsciously, a slight curve graced the corner of his mouth. The prelude ended. Bai Jingran closed her eyes gently, quickly immersing herself in the moment. Her melodious and moving voice transmitted through the speakers reached everyone's ears. I want to stroll with you watching the rainy season bloom. Let's go to a nameless place and quietly listen to the years grow old. It must be said that Bai Jingran's voice was incredibly captivating. As if possessed by some magic, it seized the ears of everyone present. Even Jiang Shi was momentarily distracted. She almost missed the rhythm of the second verse. The palpitations of youth, let them rest quietly in the heart. The thorns along the way just adorn the memories. The accumulated days and nights have spanned half a century. The story of your life I will remember with my entire life. Bai Jingran opened her eyes in surprise. Not because Jiang Shi sang poorly. On the contrary, she sang exceptionally well. In terms of emotional richness, she even surpassed Bai Jingran. The girl's voice carried a hint of melancholy, clear and tender, as if genuinely soothing a beloved youth. It offered a sense of comfort. This emotion was not the impulse of youth. Rather, it was more like the relief after everything had returned to silence. Although Bai Jingran was technically stronger, she could not yet achieve this infusion of genuine emotion. At that moment, Jiang Shi experienced a peculiar sensation. This song felt more like she was singing it to herself. Singing to the Jiang Shi that no longer existed. The once introverted yet cautious struggling boy. The man who once held dreams, but became lost and disheartened. As the interlude began, thunderous applause erupted from the lawn. By the time the song ended, the scene was even more electrified. So beautiful, it's a shame she isn't a singer. Yeah, really, it doesn't feel any less than those professional singers. Both girls are so pretty too. Bai Jingran, you are my goddess. Jiang Shi. One more song. Bai Jingran took Jiang Shi's hand and made a victory sign towards me, Wanqing and Huang Qiqi below. The microphone was still in Jiang Shi's hand. Jiang Shi coughed twice and said, forget about another song, but there's something I want to say. Let her be the one to utter this long-buried confession. Then taking a deep breath, she shouted loudly, Bai Jingran, I like you. Silence reigned for 2 seconds, then an even louder roar burst from the crowd. I like her too, ha. Well, I still prefer Jiang Shi. XXX, I like you. The scene immediately descended into chaos. Some joined in the commotion to stir things up, while others took the chance to express their own feelings. No one took Jiang Shi's words as a genuine confession. They were merely seen as playful banter between close friends. But Bai Jingran's face flushed crimson, and she angrily punched Jiang Shi. Then she ran back to the Class 3 area, burying her head like an ostrich. Jiang Shi smiled, returned the microphone to the instructor, and then sat back down in her own spot. Bai Jingran's face was still flushed. Being teased like this in public. Even she found it extremely embarrassing. Watching Bai Jingran's angry little expression so much like a wronged young wife, Jiang Shi couldn't help but pull her into an embrace. Smiling, she apologized. I'm sorry, Ranran. I was wrong, Ranran. How about you shout it back? Bai Jingran raised her delicate brows and glared at Jiang Shi. Who would want to shout that back with you, umph? After this incident, Bai Jingran and Jiang Shi became celebrities in Class 3, along with Yuan from Class 2 and a girl from Class 8. They were dubbed by some grade 10 students as the four beauties of the 2010 cohort. The first time Jiang Shi heard this, she was so embarrassed she could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground. Where did that even come from? She was a system-certified heartthrob. But for now, Jiang Shi turned her attention to the system. The right side of Task 2 was marked as completed. Her heart stirred slightly, and her charm value instantly increased by 2 points. However, Jiang Shi felt no immediate change. Checking the system's description, she realized that unlike other points, charm value took effect slowly. It made sense, she thought. Otherwise, a sudden large increase would instantly transform her into a different person, which would be problematic. But Mi Wanqing sitting beside her seemed to notice something. She took Jiang Shi's hand and compared it, saying, Jiang, I feel like you've gotten paler. Jiang Shi tilted her head and glanced at her hand. Really? Maybe you've gotten tanned. Impossible. I apply sunscreen regularly. Mi Wanqing immediately retorted. Then, as if not believing it, she pulled over Bai Jingran's arm and discovered to her dismay that both of them were fairer than her. What's wrong, Wan? Bai Jingran turned her hand over, finding nothing unusual. Mi Wanqing let out a wail, looking utterly dejected as she said, We're all in the same military training. Why am I the only one who got tanned? Bai Jingran pulled her sunscreen out of her pocket and waved it in front of Mi Wanqing. Want to try mine? I think it works pretty well. Just then Huang Qiqi, who had been chatting with others, came over. Seeing the sunscreen in Bai Jingran's hand, she exclaimed in surprise, Wow, Clinique. Clinique? What's that? Jiang Shi looked bewildered. Jiang, don't you use any skincare products? Jiang Shi shook her head. She was a firm believer in washing her face with just water. At most, she'd use a bar of soap. What about sunscreen? I forgot it at home this morning. Instantly, 3 envious gazes were fixed on her. Jiang Shi raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? So there really are people born with natural beauty. Huang Qiqi, it hurts. The week-long military training had finally concluded. Another wonderful weekend arrived. It should have been a joyful occasion. Yet Jiang Shi lay on her bed, clutching her stomach. Her eyes were vacant, her expression numb. There was only one reason for this. Her period had come. Since morning, Jiang Shi felt her body unusually stiff. A dull, throbbing pain radiated from her flat, fair lower abdomen. At first, she thought she had eaten something bad. Then she saw a trace of red on the bedsheet. She was stunned for 2 full minutes. It quickly dawned on her. If her mother saw this sheet, she was in for a lecture. Enduring the ache, Jiang Shi rummaged through the cabinet for sanitary pads and clean underwear, changing into them. Even without first-hand experience, she had heard enough to know what to do. Then she stuffed the bedsheet into the washing machine. Jihan and her father were fiddling with something. Clattering sounds came from the living room. Seeing Jiang Shi up, Ji Ruisong turned and asked, Jiang, want to go to the park? Some of Jihan's classmates have planned a camping trip. We can take a stroll too. Jiang Shi looked at the scattered steel poles in their hands. They were tent poles. No, I'm not feeling well. My stomach hurts. Jiang Shi shook her head, too drained to move. I see. Then you should rest more. Ji Ruisong, seeing her clutching her stomach, understood. Jiang Shi lay back, down, unable to sleep, yet terribly drowsy. Half asleep, she heard a voice calling her. Jiang, this child falling asleep, without even taking off her clothes. Wu Shuiqin looked at Jiang Shi's sprawled sleeping posture and sighed, rubbing her forehead. She was about to undress her. In her sleep, Jiang Shi murmured something. Then like an octopus, she hugged her mother. Ran, you smell so nice. Wu Shuiqin tapped her daughter's head. Jiang Shi winced, let go, and slowly woke up. Holding her head, she complained, Mom, what did you do that for? My legs already ache and my stomach hurts. Wu Shuiqin thought for a moment. It was around the time of her daughter's period. Does it hurt a lot? Jiang Shi nodded. Only through personal experience did she understand how painful it truly was. Lie down. I'll get you a cup of hot water. Jiang Shi stared at the ceiling. The system's text appeared before her eyes again. After completing the last confession task, Task 2 had refreshed. Task 2, how can a tall, rich, and handsome man only be tall and handsome? Acquire assets of 100,000 yuan. Progress 216100000. Reward 5 free attribute points. These points could be freely allocated to various attributes. Even the system was urging her to earn money. Jiang Shi sipped the hot water slowly. Thinking of the few stories on her computer, even if she submitted them all to stories, she would barely earn 10,000 yuan. To complete the task, she needed to prioritize her long-form project. With that thought, Jiang Shi turned over and sat up. Slipping into her slippers, she headed to the study. Several messages awaited her on QQ. She replied to each one. Bai Jingran had gone traveling. Jiang Shi clicked on her profile page. Bai Jingran, wearing a sun hat, leaned against a rock. Behind her, a sea of clouds churned. Her smile was radiant. It seemed she had gone hiking. Jiang, what souvenir do you want? There are so many pretty bracelets here. This little pendant is also super cute. Then Jiang Shi's QQ received over a dozen photos. She picked two, not wanting to refuse Ran's kindness. Opening the chat with editor Qinglan, the last message was her saying, "Welcome to Submit Again." Stories was a bi-monthly magazine with some sections dedicated to serials. But those were mostly for well-known authors. After all, a fixed column was precious. What Jiang Shi wanted was to ask the editor if she could get a chance to write a serial. This would make it easier to build her reputation. Just as she was halfway through typing, a new message appeared in the chat. "Hello Jiang Li, the sample copy and payment have been sent. Please check your mail." "Okay, thank you, editor." Shi Qinglan, seeing the instant reply, casually sent another message. "It was always good to maintain a good relationship with promising authors. You're welcome. I should thank you for your manuscript. It saved me from overtime. Any new work lately?" "I accept all genres." Jiang Shi pondered for a few seconds. Then she posed her question. "What about a long novel?" "I'm planning to write one." "How many words approximately?" Shi Qinglan suddenly grew interested. Her superiors were planning to separate the serialized novels into a weekly publication. But most of their current authors wrote short to medium-length pieces. They couldn't yet gather enough content. Jiang Li's words were a timely reminder. Around 15,000 words. Jiang Shi estimated that at her pace, 15,000 words would take only half a month. After all, her mind was brimming with ideas, she just needed time to write them down. 15,000 words. If each serial installment was 15,000 words, it would take 10 weeks. Soon a line appeared on the screen. "Of course, as long as it's good work, I'll accept as much as you send," followed by a smiley face and text art. Jiang Shi hadn't expected such an immediate agreement, but it was good news for her. Long-form manuscripts paid much better than short ones, given the word count. With that, Jiang Shi opened Word and began working toward her little fortune. Up and on the computer as soon as you wake up. Doesn't your stomach hurt? Caught in the act of typing, Jiang Shi froze. Seeing her mother's stern expression, she obediently shut down the computer and lay back down. "It's not that I don't want you to play. Once you get into college, you can do whatever you want." Wu Shuiqin hung up laundry while lecturing her daughter earnestly. Jiang Shi rolled her eyes. In high school, they said college. In college, they said work. At work, they said marriage. Looking back, the happiest times were just childhood. But Jiang Shi still nodded and hummed in agreement. "Too much computer use is bad for your eyes. A face as pretty as my daughter's shouldn't be hidden behind glasses." Jiang Shi pulled the thin blanket over her head. She still wasn't used to anyone calling her pretty. And one more thing, no dating in high school, understood. To that, Jiang Shi could only say, "Mom, rest assured. There was no way she would ever date." "MMI, no." Seeing her daughter wasn't in the mood to talk, Wu Shuiqin left with, "Lunch will be ready soon. Get up when you can." Then she closed the door and left. Soon the aroma of food filled the house. Jiang the cat sniffed the air momentarily, forgetting her leg and back pain. Though her mother's nagging grated on her ears, it was bearable when faced with delicious food. Jiang, you look a bit pale." "Is it that obvious?" Jiang Shi touched her own face, feeling no difference. "Yes, you seem to have no color in your cheeks." "Don't even mention it." Jiang Shi sighed mournfully and slumped onto her desk. "It's just my period. I'm hemorrhaging." "No wonder I thought you were unusually quiet today, Jiang." Mi Wanqing poked Jiang Shi's cheek. It was soft and felt rather nice. "Oh, here are the souvenirs I brought for you." Bai Jingran pulled a small cloth pouch from her backpack. Inside were the bracelets and trinkets she had bought from the scenic spot. For Jiang Shi, there was a moonstone bracelet and a little orange cat pendant. "Wow, so beautiful, thank you, Ran. These must be quite expensive, right?" Mi Wanqing asked cautiously. Her family wasn't well off, so she felt a bit awkward accepting them. Bai Jingran smiled and pressed the items into her hand. "Not at all. These cost just a few dozen yuan together. Come on, Jiang, try yours on. I think this orange cat really resembles you." Jiang Shi held the pendant up to her eyes and examined it for a moment. It was indeed crafted with great detail. The little cat had an endearingly naive look. Ran, I suspect you're hinting that I'm a glutton who loves to sleep." As they chatted, old Zhuang walked in with the Chinese textbook. He tapped the blackboard, and with one sentence, Jiang Shi was thrown from summer into winter. "Ahem, would the last student in each row please collect the military training reflections from back to front?" Jiang Shi's eyes widened. What military training reflection? She didn't recall having homework over the weekend. Seeing Jiang Shi's dumbfounded expression, Bai Jingran tugged at her sleeve. Jiang, you didn't write it, did you?" "No one told me there was homework." Jiang Shi exclaimed in exasperation. A student's loneliest and most helpless moment is when they hear that they're the only one in the class who hasn't handed in their assignment. Jiang Shi felt the sensation of being abandoned by the world. But luckily old Zhuang gave her another chance. She just had to submit it before school ended today. After collecting the essays, old Zhuang turned and wrote several class officer positions on the blackboard. "Well, after 2 weeks together, you should have a good understanding of each other. Next, elect the class officers. As for subject representatives, each teacher will choose their own. Prepare a piece of paper. Start with the class monitor. Anyone who wants to run, come up and speak directly. The rest of you just write down the name of the person you're voting for. After all speeches are done, we'll tally the votes. Jiangshi glanced around and began analyzing the pros and cons. If it weren't for the system's task, she definitely wouldn't bother going through the trouble. First, she ruled out the class monitor. Too many big and small responsibilities that would eat up a lot of time. The academic committee member was also a bit troublesome. Though the work was light, it required good grades. Jiangshi was confident in her math and Chinese. As for foreign language, passing was already an overachievement for her. Then there were the Life Committee member, Publicity Committee member, and Labor Committee member. These three were mainly for slacking off, but the rewards were too meager. She didn't fancy them. What Jiangshi wanted most was the Sports Committee member. Physical fitness points were a great asset, but everyone would probably prefer a boy for that role. Looking at it this way, there really wasn't a good choice. Jiangshi pulled up the system again to read the instructions. She noticed an extra line of text folded underneath. If you join the student council, the reward will be 2 free attribute points. The girl shook her head helplessly. She never thought she'd be the one to say it tastes so good. The election took quite a while. As expected, Bai Jingran became the class monitor. The academic committee member was a boy named Xiao Yi. Jiangshi had some impression of him. His grades were indeed quite good, but he looked down on students with poor grades. He often clashed with the back row troublemakers. Jiangshi also spotted a familiar name. Ran. That should be the person who added her as a friend on Penguin Messenger. But what puzzled Jiangshi was that she hadn't joined any freshman groups or anything. How did this person get her Penguin number? She'd find a chance to ask later. Tuesday morning. The familiar corner, the familiar hoop. But this time Jiangshi came empty-handed. Shinsu was still alone, looking almost lonely. But Jiangshi knew this kid was definitely putting on an act. As the student council president, he must have plenty of underlings. Even if he couldn't rally 100 with a call, finding a few basketball buddies was surely no problem. Why don't you go play with them? Shinsu stopped the ball and saw it was Jiangshi. He smiled slightly and said, I prefer practicing alone. I'm used to it. Jiangshi leaned against the basketball stand and said bluntly, like I do believe that. It's just easier to show off alone, isn't it? Showing off requires a central spot. True enough. Jiangshi nodded thoughtfully. Want to play a couple of rounds? Shinsu tossed the basketball toward Jiangshi. Not today. I have a stomachache. She caught it and passed it back. So did you come to me for something? Last time you said you could get me into the student council. Does that offer still stand? Of course. Shinsu nodded. Then I agree now, but I have a condition. Name it. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can agree. Give me a position with less work. Rubbing his chin in thought, Shinsu revealed a somewhat playful smile. Well, there is a position that fits your requirements. But you'll have to wait until the first year's start evening study sessions. After the 8 daily classes at No. 4 high school, there were 2 evening study periods. The first years hadn't started yet to give the new students time to adjust. During that time, student council members would go to each class to monitor discipline. They'd note down the unruly students. The next day, they'd hand the list to the homeroom teachers to deal with. They were like imperial envoys dispatched by the student council. Unless it was a particularly chaotic class, they'd basically just slack off for 2 periods. Very leisurely. Perfectly suited to Jiangshi's requirements. The only downside was that it would cut into her time bonding with Bai Jingran during evening study. But completing the system's task was more urgent for now. By the way, does your student council recruit people so casually? Jiangshi watched Shinsu practice shooting. His movements now seemed full of flaws to her. It's always been like this. I only became president because the senior quit and passed it on to me. Shinsu spun the ball, recalling the scene with some resignation. As they chatted, a group of girls suddenly pushed their way over. Jiangshi glanced at them. No familiar faces, probably upperclassmen. A girl stepped out from the crowd. Her appearance screamed money. But now she was blushing as she walked up to Shinsu. Seeing this, Jiangshi immediately transformed into a bystander ready for drama. With such a commotion, it was either a confrontation or a confession. She only regretted not having a handful of melon seeds. Shinsu, I like you. Would you be my boyfriend? The girl gathered her courage and finally spoke. Her group of friends behind her stared intently at Shinsu, as if afraid he might run away. The boys playing basketball nearby seemed unfazed. Jiangshi even heard someone say, Brother Shin's charm never fades. School's just started, and it's already happening again. Stop watching and keep passing the ball. He'll definitely reject her anyway. As for Shinsu, he remained unaffected and spoke slowly. Jiangshi expected him to launch into a righteous lecture. Something about studies being the main priority, the college entrance exam being more important, and so on. But instead, he said something that caught everyone off guard. Sorry, I already have someone I like. The entire basketball court fell into dead silence. Did you hear that? Quiet, I'm thinking. Brother Shin said he has someone he likes. I'm not deaf. The confessing girl's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Really? Really? Shinsu nodded, his expression unchanged. Is the one you like her? The girl raised her hand and pointed directly at where Jiangshi was standing. After all, many had seen Jiangshi chatting with Shinsu just now. Jiangshi suddenly felt countless gazes converge on her. The drama in her hands instantly lost its flavor. She quickly waved her hands and said, "Don't look at me. I'm not close to him. Carry on." Then she quietly slipped out of the basketball court. Watching drama was fun, but getting dragged into it was not. Still, judging by Shinse's demeanor, he didn't seem to be lying. Who would have thought that this seemingly honest kid also had someone he secretly admired? After finishing lunch, Jiang Shi told by Jing Ran and the others about what happened on the basketball court. The four of them huddled together whispering. "Who do you think Shinse has a crush on?" Huang Qiqi asked curiously. "I doubt it's a student from No. For high school, otherwise he wouldn't have said it so casually." Mi Wanqing remained skeptical. Bai Jingran glanced at Jiang Shi. "Maybe he likes Jiang." "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I've only met him a few times." Jiang Shi immediately shook her head in denial. "What if it's love at first sight?" "How, that's called lust at first sight." Jiang Shi rolled her eyes. She was all too familiar with boys' little tricks. "Besides, I don't like him. My favorite is of course our Ran. Saying this, Jiang Shi reached out to hug Bai Jingran. But Bai Jingran sidestepped to avoid her. The desk and chair wobbled, and a blue paper slipped out from Jiang Shi's desk. "What's this?" Mi Wanqing picked it up and found it was a letter. A love letter. Huang Qiqi became intrigued. Jiang, someone wrote you a love letter. Must have been misplaced. I bet it's for Ran. And they didn't even dare to hand it in person. No courage. Jiang Shi recalled that after the military training, Bai Jingran had received quite a few love letters. But Bai Jingran had thrown them all into the trash. After a few days like that, the number of tactless people approaching dwindled. Jiang Shi reached out, took the letter, opened the envelope, and pulled out a sheet of paper. She glanced over it. An awkward expression spread across her face. It was indeed a love letter, and it was indeed addressed to her. But precisely because of that, Jiang Shi felt extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, she could spot grammatical errors at a glance. The sentences seemed cobbled together from somewhere else. Her eyes skipped to the end. The signature was a familiar name, Chen Ran. Jiang Shi casually handed the letter to Huang Qiqi. "I take back what I said. This kid has some courage. If I were him, I'd be too embarrassed to send out such a love letter. Let me see." Huang Qiqi and Mi Wanqing read through it line by line. Then they chuckled. Jiang, he calls you the only guiding star in his life. Stop. I want to escape the planet." Jiang Shi, flushed with embarrassment, immediately covered Mi Wanqing's mouth. She snatched the love letter back. It was simply a dark spot in her history. Isn't Chen Ran the guy who ran for class academic monitor before? He's quite handsome. Jiang, what are you going to do? Huang Qiqi recalled there was such a person. Pretend I didn't see it, or just tell old Zhuang directly. Jiang Shi frowned. She really had no experience with such matters. Informing the homeroom teacher was out of the question. It would only embarrass everyone. Jiang Shi didn't want to string him along either. If she didn't like him, she'd make it clear. She had no interest in being a green tea bitch. He'll find a chance to talk to him after school. Next period is English class. Jiang, have you finished memorizing the vocabulary? We'll have a dictation later. Bai Jingran took out her English textbook and notebook. Ran, let me copy yours later. What will you do during the exam when I can't help you? We'll worry about the exam when it comes. Jiang Shi felt she had been trying hard to memorize, but the words just washed through her brain like water, leaving nothing behind. The English teacher of class 3 was Huang Moli, a beautiful name, and she was young too. Jiang Shi recalled that Huang Moli had just finished her postgraduate studies and was assigned to No. for high school. The advantage of a young teacher was getting along well with students and being able to bond with them. The downside was a lack of teaching experience, easily turning into reading from the lesson plan. Jiang Shi felt drowsy while listening. But remembering the last time she was called out by Pei Yunhua, she forced herself to stay alert. All right, everyone, repeat after me. Dream of doing. It means to dream of doing something. Since of is a preposition and do is a verb, we need to use the gerund form by adding ing. Jiang Shi's eyes started spinning in circles. She had to turn to Bai Jingran for help. Ran, how do you pronounce this word? Ran, why do we add an S here? Fortunately, the next classes were biology and physics, which restored some of Jiang Shi's confidence. There was still some time before the monthly exam. Jiang Shi remembered that the monthly exam only covered the three main subjects: Chinese, math, and English. Considering that English was her weak point, she had to score as many points as possible in Chinese and math. There were nearly 500 students across 9 classes in the first year of high school. To be in the top 10 of the class meant being among the top 100 in the grade. But since this was a diagnostic exam, the papers wouldn't be exceptionally difficult. Jiang Shi thought of the only area where she could gain an edge: the Chinese essay. It was also her strongest suit. Back in the college entrance exam, it was her essay that helped her break through the competition and barely scrape by the first-year university cutoff. Later, through diligent work and a side hustle writing novels, she slowly accumulated some savings. Yet she woke up back at square one. But this also gave her a chance to turn things around. Moreover, she still remembered the essay topic from the college entrance exam. 3 years, enough time to polish a perfect score essay. At the thought, Jiang Shi felt a surge of motivation. The last class of the afternoon ended. The school bell rang, and the classroom suddenly buzzed with noise. Chen Ran, Jiang Shi's coming over. She must have seen your love letter. Ma Lei patted Chun Ran on the shoulder. Xinqing only saw a graceful figure walk to Chun Ran's desk. After a few whispered words, Chun Ran stood up and left the classroom with Jiang Shi. Xinqing, come on, let's follow them. Ma Lei's eyes lit up. This was definitely big news. I don't think that's a good idea, bro. Xinqing hesitated for a moment. How did you get my QQ number? Chun Ran followed Jiang Shi to the corridor on the 4th floor of the teaching building. The classrooms on this floor were empty and the corridor was deserted. The first thing Jiang Shi said when she turned around was to ask about the QQ friend. I asked Xinqing for it, Chun Ran explained. I see. I figured it was him. What's the date today? Jiang Shi asked another seemingly random question. Chun Ran glanced at his watch. September 18th. We've only been classmates for half a month, and this is our first real conversation. I'm curious, what exactly made you like me? Jiang Shi, don't tell me it's love at first sight. Jiang Shi narrowed her eyes. The completely illogical questions left Chun Ran momentarily speechless. Besides, you can't even say you know me, let alone like me. Writing love letters alone won't win a girl's heart. You have to become outstanding enough. Jiang Shi spoke earnestly. At your age, you should focus on studying. She then handed the blue envelope back to Chun Ran. Sorry, I don't like you. After a series of strikes, Jiang Shi walked away without looking back. She had no interest in being a player. Making things clear was better for everyone. Besides, a bunch of high schoolers couldn't even solve math problems, let alone understand love. Chun Ran stared at the envelope in his hand. His silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn against the setting sun. Though the outcome was expected, he hadn't anticipated such a firm rejection. The following days became much calmer. The brave souls like Chun Ran were only a minority. The occasional love letters were all tossed into the trash, by Jiang Shi clearly conveying her stance. Even fewer people approached her. Classes breaks and dismissal. Jiang Shi had already written most of her novel, estimating it would be finished after the monthly exam. Time passed swiftly when one was focused. Before long, the monthly exam was imminent. Although Old Zhuang had announced it for next week's Friday, most paid it no mind. A monthly exam was just a small test after all. Those who did well would show off. Those who didn't could console themselves by saying they weren't in top form. Jiang Shi, however, was holding an English textbook, continuing to memorize vocabulary. At least she had to strive for a passing grade, otherwise she'd be too embarrassed to call herself a reincarnator. The exam consisted of only 3 subjects: Chinese, math, and English. Chinese was in the morning, math and English in the afternoon. Seats were randomly assigned by the school. Most students were placed in other classrooms. Future seating would be based on the rankings from the previous exam. The top student in the grade would be in class 1, the bottom in class 9. Jiang Shi's exam number was 0607, meaning the 7th seat in class 6. Bai Jingran and Mi Wanqing were assigned to class 2, while Huang Qiqi was in class 5. They were scattered far and wide. The classrooms for class 3 were on the 1st floor, while class 5 and 6 were on the 2nd. Jiang Shi walked with Huang Qiqi toward the exam hall. Soon the classroom was filled with students. Each desk had a number sticker on the upper right corner, so no one would sit in the wrong place. Jiang Shi's seat was by the window on the right. After sitting down, she habitually glanced around and noticed Yuan sitting in front of her. Her shoulder-length hair was tucked behind her ears, revealing small, delicate, and rosy earlobes. Without the constraints of the military training uniform, the little dancer's figure was even more pronounced. Jiang Shi resisted the urge to reach out and touch her. She silently recited, "Women will only disturb my Tao heart. Everyone quiet down, the test papers will be distributed now. You may only start writing when the time comes." The first exam was Chinese, a subject where Jiang Shi planned to excel. The test paper reached her hands. She first checked the dictation and recitation sections. Since she remembered them, there was no problem. Then she flipped the paper over and looked directly at the essay prompt. This way, by the time she finished the preceding questions, she would have already outlined her essay. To get a high score, writing a formulaic argumentative essay was difficult, so Jiang Shi decisively chose a prose style. For essays, as long as she established her own style from the start and left a good impression on the teacher, her scores for the next 3 years would surely not be low. After all, there were only a few teachers grading the papers. As long as her personal style was distinctive enough, it would be easy to recognize. As the clock struck 9, the exam officially began. The classroom was filled only with the rustling of pens on paper and the occasional sound of turning pages. Jiang Shi worked quickly. She finished the multiple-choice questions, dictation, and classical Chinese in just half an hour. Next came the most time-consuming parts: reading comprehension and the essay. Jiang Shi loosened her wrist and continued writing rapidly. Thanks to her prior planning, the essay flowed smoothly, almost in one go. After a final scan to check for typos, Jiang Shi put down her pen and let out a long sigh. This was her first exam since being reborn, and it indeed felt different. She looked up at the clock at the front of the classroom and saw there were still 20 minutes left until the end of the exam. Jiang Shi began to stare blankly at Yuan's back. Soon drowsiness washed over her. The figure in front of her blurred from 1 into 2. Since she was finished anyway, she might as well sleep for a bit. Thinking this, Jiang Shi propped her head up with her hand. She turned her face toward the outside of the classroom so the invigilator wouldn't see that her eyes were closed. 10 minutes left to collect the papers. Those who haven't finished, please hurry. Check again that you filled in your class and name. Jiang Shi slowly woke up. Just as she opened her eyes, she met a terrifying gaze. Startled, she dropped her pen with a clatter. Seeing that Jiang Shi was awake, Zhuangde straightened up, snorted coldly, and walked away from the window. Jiang Shi wiped her cold sweat. She had forgotten that old Zhuang was the dean of students and would often patrol the hallways. Caught red-handed like this, he would surely make a note of it. Should this question be I think we could also work. After the exam, despite claiming not to care, many students were discussing the answers. Some top students had already picked up their books for the next subject and continued reviewing. Jiang Shi ate snacks fed to her by Jing Ran, while casually flipping through her math textbook. Huang Qiqi and Mi Wanqing were discussing the answers to the classical Chinese translation. In the first grade office, the Chinese teachers from several classes had already gathered the test papers, bound them neatly, and each took a stack to begin grading. As soon as Zhuangde saw the first paper, he shook his head and said, "Look at this handwriting, it's absolutely appalling. It doesn't have to be beautiful, but at least it should be neat. They'll suffer greatly in the college entrance exam." A female teacher next to him turned her head, looked at it, and smiled. "Director, Zhuang, they're only in their first year of high school. Problems with penmanship can be corrected with more practice. Hard to say. This handwriting can't be improved overnight. But this is still okay. Whenever I think of that student who slept during today's exam, I get angry." The corner of Zhuang Da's mouth twitched. The Chinese exam was the most time-pressed of all subjects, and it was basically impossible to have any spare time. With that time spent sleeping, they could have written a few hundred more words for the essay. Maybe the teacher would even give a few more points for it. Another male teacher chimed in, "This is a matter of learning attitude. It needs to be taken seriously. Let's grade the papers first. This first exam will also show us the level of this year's students." Zhuangde pushed up his glasses and looked down to read. Unlike the students in the teacher's eyes, the first monthly exam was the best reflection of a student's learning ability. It was a major assessment, because during this period teachers were generally quite lenient, mainly relying on students' self-discipline. Under these circumstances, those who still achieved good results demonstrated a strong sense of self-study. They were the kind of students who could arrange their own studies without much supervision. In other words, they were the good students that teachers found reassuring. Conversely, those who worked sporadically, putting in effort only intermittently, would also reveal their true level. "Hey, this essay has some skill. Director Zhuang, come take a look." The female teacher who had spoken earlier brought the test paper over and placed it in front of Zhuangde. After a quick scan from top to bottom, Zhuangde nodded. "Not bad. It has its own emotions, but it's a bit too ornate. Too much contrived artistry. Still, it can be given a high score." The female teacher raised her pen and marked a 52. "Director Zhuang, you see, there are still some promising students. Promising students need even stricter guidance. They mustn't be allowed to grow crooked." No. 4 High School had been under review to be designated a key high school for the past few years, and Zhuangde, as the grade director, naturally took this very seriously. "Class monitor, it's over." Jiang Shi buried her head in Bai Jingran's arms with a look of anguish. Bai Jingran, who was reviewing math, was startled and comforted her, asking, "What's wrong, Jiang? It's just a monthly exam. It's okay if you didn't do well. No, it's that I fell asleep during the exam and old Zhuang saw me." Bai Jingran was momentarily at a loss for words. "Jiang, are you the reincarnation of the sleep god? Maybe you died of sleepiness in your past life." Mi Wanqing, sitting behind, couldn't help teasing. "You've hit the mark." In her past life, Jiang Shi was a miserable office worker, leaving early and returning late every day, working like a dog. Maybe she had indeed kicked the bucket from sheer exhaustion. What if old Zhuang drags me up for a public scolding later? "Don't worry, Jiang, school just started. Old Zhuang doesn't have the time to bother with you. I just passed the office and saw them all grading papers." Huang Qiqi, who had just returned to her seat, brought the latest news. Mi Wanqing was slightly surprised. "So fast? Then after we finish our 2 afternoon exams, won't the results be out? Chinese takes a long time to grade. I don't think ITL'll be ready today." Huang Qiqi shook her head and sat down. Not long after their chat, Yu Zhengzhuo walked in with a stack of homework books under his arm. The next exam was math, and he planned to go over yesterday's math homework before lunch. "Class monitor, help me hand these out. 3 people didn't turn in yesterday's homework. I want names, you know who you are. Come to my office before school, to explain yourselves." Bai Jingran took the homework books and distributed them to each group. Then he turned and began copying the problems onto the blackboard. "The homework I assigned yesterday was very simple, but there were many details. You need to pay attention to that in this afternoon's exam as well. Read these words in the question stem carefully. Remember them well. Come on, Xiao Yi, read the problem out loud for everyone." A boy with slightly curly hair stood up and read the problem from the blackboard. Jiang Shi looked at the blackboard and couldn't help but yawn again. She quickly covered her mouth. If she fell asleep again, she'd really be on old Zhuang's radar. The math exam was scheduled after the lunch break. Perhaps the fright from the Chinese exam had kept her unusually alert. Jiang Shi didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. So she took out her math homework book and started reviewing her mistakes. Before long, a familiar voice came from beside her. Why aren't you taking a nap? Can't sleep. Jiang Shi replied casually, then suddenly sensed something was off. Old Zhuang. Jiang Shi blurted out. Zhuangda was standing right next to her looking at her with an unreadable expression. If you can't sleep, just close your eyes and rest. You seem to be sleeping pretty soundly during the morning exam, didn't you? Ahem, that was. Jiang Shi scratched her cheek awkwardly. Alright, get some sleep now. Don't doze off again this afternoon. Leaving that one sentence, Zhuangda left the classroom. Watching his retreating figure, Jiang Shi was puzzled. She thought old Zhuang would pull her aside for a good lecture, but that was it. This didn't seem like the Zhuangda she knew. Baffled, Jiang Shi could only attribute it to the fact that she was now a girl. Maybe old Zhuang didn't want to show his strict side right at the start of the semester. The last exam was English. Same seat, different paper, but Jiang Shi was like a salted fish tilting her head back, slightly staring at the ceiling fan spinning overhead. Her Tao heart was shattered. She thought that with her skills as a reborn person, passing English would be a piece of cake. She hadn't expected to overestimate her ability. Each word swirled in her mind like a stranger. Jiang Shi looked back at the test paper and sighed. It seemed the month of intensive training had yielded mediocre results. She had no choice but to use her ultimate hidden technique. For 3 long and 1 short, pick the shortest. For 3 short and 1 long, pick the longest. For 2 long and 2 short, pick B. For uneven lengths, pick C. Done. Finally, she filled the essay with some basic vocabulary, managing to complete the paper. 10 minutes left. Everyone check for any questions you might have missed. The classroom was already buzzing with restlessness. After the last exam, it was the happy weekend. Many students were already impatient, and the room was filled with various murmurs. Jiang see you. Bai Jingran had weekend interest classes to attend, and Jiang Shi had her own novel to write. The 4 of them didn't make any plans to go out together. Next was waiting for the monthly exam results. Jiang Shi estimated. Her Chinese and math had gone quite well. As long as English wasn't too terrible, breaking into the top 10 was still possible. It was a lovely weekend, but her mother clearly didn't want Jiang Shi to sleep in comfortably. Jiang, get up. Hang the laundry. No, I'm so sleepy. Jiang Shi turned over and buried her ears under the pillow. Soon a cold hand slipped into her blanket. Grabbing her by the ankle, Jiang Shi was dragged out of the bed covers. She reluctantly got up to wash up, glanced at the clock on the wall, and saw it was only 8:30. But after her mom's ruckus, most of her drowsiness had dissipated. She took a couple of sips of porridge and habitually headed to the study. Just as she pushed the door open, she found Jihan already sitting in front of the computer, intently looking at something. Jiang Shi yawned and walked in on her slippers. Jihan only realized someone had entered belatedly, a flicker of panic appearing on his face. His fingers flew across the keyboard. What are you doing? Why didn't you knock before coming in? This isn't your bedroom, is it? What are you looking at, little bro? A mischievous smile spread across Jiang Shi's face as she walked over to the computer. The screen displayed a clean desktop. And nothing. Jihan's eyes darted away, his grip on the mouse tightening slightly. Well, since you're not looking at anything, let me use it. Jiang Shi dragged out her words and reached for the keyboard. She had seen the unfamiliar icons in the taskbar below. No. Jihan pushed her hand away. Give me 5 minutes. Jiang Shi looked at the guilty Jihan and shrugged. Fine, you have 5 more minutes. 5 minutes later, Jihan stood up from the chair. He stole a glance at Jiang Shi to make sure she hadn't seen what he was doing, then left the study. This little brat keeping secrets. Jiang Shi opened her folder, which contained her unfinished novel. She really wasn't interested in what Jihan was looking at, as she had just been teasing him. Ding ding. Before she could open the document, a message popped up in the bottom right corner of the screen. Have you finished your homework? I have a problem I don't understand. Can you teach me? The profile picture was a calico kitten looking adorably naive. But Jiang Shi didn't recognize it. She moved the mouse to the top right corner, and the main QQ interface slid down. It was Jihan's account. He must have been so startled by her that he forgot to log out. The message list was quite full, with many group chats showing 99 unread messages. It was a stark contrast to Jiang Shi's clean and tidy friends list. The nickname had that familiar Chinibu vibe. Chaotic floating life. The corner of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched. Well, at least it wasn't some edgy Martian text. She moved the mouse to close the QQ window and logged out of her cheap little brother's account. Better leave some privacy for the adolescent boy. Logging into her own account, Jiang Shi sent messages to a few close friends. Ran didn't reply, as she was probably at her interest class. Su Jia sent a huge crying emoji. What's wrong? Who bullied you? Jiang Shi typed another line. Life. The team has extra training today. I can't come home until tomorrow. Then how are you on QQ? I brought my phone to school. The school isn't strict with us sports students. Anyway, gotta go train now. Then Su Jia's profile picture went dim. Jiang Shi closed the chat window. There were no other messages. With a flick of her wrist, she switched to the document interface and began the final finishing touches on her novel. Before she could type more than a few words, a knock came at the door. Jiang, go answer the door. I'm stir-frying. Her mother's voice called from the kitchen. Coming. Jiang Shi deftly pressed the safe key, then hurried to the living room to open the door. Hello, this is a letter from Mr. Jiang Lot. A postman in uniform stood at the door handing over an envelope. It seemed her payment and sample publication had arrived. Okay, thank you. Jiang Shi reached out and took it. The postman nodded and left. Jiang, who was it? Wu Shuaqin, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, emerged from the kitchen. Nothing, just a door-to-door salesman. I sent him away. Jiang Shi hid the envelope behind her back and offered a casual explanation. A salesman. Don't open the door for them next time. Seeing nothing amiss, Jiang's mother returned to cooking. Jiang Shi clutched the envelope and scurried back to the study. Tearing open the brown-yellow envelope, a flash of red was the first thing to catch her eye. Exactly 12 bills, no more no less. Jiang Shi carefully tucked them into her pocket. This was after all her first earnings since being reborn. It would also become the initial capital to alter the course of her life. Along with the payment came a sample publication. As a bi-monthly, a copy of stories had considerable heft in hand. Jiang Shi flipped through the table of contents, scanning the lines, and spotted many familiar names. In her past life, she had also loved reading novels, and had even published a few articles. Yet crushed by the pressures of life, she had ultimately been forced to abandon this passion. Turning to the second page, Jiang Shi found her pen name. Spanning over 10,000 characters, it occupied nearly 4 pages, complete with illustrations. The editorial team had been remarkably generous to her, a newcomer. Jiang Shi found an empty spot on the bookshelf and wedged the book in. Most of the books in the study were mere decorations, rarely read by anyone. Jiang Shi wasn't worried about being discovered either. Even if someone saw it, she used a pen name, so her parents would never recognize it. Interrupted time, and again she had lost her inspiration. Jiang Shi simply turned off the computer, pocketed her fortune, and returned to her room to secure her hard-earned cash. She planned to resume her writing efforts after lunch. But just as she neared the kitchen to see what delicious food her mother had prepared today, she was asked if she had finished hanging the laundry. She had forgotten about that. Little cat Jiang, holding the drying pole, hung clothes one by one on the balcony. She could see a group of elderly men gathered in a shaded corner of the neighborhood, occasionally erupting in shouts, and the sound of chess pieces striking the board. No need to guess, they were certainly playing chess. In 2010, the neighborhood didn't yet have a community activity room. These old folks had set up small tables and stools themselves, cobbling together a crude senior entertainment area. Jiang Shi squinted and looked up at the sun. The air outside carried a hint of sultry heat, though the elderly men remained undeterred in their enthusiasm. She herself had no desire to step out of the house. Near noon, A.G. Ruesong finally returned home. If Jiang Shi remembered correctly, her stepfather held a position at the section chief level. However, his department was rather marginal. During idle times, he spent weeks sipping tea in the office, but in busy periods, he had to work overtime, even on weekends. Ji Ruesong picked up the water glass on the table and took a hearty gulp. Wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, he sat down in a chair to rest. Drink slowly, careful not to choke, Jiang's mother warned as she carried a freshly cooked plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes out of the kitchen. Ji Ruesong waved a hand, catching his breath. Jiang's mother looked up and spotted her daughter sneaking toward the study. She grabbed little cat Jiang by the scruff of the neck and dragged her back to the living room. Dinner's almost ready. Play after you eat. Jiang Shi could only obediently sit at the table waiting for the meal. Ji Ruesong glanced around and asked his wife, "Where's Xiaoan? Why haven't I seen him?" Wu Shuaqin took off her apron and placed 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. He said a classmate's birthday party. He's at Fuyan restaurant. Do you want to pick him up tonight? A bunch of youngsters hanging out. What am I supposed to do there? Who knows when it'll end? You're really too carefree. If it gets too late, I'll drag him back myself. Jiang's mother shot Ji Ruesong a glare, strongly disapproving of his hands-off approach to their son. Xiaoan's almost done with middle school. He knows his limits. Don't worry. Ji Ruesong smiled soothingly. He knew his son's character well. Though a bit mischievous at times, the boy was bold yet cautious, understanding not to cause his parents concern. Jiang Shi picked at her food while listening to her parents discuss their educational philosophy. A classic case of a strict mother and a lenient father. Jiang, how's school lately? Keeping up with your studies? Do you understand what the teachers say? Is the school food to your liking? Before long, Jiang's mother had zeroed in on her daughter. A barrage of questions left Jiang Shi dizzy, and she picked a few less sensitive topics to answer, carefully crafting a good student persona. I'm done eating. Before her mother's next wave of interrogation could hit, Jiang Shi abandoned her post and fled in panic. This child, I was just asking. Watching Jiang Shi disappear into her room, Wu Shuaqin shook her head helplessly. Stashing her freshly earned payment into her little treasury, Jiang Shi opened the task interface. The progress for the first pot of gold task had climbed to 147,810,0000. The extra bit came from the pocket money she had saved. Oh right, she had also lent Jihan 10 yuan, so it should actually be 1488. Still, compared to the string of zeros the system demanded, it was far from enough. After a short nap, Jiang Shi returned to the study to begin her afternoon grind. For those 5 points of free attributes, she would give it her all, weaving all the foreshadowing and clues together, then adding a touch of ambiguity. Leaving just a few harmless cliffhangers made it easier to write a sequel after all. Jiang Shi calculated her own little scheme. After a quick scan from beginning to end, Jiang Shi flipped to the first page and typed out 5 words at the top: the silence of the lambs. She had recreated about 70 to 80% of the original plot, but with some refinements, shifting the novel's focus from culinary themes to suspense. After all, if it failed censorship, all her efforts would be in vain. She wouldn't even have time to cry. Finding her editor Kinglin's avatar, Jiang Shi selected a few chapters and sent them over. She waited, but there was no reply. Jiang Shi slapped her forehead. She had forgotten it was Saturday and the editor was off work too. This QQ account was probably work only, the editor wouldn't see it until Monday. With that thought, she closed the QQ interface and opened a browser to catch up on current events. She also planned to scout for a new phone. If she remembered correctly, the iPhone 4 had already been released by now. But with her savings, she still couldn't afford it. In the capital on a Monday, a light drizzle fell. The rare rain swept away the summer's heat. Shi Qinglan put away her umbrella, shaking off a few droplets. Then she pushed open the glass door of the editorial office and brewed a cup of coffee in the break room, an essential for any worker. She put on her glasses and began the daily task of reviewing manuscripts. After the weekend, her inbox had accumulated quite a few submissions. But what surprised her most was that Jiang Lai had finally sent over the ambitious project he had previously promised. Without delay, Shi Qinglan clicked to download it and began reading word by word. Before long, she was completely absorbed. A bizarre and gruesome case, a ruthless murderer, a fearless female police officer, and an elegant, yet dangerous prisoner. Compared to Jiang Lai's previous work, this novel placed its narrative focus on the characters, using the plot to shape the characters. Although there were few characters introduced, each had a distinct personality, vividly leaping off the page. The story came to an abrupt halt in the middle, leaving Shi Qinglan with a sense of loss. It felt as if a man with an indifferent expression was sitting right across from her. His gaze, sharp as a scalpel, pierced through her skin, dissecting her inner thoughts with precision and elegance. Though she hadn't seen the entire work, Shi Qinglan was certain this was undoubtedly an excellent piece. She even felt an urge to go directly to the publishing house that collaborated with Story and have this book published as a physical volume. Qinglan, let's go, the weekly meeting is starting. A colleague beside her left the office with a notebook reminding the slightly dazed Shi Qinglan. Coming right away. Shi Qinglan snapped back to reality, grabbed her pen and paper, and quickly followed. In the first conference room of the Story editorial office. First, let's talk about last month's sales performance. It was decent, so keep it up. Next is the matter of splitting the journal. Well, separate the short stories and serialized novels into 2 independent publications. The short stories will remain bi-monthly, while the novels will be serialized weekly. Does anyone have any opinions? Feel free to speak up. Setting down his report, Xiang Yuan looked up at the crowd. Since this was a significant change, almost everyone except the administrative department had gathered. As the chief editor, he needed to coordinate the work of all departments. A man raised his hand. Right now, we don't have many authors capable of consistently producing serialized novels. Production capacity might not keep up. If it's insufficient, go out and find more. As for funding, the budget this time is ample. Shi Qinglan quietly watched the lively discussion, but her mind was still on Jiang Lai's manuscript. Barring any surprises, it would surely pass the review. After the meeting, Shi Qinglan returned to the office with Chief Editor Deng. Qinglan recently asked those authors if any of them can write serialized novels. You don't need to send me the long-form manuscripts either. Chief Editor Deng, why is that? Shi Qinglan paused, puzzled, and asked. For the first issue after the split, we need to make it excellent. Send all long-form manuscripts to Chief Editor Xiang, and then gather all the editorship for a collective review. Shi Qinglan nodded, understanding this approach. Typically, a manuscript went through 3 rounds of review. The editor, the deputy editor-in-chief, and the editor-in-chief. The chief editor handled the final review before the magazine was printed and sold. However, Shi Qinglan's editorial team currently consisted only of herself and Chief Editor Deng, so the review process was much faster than in larger teams. She read Jiang Lai's manuscript again, and then forwarded it directly to Chief Editor Xiang's email. Not long after, the conference room filled with people again. Looking around, she saw the editor-in-chief of various editorial teams. Shi Qinglan sat to the side, watching them passionately debate the manuscript projected on the screen. It was the original draft of The Silence of the Lambs she had submitted. It's a good work, but the crime genre may not be suitable as the lead. Suspense is a form of fiction too. Why is it unsuitable? The plot design and character development are both ingenious. I think it can be placed first. Qinglan, is this really a new author submitting for the first time? Judging by the writing style, structure, and gripping arrangements, they're clearly a seasoned veteran. Shi Qinglan nodded. That's what Jiang Lai had claimed. As for whether it was a pseudonym of some big shot, she was also curious. As long as the work is good enough, they'll handle the genre and security review. Amid the chatter, chief editor Xiang made the final call, deciding on The Silence of the Lambs as the lead feature for the novel publication. Qinglan, has this author signed a contract yet? After the collective review, Xiang Yuan called Shi Qinglan over. Not yet. The author shows no intention of signing. Shi Qinglan shook her head slightly. Xiang Yuan stroked his chin, sensing that this person needed to be secured. If it truly was a newcomer, they were a rare gem, 1 in a million. Try your best to negotiate. You can mention benefits and even increase the signing bonus if needed. In other words, he was telling Shi Qinglan to do whatever it took, even if it meant offering more money to sign this author. But Shi Qinglan had a feeling it wasn't about the money. Still, since her boss had given the order, she had to keep trying. She quickly walked back to the office, ready to have another in-depth conversation with Jiang Lai. After all, nothing is impossible when there's enough money. On Sunday, the weather in Jiangxing suddenly changed. The scorching sun vanished without a trace. The sky was heavily overcast, promising a heavy downpour. Jiang Shi brought in the clothes that had been drying outside. She could already feel the dampness in the air, making the clothes feel slightly sticky. Then she closed the windows to keep the wind from blowing rain into the house. She had planned to ride her bike out for a stroll, but now she had no choice but to stay home. With nothing to do, Jiang Shi pulled out some novels that her predecessor had treasured from under the bed. But they were all light novels with a girly style. After flipping through a few, she lost interest. They weren't her taste. So she tossed them back under the bed to gather dust. Lying back on the bed, Jiang Shi thought about her conversation with editor Qinglan the day before. The editor seemed to value her highly, directly suggesting that the signing bonus could be negotiated in person. That meant the editor could bypass the company's standard terms and offer her better treatment. This flattered Jiang Shi a bit. After all, she had only submitted 2 manuscripts to stories so far. The editor's eagerness to recruit her seemed a little odd. If the editor knew she was just a high school freshman, what would they think? The terms offered were very tempting to Jiang Shi. But signing a contract wasn't simple. It required an in-person meeting. Moreover, as a minor, she would likely need a guardian present to sign the contract. What a difficult choice. Jiang Shi rolled from one end of the bed to the other. If she refused, the real money would just fly away from her. Jiang Shi suddenly sat up in bed. What if she gave it a try, meeting this editor in person? The first class of the new week was English, the subject Jiang Shi dreaded most. Huang Moli walked into the classroom carrying a stack of test papers, clearly the graded monthly exam papers. This time our class's average score is 97 points, ranking 5th among the 9 classes. Those who did well should keep it up, those who didn't, don't be discouraged. Work even harder in the days ahead. But this time the top scorer in English across the entire grade is in our class, 139 points, by Jingran. The classroom erupted in gasps of amazement. 139 points. Excluding the essay, she had almost answered every question correctly. Not to mention the golden title of grade champion. Bai Jingran instantly became a beautiful and brilliant scholar in everyone's eyes. Huang Moli smiled at Bai Jingran and said, students whose names are called, come up and get your papers. Ranran, you're amazing. First in the whole grade. Mi Wanqing exclaimed, craning her neck to see the sea of red check marks on the test paper. From the podium, Huang Moli continued calling out scores. 132 points Gu Yufei. As one by one the students went up to retrieve their papers, Jiang Shi's heart grew colder and colder. It was obvious that Huang Moli was reading the scores from highest to lowest, and now she was already around the 30th mark. Mi Wanqing and Huang Qiqi had also received their papers. Mi Wanqing had just barely scraped 100 points, while Huang Qiqi scored a bit higher at 106. By now the scores being announced had fallen below the average. 96 points Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi took her paper and thought to herself, not bad. She hadn't dropped out of the top 40. As long as she performed normally in math and gave a bit more effort in Chinese, she could still squeeze into the top 10 of the class. Seeing Jiang Shi lost in thought, Bai Jingran assumed she was upset about her score. She gently poked Jiang Shi's cheek and whispered, it's okay, Jiang. This isn't the college entrance exam. From now on I'll help you with anything you don't understand. Jiang Shi, of course, wasn't about to reveal that she was actually worried about failing the system's mission. She chuckled and said, all right then, I'll be counting on teacher Ranran. After handing out the papers, the English teacher began going over the questions. Jiang Shi had already corrected her answers by copying Bai Jingran's paper, then started listening to the explanation in a daze. The second subject results came in math. This time Jiang Shi performed normally. Relying on the remnants of her past life's math knowledge, she managed to rank 15th in the class. With a little more time, she could have easily taken a spot in the top 10. The last class of the morning was Zhuang Da's Chinese lesson. He didn't announce scores one by one, instead, he simply handed out the papers. The monthly exam results are all out. I have 2 sheets here, one for our class and one for the top 50 in the grade. I'll stick them on the blackboard in a moment. You can check them after class. Zhuang Da swept his gaze across the classroom and cleared his throat. Jiang Shi knew this was the prelude to one of his long-winded speeches. This monthly exam marks your first significant test since entering high school. Let's set aside the results for now. But I hope you all will maintain the right attitude toward learning. High school is 3 years long with countless exams of all sizes. You must face each one seriously. Don't let me catch anyone sleeping in the exam hall again. Jiang Shi cast her eyes aside, feeling a slight twinge of embarrassment at being called out. Now let's talk about our class's performance in this monthly exam. Among the top 50 in the grade class 3 has 8 students. The highest scores in each subject: 135 in Chinese, 148 in math, and 139 in English. The average score is also decent. I hope everyone will keep working hard and aim even higher in the midterm exam. Before the next test, set clear goals. Strive for improvement every time. While Zhuang De held forth at the podium, the test papers were distributed to each student. Jiang Shi raised her paper, showing 3 red numbers: 135. Holy crap. Jiang, you're the grade champion. How did you score so high? Huang Qiqi's sharp eyes instantly spotted the outstanding 3-digit number on Jiang Shi's paper. Cough. I just took it casually. Jiang Shi waved her hand dismissively, but her carefree expression made others want to punch her. You call 135 casually. Mi Wanqing held up her own paper, only 95 points. Even Bai Jingran had only 110, and she shot Jiang Shi a curious look. Jiang Shi turned the paper over and couldn't help but click her tongue. The 60-point essay had earned a generous 52 from the grader. Combined with a few points lost in reading comprehension and classical Chinese translation, the result was an absurdly high 135. Chinese is actually a subject where it's very hard to widen the gap. As long as you don't write too poorly, the essay can net 40 points, and the average usually hovers around 100. Conversely, achieving a high score is also extremely difficult. 120 is basically a massive dividing line. Beyond that lies the realm of celestial battles. No wonder Huang Qiqi was so astonished that her exclamation drew the attention of nearby students. Zhuang De glanced sideways, but quickly looked away, continuing his lecture. He seemed to have no intention of singling Jiang Shi out. Jiang Shi silently calculated her total score. Exactly 350, still a bit precarious. No wonder old Zhuang hadn't called her out to make an example of the chicken. It turned out she had accidentally become the grade champion in one subject. As long as your grades were good enough, old Zhuang would turn a blind eye to minor mistakes. Jiang Shi couldn't help but marvel. She never thought she'd ever experience such privilege. Zhuang De only went over the most common mistakes in the test papers, then resumed the normal lesson. But at that moment, the students' eyes were all fixed on the 2 sheets pinned to the blackboard. They couldn't wait for the bell to ring so they could check their rankings. Everyone claimed not to care, but truly indifferent students were few. After all, in high school, grades define the line between good and bad students. The higher the score and the rank, the more face you had. Ultimately, it was the vanity buried deep inside that drove them. The teachers were also happy to see students competing in academics. This was no longer Jiang Shi's past life, where they emphasized moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor education, aiming to reduce pressure on students. In the 2010s, getting high scores and entering a good university was the ultimate goal. But Jiang Shi was different. She only cared about completing the system's mission. Class 7, Grade 1. The last class of the morning had ended, and it was time for lunch. Yet many students were still clustered around the blackboard, checking their monthly exam rankings. Xiaofu, aren't you going to look? I can check after lunch. The scores won't disappear if I look later. Xiaofu shook his head. He wasn't in that much of a hurry. Compared to scores and rankings, eating was more important. As he walked down the stairs to the first floor, a few girls rushed out of the nearby classroom. Xiaofu nearly collided with the girl in front. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, grabbing the railing to dodge, but she still stepped on his foot. Sorry. Are you okay? Jiang Shi hadn't expected anyone around the corner and almost ran into him before she noticed. I'm fine. Xiaofu steadied himself and looked up at the girl opposite him, momentarily stunned. What a coincidence. Are you Xiaofu? Jiang Shi asked with a hint of doubt as she discerned his face. Jiang Shi. In the cafeteria, Jiang Shi and Xiaofu sat down across from each other. Bai Jingran and the others sat nearby, covertly observing their interaction. Didn't expect you'd come to know. For high too, Jiang Shi said, while shoveling rice into her mouth, chatting with Xiaofu. Well, my score just barely made the cut, and I couldn't be bothered to fight for a spot at no. 1 or no. Too hot. As if you could get in just because you wanted to. Jiang Shi shot him a disdainful look, as if to say, stop pretending to be a big shot. She and Xiaofu had known each other since they were very young. Jiang Shi's maternal grandparents and Xiaofu's paternal grandparents lived in the same village. When they were children, she often led Xiaofu on adventures over the hills and across the seas. They had thoroughly explored every inch of their hometown, collecting snails, picking wild fruits, and catching crayfish. The two were notorious in their hometown for being mischievous troublemakers. Later, when they entered middle school, Xiaofu's family moved to the city for development, and Jiang Shi's family went through some upheavals, gradually causing them to lose touch. In her past life, their reunion in high school led to another incident that caused a permanent rift between them. Jiang Shi discovered that this childhood friend seemed to be paying her a little too much attention. She feared he harbored some improper intentions. Xiaofu also sensed Jiang Shi's resistance and after that they had little to do with each other. This only confirmed Jiang Shi's suspicions. I treated you like a brother, but you had ulterior motives. However, this time around Jiang Shi had become a girl, so this young lad should no longer be interested in her. That was why Jiang Shi could now sit and chat with Xiao Fu with a calm mind. Xiao Fu ate quickly, perhaps noticing the stares from Bai Jingran and the others. After a few words, he left the cafeteria. Seeing this, her close friends gathered around. Zhang, I sense something's off with you. Spill the beans. Sherlock Huang Chi stroked her chin, speaking with a meaningful tone. Jiang Shi was quite composed. A childhood friend, haven't seen him in ages, just catching up. Who isn't that a childhood sweetheart? Mi Wanqing chimed in from the side. Sweetheart, my foot. Jiang Shi reached out to grab Mi Wanqing's weak spot. Remembering the affectionate gaze this guy had given her in her past life, she wished she could delete that memory entirely. Fortunately, in this life, such a thing would not happen again. Jiang, why aren't you eating the eggplant? Bai Jingran's observation was unique. She noticed Jiang Shi had left all the eggplant in the eggplant braised pork. I'm allergic to eggplant. Jiang Shi poked at the leftovers in her bowl, explaining. Oh, but braised eggplant is so delicious, Mi Wanqing said regretfully. Her mother was from the northeast, a superb cook, and Mi Wanqing had been well nurtured by culinary delights. Mi Wanqing remembered something and added, oh, by the way, next weekend is my birthday. You guys come to my place for dinner. Let me show you my cooking skills. She patted her not so ample chest, inviting the three of them. Then I want sweet and sour pork chicken stewed with mushrooms and braised pork with vermicelli. Huang Chi counted on her fingers as she spoke, her mouth involuntarily watering. Leave it to me. Mi Wanqing waved her hand, grandly adding everything to the menu. What's wrong? Got knocked down a peg. Xiao Fu, returning to the classroom, found Shui Yuanin lying on his desk sighing. Who would have thought there's always a higher mountain? In his hand was a Chinese language test paper with a score of 134. Isn't 134 enough for you to brag about? There aren't even 10 people who scored above 120 this time. In Xiao Fu's eyes, this guy was just being a pure show-off. The boy sitting next to Shui Yuanin interjected. I checked, only 9 people scored above 120 in Chinese, and only 2 above 130. Xiao Fu raised an eyebrow and said to Shui Yuanin with schadenfreude, looks like you got second place. Just 2 points short, and I would have been first. So close yet so far. Shui Yuanin tilted his head back to drink a mouthful of milk, his face full of dejection. Another boy in the front row asked with a smile, which class? So ruthless, taking down our brother Shui, just like that. Class 3, I think her name is. Jiang Shi, the one who sang with Bai Jingran during military training. After finishing lunch, Jiang Shi strolled back to the classroom. By then no one was gathered in front of the blackboard anymore. Jiang Shi looked up at the chart, searching for her name. Right on the mark, her name was exactly in 10th place. If she had scored just 1 point less, she would have dropped to 11th. She had narrowly completed the task. Bai Jingran unsurprisingly took first place with her math score far ahead of the others. Jiang Shi then turned her gaze to another chart, which listed the top 50 in the entire grade. She estimated she was around the 100th place. Bai Jingran's name was hung at 6th in the grade. If her Chinese score had been a bit higher, she could have broken into the top 5. The names ahead didn't ring a bell for Jiang Shi, but they were probably all hardcore grinders. After collecting the quest reward, Jiang Shi returned to her seat, ready to test the effect of the heart without external things buff. Pulling out her math homework, Jiang Shi took a deep breath and began to work. Bai Jingran, returning from the school shop, saw Jiang Shi's focused demeanor and didn't disturb her. She quietly went back to her seat and began her afternoon nap. By the time Jiang Shi finished the last problem, most of the lunch break had passed. There was hardly a single hiccup in the process. Jiang Shi also discovered the benefit of this buff. It kept her mind exceptionally clear. The speed at which she recalled and associated knowledge points increased significantly. It was like swapping in a brand new processor. The first class in the afternoon was physics. Previously, the teacher's explanations would leave some concepts a bit obscure. But for Jiang Shi, it was no problem at all. She understood and memorized things very quickly, perhaps also because most of this was very basic and simple knowledge. Overall, this buff was incredibly effective. Jiang Shi was confident she could improve her score even further during the midterm exams. As she completed one task, a new one refreshed. Task 1, enter the top 5 of the class in the midterm exams. The reward had been changed to spirit points. The system is getting stingier. It wants me to become a grind king too. Jiang Shi couldn't help but complain inwardly. At this rate, there would probably be tasks for class first, then grade first. And finally, a provincial top scholar quest, neatly laying out her path to becoming a study prodigy. With the buff's assistance, Jiang Shi found her homework speed had also increased considerably. Basically, whatever the teacher assigned, she could finish most of it during the long break. By the time school let out, only some copying assignments remained. Carrying her light backpack, Jiang Shi waved goodbye to Bai Jingran and left the school. Not far into her bike ride, Jiang Shi saw a girl in a No. 4 high uniform crouching by the roadside. She was fiddling with a small dark object. Taking a closer look, Jiang Shi realized it was a tiny kitten lying in a flower bed with its tongue out. Its abdomen was rising and falling slightly. It looked very weak. The girl held half a sausage, bringing it close to the kitten's mouth. It's too small, it can't eat sausage. Jiangshi jumped off her bike and propped up the kickstand. She also leaned in to observe. The girl looked very anxious and asked hurriedly, "Then what do we do? It seems too weak to even open its mouth." "Take it to a pet hospital." Jiangshi made a prompt decision. The girl picked up the kitten, not minding that it was filthy all over. Only then did Jiangshi realize this was none other than the little dancer Yuan. Yuan looked up, her oval face showing surprise. "Jiangshi, no time to chat. Let's go to the hospital first. Get on my bike." Yuan got on the back of the bicycle holding the kitten. The sight of the two girls drew the attention of nearby students. Some bolder upperclassmen even whistled at them. But Jiangshi had no time for them now as she pedaled off in a different direction with Yuan. She didn't actually know where a pet hospital was, but she knew someone who would. Sujia's cousin, who was a pet shop owner, would surely have a solution. By the time they rode to Century Square, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Jiangshi, bustling with energy, dragged Yuan to the entrance of the pet store. Inside it was just as before. Many cats were lounging or standing, and some catching sight of Jiangshi pressed against the glass, their eyes wide as they gazed at her. Suya took the tiny bundle from Yuan's hands and gently pried open its eyelids to examine them. "It's not too severe, just some inflammation. The heat is making it a bit weak." She then carried the kitten to the back of the pet store, a small workspace. The room was cluttered with bags of cat food cans and an array of oddly shaped toys. "You too should wash your hands thoroughly with soap. Stray cats can carry fleas," Suya instructed. She then pulled out a collection of bottles and jars from a cabinet. First she applied deworming medication, then cleaned the area around the kitten's eyes, mixing other medicines into a can of kitten food. The little cat finally gained some strength, trembling as it stood on its wobbly legs, mewing at the trio. Suya then proceeded to bathe and dry the kitten. At last the little fluffball's true appearance was revealed. Its fur was a mix of gray and black with perky ears that gave it an adorably dazed look. Its tiny tail flicked back and forth, restless and lively. "All right, we've done all we can. The rest is up to it to pull through." Wrapping the kitten in a towel, Suya asked further, "Where did you find this stray? It looks barely a month old. Was it abandoned?" Her shop often received severely injured strays. She would nurse them back to health and then find willing owners. Yuan shook her head, admitting she didn't know. "In a flower bed by the roadside. It meowed at me a couple of times, and that's when I saw it." The kitten was pitch black with only its eyes visible, a purebred little coal ball. It eyed the three warily, occasionally twitching its ears to catch sounds from outside. "So are you planning to adopt it, or should I look for someone who might?" Suya used her finger to stir the scattered meat paste the kitten had nudged aside, encouraging it to eat more. Jiangshi remained silent. If she brought the kitten home, her mother would never agree. If Yuan couldn't adopt it, either they could only hope for a kind soul willing to take it in. Yuan's face showed her own dilemma. She worried the little one might not find a good owner. But she also couldn't spare much energy to care for it. Seeing their reluctance, Suya clapped her hands and proposed another solution. "How about this? I can keep it here for now, and you two cover its food expenses." Yuan cast a questioning glance at Jiangshi, finding the idea quite reasonable. Once she graduated from high school, she could bring the kitten home. Jiangshi had no objections. She could certainly afford a bit of cat food for the little one. Once her latest novel was published, she'd have a substantial sum coming in. "Then why don't you give it a name?" Yuan looked at the tiny pitch-black creature and blurted out, "How about calling it Cold Ball?" The little thing opened its mouth wide and let out a mew as if in protest. "Protest denied. You're Cold Ball now." Yuan poked its tiny paws, sealing its name. "All right then, they'll move it to another spot." Suya carried Cold Ball into a separate small room. Seeing that time was getting late, Yuan pulled Jiangshi away from Century Square. "Thank you, Jiangshi. I really wouldn't have known what to do without you." "It's nothing." The little thing was pitiful. "Where do you live?" "They'll walk you home." Jiangshi pushed her bike as they stood by the roadside, surrounded by the flow of traffic. It was now rush hour, and the square had come alive with activity. Many young couples strolled hand in hand. "It's out of your way. I can walk back by myself." Yuan felt reluctant to trouble Jiangshi again. "The sun's almost gone. It's not safe to walk alone. Get on the bike is faster." Jiangshi patted the back seat, mindful of her past experience. Two people together were always safer. Yuan hesitated for a moment before climbing on, thinking that arriving home too late would worry her mother. "Hold on tight. They'll ride a bit faster," Jiangshi said, and soon felt a pair of arms wrap around her waist. Yuan let out a soft pressing closer to Jiangshi's back. The evening breeze blew as Jiangshi followed Yuan's directions, chatting about this and that along the way. Unlike the graceful dancer she had been on the playground that day, Yuan was now quite reserved. Often Jiangshi would say 2 or 3 sentences before Yuan responded with one, like a quiet, gentle girl next door. Yuan had an older sister, much older, who was away at university in another province. Her father also worked far away for most of the year, only coming home during holidays. At home it was just her and her mother. "Turn right at the next intersection and you'll see it. There's a big tree." Jiang Shi followed her gaze and spotted a lush ginkgo tree. The area was filled with resettlement houses for relocated families looking somewhat worn and aged from a distance, an old neighborhood. Here, Jiang Shi braked in front of Building 92, its mottled walls entwined with dark green ivy. A plainly dressed middle-aged woman stood at the stairwell entrance constantly peering outside. Her face bore a hint of anxiety, but upon seeing Yuan wave at her she relaxed and walked over. "Why are you so late today? Did something happen at school?" she asked. "I saw a stray cat on the way and took it to the pet clinic. It delayed me a bit," Yuan replied cautiously as she stepped off the bike. "You child." The woman started to scold, but noticed another girl standing nearby, so she switched to a smile and asked, "Are you Wenwen's classmate? Thank you so much for bringing her back." "Hello, Auntie. I'm Jiang Shi in the same grade as Yuan." Jiang Shi averted her gaze from Yuan and introduced herself. "Would you like to stay for dinner? I've already prepared the food." "No thank you, Auntie. I should head home before it gets dark." Jiang Shi shook her head. Her home was still quite far, and she needed to recognize the route while there was still some light. Some of these roads she was riding for the first time. Seeing this, Yuan's mother didn't insist further, simply telling her to be careful on the way. Once Jiang Shi's figure disappeared at the intersection, she pulled Yuan back inside. "You child worrying about some stray cat. Can it help you score 2 more points on your exams?" "How did the monthly exams go?" "Not bad, 23rd place." "Let's eat. Finish up and go do your homework. The tutor will be here soon." Staring at the steaming bowl of rice in her hands, Yuan's mind drifted back to that tiny little ball of fur. The little one must be sound asleep by now. Without the burden, Jiang Shi sped up all the way and returned home before supper. Facing her mother's questioning gaze, Jiang Shi rolled her eyes and said in a coquettish tone, "Mom, I was kept behind to clean up today, that's why I'm a bit late." Though still somewhat skeptical, Jiang's mother allowed her daughter to sit at the table for dinner. Seeing this, Jiang Shi sat down and then raised her head proudly, announcing, "Mom, Dad, I have good news to tell you." "What good news?" Ji Ruisong put down his chopsticks and asked, playing along with Jiang Shi's act. He had gradually grown accustomed to Jiang Shi calling him father. Meanwhile, Ji Han seized the moment when his father wasn't looking to swiftly snatch a chicken nugget and stuff it into his own bowl. "In the first monthly exam, your daughter, I got first place in the entire grade for Chinese." Jiang Shi tilted her head back, her nose almost pointing to the sky. "Impressive." Ji Ruisong clapped, beaming with joy. "How many points did you get in English?" Jiang's mother suddenly interjected. She knew all too well about her daughter's academic imbalances. Chinese was decent, math was barely passable. But English was an utter mess, too painful to look at. Jiang Shi, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly wilted, but she still pouted and said, "It's not too bad, either 96 points. "That's not bad, is it?" Ji Ruisong was somewhat puzzled. The full score for their exam was 150. Ji Han threw in a remark, instantly earning a glare from Jiang Shi. "Converted to a 100-point scale, that's only 64 points. Barely passed." Jiang's mother grabbed Jiang Shi's ear. "Ow, ow." Jiang Shi cast a pleading look at Ji Ruisong. Ji Ruisong cleared his throat and said, "High school has just started. I believe Jiang can definitely improve her English in the future. All right, let's eat quickly. You still have homework to do later." Jiang's mother finally let go of Jiang Shi and continued eating. That evening, Jiang Shi received good news. Her new novel had passed the review, and she would soon receive the manuscript fee. Then Xinglan scheduled the meeting for this Saturday. This editor was flying directly from the capital to Haizhou to meet Jiang Shi. They would discuss further collaboration and signing contracts. This was the closest Jiang Shi had ever come to her past lives dream. After signing the contract, she could be considered as having taken a half step into the ranks of professional authors. At least she could now support herself through writing. The next day, Jiang Shi understood the saying, "What's meant to come will come eventually." As soon as morning reading class began, Zhuang strode into the classroom. "Jiang Shi, come out with me for a moment." Jiang Shi, who was memorizing English vocabulary, looked up, her eyes instantly filled with a clear, foolish innocence. "Who called me? What happened?" It was only under Huang Kiki's reminder that she noticed old Zhuang standing at the back of the classroom. Quickly following old Zhuang's steps, Jiang Shi searched her mind for any trouble she might have stirred up recently. Suddenly it struck her, after every exam, old Zhuang did indeed pull some people into the office for a private chat. Most were those with average grades who still had a chance if they worked harder. In no time they reached the office. Zhuang pointed to the plastic chair beside him. "Have a seat." Jiang Shi waved her hand and reflexively blurted out, "Oh, how could I? Please, you first." The two stared at each other, the air freezing for a second. Damn, having been an office worker for too long, she had triggered an auto-reply to a superior. Zhuang sat down, reaching for the teacup on the table. Jiang Shi quickly sat down as well, assuming what she thought was a very demure posture. Zhuang got straight to the point. "Ahem, I called you here for 2 things. First, regarding your studies. As your teacher, I'm very pleased that you scored so well in Chinese, but as your homeroom teacher, I'm more concerned about your overall performance." Jiang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. It was about grades, so no big deal. Then Zhuangde pulled out a form from his drawer. He ran his finger down the list until he found Jiang Shi's name. It was the entire grade ranking, and Jiang Shi saw the number 88 before her name. If she took things seriously, she was quite talented, wasn't she? Looks high, doesn't it? Zhuangde noticed the girl's smug expression and began to pour cold water. But look, in this exam, the average scores for Chinese and English were relatively low. Math was about your normal performance. If the averages for Chinese and English go up a bit next time, you'll immediately fall out of the top 100. He continued his earnest analysis. Relying on just one subject to pull up your score is very dangerous. You can't slack off on English either. Jiang Shi nodded with a sincere face. I understand, teacher. With the boost from the system, she didn't dare claim she'd make leaps and bounds, but she could at least raise her English score above the passing line. Zhuangde looked at the girl, knowing that she might not fully take his words to heart, but he still wanted to do his best to polish this uncut jade. It's only the start of senior year, and I don't want to put too much pressure on you, but 3 years. Long as it may seem, it's short in the blink of an eye. He seemed to realize that if he went on any longer, there wouldn't be enough time left for morning reading class. Zhuangde took a sip of tea and brought up the second matter. There's another thing. It's about the city-level essay competition. I hope you can participate. Essay competition. Although this was within Jiang Shi's expectations, she hadn't expected it to come so soon. Every year, there is an essay competition. In high school, one can participate 3 times, from the city level to the provincial level, and then to the national level. It's not a small scale. Jiang Shi had participated once in her past life, but was eliminated at the city level. If she could make it to the national competition, it would be an honor and useful for applying to some universities through special admissions. Only 2 people from the first year have been selected to participate. It's about taking part. Zhuangde didn't give Jiang Shi a chance to refuse. He stuffed the registration form into her hand and told her to go back to class. When she returned to the classroom, morning reading had just ended. Many students were eating breakfast and chatting with each other. Seeing Jiang Shi enter, someone shouted, "Jiang the Brave is back." This made Jiang Shi's forehead twitch in annoyance. However, as the first person to be summoned for a private chat by the homeroom teacher, everyone was curious about what old Zhuang had talked to her about. Jiang, what did old Ban want you for? Was it about sleeping during the exam? Huang Qiqi was the first to sidle up. Should keep your voice down. Jiang Shi covered the girl's mouth. Family scandals shouldn't be aired in public, especially her own. MMPH, you're suffocating me. Huang Qiqi struggled free from the clutches. Here, see for yourself. Jiang Shi spread the registration form on the desk for everyone to see clearly. An essay competition. Bai Jingran looked it over from top to bottom, slightly surprised. But recalling Jiang Shi's essay score of 52 out of 60, it all made sense. Jiang, this competition is being held at No. 1 high school. Bai Jingran pointed to the detailed description on the form. Jiang Shi took a closer look and indeed saw that the venue was at No. 1 high school. The competition was scheduled for Friday afternoon, October 11th. Is No. 1 high school far from here? Jiang Shi calculated the time. Getting home too late would invite nagging from Miss Wu. It's quite far, but the school should arrange transportation for you. Bai Jingran recalled that her home was in the city center, very close to No. 1 high school. Jiang Shi thought about it. There would be more participants from the 2nd and 3rd years. All in all, there would be about a dozen people, and she guessed the school would take them all together. At that time, the subway in Jiangcheng hadn't started construction yet. To get to the city center, one either had to drive or take a 1-hour bus ride. In short, it was quite troublesome. News of Jiang Shi being selected for the composition competition spread quickly. Most students were only slightly surprised after all her scores were solidly there. When Xinxing learned of this, he was watching Ma Lei play cut the rope. This guy had somehow acquired a second-hand touchscreen phone from who knows where. He had downloaded a few new games from the internet cafe owner. Although it sometimes crashed during gameplay in 2010, mobile gaming was a nascent form of entertainment that immediately captured the attention of the surrounding students. A few boys huddled together, heads bowed, making it look like they were plotting something. A 52-point essay. If she doesn't go, who will? I heard only 2 were chosen from the first year. The other one seems to be from class 7. Ma Lei said nonchalantly, his finger continuing to slide across the screen. As all the ropes were cut, the little monster finally got to eat the lollipop. Of course, there were those who held different opinions. Just luck, the essay topic probably happened to be one she had written before. I don't believe she can score that high every time, said a boy with a mushroom haircut. Xinxing remembered his name was Gu Yoji. His grades were average, but he always carried a self-righteous pride. Simply put, his Chinibyu phase hadn't fully passed. If Jiang Shi heard this, she would definitely roll her eyes. She'd be too lazy to go anyway. If someone else took her place, she'd be even happier. Seeing no one respond to him, Gu Yoji felt like he was performing a monologue. He slunk back to his seat, pretending to study. Ma Lei put away his phone. A class was about to start. If the teacher caught him playing on his phone, it would surely lead to confiscation, standing as punishment, and a call to parents. The whole routine. He didn't mind the last 2, thinking he had cultivated an impenetrably thick skin. But the phone had cost him several weeks' allowance. If it got confiscated, that would be a real loss. The crowd dispersed, returning to their own seats. Some watched with an itching desire, eager to play around themselves. Broma, let me have a go, we'll give it back. After class, a voice came from behind. Male looked up and saw it was a classmate he wasn't very familiar with. You can play, but you have to leave a deposit. Otherwise, who's responsible if the phone gets lost or broken? He ticked off on his fingers. This phone cost me 600 yuan. A deposit of half 300 isn't too much, right? Xinxing was impressed. The second-hand phone had actually only cost a bit over 200. Those who could afford a 300 yuan deposit wouldn't be interested anyway, but this was enough to discourage many from borrowing the phone. As soon as he said this, the remaining few also dispersed. Not long after, Pei Yunhua walked in on high heels. Dressed in a long plain white gown, elegant and serene, she instantly captured the attention of many boys. But they only dared to steal quick glances, afraid of meeting her eyes. Jiang Shi, however, looked openly. She had to admit Pei Yunhua at this moment was like a classical beauty stepping out of a painting. She perfectly matched the image Jiang Shi had of a Chinese teacher. Then, thinking of Zhuang Da's deeply lined, stern face, Jiang Shi couldn't help but sigh. Reality was always surprising. Biology was one of the few subjects Jiang Shi still remembered something about. Out of the 300 points for the science, comprehensive biology accounted for 90. Jiang Shi never got full marks, but she was usually only deducted a few points per exam. She was practically a born genius for biology, chemistry, materials, and environmental engineering. The more she thought about it, the more it brought tears to her eyes. Pei Yunhua noticed Jiang Shi's direct gaze and gave her a slight smile. Jiang Shi shuddered, thinking she was about to be called on to answer a question again. Fortunately, Pei Yunhua quickly turned around. After class, Jiang, why is the answer to this question C? Bai Jingran held her exercise book, pointing at a question and asking Jiang Shi. Unlike the three main subjects of Chinese, math and English, Bai Jingran wasn't good at the science comprehensive. This was one of the few opportunities Jiang Shi had to play the expert. After a lengthy explanation, Bai Jingran was still completely confused. Seeing this, Jiang Shi had to use a more straightforward method. It's okay, let me give you an analogy. Jiang Shi leaned in close to Ranran's ear and began to whisper. Bai Jingran's face grew increasingly flushed until she finally exclaimed in mock anger, Jiang, you pervert. Jiang Shi chuckled. Mi Wanqing and Huang Qiqi in the back row were completely bewildered. What's up with these two? I think they've probably gone crazy. Mi Wanqing shook her head. Can they be saved, Dr. Mi? Huang Qiqi played along with her deskmate. No hope, call old Zhuang to bury them. Jiang Shi grabbed Bai Jingran's resisting little hand. After her stat boost, controlling a delicate soft girl was effortless. Ranran, don't resist, just give in to your master. Jiang Shi flashed a comical grin. In your dreams, Bai Jingran knew Jiang Shi's weak spot was her waist and reached out to tickle her, but Jiang Shi dodged every attempt. As the two were playfully wrestling, Zhuang Du appeared at the classroom door without anyone noticing. He just cleared his throat, since these two were the class monitor and top student, and the other was a promising student he had his eye on. Before class starts, let's change seats. Murmurs immediately filled the classroom. Some felt their current spot was prime real estate and didn't want to move. Others had grown close to their neighbors and didn't want to be separated. All right, seats will be changed, but in the end you'll choose where you sit. Zhuang Du clapped his hands to quiet the students. We'll choose based on the monthly exam rankings, but you can't choose your original group. The noise in the class subsided. Jiang Shi thought about her 10th place ranking. Surely no one would compete with her for the seat next to Ranran. Zhuang Da's method for changing seats was unique. He had everyone pack their belongings and then enter the classroom one by one to choose their seats. This led to the corridor outside class 3 being crowded with students during class time. Those with lower rankings started chatting among themselves. Bai Jingran, being first in the monthly exam, chose first. Through the window, Jiang Shi saw her pick a seat by the window on the right side. Jiang Shi gave an okay sign. Soon the students filed back into the classroom one after another. Jiang Shi smoothly sat in the aisle seat next to Bai Jingran. Because Bai Jingran had chosen the first row, the good student zone, very few people chose to sit there. Boys preferred the back of the classroom, far from the teacher's eye, a prime spot for slacking off. Jiang Shi considered it for a moment and was tempted, but she still preferred to be close to Ranran. Having a beautiful girl as a deskmate was far more important than slacking off. Mi Wanqing and Huang Qiqi followed closely, taking the seats behind them. It was essentially the same as before, just with the left and right positions swapped. The last 2 students in the class reluctantly took the VIP seats on either side of the podium. No need to guess, these were always the last 2 spots left. After school, Jiang Shi was about to slip away when she suddenly heard a classmate by the back door calling out to her. Jiang Shi, someone's looking for you. Jiang Shi instantly became alert. Could it be another troublemaker like Chun Ran? But things had been much quieter lately. Yuan stood at the entrance, peering in search of Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi, over here. She waved upon spotting her. Why was this little dancer looking for her? Jiang Shi raised an eyebrow, but set down her backpack and walked out without hesitation. After exchanging a few words, Jiang Shi learned that Yuan wanted to visit Meiqiu. Since it was still early and a round trip to the pet store wouldn't take much time, Jiang Shi agreed. Arriving at the pet store, Jiang Shi immediately spotted the black Meiqiu. Among a crowd of colorful cats, it stood out strikingly. Yuan gently stroked the fur on Micaiah's back. After a day of recovery, the little creature had regained much of its vitality, lifting its head to sniff at Yuan's fingers. Luckily, now that it can eat, it's out of danger. Suya set down the cat she was holding and approached, sharing tips on caring for the kitten. Yuan listened attentively, while Jiangshi's focus remained entirely on the little feline. She used its own tail as a teaser, making the kitten spin in place. Sister Suya, how much would boarding cost? Yuan asked hesitantly. She had some pocket money, but wasn't sure if it would be enough. Mainly cat food and litter. Since kitten eats little, it'll waive the space fee. Let's say 100 a month. Jiangshi thought this was indeed a very reasonable price, considering Suya had to care for the cat daily. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was within her budget. He'll cover it. This little one is pitiful enough. Jiangshi picked up Meichio. 100 yuan was no issue for her now. But Yuan insisted on sharing the cost, and after discussion, they decided to split it 50-50. Leaving the pet store with time to spare, Jiangshi suggested strolling through the square with Yuan. By the way, I saw your dance during military training. It was lovely. Did you take lessons? Jiangshi bought a bowl of Odin, and they ate together leisurely. Yes, I learned when I was young. Yuan held a skewer of crystal-clear radish that looked especially appetizing. So are you planning to apply to an art school? Jiangshi asked, chewing on a beef ball. The little dancer seemed talented, and an artistic path might mean less competition. The college entrance exam was like thousands of troops crossing a single plank bridge. The slogan, "Improve by 1 point, surpass 1,000, wasn't just empty talk. Especially in a place like Jiangxing, some parents enrolled their children in cram schools early, using money to bridge score gaps, as a college degree still held considerable value. Unlike Jiangshi's past life after working, where college students became academic beasts, and competition for good jobs required at least a master's degree. Jiangshi had only asked casually, but Yuan fell silent for a moment before replying softly, "My parents want me to go to a proper university, so I stopped dancing much." Jiangshi sensed a hint of reluctance in her voice. But this was a family matter, as she couldn't interfere. And neither choice was clearly better. Still, you probably want to keep dancing, right? If it's something you truly want to do, fight for it. It's better than regretting later. Tisk, that sounded like cheesy motivational talk. She had never said such things before. But since it was out, Jiangshi raised her fishball skewer and offered it to Yuan, lightening the mood. Yuan let out a soft mm. After finishing the Odin, Jiangshi walked Yuan back to the ginkgo tree to avoid Yuan's mother inviting her for dinner again. Why did you eat so little today? Are you feeling unwell? Wu Shuichin watched her daughter eat only half a bowl of rice and asked with concern. Jiangshi certainly wouldn't admit she'd snacked on several skewers of Odin, so she said she'd eaten a lot at school lunch and wasn't hungry. Even if you're not hungry, you have to eat. Meals must be on time. Mother Jiang was firm. She knew that if her daughter ate too little at dinner, she'd sneak a midnight snack. Jiangshi had no choice but to sit down and eat some more dishes. After dinner, Jiang Xinyu lounged on the sofa, channel surfing with the remote. Nothing particularly interesting was on. Sis, hey, race your money back. Jiangshi turned to see Jihan standing by the sofa, holding out 10 yuan. Did you give the gift, eh? Jiangshi took the bill and pocketed it, asking casually. Jihan nodded, looking quite pleased, then suddenly grew wary. That's my privacy. I'm not telling you. Don't worry, even if you found a girlfriend, I won't tell mom and dad. Jiangshi waved dismissively, showing little interest in her little brother's personal life. No, I haven't. Jihan fled the scene, guilt evident. Protesting too much. The kid was still too young. Jiangshi put down the remote and shook her head. Had eventually get caught by their parents. Bored, she stood up and headed to the study to see if she could find someone to chat with. Opening QQ, the first message was from her editor Qinglan. It seemed she had booked a ticket and would arrive in Haizhou by Friday. She sent Jiangshi the meeting location, a coffee shop. The reason for not meeting in Jiangcheng was partly because the city lacked an airport, and Jiangshi wanted to see what Haizhou was like in 2010, maybe she'd spot some business opportunities. Of course, this was only after she'd raised her constitution to 8 points, giving her some self-defense capability. She could at least escape easily, even if outmatched. Jiangcheng wasn't far from Haizhou, just an hour and a half by train. But getting from Jiangshi's home to the train station took considerable time. Before leaving, she had another thing to prepare. Traveling without a phone would be inconvenient. Jiangshi planned to dip into her savings and splurge on a new phone. However, she wasn't sure about phone prices from 10 years ago. She only knew a few brands. But she'd saved up about 2,000 yuan in pocket money, enough for a touchscreen phone. Keypad phones felt too retro for Jiangshi. She couldn't get used to them. After browsing online, she found some viable options. But online shopping wasn't as developed back then, as she couldn't just click to buy what she wanted from home. Jiangshi decided to visit a phone store after school the next day and get a SIM card at the same time. Not far from No. 4 High School, there was a computer mall, a hub for various electronic devices. Whether secondhand or brand new, one could find almost anything here, from phones to laptops. Jiangshi had already finished all her homework during the breaks, so she left her backpack behind. To avoid shop owners refusing to sell to her because of her youth, she entered the building. As soon as she stepped inside, she spotted an advertisement for Pingwa phones plastered in the most prominent spot. The price started at 4,999 yuan, a stark contrast to the phones costing just a few hundred. But at that moment, getting one at that price was nearly impossible, or one had to pay a premium. Jiang Shi shook her head and ventured deeper where more shops lined the way. Seeing her glance around, many owners eagerly called out to her. "Young lady looking for a phone. I've got the latest model from this month." Jiang Shi ignored most of the touts and instead chose a shop that looked relatively tidy. The owner seemed young, which might reduce the odds of him being a swindler. "Boss, what phone brands do you have?" Jiang Shi stood and scanned the counter, which displayed many phones with handwritten price tags ranging from tens to thousands of yuan. Jiang Kailan glanced at the girl before him, guessed she was from a wealthy family, and assumed she had come alone to buy a phone. Pingwa Nokia Sanching, and also a Lixin Motorola. He stood up and pulled out a pink-cased phone from the counter. Girls of this age, he thought, like pretty things. Jiang Shi took it and fiddled with it for a moment. Phones at this time hadn't yet embraced the trend of oversized designs. They looked compact and delicate, small enough for her to hold with one hand. Still, she put it down and said, "Boss, I want a touchscreen phone." "Touchscreens are much more expensive." Jiang Kailan raised an eyebrow, realizing he might land a big deal today. "The pricier the phone, the larger the profit margin. Let me see this one." Jiang Shi pointed to a sleek all-black phone in the display. It was marked at 1499 yuan, just within her budget. "This one's indeed good, a new model this year. Without an invoice, I can give it to you at this price." Jiang Kailan took out the phone and handed it to Jiang Shi. "Without an invoice?" Jiang Shi was puzzled. What did that mean? Seeing the girl didn't understand, Jiang Kailan didn't elaborate, but smiled and said, "It's nothing. If you want an invoice, you'll need to add 200 yuan. Jiang Shi thought for a moment and quickly grasped the implication. After a quick test, Jiang Shi found it satisfactory. It had all the necessary features. Her main uses were making calls and chatting on QQ, so she didn't need high performance. "Can you make it cheaper?" she asked, employing her long and used bargaining skills. Jiang Kailan could tell the girl genuinely wanted it, so he held firm on the price. In the end, he only knocked off 50 yuan. Jiang Shi counted out 1700 yuan and handed it to the boss, waiting for change. She opted for the invoice to avoid future hassles with after-sales service. It wasn't worth skimping on that small amount. Leaving the computer mall, Jiang Shi headed straight to the nearby telecom office to get a SIM card. Having turned 16, she saved herself a lot of trouble, otherwise she would have needed her parents to accompany her. She activated a plan with data and inserted the SIM card into her phone. Using the office's Wi-Fi, she began downloading the apps she needed. She had to be frugal with her data plan. At that time, 1 megabyte cost about 1 yuan. Most people couldn't afford that. With the phone, chatting on QQ became much easier. Jiang Shi familiarized herself with the operations and quickly mastered it. She could even visit her Q zone to water the adopted flower. But it seemed she hadn't tended to it in so long that the flower had withered, prompting a message to adopt a new one. Saturday. Jiang Shi got up early, said goodbye to her parents, and headed out with her backpack, which contained snacks and water to stave off hunger on the road. The train from Jiangxing to Haizhou took an hour, and she still needed time to get to the station. After buying a ticket, Jiang Shi squeezed through the security checkpoint with the crowd. On Saturdays, many migrant workers returned to their hometowns, and others took weekend trips. A long line formed in front of the station. By the time Jiang Shi passed security, there was little time left before departure. Everywhere, people carried large bags and suitcases. At that time, there were no high-speed trains, only old-fashioned green trains. Jiang Shi found her seat and sat down, clutching her backpack. It contained some travel money she had prepared, and she couldn't afford to lose it. Soon the carriage was packed. Many without seats had to stand in the aisle. Jiang Shi sat by the window with a white-haired grandmother carrying a basket of grapes to her left. Across from her was a shifty-looking young man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his gaze constantly drifting toward Jiang Shi. But Jiang Shi paid him no mind. If he tried anything, she wouldn't hesitate to knock him out first, and then play the victim. "Hey sis, could you move a bit? I need to put my luggage up." A burly man with tanned arms scratched his head and asked Jiang Shi apologetically. "Sure, go ahead." Jiang Shi stood up and made room. The man stepped onto the seat to hoist his luggage onto the overhead rack. After climbing down, he kept thanking Jiang Shi. "The train is about to depart. Move in, everyone. Anyone not on board, hurry up." The conductor shouted outside. Soon the train began to move slowly, pulling out of Jiangxing Station. Instant noodles, sausages, chicken feet, sunflower seeds. "Move aside, let my cart through." A vendor pushed her cart through the crowded aisle, struggling forward. The carriage was filled with a mix of smells nearly indistinguishable. Jiang Shi closed her eyes, ready to catch up on sleep. She had woken up early for the journey. Before she could drift off, a whiff of smoke wafted from across, and the old grandmother beside her began coughing incessantly. She opened her eyes and saw the shifty young man across from her had lit a cigarette. A stream of white smoke puffed from his mouth. "If you need to smoke, go to the smoking area at the front of the train. No smoking in the carriage." Jiang Shi reminded him, coldly disliking the smell herself. The young man glanced at her dismissively. "Too many people, I don't want to squeeze through." Besides, no one's stopping me. Rude, Jiang Shi muttered. How little girl so proper, huh? He'll smoke right here. What can you do about it? The young man grinned and blew a puff of smoke toward her. The grandmother's coughing intensified. Jiang Shi restrained her urge to act, pulled a bottle of water from her backpack, and offered it to the old lady. Seeing this, the young man chuckled. He'll go if you come with me, sis. With so many people in the aisle, any trip would involve inevitable physical contact. Jiang Shi instantly understood his intentions. Her gaze turned icy as she glared at him. Bro, that's going too far. The burly man who had been silent finally spoke up. Mind your own business, outsider. The young man snorted. The big man's face darkened. Before long, the young man nudged the big man who was slumped over the table and urged, "Move, I need to go to the bathroom." Jiang Shi saw the big man open his eyes briefly, then close them again, unmoved despite the shaking. Damn, sleeps like a log. The young man wanted to slap him awake, but seeing the big man's muscular build, swallowed his spit and held back. He cursed under his breath, climbed onto the table, and prepared to jump over. Jiang Shi narrowed her eyes and pushed her empty water bottle toward the middle of the table. The young man, not noticing, stepped on it. His foot slipped, and he fell face first toward the aisle, landing hard. His nose was crooked. He turned to lash out, but saw the big man had woken up and was glaring at him coldly. A chill ran down his spine, and he slunk away in disgrace. Uncle, well done. Jiang Shi gave a thumbs up. A villain needs a tougher villain to tame him. The uncle smiled shyly, letting out a soft chuckle, showing no trace of his earlier fierceness. Miss, you look quite young. What are you going to Haijo for? The man saw that Jiang Shi looked no more than a teenager, still at an age for schooling. It wasn't summer vacation either, so a young girl traveling alone seemed unsafe. I'm going to visit my aunt. She'll be waiting for me outside the station, Jiang Shi said calmly while drinking water. This wasn't entirely a lie. Jiang Shi did have an aunt in Haijo, her father's younger sister. However, this aunt had some friction with her mother. When Jiang Shi's father was still alive, they could barely sit down and chat calmly, occasionally visiting each other. Now they were tired of each other and had hardly any contact. Using this as a pretext came in handy to avoid harassment from ill-intentioned people. The elderly woman next to them had recovered and took out a bunch of grapes from her basket, asking the two, "Young man, would you too like some grapes?" "These are homegrown and very sweet," the woman said. The man didn't stand on ceremony, plucked a few grapes, and handed some to Jiang Shi. "Really sweet, Annie. Are you planning to sell these grapes?" the big man asked, spitting the grape skins onto the iron tray on the table. The elderly woman chuckled. "How much could I make from selling so few? My son works in Haijo, so I'm bringing him some over the weekend." The man withdrew his hand that was about to take a few more, scratched his head, and said with an embarrassed smile, "Then you'd better save more for your son. My daughter also studies at a university in Haijo. I'm planning to find a job in Haijo so I can live closer to her." When talking about his daughter, the man's voice immediately filled with pride, and he opened up to chat with the elderly woman. The man's name was Wang Xingmin, a northerner, and his daughter had just been admitted to Haijo University this year. She was the first student from a prestigious university in their entire region. He used to work as a carpenter back home, but now he had to cover his daughter's tuition and his hometown income couldn't sustain it, so he had to leave his homeland to work elsewhere. Jiang Shi ate the grapes, slowly listening to their chatter. She knew something about Haida. It was a top 50 university nationwide. Excluding the elite 985 universities, Haida was considered the most competitive among the 211 universities. The admission score was terrifyingly high. Even adding 60 or 70 points to her previous live score, Jiang Shi would barely have a chance to get in. Well, then your daughter is doing very well in her studies. Once she graduates from university, she won't have to worry about finding a job. It's all thanks to her own hard work. She's very sensible, Uncle Wang said, smiling and waving his hand. Before long, the young hooligan came back. There was a swollen patch on his face, looking like he had taken a bad fall. This time Wang Xianmin did not make things difficult for him. He moved aside to let him sit in. After passing through a tunnel, the train arrived in the Haijo area. The towering skyscrapers in the distance could be faintly seen. That was Haijo's core CBD, where money and capital flowed incessantly. It's really different from my hometown. Uncle Wang sighed, a hint of inferiority rising in his heart. He was just a rough man, neither educated nor skilled. Finding a job in Haijo that could sustain him would not be easy. But for his daughter's tuition, as a father, he had to grit his teeth and push through. The train arrived at the station and the crowd jammed at the front and rear exits, blocking the doors completely. After finally getting off, Jiang Shi discovered another problem. The place she got off was Haijo's old train station, which would be demolished and rebuilt in a few years, connecting to the newly built subway. The signs were a mess, making it hard to find the way. Jiang Shi looked around for a long time and finally followed the signs to the service counter. "Hey miss, haven't you found your aunt yet?" Jiang Shi turned around and realized it was Uncle Wang from the train. She shook her head and said, "Not yet. I can't find my way, so I came to the service desk to ask." Uncle Wang rubbed his head and smiled. "Me too. It's my first time in such a big city and I'm still not used to it." He then handed Jiang Shi a slip of paper with a string of numbers on it. "Here, this is my number. If you run into any trouble, miss, you can look for me." I may not be well educated, but am pretty strong. Jiang Shi took it and said thank you. After all, it was a kind gesture. Following the directions from the staff, Jiang Shi found the bus transfer point. Taking the bus all the way to Lijing Building Station would take her to the place where she was supposed to meet her editor. Lijing Building Huajian Cafe. Shi Qinglan faced her laptop, her fingers tapping continuously, occasionally pausing in thought. Even on a business trip, she had to deal with the submissions in her email. On her right side was a cup of coffee. When her wrist got sore, she would stop to take a couple of sips, resting and refreshing herself. She had arranged to meet Zhang Lai at 10 o'clock, and it was just a little past 9. Shi Qinglan liked to arrive early for appointments to avoid any unexpected issues. By 9:30, she had mostly finished her tasks, so she opened another document on her desktop, the partial draft that Zhang Lai had sent her earlier. Every time she reread it, she got a different feeling and grew more curious about the plot development. While reading, Shi Qinglan began to imagine what Zhang Lai looked like. A person's character is reflected in their writing, and the same applied to their work. To be able to analyze the human heart so profoundly, the author must have rich life experience, at least over 30 years old. The narrative perspective was calm and objective, with precise emotional control and no affectation. Most likely a male author. In Shi Qinglan's mind, an image of a somewhat weathered middle-aged man emerged, but with bright, piercing eyes. Jiang Shi stopped, shielding her eyes from the sun. The place was easy to find. The cafe was on the first floor of the building. As soon as she got off the bus, she spotted the huge sign. Qinglan had already sent her the seat number, so Jiang Shi didn't delay. She asked the waiter and went straight up to the second floor. The cafe was decorated in an antique style, looking quite old. Jiang Shi found seat B7 by following the numbers, and her eyes lit up instantly. A professional office lady in a suit with a pair of glasses. She was truly the epitome of a mature, elegant woman. She never expected her editor to be such a beauty. Jiang Shi felt a secret joy. Shi Qinglan also sensed a gaze lingering on her and looked up to find a young girl. Carrying a backpack, wearing jeans and a short-sleeved jacket, she looked full of youthful vitality. "Little girl, is there something I can help you with?" Shi Qinglan closed her laptop and met her gaze. "Hello, I'm Zhang Lai. Are you the editor, Qinglan?" Jiang Shi smiled and extended her hand, looking forward to the chance to shake hands with the beautiful lady. Shi Qinglan looked at the radiantly smiling young girl before her, and her mind went blank for a moment. "You are Zhang Lai." Shock spread across her face, and she couldn't control her voice. The other people in the cafe immediately turned to look. Ran him back. The woman in sunglasses opened her arms, reaching out to Bai Jingran, but the latter dodged her embrace. "Alas, my daughter is grown up and doesn't like her mother anymore." Removing the sunglasses, she revealed a delicate and graceful face, her words tinged with melancholy. Bai Jingran said with a hint of disdain, "What kind of mother would leave her daughter alone at home and go traveling for over half a year?" No. The woman wagged her finger and smiled mysteriously. "I went out this time to investigate." "Investigate what?" Bai Jingran sighed helplessly, knowing well that her mother was a frivolous person, always up to something. "Of course it's for my precious daughter's future." The woman pulled Bai Jingran into her arms. "This time I went back to my alma mater and had a talk with my teacher. You want me to study abroad?" Before the woman could finish, Bai Jingran had already guessed her intention. "You're my daughter, as bright as ice and snow." The woman chuckled and snapped her fingers. "I'm not going." Bai Jingran turned her head away, and the atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. "Why? At least you have to tell me the reason for refusing. Studying abroad doesn't mean you have to stay there, you can come back." Bai Jingran bit her lip, unsure why she felt so resistant. The thought of going alone to a foreign country where there were no familiar family or friends filled her with a sense of panic. "I don't like it." Bai Jingran finally uttered 4 words. All reasons converged into these 4 words: "I don't like it." "You're exactly like I was when I was little." The woman sighed. "I said the same thing to your grandfather, but he only replied with 1 word. Do you know what word, Oi?" "No." Bai Jingran shook her head blankly, remembering her grandfather as a kind and amiable person. "Get lost." The woman mimicked her father's fierce glare and raised eyebrows. Then she laughed. "Back then I thought if I ever had a child I would never treat her like that. So I won't force you to go. But Ran, you need to know that the path I've chosen for you may not be your favorite, but it's one I've tested with time. The easiest way forward." "All right, enough of our mother-daughter whispers. What do you want for dinner?" "He'll cook for you." Bai Jingran watched her mother put on an apron. This fashionable woman at the forefront of trends seemed to transform back into the familiar housewife she knew. Jiang Shi ordered a cappuccino. The coffee cup was beautiful, obviously chosen with care. She wondered whether to ask the waiter where she could buy such a lovely cup. As for the taste of the coffee, she couldn't tell if it was good or bad. She always felt that all coffee had that slightly bitter flavor. It took Shi Qinglan 5 minutes to finally confirm that the young girl before her, no more than 16, was the Zhang Lai who had submitted the manuscript to her. She hadn't ruled out the possibility that the girl was using her parents' work to bluff. But after a preliminary discussion about the draft, Shi Qinglan abandoned that idea. The other party was thoroughly familiar with every detail. This was undoubtedly the original author of The Silent Lamb. Truly talents emerge in every generation. She recalled that at 16 she was still scheming against her teachers just to sneak a glimpse of romance novels during breaks. This rendered some of the speeches she had prepared useless, though the raise the price tactic always worked anytime and anywhere. But Shi Qinglan quickly adjusted her mindset. She had seen geniuses before. The editorial board thinks highly of your work. They plan to feature it separately alongside other long novels serialized in a dedicated journal. Shi Qinglan pulled out the company's decision documents, which were normally not to be shown to authors. But the higher-ups were very keen on the lamb, and this would also help to win over the author. For serialization, how is the payment calculated? Jiang Shi rubbed her chin. She wasn't interested in the details of journal segmentation. She cared more about how much money she would actually get. Shi Qinglan adjusted her glasses, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. 2 parts: a guaranteed per character fee and a royalty. The royalty is calculated based on the journal's sales. If you can provide the complete manuscript at once, we can also buy it outright, depending on the quality. Jiang Shi's eyes lit up. Outright purchase was possible. What more was there to say? Taking the money directly was the best option. With the shrewd minds of these big companies, if she opted for royalties, they would squeeze the guaranteed per character fee. It was better to sell it outright and settle the account. After all, she still had plenty of good ideas to write about. Shi Qinglan wasn't surprised by Jiang Shi's choice. After all, the other party was still a young girl. She probably didn't understand the intricacies of business and only knew that having cash in hand was best. For a magazine of story, S-scale royalties were a treatment many authors couldn't even dream of. It was only because the higher-ups were uncertain about this new journal split that they offered such favorable terms to attract submissions. Jiang Shi sent the full manuscript to Shi Qinglan. After a brief read, the latter let out a long breath. If there are no issues, we can sign the contract now. The outright purchase of a long novel involved a significant amount of money along with copyright issues. Shi Qinglan had brought along a standard contract template. All she needed to do was fill in the amount and date. The novel's main text was 2,000 characters with a compensation of 5,000 yuan. Okay. Jiang Shi took the contract, read it carefully, and after confirming there were no issues, signed her name. 2 copies were made. Jiang Shi carefully tucked hers into her backpack. 50,000 yuan. This directly completed a large part of her task. For the sake of those 5 free attribute points, she had been diligently working. However, Jiang Shi didn't have a bank card, and Shi Qinglan couldn't carry that much cash. The payment would have to wait until Jiang Shi got a bank card, and then Shi Qinglan could transfer the money. With the business settled, they started chatting. Shi Qinglan tactfully asked if Jiang Shi would be willing to sign a contract with Story, but was refused. Sister Qinglan, as you can see, I'm still a student. I'm afraid I can't provide regular drafts for you. Jiang Shi said apologetically. It wasn't that she didn't want to sign, it was just that signing a contract would mean a regular commitment which would take up a significant portion of her time. Hearing Jiang Shi's explanation, Shi Qinglan didn't insist. Instead, she asked why Jiang Shi had written such a novel. The crime theme contrasted sharply with her vibrant high school appearance. Jiang Shi gave a dry laugh, saying she liked Sherlock Holmes and thus chose this genre. As for whether the other believed her, she didn't care. After chatting for a while, Shi Qinglan offered to treat Jiang Shi to lunch, but Jiang Shi declined. Then Jiang Shi said goodbye and left the cafe, leaving Shi Qinglan alone flipping through the manuscript repeatedly. The place Jiang Shi was headed to was a curry shop. During her past life, she often had lunch at this very curry shop. After a while, she became familiar with the owner. He was a few years older than her. If she remembered correctly, he should have already taken over the family business by now, inheriting this work from his parents. This was one of the few old friends she had in Haizhou. Since she was already here, she might as well pay a visit. At this time, Haizhou was still developing, with towering skyscrapers casting shadows over cramped and narrow alleyways. However, these places would soon vanish, replaced by one commercial district after another. The place Jiang Shi was looking for was right here. It was a 3-story building. A few years later, everything around it would be demolished, but this little building would be left standing alone. It seemed as if forgotten by time, always standing tall, watching the surroundings change year by year. That old friend had once complained to Jiang Shi, wishing this building would be torn down too. Then he wouldn't have to stir curry over the stove every day, nor wake early and sleep late, busy from dawn till dusk. Boss 1 curry pork cutlet rice. The shop wasn't large, but it was kept very clean with menus on every table. But Jiang Shi didn't even glance at them. She called out directly. Before long, a man ran out from the back kitchen, his hair slightly curly and his brows furrowed. Upon seeing that the visitor was a young girl, he had to lower his voice and say, "We don't open until 12. The curry isn't ready yet. You'll have to wait a long time." "It's fine. If you have anything else to eat, just give me something to tide me over." Jiang Shi didn't mind, as she knew all this, but coming early had its advantages. For instance, no queuing. After a moment, the man brought up a bowl of soup with a few lonely strands of egg and seaweed floating in it. "This is all there is. If it's not enough, help yourself from the pot over there." Jiang Shi stirred it with a spoon and sipped it slowly. Since getting out of the car, she had only drunk a cup of coffee. Her throat was parched now, so this bowl of plain soup was actually quite pleasant. After sitting for about half an hour, the man walked over to Jiang Shi with a plate. Curry chicken cutlet rice, 10 yuan. Jiang Shi instinctively reached for her phone, but after taking it out she remembered that mobile payments weren't popular yet. When going out everyone used cash, and now she realized it was indeed quite troublesome. However, the curry rice tasted just as delicious as always. Boss, your curry is really good. Have you ever considered changing locations, franchising, and expanding? Jiang Shi spoke while eating. The man had probably finished his preparations, and with no other customers, he could only sit behind the cash register staring into space. Hearing Jiang Shi's words, he took off his apron, revealing the shirt and shorts underneath, snorted, and said impatiently, "Franchising. It's not that easy. You're young, but you think too much." Jiang Shi indeed didn't know much about running franchises, but she understood this was a golden opportunity with even bigger prospects like food delivery later on. Her old friend had always regretted not making the decision to take this step back then. By the time he realized it, he had already lost the chance to compete with others. Opportunities were like that. Once missed, they never came back. Jiang Shi didn't argue, she just continued eating, but an idea was slowly brewing in her mind. However, any plan required one thing to come true: money. At the Huajian Cafe, Shi Qinglan was still sitting in her usual spot, but the coffee beside her had been replaced with a sandwich. Her trip to Haizhou this time wasn't just to meet Zhang Lai. "Qinglan, what brings you to invite me out?" The newcomer took off his baseball cap, revealing an aged face, an elderly gentleman. His demeanor was casual, as if he had just strolled over here. "Elder Zhong, please have a seat." Shi Qinglan didn't dare to be negligent. She stood up and helped him sit down. "No need, my old bones aren't that frail yet." The old man waved his hand for Shi Qinglan not to worry. If Jiang Shi were here, she would surely recognize him as the renowned modern Chinese literary figure Elder Zhong Jinming. His honors were countless and his literary achievements were extremely high. He was considered a titan in the literary world. He was also a visiting professor at several top universities. A figure like this, let alone Shi Qinglan, even the boss of Story magazine, would have to treat him with utmost respect. However, due to family connections, Shi Qinglan had a fairly good personal relationship with Elder Zhong. This time the higher-ups hoped she could persuade Elder Zhong to review a new journal. After Shi Qinglan briefly explained her purpose, Zhong Jinming thought for a moment. He smiled and said, "I can do it, but you should know this old man has very high standards." Shi Qinglan nodded. "Of course I know that." "Good. From your expression, it seems you are quite confident in this batch of manuscripts." Elder Zhong nodded. With that, Shi Qinglan pushed her laptop over to him. "This is the manuscript we plan to feature in the first issue." Elder Zhong took the mouse. Although he was advanced in age, he never stopped learning new things. Using a laptop was a piece of cake for him. Elder Zhong read much faster than Shi Qinglan. Before long, he closed his eyes and began to ponder. After a moment, Zhong Jinming opened his eyes and uttered, "Not bad. This is a good novel." "Who wrote it?" "Han Yan. No, that kid is good at portraying people, but I've never seen him tackle this subject." "Chao Tong. No, he can't write with this flavor." "Strange." Elder Zhong frowned, muttering one name after another, including some renowned authors. Shi Qinglan said with a smile. Elder Zhong stopped guessing. "The author of this manuscript is a 16-year-old high school girl." "Come on, don't treat me like a senile old man." Elder Zhong thought Shi Qinglan was joking with him, so he stared intently, trying to find clues between the lines. "If I'm lying to you, may my grandfather be struck by lightning." "Does your grandfather know you are using his name for this?" Elder Zhong's eyes sparkled with amusement. It wasn't that he didn't believe Shi Qinglan, but it was too astonishing. A 16-year-old writing such words was truly hard to believe. "If it's really as you say, then this young girl is a true genius. With proper nurturing, her future achievements will be immeasurable." As he spoke, Elder Zhong read for a while longer, then sighed. Shi Qinglan quickly asked, "What's wrong, Elder Zhong? Is there a problem?" In terms of literary attainment, 10 of her combined couldn't match the old man before her. Perhaps he had spotted some potential flaws. "The writing is good, but it's too crafted. Look at these words and sentences. There's none of the liveliness of a young person." Elder Zhong pointed at some phrases on the screen, quite emotional. "Nowadays children mature too fast. When I was in my 20s I traveled far and wide with my uncle, and I didn't write my first work until I was nearly 40. It's a pity I can no longer recapture the feeling of youth. People should write the words of their own stage in life." To be able to write a character with such deep thoughts, this child must have experienced no small amount of hardship. Shi Qinglan took back the laptop, and the image of Jiang Shi appeared in her mind. Now that she thought about it, beneath that sunny and cheerful exterior, there was always an adult-like composure and slickness. "Wow, Mom, look. Such a big ship," a girl with pigtails exclaimed, pointing at the cargo vessel on the river. This was Haizhou's largest port, with the vast boundless sea stretching into the distance. Jiang Shi leaned against the railing. The sea breeze, carrying a hint of moisture, brushed against her skin, cooler and more refreshing than any air conditioner. This was once her workplace, and now looking back, the difference from the future was nothing short of immense. Haizhou was hosting the World Expo at the time, and although it was nearing its end, many tourists were still arriving to catch the tail end of the event. Jiang Shi casually bought a few souvenirs, the expo mascot's little blue figures with a single tuft of hair sticking up. They looked endearingly silly, perfect as gifts for Bai Jingran and the others. On the streets, she could still see many foreign faces asking for directions in English. Jiang Shi knew her foreign language skills were virtually non-existent, so she didn't dare embarrass herself. After a leisurely stroll, she set off for home, though she knew that one day she would return to Haizhou. Fortunately, the journey home was free of troublesome encounters. Jiang Shi went to the bank to open an account and bought a bag of oranges to celebrate her imminent status as a 10th Sanyuan household. Humming a tune, she opened the door to find the house completely empty. Even Jihan, who usually occupied the study, was nowhere to be seen. "Where is everyone?" Jiang Shi sent a message to Jihan on QQ. A few minutes later, he replied with a single character 6. Jiang Shi's response was equally terse, though Jihan probably couldn't grasp her meaning. She easily found Building 21, which housed an internet cafe. It was thriving at the time, a dream destination for many teenagers since not every family could afford a computer. Many parents also viewed computers as corrupting distractions, forbidding their children from using them. The internet cafe occupied the entire 10th floor, though it wasn't particularly large. As Jiang Shi walked in, the front desk staff turned a blind eye and let her pass without issue. "Hurry up, attack. Left. I'm dead. It's all your fault." Many people were shouting from their seats, the screens flashing with various games. Jiang Shi glanced around and spotted several titles. At the time, League of Legends hadn't been released yet. There was Crossfire, Dream of the Red Chamber, Sword Net 3. Almost every game imaginable was being played, and she even saw someone playing Plants vs. Zombies. After a few turns, she finally heard a familiar voice. "Kid having fun." Jihan was clicking his mouse furiously when the sudden remark startled him so much that the mouse flew 3 feet into the air. "Jihan, what's wrong?" That was a perfect opportunity. A teammate's complaint came through the headset. But Jihan had already taken off his headset, finding Jiang Shi standing beside him with her arms crossed. Sis." Ji Xiaohan instantly turned into Ji Xiaosu, knowing that if Jiang Shi told their parents, he'd be in for a severe beating. "It's fine, keep playing. I just came to ask where mom and dad went." "And what did you mean by that 6 earlier?" Seeing his frightened expression, Jiang Shi couldn't help but laugh. She had never realized before how easy it was to tease her brother. Jihan rubbed his head. "I was in the middle of a game when your message popped up and I typed the wrong thing. Mom and dad went out to buy groceries, said they'd make something nice for dinner tonight." "Got it. Come home soon too. If mom and dad find out, I won't be able to help you. Don't come here too often." Jiang Shi left the internet cafe with those words. As for the grocery shopping, she didn't believe it. Those two were probably off enjoying some time alone. Jihan sighed in relief, put his headset back on, and heard his teammate's voice again. "Jihan, are we playing or not? I thought I heard you talking to a girl just now." "No more games, I have to go home for dinner." "What girl? You must have misheard." Jihan played dumb. "Hey, it's only 3 o'clock, and you're eating dinner already. Spill it, or he'll tell Yuan Mingjiao." "You wouldn't dare?" Jihan's voice suddenly rose. "Of course I wouldn't, Brother Han. You are definitely hiding something." The other player left a meaningful remark and then logged off. Watching the darkened avatar, Jihan gritted his teeth and muttered, "That fat bastard." He then settled his bill and left the cafe. Jiang Shi's warning proved timely. Not long after Jihan got home, their parents returned carrying large and small bags of groceries. Ji Ruisong even brought out his treasured bottle of wine. "Dad, what's the occasion for drinking today?" Jihan asked, curiously sniffing the bottle's opening like an inquisitive puppy. Shoo, kids can't drink." Ji Ruisong waved him away. He then fetched a corkscrew from the kitchen and carefully pulled out the cork, releasing the rich aroma of wine. Seeing Ji Ruisong's radiant expression, Jiang Shi knew something significant had happened today, though she seemed to have forgotten what it was. After all, in her past life, she had disliked this stepfather and had practically ignored him. "To celebrate your dad's promotion to section chief, I've made several dishes today. Eat up," said Mom, wearing an apron and a beaming smile. Jiang Shi realized it was this event. Ji Ruisong had languished in the deputy position for years, and this year, he finally found an opportunity to be promoted. But Jiang Shi felt little joy. This seemed to be happening much earlier than in her past life. Moreover, it meant that the major upheaval that would change their family was already quietly brewing in the shadows. Sometimes a promotion wasn't necessarily a good thing, but might just be a way to find someone to take the blame. The political arena was far more treacherous than ordinary people imagined. Jiang Shi picked at her rice, pondering her options. She couldn't directly tell her parents, and with her current abilities, it was still very difficult to alter the course of events. Ultimately, her age limited the choices she could make. Humans are such contradictory creatures, eager to grow up when young, yet longing to return to youth when older. Jiang Shi sighed, catching her mother's attention. "What's wrong, Jiang? Is one of the dishes not good?" Wu Shuaqin asked her daughter with concern. "No, Mom's cooking is amazing. Everything is delicious." Jiang Shi pushed aside her worries and put on a smile. It wasn't that urgent yet, she still had time. After dinner, Jiang Shi returned to her room to do homework, the evening breeze carrying a hint of chill. After all, it was almost November. Jiang Shi suddenly remembered that tomorrow was Mi Wangqing's birthday. She had also promised to go to Mi Wangqing's house for dinner with Ran Ran and the others, but she hadn't prepared a birthday gift yet. Jiang Shi twirled her pen in her hand. This was quite a challenge for her. Giving the haibao she bought today seemed a bit too casual. A flash of inspiration struck, and she decided to follow the principle of asking when in doubt. She opened QQ on her new phone and sent messages to several people. Ran Ran, what are you planning to give Mi Wangqing for her birthday tomorrow? Sujia, what do you usually give a friend on their birthday? Nothing in the world is difficult if you pool your wisdom. Jiang Shi decided to rally her friend's intelligence. She was practically a master of strategy. Sujia listed some options, all of which were trinkets that girls liked. Snacks, hair clips, and MP3 player. It depends on how much you're willing to spend. Sujia ticked off her fingers. She usually didn't fret over such matters. The thought counted more than the gift itself. Bai Jingran, on the other hand, prepared a plush toy. She even sent Jiang Shi a photo directly. It had to be said it was indeed a good choice. But if she copied it, repetition wouldn't be ideal. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Shi settled on small accessories. A pure silver necklace, both pretty and affordable. The next day, Jiang Shi went to the nearest gold jewelry store. It sold not only gold, but also silver ornaments, jade, and the like. The shop owner was a middle-aged woman. Sister, do you have silver necklaces here? Jiang Shi walked into the store and asked directly. The woman looked up, saw a young girl, and the address, sister, struck a chord in her heart instantly, bringing a smile to her face. She cheerfully beckoned. Yes, we do. Come over here and take a look. Are you buying this as a gift for someone else or for yourself? Jiang Shi walked to the counter displaying necklaces. Under the glass case, strands of necklaces gleamed with a silvery cold light. The variety was so dazzling that she was momentarily overwhelmed. In buying it as a gift for a classmate. If it's for a classmate, these are too old-fashioned. Look at these. They're the latest trendy styles. The woman pulled out a tray from the counter which contained many cartoon-style necklaces. Look, this is a very popular design this year. Everything goes well, persimmon. Jiang Shi took it. It was a small, exquisitely carved persimmon, very round and smooth. It had a good weight in her hand. It's quite cute. Can I see something else? Jiang Shi gently put it back and turned to look at others. If she remembered correctly, Mi Wangqing, like herself, was born in 1994, the year of the dog. After scanning the display, Jiang Shi picked out a simple line-drawing style puppy necklace. It looked adorable and endearing. Sister, how much is this one? Jiang Shi called out sweetly again, hoping to bargain better later. Let me see. The woman picked up the price tag, did a quick calculation, and soon quoted a price. Today's silver price is 5 yuan per gram. Plus the crafting fee, the total is 125. Since you're a first-time customer, it'll make it 120. Jiang Shi took out 2 red 100 yuan notes from her pocket and handed them to the woman, but her mind was elsewhere. She vaguely remembered that due to the financial crisis, the price of silver had soared in 2011, reaching a peak of 10 yuan per gram. That was double the current price, presenting a good opportunity to snap up a bargain. After putting away the necklace, Jiang Shi did not leave immediately, but walked to the other side. The counter there gleamed with an enticing golden luster, and a glance revealed rows of gold jewelry. The largest piece was a gold bracelet weighing over 40 grams. Sister, how much is gold per gram now? Jiang Shi asked curiously. Gold is expensive, 290 yuan per gram. The shop owner followed over, but didn't elaborate much, assuming that a girl of such young age couldn't afford it. Even the cheapest small ring, including the crafting fee, would cost 5 or 600 yuan. Jiang Shi compared in her mind. The price of gold wasn't far from its highs in recent years. Moreover, it was only suitable for long-term investment, not within her considerations. Around 4 o'clock, Jiang Shi rode her bicycle to Mi Wangqing's house. Jiang, come in quickly. Mi Wangqing pulled Jiang Shi in her face, beaming with joy. Besides the necklace, Jiang Shi had also bought a pomelo, which she casually placed by the entrance. Mi Wangqing was still wearing an apron, apparently already starting to prepare dinner. As Jiang Shi was playfully tugging at her, someone poked their head out of the kitchen. Wangqing, get your classmate a glass of water. The woman wiped her forehead with the back of her hand. Without a doubt, this person was Mi Wangqing's mother. Hello, auntie. Jiang Shi quickly greeted her. Mom, this is Jiang Shi, the one I told you about, who got first place in the whole grade for Chinese. Hearing this, the woman raised her eyebrows and smiled. Hello, please have a seat. Mi Wangqing's mother was obviously very pleased that her daughter had such an outstanding friend. She pulled Jiang Shi to the couch in the living room and instructed her daughter to take care of her friend. However, she still had to cook, so after a few words she left the two of them and returned to the kitchen. Jiang Shi leaned back comfortably. The sofa cushions were soft, adorned with cartoon patterns that were clearly picked by Mi Wangqing. I can't believe I'm the first to arrive. See how good I am to you, Wan. Mi Wangqing, with Jiang Shi's arm around her waist, turned and handed her a tangerine, saying disdainfully, "EW. You're so cheesy, Jiang. And you're not the first to arrive. Huang Qiqi came a little earlier than you. She ordered a cake and just want to pick it up." As she spoke, the doorbell rang again, followed by Huang Qiqi's voice. Open the door. I'm back with the cake. Seeing Jiang Shi, Huang Qiqi also brightened up and said with a smile, Jiang, when did you get here? Just arrived, barely sat down. As she spoke, Jiang Shi reached out to look at the cake box in her hand. Hey Jiang, what are you doing? Huang Qiqi switched the cake to her other hand. Jiang Shi chuckled. I just want to see what kind of cake you ordered. I think you're trying to sneak a bite. Huang Qiqi teased with a laugh. How could that be? If you want, show me, fine. They'll get to eat it later anyway. Jiang Shi put her hands behind her back and sat back down on the sofa. Well then, that leaves Ran. Huang Qiqi put the cake in the fridge, clapped her hands, and said, I just sent Ran a message. She said she's on her way and will be here soon. Huang Qiqi stroked her chin and had a sudden idea. How about we give Ran a surprise? What kind of surprise? Mi Wanqing leaned in curiously. Like this? Huang Qiqi suddenly raised her voice and made a funny face, startling Mi Wanqing, who was closest to her. Ha ha ha. Then she couldn't help but laugh. That's all shock, no surprise. Bad review. Jiang Shi commented from the side. Is that the point? Mi Wanqing looked at the two of them with a resentful gaze. The three of them fooled around for a while, and near 5 o'clock, Bai Jingran finally arrived a bit late. The kitchen work was also winding down and dishes were being brought out one after another. Tada! The crispy pork slices that Ran requested. Mi Wanqing turned into a waitress, introducing the dishes as she went. The meat slices coated in a crispy shell were a brilliant golden color, and the sweet and sour aroma of the sauce could be smelled from afar. Actually, my mom's hometown version is even more sour. This is a modified version specially for you. Wow, it smells so good. Zhang the kitten's eyes lit up, immediately eager to start eating right away. What's this? A bowl of soup was set in front of Huang Qiqi. Mi Wanqing explained, this is pickled cabbage and pork soup. My mom learned it from my grandpa. It's absolutely authentic. Wan, come and help serve the dishes. Just as Mi Wanqing was about to elaborate on the dish's origin, a voice called from the kitchen. Coming. He'll tell you later. Before long, the table was laden with dishes. Mi Wanqing's mother also brought out 2 bottles of drinks, and the 5 of them sat around the table in a circle. Aren't we waiting for uncle to come back? Bai Jingran scanned the room, but saw no sign of Mi Wanqing's father. My dad usually comes back very late, no need to wait for him, Mi Wanqing murmured softly. Then let me be the first to wish Wan a happy birthday. Jiang Shi raised her glass, lifting the spirits once more. Happy birthday. The others clinked their glasses with hers. Next came the birthday cake. They dimmed the lights in the room, and Huang Qiqi retrieved the cake from the fridge. The cream was adorned with cherries and strawberries along with a blessing written in jam. Wan, how many candles do you want to put in? Bai Jingran held a handful of colorful candles. Let's put in 6 for good luck. Mi Wanqing reached out, took them, and placed them in the cake. The flickering candlelight illuminated the girls' smiles. Mi Wanqing's mother sat nearby, watching the children laugh and play. Make a wish first, you haven't made a wish yet. Huang Qiqi grabbed Mi Wanqing just as she was about to blow. Mi Wanqing closed her eyes, then opened them a moment later and blew out all the candles in one breath. The room fell into darkness. When Bai Jingran turned the lights back on. Who smeared cream on my face? Mi Wanqing touched her cheek, her voice coquettish. Jiang Shi sucked her finger, looking away, and chimed in. Yeah, who's so mean? Huh. In the end, she couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out. Before Jiang Shi could enjoy her triumph for long, a pair of hands reached from behind her, swiped 3 fingers across her face, leaving 6 white streaks like a kitten's whiskers. Jiang, now you look even more like a little cat. Huang Qiqi doubled over with laughter, while Bai Jingran, the culprit, joined in. Jiang Shi turned around and rubbed her face against the others, eliciting a chorus of shrieks. After eating their fill, the girls brought out the gifts they had prepared for Mi Wanqing. Bai Jingran had brought a rabbit plush toy, incredibly smooth to the touch. Huang Qiqi's gift was a music box. Happy times always flew by quickly. Before they knew it, it was already 7 o'clock. With school the next day, they said their goodbyes and prepared to head home. See you tomorrow. Jiang Shi waved and rode away on her bicycle. A new week began. With the heart without external distractions, the tedious study tasks became remarkably easy for Jiang Shi. Whether it was the difficult foreign grammar and vocabulary or troublesome formulas, after reciting them a few times, she could grasp them thoroughly. The downside was that once she had learned everything, listening to the teacher's lectures felt utterly dull. The knowledge points were already ingrained in her mind. Of course, old Zhuang was an exception. That old man could always find something outside the textbook to chat about for half the class. Just like now, Zhuang De waved his hands as he recounted the tale of the 12 beauties of Jinling. Jiang Shi propped her head on her hand, listening, as if to a comedy routine. The story of Dream of the Red Chamber was far too classic. She had read it over a dozen times in her past life, and many scenes were still vivid in her memory. After the Chinese class ended, Jiang Shi was about to drag Bai Jingran to the restroom when old Zhuang called her out of the classroom again. Ahem. Zhuang De held a thermos in his right hand, took a sip to clear his throat. You don't need to attend this afternoon's PE and art classes. The school has organized training for all students participating in the essay competition. Can I skip it? Jiang Shi raised her hand timidly. She felt she didn't need to attend such training sessions, and more importantly, the music teacher was far more pleasing to the eye than old Zhuang. No. Zhuang De narrowed his eyes, immediately crushing Jiang Shi's hopes of slacking off. There are some important competition details I need to go over with you. Besides, it's your first time participating, so don't go to number 1 high school and be completely in the dark. And this competition is on a large scale. If you advance to the provincial level, it could help with special admissions later. As old Zhuang painted an increasingly grand picture, Jiang Shi could only nod in acceptance. She knew in her heart that the heyday of the new concept composition contest was long past, and getting into a top university through literature special admissions was nearly impossible. With the system's help and her past life memories, the college entrance exam wasn't too daunting for Jiang Shi. However, the essay competition wasn't just about her. If she achieved good results, her advisor could also benefit using it for evaluations and promotions. That was probably one reason why old Zhuang was so invested. Just as they were talking, English teacher Huang Moli arrived at the classroom door. Class 3's next period was her English class. Director Zhuang, what's going on? Seeing Jiang Shi's dejected look, she assumed the girl had been caught slacking off. She also had some memory of Jiang Shi, by Jingren's deskmate, excellent in Chinese, but terrible at English. Teacher Hua, it's nothing. I was just discussing the essay competition with her. Zhuang De didn't linger, exchanged a greeting with Huang Moli, gave a few more instructions, and left. Huang Moli handed Jiang Shi a stack of homework books. Perfect, Jiang, could you help the teacher distribute these? She added with a soft smile, good luck in the competition, but don't forget to work on your English too. Jiang Shi could only nod helplessly. Her break was well and truly ruined. The pre-competition training was held in the multimedia classroom. A total of 7 students from 3 grades were participating, 2 from the first year, 2 from the third year, and 3 from the second year. The 7 students looked scattered in the 30-seat multimedia room. However, the second and third year students sat together, seemingly acquainted with each other. Jiang Shi found a spot away from the center and kept to herself. Hello, I'm Shui Yuanin from class 7 grade 1. Since you're not sitting with them, you must be a first year too. Jiang Shi looked at the overly familiar boy. She replied flatly, class 3 Jiang Shi. She exuded an air of aloofness, maintaining her cool persona. The other person had shoulder-length hair. If not for the deep voice, it would have been hard to tell their gender. But Shui Yuanin clearly didn't pick up on the leave me alone vibe in Jiang Shi's words. Instead, he exclaimed, are you the legend who scored 135 on the monthly Chinese exam? His voice was so loud that it reached every corner of the classroom. Several upperclassmen turned to look. Jiang Shi felt an urge to punch this guy. Did he have to broadcast it? A first-year monthly exam score worth bragging about. Isn't that easy? A voice rang out from the other side of the room. If you ask me, old Zhuang really has no one else to send. First years should just stick to their classes and not meddle in this. The speaker was a boy with a crew-cut legs crossed, looking down his nose at everyone. Jiang Shi didn't even turn her head. Wasting time on someone like that was beneath her. However, Shui Yuanin clearly thought otherwise. He let out a sneer and began to speak with a sarcastic tone. I think some people are all talk and no action. If they were truly impressive, why haven't they ever won an award? Lacking skill, they can only gain a sense of superiority by belittling others. In an instant, the classroom was thick with tension. A senior boy stood up, suppressing his anger, and said, who's talking to you? No one said I couldn't speak. And was I talking about you? Why are you so quick to take offense? Shui Yuanin spread his hands, putting on a smug, infuriating smile. Jiang Shi listened quietly. This kid was quite skilled at quarreling, with a hint of the spirit of a market ante. The senior boy, finding himself at a disadvantage in words, stormed over. His already developed physique towered over Shui Yuanin's. He had originally only wanted to show off in front of the pretty freshman girl, but he ended up tangling with a madman who bit at everyone. You little brat, are you out of your... Before he could finish the last word, a gentle voice interrupted him. Hong Kai Dean Zhuang is here. Lucky for you, what a hassle. The boy returned to his seat, his face sullen. Shui Yuanin chuckled softly and sat back down. Jiang Shi turned to look at the girl who had spoken, only to find her gazing back. Their eyes met for a few seconds, and the girl smiled at Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi quickly averted her gaze, the first thought that came to her mind being, so there really are people in this world who deserve to be called a natural-born beauty. But that didn't seem right. How come she didn't remember such a stunning senior sister from No. 4 high school in her past life? Jiang Shi sifted through her old memories. Back then, it seemed she was only concerned with fooling around with her disreputable friends. Everyone's here, I suppose. Let me start with the instructions for this essay competition. Zhuang De turned on the projector, scanned the classroom to ensure no one was missing, and then got down to business. The competition will be held at No. 1 high school this time. After lunch on Friday, gather at the main gate of the Moral Education Building. The school will send a bus to take you there. Your admission passes are with me. They'll hand them out when we arrive at No. 1 high school. 2 teachers will accompany you, myself, and teacher Han Xintao from the sophomore year. Zhuang De then delved into more detailed matters. Unlike regular essay contests, this one was officially named the National Middle School Student Essay Competition. It was co-hosted by multiple universities held nationwide and took the form of a timed-assigned topic essay. It was divided into 3 levels: city, province, and national. The city and province levels were more like qualifiers, with each province ultimately selecting 5 contestants for the national competition. Even making it to the provincial level was considered a great honor. Securing a place in the national competition could earn you offers from some universities. However, in the history of for high school, the best they had achieved was reaching the provincial level. The dream of competing in the capital had never come true. The competition is a timed-assigned topic essay. I know you all have your own ideas, but don't stray too far. Focus your central thesis, Zhuangde emphasized. Jiang Shi squinted her eyes. It wasn't that she disliked assigned topic essays. Compared to self-chosen topics, assigned topic essays emphasized on-the-spot performance more. The challenge was to craft a unique perspective within the framework without deviating from the topic. The downside was the high risk of overlapping ideas. Although the judging panel usually provided 2 or 3 topics, they were still too few compared to the number of participants. Unlike exams where teachers graded, and a good essay guaranteed high marks, competitions were more fiercely competitive. If your essay wasn't outstanding, you were eliminated. Once ideas overlapped, both essays suffered significantly in the judges' eyes. Choosing a risky path also made it easy to lose control and fail. Striking the balance between the two was crucial. Jiang Shi's thoughts began to drift, and she quickly pulled herself back. She was still under the mind without distraction buff, which made it easy for her to focus too intensely. In essence, she and Shui Yuanin were brought by Zhuangde to gain some exposure and to cultivate the reserve team. He probably didn't expect the 2 rookies to achieve any remarkable results. This suited Jiang Shi's desire to coast along unnoticed. Next, Zhuangde brought out past competition topics and analyzed them one by one, occasionally asking for their thoughts. He then discussed the pros and cons and the difficulty of choosing each topic. As Jiang Shi had anticipated, Zhuangde focused more on the senior students. He paid particular attention to the girl who had stopped Han Kai earlier. Jiang Shi learned her name, Yaoing. Jiang Shi, tell me, how would you approach this topic? Zhuangde suddenly called out Jiang Shi's name. Jiang Shi instinctively started to stand up, then remembered this wasn't a class and suppressed the urge. She looked up at the content on the projector. The Athenians preserved the ship Theseus used as a monument. As time passed, the wood decayed, and they replaced it with new planks. Eventually, every plank was replaced, giving rise to the question, is this ship still the original ship of Theseus? What are your thoughts? Write an impromptu essay on this topic, any genre allowed. Such a tricky topic right off the bat. Jiang Shi tilted her head. The ship of Theseus paradox, a famous problem in the history of philosophy. Countless philosophers had studied it, including some renowned scholars. As a paradox, the question had no definitive answer. That was the charm of philosophy. However, if anyone tried to interpret the topic purely from a philosophical angle, they would fall into the traps set by the examiner. A better approach was to extend from this angle and choose a perspective to articulate one's own reasoning. Moreover, the topic was more about providing a direction than setting a rigid scope. Han Kai snorted. Such a topic required a long time to think about, but seemed her skill level was just average. He raised his hand, ready to show off in front of everyone. Jiang Shi spoke slowly. I would choose to start from the ship itself. Different answers lead people to make different choices, and these choices might ultimately converge on the same outcome. Different answers, yet all roads lead to the same end. What matters is not the process, but the result. Zhuangde finished her sentence nodding. Indeed, that's a solid argument, but writing it well requires considerable effort. Classmate Han Kai, what would you like to say? Zhuangde noticed the boy raising his hand on the other side. I think it's better to compare the 2 answers, starting from the moral of the story, to argue which answer is more correct. After Han Kai finished, Zhuangde asked the others, which angle do you think is better? Yaoing spoke up, classmate Jiang's perspective is more grounded. The other one could easily become armchair theorizing, superficial. Good point. Zhuangde nodded. Han Kai's face darkened. Why did someone always have to undermine him? When choosing a direction, we can't stray too far from real life, otherwise it'll have skin, but no bones. This is especially important for topics leaning toward argumentative essays. Zhuangde glanced at his watch. 2 class periods had quickly passed. There wasn't much more preparation he could do. It ultimately depended on the student's own abilities. Despite encountering a troublemaker who picked a pointless fight during the training session, Jiang Shi was in high spirits on Monday. A text message from the bank reminded her that a royalty payment of 50,000 yuan had been deposited. The newly minted wealthy Jiang began to hum a cheerful tune as she walked, knowing full well that in 2010 50,000 yuan was enough to buy 10 of the newly released iPhone 4S. No longer would she have to rely on her parents' allowance to get by. Ran, let's go to the convenience store. My treat today. Jiang Shi waved her hand grandly, but the expected sound of admiration never came. She had momentarily forgotten that her deskmate was the true heiress. It was Huang Qiqi, who was frantically finishing her homework in the seat behind, whose eyes lit up. Jiang, I want the new ice cream flavor. Easy, easy. Give me a kiss, and I'll fetch it for you for free, Jiang Shi teased, leaning her face closer with a grin. In your dreams. I'm not Ran. I'll buy it myself once I finish my homework. Huang Qiqi reached out and poked Jiang Shi's cheek. It was soft and springy with an exquisite texture. Jiang, did you win the lottery? Bai Jingran asked, curiously noticing Jiang Shi's smug expression. Not quite, I'm just happy today, Jiang Shi replied, reining in her exuberant smile. This money was hard-earned through her own considerable efforts. The convenience store was as bustling as ever. However, Jiang Shi spotted a familiar face. Oh, if it isn't the student council president, Jiang Shi said, her tone dripping with emphasis on the title. Hello, Senior Shun. Junior Jiang, what a coincidence to run into you here. Shun Su replied, with a smile, nodding at the two girls and deliberately ignoring the teasing in her voice. He then inquired, I heard you're participating in the essay competition. It's a task assigned by the leadership, I can't refuse. But I'll just coast through it, Jiang Shi said with a helpless shrug. I've read your monthly exam essay. It was exceptionally well written. Securing a place shouldn't be difficult for you, and the prize money is quite substantial. Wait, what did you just say? Jiang Shi interrupted him. Your essay was excellent. Shin Su asked, puzzled by her sudden seriousness. Not that part. How did you come to read my essay? Jiang Shi was inwardly perplexed. Was she really that famous? Your essay was used as a model by old Zhuang. The whole school has probably seen it by now, Bai Jingran chimed in from the side. I heard about it when I was in the office. It was a bit awkward, but still acceptable since not many people at school knew her personally. And the prize money for this competition is substantial. Shin Su on the other side nodded and repeated. This essay competition has prize money. Jiang Shi was astonished. It wasn't her fault in her past life. She was the embodiment of a slacker, always avoiding any involvement she could. You didn't know? Now it was Shin Su's turn to be surprised. Even he, someone who didn't participate in competitions, was aware of it. No one told me. Jiang Shi's demeanor perked up, her interest peaked. How much is it? The top 5 in the city should get a few thousand, and there are prizes at the provincial level too, but I don't know the specifics, Shun Su said, taking a half step back as the money-obsessed girl leaned in. To bring glory to our alma mater, it's my bounden duty. Rest assured, President Shin Il at least win a few thousand. I mean, I'll bring back first place. Jiang Shi's previous lazy attitude vanished, replaced by a burning ambition for honor. Shin Su and Bai Jingran were left speechless. For them, that amount was merely pocket change. But Jiang Shi was different. Having once struggled to make a living, she had cultivated the habits of a hoarder. Ahem, then I'll await your triumphant return, Junior Jiang. After school, Jiang Shi headed straight to the bank. In the year 2010, with online payments still underdeveloped, she needed to withdraw cash for convenience. She could have used the 24-hour ATM just for withdrawals, but Jiang Shi went directly to the counter. Her plan wasn't just to deposit money, she intended to invest the remainder. Of course, she wasn't interested in the bank's recommended financial products. Her target was silver, which she had her eye on. She took a number and joined the queue, her figure disappearing into the crowd. As the line crawled forward, Jiang Shi pulled out her phone and started chatting with friends on QQ. She also watered a flower in her virtual garden. It was a newly adopted plant, a sunflower, just like before. Shuiyong, follow my lead on this investment. Gold has been skyrocketing lately. My college buddy who specializes in finance has bought a lot himself. 2 men were standing behind Jiang Shi discussing the trend of gold prices. The taller one in front was persuading his friend to invest in gold. Feng Shuiyong clutched his briefcase and sighed. With my salary, I can't buy much. And my mother's health is poor. I don't know when we'll need the money. I think I'll pass. Oh, you're just too timid. How much can you earn from a lifetime of hard work? It all ends up in the hospital's pocket anyway. You might as well take a gamble. Even if you lose a bit, gold is a hard asset. How much can it really drop? Feng Shuiyong remained silent, his heart torn. Opportunities to change one's life were rare, and missing one could mean regret forever. But he had also seen people lose everything in the stock market and end up jumping off buildings. And his mother's medical expenses were unknown. His meager salary alone would never be enough. Is it really profitable? Feng Shuiyong's resolve was wavering. He had saved a considerable sum over the years. Definitely. If you don't believe me, just wait and see if the price goes up tomorrow. Don't come crying to me then. All right, I'll follow your lead. Feng Shuiyong gritted his teeth, vowing to himself not to be greedy and to cash out at the first sign of profit. Jiang Shi overheard every word. She casually checked today's gold price on her phone. It had indeed risen significantly since she last inquired about it for a necklace. However, she vaguely recalled that gold prices in 2010 were highly volatile, fluctuating constantly. Since her memory was fuzzy, she decided to remove gold from her options. After all, no matter how much gold rose, it couldn't match the potential doubling of silver's value. Soon it was Jiang Shi's turn. She first withdrew 1,000 yuan, then asked the teller about silver investments. There were various types of precious metal investments. After reviewing them, Jiang Shi chose paper silver. This method involved no physical delivery, only tracking the price fluctuations of silver. It was the most convenient and required less capital. She invested 45,000 yuan outright, leaving 4,000 in her bank card for spending money. Her conversation with the teller caught the attention of the men behind her. This girl's got guts. Silver's been on a downtrend lately. Looks like she's trying to catch the falling knife, the taller man remarked, shaking his head. This approach was too risky. If the price continued to fall, and she couldn't bear to cut her losses, that money would be tied up. Jiang Shi retrieved her bank card, paying no heed to the comments behind her. After all, she couldn't exactly tell them she was a reincarnator. The best course was to keep a low profile and amass her fortune in silence. Leaving the bank, she hopped on her bicycle and headed home. It was a pity she wasn't yet 18 and unable to utilize leverage through loans or other means. Halfway through her ride, Jiang Shi suddenly realized she had forgotten something. In 2010, a foreigner had bought 2 pizzas with 10,000 bitcoins. Jiang Shi, having regained her memories, searched for information about Bitcoin on her phone. She found nothing. The greatest gift for a reborn individual seemed to have vanished due to the butterfly effect. Yet she felt little disappointment. Trading Bitcoin domestically was troublesome. Was this sour grapes? Forget it, I'll take it step by step. I can live comfortably just by writing manuscripts. Jiang Shi pedaled her bicycle, putting the matter out of her mind. Inside the Shindu KTV, the sound waves were chaotic shadows overlapping. Xiao Gaolong sat on the sofa smoking, with a scantily clad flamboyant hostess by his side. But he had no such interest, instead enduring a furious tirade over the phone. Xiao Gaolong, what the hell are you doing? Did you really set your sights on a schoolgirl? Do you know how much it cost to get you out this time? The one who called the cops is by Handong's daughter. If you can't handle those stubborn holdouts and donciating, don't expect to have it easy. Even through the phone, the caller's rage was palpable. Then the line went dead. Damn it, it's all those 2 bitches' fault, or we wouldn't have been locked up by the cops for so long. The short, thin, yellow-haired man grimaced. It was the same flat top from before. Brother Long want us to find someone. Another underling made a silencing gesture. Xiao Gaolong picked up a glass bottle from the coffee table, weighing it in his hand. To the surprise of those around him, Xiao Gaolong swung the bottle and smashed it on the underling's foot. Are you crazy? If you want to die, don't drag me with you. The surroundings fell silent instantly, and the hostess beside him was too terrified to move. Yo, who do we have here? It's you. I thought a monkey had wandered in. A voice came from the KTV entrance. The newcomer was a young man, seemingly not very old. He sat down boldly opposite Xiao Gaolong. Suyong, this isn't your turf, and you're not welcome here. Xiao Gaolong's tone was heavy, unmoved. The young man raised an eyebrow, smiling. I paid to get in. Is this how you treat customers now? If you're so free, why not sit and have a drink? Xiao Gaolong's face darkened as he handed over a glass, veins bulging on the back of his hand. I wouldn't dare. Who knows what you've put in this drink? Damn it, are you here to pick a fight? An underling couldn't hold back, standing nose-to-nose with Suyong. So what if I am? Who doesn't know about the shady business you're into? What do you want? Xiao Gaolong's voice trembled slightly, on the verge of eruption. The donciating matter is mine to handle. Don't even think about interfering, or he'll find a way to get you locked up again for a few days. What are you trying to do? Xiao Gaolong's pupils shrank, words escaping through gritted teeth. Suyong patted his shoulder and left the KTV. Xiao Gaolong was drenched in sweat, as if pulled from water. Rage burned in his eyes, impossible to suppress. Fine, just fine. A greenhorn who's only been out 2 years dares to threaten me. Brother Long, what now? An underling approached, his face equally grim. He says don't interfere, and we just listen. Who does this kid think he is? Xiao Gaolong hardened his resolve. If he couldn't have it easy, neither would they. First settle the donciating issue, then settle the scores. Achoo. Jiang Shi rubbed her nose, puzzled by the sudden sneeze. With her enhanced constitution, she shouldn't get sick. Autumn's coming, the temperature's changing. Don't skimp on clothes just because it's cool. Her mother started nagging again. I know, Mom. Jiang Shi hugged her from behind. You never listened to me properly. Her mother sighed. Oh, Mom, I have an essay competition at one high school on Friday afternoon. An essay competition. Her mother was surprised. Her daughter's grades were average, and she rarely participated in such events. Yeah, first in Jiangxing, then the top few go to the province. If I do well, I can go to the capital for the finals. Jiang Shi painted a rosy picture for her mother, just like Zhuangde did. Wu Shuaqin could already see her daughter on TV. What parent hadn't dreamed of their child's success? Seeing her mother's delight, Jiang Shi knew her promises had hit the mark. Friday. During the lunch break, the sun blazed directly overhead, and the school was nearly empty. A group of students gathered on the open ground in front of the Moral Education building. Unsurprisingly, it was Jiang Shi's team heading to one high school for the essay competition. Since the group was small, the school didn't arrange a bus, but hired 2 Jinbei vans. 2 supervising teachers each led a team, and 9 people filled both vans. They left the school and drove straight onto the elevated road. Jiang Shi looked out the window, spotting some tall buildings standing alone in the city center. The exam lasts an hour and a half, and you can hand in your paper after an hour. The topic is open, but try not to write poetry. Throughout the ride, Zhuangde continued to emphasize details, handing out admission passes and stationery. Usually there will be 2 or 3 topics to choose from. Don't rush to write, think for 5 minutes first. Jiang Shi took her pass, which bore her ID number, name, class, school, and supervising teacher. Leaving the elevated road, the van made a few turns through the city and arrived at No. 1 high school. As the best high school in Jiangxing, it ranked well within the province. Unlike some remote schools, No. 1 high school was in a central pleasant area just over a kilometer from the city government. It was almost unchanged from Jiang Shi's memories. In her past life, a good friend from middle school had been admitted here, and she had visited once. The school's most distinctive feature was its abundance of trees. Everywhere you looked there were lush green woods, and the air was excellent. The Jinbei van stopped at the main gate. All outside vehicles had to register to enter. After a short wait, the van slowly moved again, arriving at the parking lot. Jiang Shi got out, and nearby stood the teaching building of No. 1 high school. It was already time for the first afternoon class. Faint sounds of lectures drifted over. The school clearly took the essay competition seriously, setting aside 2 large conference rooms as exam venues. Each room had 2 proctors. The proctors were professional. After checking the admission passes, they led Jiang Shi directly to her seat. As the exam start time approached, a few seats remained empty. One proctor was on the phone, likely confirming with the corresponding supervising teacher. The other clapped to get everyone's attention. Hello, students. I am the secretary of the Jiangxing Writers Association, and I will also be your proctor today. Before we begin, let me reconfirm the rules of this exam with you. Even the members of the Writers Association had arrived. Jiang Shi listened with her ears, but her gaze drifted toward the window. From her angle, she could clearly see a lush bayberry tree outside, and behind it stood a long-haired girl. The girl held a book, occasionally flipping through its pages, creating a scene of serene tranquility. She must be a pretty girl, though it should still be class time. Before Jiang Shi could ponder further, the exam instructions were read out, and the invigilator began distributing the test papers. There were 3 questions in total. Jiang Shi glanced over them and skipped the first 2. They were too conventional, offering no room for her to shine. To win the prize, she had to take a different path. Question 3: Alas, Qin Shi Huang and Han Wudi lacked literary grace. Tang Taizong and Song Taizu were slightly inferior in poetic charm. Genghis Khan, the pride of heaven, only knew how to bend his bow and shoot at eagles. All are gone. To find the truly remarkable figures, look to the present. Through the ages, countless heroes and legends have risen only to turn to dust. Please create an impromptu piece on this theme with no restrictions on genre. Jiang Shi silently composed herself. This was a lofty theme with broad scope. After a moment of contemplation, an idea sparked in her mind. Why not write a piece titled, When the Stars of China Shone? Limited by time and space, she settled on a few figures in her mind and began to write. The classroom was still silent, with most participants still in the thinking phase. After all, in a timed exam, the opening was a one-shot opportunity. There was no chance to change the theme midway. One must deliberate thoroughly before putting pen to paper. Suddenly someone broke the silence, drawing countless eyes. The invigilator, sensing the growing tension in the air, reminded sternly, "Don't be influenced by others." He also cast a discreet glance at Jiang Shi. Starting so quickly could only mean 2 things. Either she had coincidentally guessed the theme and had prepared material in advance, or she was just there to fill a seat and gain experience, finishing quickly to get it over with. Jiang Shi's pen danced across the paper, while those around her harbored their own thoughts. But Jiang Shi, now fully immersed, couldn't care less. The competition had no word limit. Without any hesitation, an article flowed effortlessly onto the grid paper like a stream. The only flaw was that due to her speed, her handwriting wasn't very pretty. It was merely at the legible level. She would need to find time to practice her penmanship. Jiang Shi put down her pen and scanned the page once more. Only an hour had passed, and most were still in the middle of their writing. The classroom was filled with the rustling of paper and pens. Jiang Shi looked up and let out a long breath, meeting the gaze of the invigilator at the front of the room. Their eyes met, and Jiang Shi suddenly recalled that this person had introduced himself as the secretary of the Jiangxing Writers Association. Not a major position, but not insignificant either. He cast a questioning glance, assuming Jiang Shi had encountered a problem. The secretary hurried over. Jiang Shi whispered, "Teacher, may I submit my paper early?" "Yes, use the back door, and be careful not to disturb others." He nodded. In truth, early submissions were common in such competitions. An hour and a half was more than enough for most. Even some students who were just coasting would write about 1,000 words and call it done. Jiang Shi packed her pencil case and stood up, heading toward the back door. Along the way, she inevitably drew attention, but since everyone was from different schools, the glances were merely tinged with surprise. After leaving the exam hall, Jiang Shi didn't rejoin Lao Zhuang and the others. Instead, she headed toward the flower bed opposite the meeting room. That was where she had seen the pretty girl earlier. Finding the bayberry tree, Jiang Shi indeed spotted the slightly frail figure. "Hello, may I sit here?" The girl brushed her hair aside, revealing a snow-white profile. With a dazed look, she paused before saying, "Oh sure, go ahead." Jiang Shi stared at her. The girl's skin was so fair it was almost luminous, like that of a Caucasian. Yet her hair was jet black, suggesting she might be of mixed heritage. What book are you reading? Jiang Shi leaned in curiously. The book in her hands had an exquisite cover and was quite thick. However, it was filled with curved English letters which was unfriendly to Jiang Shi, whose English was already weak. But striking up a conversation required a pretext. Awkward small talk wasn't her style. Wuthering Heights, the girl replied flatly to Jiang Shi's inquiry. Are you a student at No. 1 high school? Don't you have class now? The girl nodded and countered, aren't you loitering around here too? I'm here for an essay competition, Jiang Shi explained. After all, there was no rule against strolling around campus after the contest. Essay competition. Yes, didn't you know? Jiang Shi pointed toward the distant meeting room. I'm not in good health, so I don't have to attend PE class. The girl seemed to speak with great effort, her words slow and spaced far apart. Then she turned to ask Jiang Shi, so are you good at writing? This time Jiang Shi fell silent, scratching her head. Good at it? Not really, she thought. Jiang Shi was quite aware of her own level. Compared to the students in that classroom, her edge lay in her choice of words and accumulation of material. In terms of true literary cultivation, she was still far behind those genuine young prodigies. After all, in her eyes, the purpose of writing was still to make money. Probably. Relatively good. Jiang Shi coughed, trying to flatter herself. Then how do you compare to this author? The girl raised the book in her hand. Jiang Shi caught a hint of sly amusement in the other's gaze. It seemed that this innocent flower wasn't as adorable as she appeared. Jiang Shi refused to answer and instead asked for the girl's name. Shenyu. Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi. Do you have 9 older siblings? It's the character Shi from What Not, the number 10. Jiang Shi corrected. Shenyu closed the book, thought for a moment, and said, the character Shi belongs to the metal element in the 5 elements. It's a rare name. Did your parents have your fortune told when you were little? Jiang Shi was taken aback. The topic shifted rather quickly, and this girl's mind was quite erratic. Besides, she had used this name for 2 lifetimes and had never thought about its meaning. Probably not. Why do you know fortune-telling or physiognomy? Just then the bell rang for the end of class. Shenyu leaned on the tree trunk and stood up. I need to go back to class. You can borrow this book? But Shenyu placed the thick English book into Jiang Shi's arms and drifted away from the flower bed. Jiang Shi looked at the book in her hands, then at the retreating figure, muttering, a strange pretty girl. Then remembering something, she called out toward where Shenyu had gone. Hey, how do I return this book to you? But the other was already far away. The hour and a half of the essay competition passed in a flash. Jiang Shi mingled with the crowd and headed toward the rest area. The competition ended, and the group headed back in the minibus. The atmosphere inside was lively, with several senior students chattering away, discussing the topics they had chosen. Shui Yuanin couldn't get a word in, while Jiang Shi beside him remained quite silent, staring at the book in her hands. He had no one to talk to. Jiang Shi had actually read Wuthering Heights before relying on her half-baked English and memory of the plot. She could barely read through it, but it was quite halting. Soon Jiang Shi gave up this studious behavior just as Zhuang De turned around from the front. Zhuang De had just finished a phone call, apparently having received some news. By the way, Jiang Shi, tell by Jingran when you get back that the school is organizing an autumn outing next Wednesday. Those who can't go need to get a leave slip from me. Oh, okay, teacher Zhuang. Jiang Shi nodded in acknowledgement. No. 4 high school only had autumn outings, and only the 1st and 2nd grades participated. The 3rd grade, approaching the college entrance exam, only had a half-day break. The location for the autumn outing was also very fixed, a forest park not far from Jiangqing, which contained a small hill a few hundred meters high. It took less than an hour to climb to the top. Though not very high, the view from the summit was quite nice, overlooking most of Jiangqing. Shui Yuanin, who had been holding back for a long time, finally found a chance to speak and leaned over to ask, is the autumn outing to an amusement park? Are you in elementary school? An autumn outing to an amusement park? Jiang Shi waved her hand in disgust, as if shooing away a fly. Autumn outings and amusement parks are the perfect match. Ignoring Shui Yuanin, whose dream was shattered, Jiang Shi leaned back, closed her eyes, and dozed off. She needed to sketch out the framework for her next novel. The minibus returned to No. 4 high school. Zhuang De seemed to have urgent matters. He left a few words and hurried away. It was still early, with the last class of the afternoon remaining. When Jiang Shi returned to the classroom, it was just break time. However, the moment she appeared, the classroom instantly fell silent. Jiang Shi experienced what it felt like to be a teacher. Under the strange gazes of everyone, Jiang Shi walked back to her seat. What's going on? Why is everyone staring at me? Is there something on my face? Jiang Shi leaned over and whispered in by Jingran's ear. Jiang, do you have a sister about your age? Bai Jingran looked up and down at Jiang Shi's face. A sister? No, I only have a half-brother. Jiang Shi was puzzled. Her mother's relatives were all in the countryside, and there were few cousins her age. On her father's side, her only aunt was not yet married, so no cousins. Just now, a girl who looks very much like you came looking for teacher Zhuang. Very similar. How similar? Jiang Shi was startled. Could there be another herself in this world? After all, things like transmigration and rebirth had happened, so nothing else was impossible. Bai Jingran looked at Jiang Shi's face again and exclaimed, together they look like twins, but if you look closely there are quite a few differences. Twins. Jiang Shi frowned. Could it be that the original owner had come knocking? Or perhaps her father had a secret lover outside? Either way, any speculation was quite incredible to Jiang Shi. Where is she now? Little Jiang decided to take the initiative. Probably in the office. I saw her come specifically to find teacher Zhuang. Jiang Shi, using the last bit of break time, ran to the office door and looked through the window glass. Sure enough, she saw a girl standing beside old Zhuang, the two chatting about something. At first glance, she indeed looked very similar to herself. But Jiang Shi took a closer look and found that the other girl was wearing light makeup and her hairstyle was similar. That made her look very much like the same person, but if you only looked at the facial features, they weren't that similar. Moreover, the girl was slightly shorter than her, so Miss Jiang confidently straightened her back. It seemed to be just a false alarm, not some love affair left by her father. Jiang Shi returned to the classroom and told Bai Jingran and the others what she had seen. She also had Bai Jingran announce the news of the autumn outing next Wednesday. The classroom immediately became lively, with many people speculating where the school would set the outing location. Some even thought of theme parks far away in other provinces. To that, Jiang Shi could only say the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The last class of the week was chemistry. The first-year chemistry class was actually quite interesting. The teacher would occasionally bring some small props. They performed some interesting experiments. Moreover, the problems were simple and the formulas were not complicated. A little memorization could yield a decent score. The chemistry teacher was a middle-aged man, but his hair was thinning, showing signs of baldness. He always reminded Jiang Shi of Hank from Breaking Bad. The last class before school dismissal was always quite restless. The chemistry teacher lectured on his own at the podium, while whispers occasionally came from below. After all, only a small handful of students in a class would choose chemistry. Jiang, how did the essay competition go? Can you get the prize money? Huang Qiqi pulled Jiang Shi, asking about the competition. Easy peasy, the prize money is definitely mine. They'll treat you all to a meal then. Jiang Shi patted her chest in assurance. On the other side, the essay competition papers had been sent to the judging panel. The lineup of judges for this national competition was quite luxurious, basically all well-known literature professors from various universities. To ensure fairness, all papers were scanned and entered into a database, then professors scored them digitally with real names. Each essay basically needed to be scored by 10 or even more judges before the final score could be tallied. Jinling University School of Literature. Yo, Professor Xia, why haven't you left yet? It's because of the essay competition. They also invited me to be a judge. Since I have some time, I grabbed a few to look over. Then I'll head off first. Let's have dinner together tomorrow. Sure. Xia Qingfei turned back, quickly scanning the lines of text on the screen, then gave a score. He then expertly clicked to the next one. These kids' essays for a university professor like him only needed a couple of glances to get a general idea. The score was generally proportional to the time Xia Qingfei spent reading. If he lingered longer, it meant the essay was somewhat interesting. If he swiped past casually, it would likely be mediocre. It's 6 o'clock. He'll read one more, and then go home. Xia Qingfei thought, and his eyes fell on the final piece of the day, hoping it would bring him some surprise. When the Stars of Cathay Shine. The title is quite grand, but with such a high start it's easy to be anticlimactic. He stroked his chin and continued reading. If heaven had not given birth to Confucius, the ages would have been as long as eternal night. Nothing in the world is softer than water, yet nothing can surpass it in overcoming the hard and strong, for there is nothing that can replace it. Glorious was the tang heaven bestowed it upon all nations. An emperor with dual souls lost a lone minister in 100 battles drunk. Once he started reading, he could not stop. Almost in one breath, Xia Qingfei reached the final line. Yet a sense of loss filled his heart, like having fine wine in hand, but only being allowed a single sip. Just as he began to savor the taste, it ended abruptly. It was immensely frustrating, leaving him eager to see what came next. Xia Qingfei was startled. It suddenly struck him that the author of this essay in his hands was merely a high school student. Yet between the lines he could discern an exceptionally high level of historical and literary cultivation. The prose was brilliant, the logic clear. Even the graduate students under his tutelage might not be able to produce such an impressive piece. The historical allusions within, unless one had specifically studied ancient texts and records, could not possibly be used with such seamless mastery. Even some of the sentences felt unfamiliar to him. Moreover, the concluding remarks cleverly tied back to the theme, perfectly addressing the prompt. An absurd thought crossed Xia Qingfei's mind. Could this truly be the work of a high school student? His thoughts churning, Xia Qingfei's mouse hovered over the scoring section for a long time. This was the third time he had been invited to join the judging panel, so he was well acquainted with the competition's scoring mechanism. Out of a full score of 100, each 10-point increment represented a tier. An essay would have its highest and lowest scores removed from all teachers' ratings, and then the average was calculated. However, there was one exception: scores of 90 and above. The system would place such essays into a specific directory for discussion by an expert panel, which would then assign a unified score. In previous years' competitions, each province typically had only 1 or 2 essays that reached the 90-point threshold. These students often ended up as top contenders for the national championship. After careful deliberation, Xia Chengfei decisively awarded a score of 95. Jiang Shi's essay flew overnight from Jinling University to the computers of the National Expert Judging Panel. On the weekend, Miss Jiang was busy tidying up her room. Look at this mess in your room. Clutter everywhere, hair on the floor, and even a bone. If you don't clean up, it'll become a doghouse. Mom Jiang grabbed her daughter by the ear, unleashing a lion's roar. The effect was very significant. Jiang Shi picked up a broom and started sweeping. Under her bed were some items left by her predecessor that couldn't see the light of day. If her mother found them, while cleaning, things would be quite awkward. So Miss Jiang had to do it herself, tidying up her small room. As she swept, Jiang Shi noticed something odd. The dustpan was mostly filled with clumps of her long, beautiful hair. I don't remember losing this much hair before my rebirth. Was she going bald? Jiang Shi recalled her father. In her memory, he had no tendency toward baldness. It probably wasn't a genetic issue. Could it be that recent intense studying and writing had led to mental overexertion? Jiang Shi touched the long hair, tied back on her head. Ooh, it didn't feel any thinner. An illusion, it must be an illusion. Little Jiang murmured to herself, trying to reassure herself. After finishing the cleanup, her clothes were damp in spots, so she took a shower. Dressed in pajamas and lying on the bed, she noticed it had started to rain lightly outside. Jiang Shi walked to the window and saw Jihan running back in the rain downstairs. The elderly chess players were frantically packing up their gear, preparing to retreat under the awning to continue their battle. Dark clouds loomed in the distance, drifting slowly closer, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. It seemed inevitable that a heavy rain would fall this weekend. Jiang Shi withdrew her gaze. Her hair wasn't completely dry yet, so she curled up on the edge of the bed. She pulled out her new phone to chat with friends or play some casual games to pass the time. As for why she wasn't doing homework, on Friday evening, little Jiang had already finished all her assignments. And thanks to her participation in the essay competition, teacher Zhuang had directly exempted Jiang Shi from Chinese homework. This left her with nothing to do at the moment. Jiang Shi's gaze drifted to the cardboard box she had cleaned out earlier. These were items her predecessor had treasured, many of which had been packed up from their old home. Inside were also some of her father's keepsakes. Jiang Shi stared at it for a while. Reaching out, she pulled over a box with the character Jiang written on it in brush. It wasn't her handwriting. So why couldn't I have been sent back to elementary school? Jiang Shi sighed. At least then she could have seen him one more time. Opening the box, it was filled with miscellaneous trinkets, small decorations from cabinets, fountain pens, file folders, and such. In Jiang Shi's memory, her father was a very refined man who enjoyed dabbling in ink brushes, paper, and inkstones. Besides calligraphy, he also painted. In the box was a stack of yellowed rice paper on which were drawn animals of various forms along with their names. These were used by her father to teach young Jiang Shi how to recognize characters. Seeing these things inevitably stirred memories of the person, so Jiang Shi rubbed her eyes and put everything back. However, as she closed the box, she noticed a glint of reflection from a crevice. Following it, she found a key lying quietly in a corner of the box. A piece of tape on it read attic. It was presumably the key to the attic of their old house. After her father passed away, Wu Shuiqin had taken her daughter away from the place of sorrow. The old house had been rented out, and the larger items that couldn't be moved were stored in the attic. She felt a desire to find a chance to go back and take a look. Lightning split the night sky, illuminating the heavens in an instant. Then came rolling thunder. Raindrops the size of soybeans pounded against the glass, producing a constant thumping sound like beating drums. Jiang Shi put the key away in her bedside drawer. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Next week's autumn outing, let's each bring some snacks for a picnic. Mi Wanqing sent a message in the 4-person group. What if the school takes us to an amusement park? And carrying food is heavy, won't it be tiring to walk? This one was from Huang Qiqi. I asked a senior from grade 12. She said every year the freshmen go hiking in the forest park. We'll just bring some small cakes, nothing too heavy. We also need to bring drinks, can't skip beverages. No worries that day, I can have someone deliver them to the mountain for us. Jiang Shi was about to type a reply when she was struck by Jingren's invisible aura of wealth. The feeling of commanding subordinates made Jiang Shi inexplicably imagine a young lattice demeanor. Ranran is amazing, love you. Mi Wanqing sent an emoji sticker. Jiang Shi sent an angry emoji sticker. Then she typed, Ranran is mine, what do you think you're doing, Lady Wan? Jingren also copied one of Jiang Shi's emoji stickers. Then the 4 of them turned into repeaters, spamming a long string of messages. Mi Wanqing's message was buried under the stickers. Jiang Shi was laughing when her room door suddenly swung open. Mom Jiang, holding a pile of freshly folded clothes, saw her daughter sitting with her back to her, giggling foolishly. What are you doing, laughing so happily? Jiang Shi swiftly stuffed her phone under her pillow. Calming herself, she smiled and said, nothing, just thinking about something happy. Then she took the clothes from her mother. He'll put these away, Mom. Go rest a bit more. Mom Jiang shot a suspicious glance before turning and leaving the room. Close call. If she had been caught, her phone would definitely have been confiscated. Buzz, 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 another notification. Jiang Shi took out her phone. She saw it was a picture sent by Sister Suya. Jiang Shi had previously added Suya's cousin on QQ through Sujia. The picture showed Meichio from various angles. The little kitten looked a bit bigger and was lively enough to play with people. Jiang Shi forwarded the photo to Yuan, but it showed the recipient was offline, as she would probably have to wait a while. In the capital city, the panel of expert judges had a dedicated office near Yenjing University. Two elderly men, both over 50, sat facing each other. Old Deng, this year's first essay scoring above 90 has come through. It's from Jinling University. I've printed it out for you to take a look. Deng Xiangwu took the printed manuscript, retrieved his reading glasses from his pocket, and began to peruse it. The entire expert panel consisted of 10 members, including Kai Linshan, the publisher of Chinese literature, Wang Zhanghe, a visiting professor in the literature department of Yenjing University, and a renowned prose writer. There were also professional critics along with several distinguished teachers and career authors. The lineup was exceptionally prestigious, arguably the highest ever assembled. Deng Xiangwu was the only historian invited to serve as a judge. As the saying goes, literature and history are inseparable. This venerable Mr. Deng had also authored numerous books on historical research, many of which were used as university textbooks. Have the others seen it? What scores did they give? They have. Professor Wang gave it a 95, when President Kai directly awarded a 99. A 99. I recall this as just a municipal level competition. Giving such a high score, what if an even more outstanding piece emerges later? Deng Xiangwu adjusted his reading glasses, his expression stern as he spoke, while flipping to the second page of the manuscript. You'll understand once you read it. In my opinion, President Kai's score is perfectly justified. Deng Xiangwu did not reply. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, and his stern countenance gradually softened. A faint smile appeared. No wonder you were all impressed. This young one has certainly put in some clever effort. However, purely in terms of writing style and structure, it does deserve this score of 99. How so? The other person asked curiously. Look, from the Warring States period to the Song dynasty, he has connected them through a few key figures. The critical junctures are described in great detail, though many of the stories lack historical substantiation. Pausing, Deng Xiangwu continued his explanation. The use of subtle suggestive writing is quite adept. This level of skill indeed surpasses most of his peers by far. Do you mean he wrote it as a piece of fiction? One could say that. It tells a semi-fictional story spanning several dynasties. He'll follow President Kai's lead and also give it a 99. If this student could pursue further studies in history, he might one day fill a position like mine. Deng Xiangwu nodded, a hint of gratification in his voice. In this essay, he had glimpsed a rare, boundless curiosity for history reminiscent of his own youth. Such praise was already a tremendous affirmation for a high school student. He'll remember those words. When the author is announced, shall I keep an eye out for you? Such matters are best left to take their natural course. If Yenjing Normal University doesn't take him, there's no guarantee Yenjing University won't want him, right? Ultimately, after the comprehensive deliberation of the expert panel, Jiang Shi's essay received a final score of 96, virtually securing the top spot in the municipal competition. Of course, these internal scores were not disclosed to the public. Only the first, second, and third prizes were announced. However, the entire judging panel had essentially agreed that this student would advance to the national competition in Yenjing. On Monday, along with the announcement of the autumn outing location, another piece of news was revealed. For Jiang Shi, this news was a mixed blessing. The autumn outing location, as expected, was the forest park near Jiangqing. The other news was that the first-year students would soon have evening study sessions added. According to Old Zhuang, the school dormitory was nearing completion. The second and third-year students had already begun receiving boarding notices. For the third-year students in particular, boarding was mandatory, unless there were special circumstances. The first-year dormitory would be ready slightly later than the upper grades. However, following tradition, they needed to start adapting to evening study sessions in advance. There will be no teachers during evening study, but disciplinary monitors from the student council will be on duty. You all better behave yourselves, understand? Old Zhuang scanned the classroom, fixing a stern glare on a few troublemakers. Jiang Shi recalled that Shunsu had mentioned this to her before. It seemed she was finally about to take up her post. Sure enough, after the lunch break, Shunsu came looking for her. There was no cliched romantic plot from a novel, nor any teasing from the crowd. Most of the first-year students already recognized this student council president, though Jiang Shi did receive a few meaningful glances. Shunsu didn't seek out Jiang Shi alone. He visited every class. Eventually, a group of 10 assembled and made their way to the student council's dedicated meeting room. Hello everyone, I am Shunsu, the student council president. Let me explain the details regarding the disciplinary monitors. In short, each class would select one disciplinary monitor to oversee evening study discipline in another class. Class 1 would monitor Class 2, Class 9 would monitor Class 1, and the rotation would follow this pattern daily. Any issues observed would be recorded in a logbook which the respective class advisors could review the next day to see who had been causing trouble during evening study. Tisk, it feels like a job that's easy to offend people, Jiangshi muttered. Still, it was better than being a class cadre and exhausting herself. Recently, Bai Jingran, as the class monitor, had been busy with all sorts of tasks. She had even had less time to chat with Ranran. Then Shunsu distributed the work IDs to the group. This officially marked their induction into the student council. Jiangshi also opened the system, which she hadn't visited in a while, and claimed the task reward 2 free attribute points. However, this time the system didn't refresh immediately, but displayed limited time task not yet unlocked. It seemed the system had learned to play tricks, but Jiangshi paid it no mind. To her, system tasks were more about convenience, as she had no intention of becoming a wage slave for the system. As for how to allocate these 2 free attribute points, Jiangshi glanced at her attribute panel and decided to add them to her constitution. In the face of absolute power, all problems become fleeting clouds. After adding the points, Jiangshi pinched her own arm. It was soft and pale, and she didn't feel any stronger. Watching Jiangshi's peculiar movements, Shunsu cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Junior Jiang, the meeting is over. Aren't you leaving?" Jiangshi snapped back to reality and noticed that almost everyone else had already left. Only she and Shunsu remained in the meeting room. Oh, sorry, I was just daydreaming for a moment. Jiangshi chuckled, sheepishly picked up her work badge, and headed out. Shunsu shook his head, unable to help feeling a bit worried about this junior's future. Though she seemed quite composed in some areas, at other times she was adorably absent-minded. With such a personality, she could easily be led astray. Returning to the classroom, Jiangshi proudly showed off her work ID to her friends. Tada! Am now a cadre in the student council. Jiangshi sighed and pretended to be aloof. There's already a huge chasm between us common folk. Ranran, did I just hear a dog barking? Huang Qiqi leaned close to Jiangshi and asked in mock seriousness. Jiangshi, you haven't finished memorizing your English vocabulary yet. Bai Jingran pulled out an English textbook from her desk and waved it. English was Jiangshi's Achilles heel. Even with the system's buff, it remained a major headache for her. Stop reciting, please stop. Master Bai'll memorize it right now. Jiangshi clutched her head, her face a mask of pain, as she reluctantly took the English book. By Wednesday, when Jiangshi rode to the school gate, she noticed many buses parked there, each bearing an advertisement for a travel agency. The classroom was also buzzing with excitement for the students of this age. Anything that meant no classes was the best thing possible. Jiangshi carried her backpack, which was packed with snacks and bottled water. Mi Wangqing's picnic plan had been rejected in the end, mainly because they would be hiking, so traveling light was the best option. Moreover, the school would arrange boxed lunches at the mountaintop, so there was no need to bring much food. After taking attendance, Zhuang led the students to the bus for Class 3. The bus could seat 60 people, and after the entire class boarded, there were still many empty seats. Then the bus drove out of the school gate, heading in the opposite direction from the one Jiangshi had taken to the No. 1 middle school last time. Branches kept brushing past the window. Jiangshi glanced at old Zhuang, then quietly pulled out her phone from her backpack. Although the teacher wouldn't say anything in this situation, as a student, she still felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Bai Jingran smiled gently at Jiangshi's cautious demeanor. Then she too took a small object from her backpack, square-shaped and entirely black. What's this? Jiangshi asked curiously. The black object had a sliding cover on the back printed with 4 English letters. It's a little camera, Bai Jingran said, sliding the cover down with her finger to reveal the lens. Jiangshi then realized it was a CCD camera, which was quite expensive at the time. Jiang, let me take a picture of you. Come on, look at the lens. Bai Jingran raised the camera and pressed the shutter, aiming at Jiangshi. Wait. Jiangshi instinctively looked up, hearing the click. The girl in the photo appeared dazed with an adorable expression. This prompted Bai Jingran to change angles and take a few more shots. Meanwhile, the boys were telling ghost stories. Ma Lei leaned in, mysteriously lowering his voice. Let me tell you about this forest park. Some say it was originally a cemetery. Later, due to flooding, the tombstones were washed into the river. The spirits of the dead are searching for their lost markers and someone who ventured and encountered. Of course, there was always someone to ruin the atmosphere. Give me a break, Li Xiaoming said, pointing into the distance where the outline of a hill was already visible from the bus. It's just a small hill like this. What could possibly be in there? Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I think you're too scared to listen. Let Brother Ma continue, ignore him. Someone chimed in, urging Ma Lei to go on. Jiangshi was close enough to the boys to catch a few words. Come to think of it, she had indeed heard some rumors about this park before, and some people even claimed online that there were wild men in the mountains. But Jiangshi had never believed it. Although it was called a forest park, it wasn't very large, consisting only of 3 small hills arranged in a circle. The tallest was probably only 200 or 300 meters high, which was nothing compared to the towering peaks of the Sichuan-Tibet region. Moreover, it was sandwiched between Jiangxing and Haizhou, not far from Haizhou's suburbs, so it wasn't particularly remote. If there were wild men, they could be considered masters of hiding in plain sight. The busload of people chattered all the way to the park entrance. Since it was a weekday, only a handful of tourists were queuing at the gate. However, as 9 buses arrived one after another, the scene became lively. A long line formed at the ticket checkpoint with students from No. 4 high school as far as the eye could see. Gather at the top of this mountain by noon, or you'll miss lunch. Remember that, Zhuangde called out. As his voice faded, students dispersed in small groups. Jiang Shi and her group began their ascent immediately. Considering that Bai Jingran didn't have her stamina, Jiang Shi carried both backpacks. Jiang, you can't play favorites. Carry mine too, Huang Qiqi pleaded in a whiny voice, giving Jiang Shi a beseeching look. You, that's so cheesy. Jiang Shi felt goosebumps all over. No way. Your bag is full of drinks way heavier than Ranran's. The 4 of them playfully made their way up the mountain, occasionally stopping to take pictures of beautiful flowers, plants, or trees. It was then that Jiang Shi witnessed the girl's obsession with photography. Bad lighting, retake. Eyes closed, retake. Awkward pose, retake. Jiang Shi felt she was becoming a doll that only knew how to strike poses. After about an hour of this, they reached the halfway point. Bai Jingran found a flat rock, and the 4 sat down to rest. Mi Wanqing, however, kept looking around restlessly. What's wrong? Jiang Shi noticed her unease and asked. Mi Wanqing crossed her legs sheepishly. I'm looking for a restroom. I drank too much water on the bus. Jiang Shi glanced around, but saw no signs for a restroom. She climbed onto the rock to get a better view of the distance. There seems to be one on our left. Should we check it out? Jiang Shi jumped down and dusted off her pants. It's fine, I'll go alone, Mi Wanqing said, heading in the direction Jiang Shi had pointed, clearly in a hurry. After Mi Wanqing left, Jiang Shi continued to devour the snacks from Bai Jingran's backpack. They were all to her taste, and since she had worked hard to carry them up, she felt no guilt in eating them. Bai Jingran in turn enjoyed feeding Jiang Shi like a cat. Huang Qiqi watched, and shook her head with a chuckle. Ranran, the cat you keep at home, must be a big one, right? Bai Jingran looked confused, not catching Huang Qiqi's hint. We only have a dog at home, not a cat, she said. Jiang Shi finally full patted her belly. Where's Wan? Hasn't she been gone a while? Right, it's been so long. Why isn't she back yet? Huang Qiqi stood up and looked around. Let's go find her. The 3 of them went to the restroom area Jiang Shi had seen earlier. Huang Qiqi went inside to check, but came out shaking her head. No one's in there. Strange. There's no other path around here. Where could Mi Wanqing have gone? A sudden sense of dread crept into Jiang Shi's heart. They called out a few times, but there was no response. On the other side of the restroom was a steep slope with a fence. Unless someone was desperate enough to jump, there was no way out. How could someone simply vanish in broad daylight? Jiang Shi leaned over and noticed a faint trail of footprints on the side of the slope. She went over to measure them and realized they were made by a man. A little further away, something caught her attention. She pulled out her phone, opened the camera, and zoomed in like a telescope. It was a blue highbow doll, the same one she had given to the 3 of them. Mi Wanqing had always kept it hanging on the side of her backpack. The unease in Jiang Shi's heart reached its peak, and her expression turned cold. Could there really be a wild man in these mountains? Huang Qiqi's face paled, her voice trembling with fear. Which wild man wears shoes? You 2 head to the top to find old Zhuang. He'll go down and take a look. With that, Jiang Shi swung over the railing and stepped into the pile of leaves on the slope. Her movements were so smooth and agile that Bai Jingran and Huang Qiqi were stunned. It's too dangerous, Jiang. Let's go find the teacher together, Bai Jingran said, reaching out from behind the railing to pull Jiang Shi back. But by then Jiang Shi had already jumped 2 or 3 meters down, waving at them to show she was fine. Bai Jingran had no choice but to take Huang Qiqi and continue up the mountain. Jiang Shi crouched low as she moved through the bushes. It wasn't impulse that drove her, the system had just issued a mission. Limited time mission, kid. Have you heard of the suspension bridge effect? Resolve the danger Mi Wanqing is facing. Reward basic mixed martial arts skill. Note: throw a punch for the girl you like. Although Jiang Shi felt no romantic interest in Mi Wanqing, no one could refuse a chance to grow stronger. Moreover, even a basic skill from the system was incredibly powerful. Without any steps, Jiang Shi had to pick her way down, searching for footholds among the fallen leaves. Tree roots intertwined in the soil, some exposed and ready to trip the unwary. Low shrubs also blocked some areas completely. The footprints suddenly turned, heading straight in a parallel direction. Jiang Shi looked up and spotted a small wooden hut. A rusty metal sign outside read, Air Quality Monitoring Station, looking long abandoned. The footprints stopped right at the door. Jiang Shi lightened her steps and crept closer. She heard a hoarse voice from inside. Blame your bad luck. I had no choice. After hiding for so many days, I can't let a little girl ruin things. There was also a faint whimpering sound. Things looked grim. Jiang Shi glanced around, then climbed a nearby tree using both hands and feet, a skill she had honed as a wild girl in her rural hometown. Silently apologizing to the tree, she snapped off a branch as thick as a wrist, surprised by her own strength. She hadn't expected the 2 points she had just added to her physique to have such an impact. She snapped off the smaller twigs, fashioning a basic defensive club. Weapon in hand, she returned to the ground and deliberately scuffed her feet at the door. The hut fell silent. Jiang Shi then hid to the side of the door, peeking out, with just half her head. As expected, when the person inside heard the footsteps stop, the wooden door creaked open a crack, and a wild man emerged. From Jiang Shi's angle, the man was ragged, caked with mud, and leaves his hair a tangled mess, his beard unkempt. His eyes were sunken, looking utterly exhausted, as if he hadn't slept in days. He wore a pair of hole-ridden leather shoes. Well, maybe not quite a wild man, at worst a vagrant. With a loud yell, Jiang Shi leaped out from the side, swinging her wooden club down toward his back. She didn't aim for his head. With the club and her current strength, she might knock it off like a baseball. But before she could strike, the wild man seemed to faint from her shout, collapsing straight to the ground. What's going on? I haven't even hit him yet. Is this a setup? Jiang Shi scratched her head, looking at the club in her hand. She was sure she hadn't touched him. Could I have learned to strike from a distance? She poked him with her foot to confirm he was out cold, then entered the hut. There she found me watching, tearful, tied to the central pillars supporting the roof, with tape over her mouth. Are you okay, Wan Wan? Jiang Shi untied her, peeled off the tape, and helped her out of the hut. Jianghua. Mi Wanqing hugged her tightly, clinging like a frightened rabbit. Jiang Shi then bound the man's hands and feet with rope, ensuring he couldn't fight back if he woke up. After catching her breath and taking a sip of water, Mi Wanqing explained what had happened. In short, after leaving the restroom, she saw a wild man drawing water at the sink. He seemed mentally unstable, muttering to himself nonstop. Suddenly he lunged at her. Dodging, Mi Wanqing fled down the slope, spraining her ankle in the process. The madman caught her and tied her up here. Luckily, Jiang Shi arrived quickly, and he hadn't touched her. Just kept talking about how to escape. Can you walk on that foot? Jiang Shi looked down at Mi Wanqing's ankle, visibly swollen. Ouch, it hurts. Mi Wanqing gasped in pain, tears in her eyes. Jiang Shi glanced up at the steep slope and gave up on climbing back. It seemed they'd have to wait here for Ran and the others to bring help. Jiang Shi called by Jingran, learning that old Zhuang was already on his way and should arrive soon. Looking at the ragged man on the ground, Jiang Shi had by Jingran call the police. This was clearly beyond what a few students and teachers could handle. Before long, several teachers and park security guards gathered around. With much effort, they carried Mi Wanqing back to the flat area near the restroom. The police arrived, took away the still-bound man, and began taking statements from everyone. This guy's a wanted fugitive. Haizhou and Jiangxing have been searching for him for a month. Could have thought he was hiding here. Little girl, you've done a good deed. You might even get a reward. After finishing their work, one officer chatted with the group. A fugitive? Jiang Shi asked curiously. What did he do? Fraud, probably a few $100,000. Tisk. Jiang Shi shook her head. Fleeing from justice with a huge sum. He'd likely be locked up for life. Old Zhuang arranged for a car to take Mi Wanqing to the nearest hospital and notified her parents. With what had happened, Jiang Shi lost interest in the autumn outing. The three of them returned to the mountaintop for lunch. There was a large flat area at the peak already filled with students. A few girls from class 3 who knew Jiang Shi well came over to gossip. Jiang Shi only said Mi Wanqing had sprained her ankle, mentioning nothing else. She knew how fast rumors spread among students and didn't want any gossip about Mi Wanqing. Still, the trip wasn't a total loss. She had successfully acquired the system's basic mixed martial arts skill. Standing there, Jiang Shi waved her little fist. It didn't feel any different. For some reason, she suddenly recalled the picture of a muscular Barbie from her biology textbook. There was no need to turn into that. She glanced at Bai Jingran, who was photographing distant buildings. Jiang Shi lowered her hand. As long as she could protect the friends and family around her, that was enough. Mi Wanqing's ankle was sprained quite severely, forcing her to take leave and recuperate at home. During this period, the others visited her a couple of times, bringing homework and class notes to her bedside. Gazing at the mountain of assignments piled before her, Mi Wanqing's face fell. Her nose twitched as she lamented painfully. Why do I still have to do homework even when I'm on leave? The midterm exams are coming up, and old Zhuang specifically asked me to copy the notes from each class for you. Bai Jingran counted the photocopied sheets in his hand, ensuring none were missing, then neatly stacked them with the assignment books. Jiang Shi's lips twitched involuntarily. As well, lying at home couldn't spare her from homework. A few days later, the police approached Jiang Shi again. Through interrogating the wanted criminal, the authorities recovered some funds that hadn't been transferred yet. Several victims insisted on meeting Jiang Shi to personally thank the young woman who helped reduce their losses. This is the student Jiang who helped us catch the fugitive. An elderly woman with a stooped frame grasped Jiang Shi's hand. Young lady, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know how to go on living. The old woman, overwhelmed with emotion, began chattering endlessly while holding Jiang Shi's hand. However, since she spoke in a dialect at a rapid pace, Jiang Shi could only catch fragments. It wasn't until the old woman's grandson came over to soothe her that the scene calmed down. The others also expressed their gratitude to Jiang Shi, all of them elderly folks. For a moment, the praise made Jiang Shi's face flush. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. The old woman's grandson pulled out a rectangular object wrapped in paper from his pocket. This is a small token of our gratitude. Please take it, miss. I can't accept this. I didn't do much. You should thank the police officers instead. Jiang Shi stepped back, waving her hands repeatedly. These people seemed ordinary, and she felt embarrassed taking money from the elderly. Miss, it's not much, just keep it. An uncle nearby also urged her. After a stalemate, Jiang Shi eventually took only 100 yuan as a symbolic gesture and returned the rest. Then came the process of claiming the defrauded funds, which involved numerous formalities. Jiang Shi stood aside and chatted with the old woman's grandson. In the entire police station, only the two of them were close in age. They stood by the entrance, and the young man pulled out a cigarette, twirled it in his hand, and was about to put it in his mouth when he remembered the girl beside him and tucked it away. They chatted idly. The young man's name was Su Yang, and from him Jiang Shi learned roughly how the fugitive had swindled so much money. Su Yang's family lived in Shuangqiao town, part of Jiangcheng's Nangxiating district. A few years ago, rumors of demolition had circulated in the town. By the end of the previous year, it was finally confirmed contracts were signed and demolition compensation was distributed. That's when the fugitive entered the village, specifically targeting the elderly, coaxing them into buying financial products that promised to double their money in a year. Many seniors fell for the scam, and by the time their families realized something was wrong, the swindler had vanished. Thanks to Jiang Shi, they avoided total financial ruin. Judging by your age, are you in high school too? Jiang Shi stared at the tuft of yellow hair on Su Yang's head, a color that made her uncomfortable. Su Yang noticed her gaze and turned his head slightly to hide it. For some reason, he felt that the girl before him, though about his age, exuded a sense of purity. Learning that she attended No. 4 high school only deepened his sense of inadequacy. No, I dropped out after middle school. I'm not cut out for it. Su Yang shook his head. With his parents working away from home, he grew up as a left-behind child, never focused on his studies, often hanging out on the streets. Yet he had managed to make something of himself. But that was a story for later. Jiang Shi felt awkward, realizing she had unintentionally hit a sore spot. The silence stretched on. Seeing this, Su Yang pulled out his phone, put on a friendly expression, and said, "Let's add each other on social media. If you ever run into trouble, you can call me. I may not be as smart as you, but I'm pretty good at fighting. Are you a gangster?" Jiang Shi looked at his somewhat delicate features, quite surprised. She had imagined Su Yang as the type who performed as a singer in bars. Not really. I usually get paid to show up and back people up. Why are you looking at me like I'm some mob boss? Su Yang was speechless at the sight of Jiang Shi's wide-eyed expression. As for what kind of scenes Su Yang was involved in, Jiang Shi didn't dare ask. After all, they were still standing at the police station entrance, and she feared that continuing the conversation might land the young man in trouble. After adding each other as friends, the handling of the defrauded funds came to an end, and Su Yang left the station with his grandmother. Jiang Shi decided to head home too, but made a detour to Century Square to visit Coleball. Compared to the photos, Coleball had grown considerably. Its fur was no longer the soft fluff of a kitten, but had become sleek and glossy. Winter shedding season is coming, so these little ones have been losing a lot of fur lately. Sister Suya swept the floor, complaining to Jiang Shi. The broom was covered in cat fur of various colors, like paint splattered across it. Jiang Shi used the 100 yuan she had just received to buy more cat food for the little one. Then she took Coleball out of its cage. At first the kitten resisted, but once Jiang Shi pulled out a cat treat, Coleball completely forgot about struggling, letting Jiang Shi do whatever she wanted, its eyes fixed only on the treat. There were other customers in the shop, mostly parents with children who had come to pet the cats. Jiang Shi marveled at how Sister Suya had trained the cats to act like dogs. She saw Egg Yolk being teased by 2 children, yet it showed no irritation. It merely rolled over lazily, occasionally twisting its body. The phone in her pocket buzzed twice. Jiang Shi saw it was a message from editor Qinglan. After a period of preparation, the long-form serial special issue of stories was finally ready for release. Thus, Shi Qinglan had specifically notified Jiang Shi. Since it was a debut issue with confidentiality requirements, the editorial office couldn't send her a sample. Finally, Shi Qinglan left a cryptic remark that baffled Jiang Shi. "You must buy a copy to see. There's a surprise." Jiang Shi tilted her head, and Coleball in her arms, unable to continue eating the treat, mimicked her, tilting its head and widening its eyes. Better keep surprises to a minimum, Jiang Shi thought to herself. After all, who could say whether the surprise would bring more joy or trouble? All gone. No more. Jiang Shi showed the empty treat wrapper to Coleball. The little creature flicked its tail, ready to bolt, but Jiang Shi grabbed its front paws and lifted it above her head. Trying to escape. After all, a peaceful and ordinary life is what truly matters. Story is about to make a big move, my Shuriao said, glancing at the editorial office of Story across the street, where people were constantly coming and going. She seemed to recall something and mentioned it to the colleague on her right. Well, they're a big operation, so it's only natural they have some activity. Unlike us struggling to stay afloat. Her colleague sighed. Mai Shuriao was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, they had chosen the path of suspense and mystery fiction. A few young men years ago had taken a leap of faith, seeing that the Chinese market for mystery and suspense novels was still a blue ocean. They established a publishing house and launched a magazine called Mystery Fiction. But now they realized the blue ocean was indeed there, but it was nearly frozen. The domestic understanding of suspense and mystery was still stuck on the level of horror and the supernatural. The true audience for mystery novels was too small. To avoid starving, their stories had gradually shifted toward horror themes to cater to the market. Moreover, there were too few authors in China capable of writing excellent mystery novels. It often took a long time to find a passable piece. Even so, the publishing house could barely maintain a subsistence level. Still, everyone firmly believed that one day they would crack the market open. Another colleague strode into the office holding a magazine. "Don't just sit there. Come take a look at this." In his hand was a brand new special issue of Story. "What are you adopting the know your enemy strategy to? You're studying their magazine now. Oh, just read it, and you'll see." The colleague who had just entered smoothed the magazine and placed it in the center of the three of them. The cover depicted a rusted iron gate behind which loomed a pair of eerily outlined eyes. On the cover, the featured articles were usually printed in small font. The Silence of the Lambs, a game of human nature within fragile shells, by Jiang Lai. The first one is a new pen name I've never heard of. "Shiryao, can you look it up?" My Shiryao searched on the computer for a moment, then shook her head, indicating no information about the author. Could it be a newcomer? A newcomer placed ahead of these heavyweights. "Look at Who's Here by Fimachi Lang Ji Tong, TCH. Story really went all out for this new issue. Any one of them is a top-tier figure in the literary world." The two argued fruitlessly and turned to Mai Shiryao, only to find him already engrossed in reading. Since they had only bought one copy, the three had to huddle together to read. Moments later, "Now I know why they put this one first. This is real suspense and mystery fiction. What about the rest? Why does it stop here? Story should have published such a good novel on its own." Mai Shiryao was also dazed for a moment. As an editor for mystery fiction, he had encountered plenty of this genre. But for various reasons, excellent suspense and mystery novels mostly came from foreign authors. A portion of their magazine was dedicated to translating and reprinting outstanding foreign works. This was the first time he had seen a piece that could rival the top international suspense novels. "I'm going to pull some strings right now and see if I can contact this author." The same thing was happening in many places across the country. As a highly influential publication, Domestically Story maintained a considerable subscriber base every issue, even amid the impact of the internet. After the initial buzz, some online literary forums began discussing the sudden appearance of this lamb. It was even hailed as a masterpiece by suspense enthusiasts who eagerly debated the possible future plotlines. The vividly distinct characters left a deep impression. Many also became intrigued by the unheard-of author. After some searching, they confirmed that he was indeed an unknown new writer. The forums erupted in excitement. How could a newcomer possess such talent? It was almost unbelievable. In an antique-style study, two elderly men with graying hair sat facing each other sipping tea. "What a great story. Jinming, you're really sneaky. Bringing such a good novel to me only now. What's the meaning of this?" Zhong Jinming chuckled and explained, "I was invited to supervise the production, so I got to see it early. It just went on sale, and I brought you here to read it." Only someone who could speak to Zhong Jinming like that was no ordinary person. He Gaoyang put down the magazine. As a national treasure-level director in China, he was the only one who could chat so casually with Zhong Jinming. "It's really good. My hands, which have been idle for a long time, are itching again. You have an idea? Isn't that why you called me over? Do you think I don't know what you old rascal are up to?" He Gaoyang snorted, but his eyes lingered on the magazine. He had retired years ago, but thanks to his previous works, he remained a heavyweight in the film industry. Many renowned directors still active today had once been apprentices under him. "Filming it is not impossible, but you'll have to put up the money. I can't be the only one taking a loss." Zhong Jinming grinned, knowing his old friend had relented. "Don't worry, you won't lose out. Although this is a rare genre domestically, it's sure to be a box office hit. But we'll have to shoot it next year. I need to go back to my alma mater for the homecoming at the end of the year, and I haven't been home in a long time," He Gaoyang said with a sigh. "No rush. This is a serialized novel. We'll have to wait until Story finishes publishing it. When you meet the author, you might be quite surprised." "What? Is it someone we know?" He Gaoyang was curious. He knew many authors and had collaborated with some famous ones. Few people in the country could truly surprise him. "You'll find out then. Still keeping me in suspense. If you don't blow me away, you old codger, you'll have to treat me to a drink." At this moment, Jiang Shi had no idea what a storm her novel had stirred up. A new week. The girl bit into the fried dough sticks and soy milk she had bought on the way, pedaling her bicycle furiously, leaving only a graceful silhouette to passers-by. Today, Jiang had accidentally woken up late. Seeing that time was running out, she was in a hurry. Once the gatekeeper closed the door, she would have to ask the homeroom teacher to come and pick her up. That would be too embarrassing. But even if Jiang Shi pedaled until sparks flew, all she got was the merciless iron gate already shut by the old gatekeeper. "What grade in class? Register here." The gatekeeper had already taken out the record book, ready to go through the routine. "Uncle, please let me in. I got stuck in traffic on the way." Jiang Shi steeled herself and put on her pitiful little girl act, a trick that worked every time with her parents and had become one of her specialty skills. No. Name and class. But the gatekeeper was completely immune. Jiang Shi had no choice but to obediently give her name and wait for Zhuang to come fetch her. Xiao Fu, what are you doing here? Jiang parked her bike and spotted an old acquaintance around the corner of the guardhouse. Xiao Fu was holding a rice ball in one hand and a carton of milk in the other. A grain of rice clung to the corner of his mouth as he crouched by the steps of the guardhouse, munching happily. Jiang Shi, seeing her, Xiao Fu quickly wiped the rice away and stood up. I don't even mention it. My dad drank last night and couldn't drive me, so I had to take the bus. That's why I'm late. Jiang Shi walked over and leaned against the wall to eat her breakfast. That's rough. We're the late duo now. The two leaned against the wall eating, but Xiao Fu's heart was pounding. Because Jiang was too close to him. From his angle, he could clearly see the fair skin of her collarbone and neck, and catch the faint, unique fragrance of a young girl. The last time they had been this close was when they were very young. Xiao Fu had fallen into the river while trying to catch fish, and Jiang Shi had pulled him out. Thinking about it, he had actually held hands with Jiang Shi. The rice ball suddenly tasted much better. Xiao Fu took a big bite. Could this be the feeling of feasting on beauty? I haven't seen you visit your grandmother in a long time. Last time I went back, your grandmother specifically asked about you. Xiao Fu suppressed his wandering thoughts, recalling his last trip to his hometown. My mom hasn't had much time lately. They'll have to wait a bit. Jiang Shi thought of her maternal grandparents, a happy expression appearing on her face. She had never met her paternal grandparents. They had probably passed away long ago, and her father never mentioned them. So Jiang Shi had always treated her maternal grandparents as her own. Every time she went back, the elderly couple would joyfully prepare a feast, and the pigs, ducks, chickens, and sheep in the village would suffer a devastating blow. She always went empty-handed and came back laden with bags of goodies. Thinking about it, Jiang Shi hadn't seen her grandparents since her rebirth, and a pang of longing stirred in her heart. They hadn't chatted long before the homeroom teacher of Class 7 and Zhuang came to pick up the students. The Class 7 homeroom teacher grabbed Xiao Fu by the ear and gave him a thorough scolding, roughly meaning, how could you be late? Are you not focusing on your studies? Late today, tomorrow you'll skip class, and so on. Jiang Shi watched in fear. Zhuang Da's scolding was much harsher than that. Jiang Shi, let's go. But the expected storm didn't come. Zhuang Da just said, be careful next time, and led Jiang Shi back to the classroom. Xiao Fu watched with tears streaming down his face. Why was he the only one getting scolded for being late? Was the world really this forgiving to girls? Back in the classroom, Jiang Shi was also puzzled. Her friends gathered around. Jiang, did old Zhuang scold you? Bai Jingran asked with concern. He didn't say much, and he seemed kind of happy. Jiang Shi shook her head, indicating she hadn't experienced the educational session they had imagined. No way. Last time I was late, old Zhuang kept me in his office for half an hour. Huang Qiqi recalled, still looking terrified. Because some teachers could indeed lecture you for half an hour without repeating themselves. I don't know either. Anyway, it's a good thing. Who cares? Jiang Shi stopped thinking about it, and pulled Bai Jingran to review English. Midterms were approaching, and she had to work hard to stay in the top 5. But soon everyone found out why Jiang Shi hadn't been scolded. The second period in the morning was old Zhuang's Chinese class. He was clearly in a great mood, walking even faster than usual. Before class, I have a good piece of news to announce. Zhuang cleared his throat. Classmate Jiang Shi has won the first prize in the municipal essay competition, one of only 2 first prizes in the entire Jiangxing city. And it's the first time a first-year high school student has won first prize. Moreover, classmate Jiang Shi will represent our Jiangxing city in the provincial competition in Jinling. The classroom fell silent for 2 seconds. Huang Qiqi looked at Jiang Shi in astonishment. Awesome, Jiang. Only 2 first prizes in the whole city, and you got 1. Tell us, what did you write? Bai Jingran was also very curious. She knew essays were Jiang Shi's strong suit, but she hadn't expected her to win first prize in the competition so easily. Just average, I only put in a little effort. But despite her modest words, the corners of Jiang Shi's mouth were already turned up high, as if saying, praise me more. I love hearing this. The classroom erupted in excitement. After all, there were only 2 first prizes in the entire city, and the whole province probably had only a few dozen. Didn't that mean Jiang Shi's essay skills were among the top in the province? Amazing. I heard this competition has a lot of prize money. No. 4 High School has never won first prize before. The school must be over the moon. Ma Lei whispered to Xinqing beside him. Xinqing looked up toward Jiang Shi's seat. Although only a few months had passed since the start of school, Jiang Shi had already become a completely different person from the one he knew before, now the center of attention. He didn't even dare to approach her with the excuse of being an old classmate. The students around were buzzing. No wonder she can get almost full marks in Chinese. When she makes a move, it's a big deal. She can only get full marks because that's the maximum. Now our class 3 has a heavyweight. I wonder if Jiang Shi can teach me how to write essays. I only got 40 on the monthly exam essay. It's too hard. Old Zhuang looked at Jiang Shi with a smile. This was his student. Even though he hadn't taught her much, such a raw gem already possessed such strength. With his teaching, her future potential was immeasurable. He would even bask in the reflected glory. After the commotion, Zhuang to calm the noise. Everyone should learn from classmate Jiang Shi. She got first prize. There's no reason you can't either. I've also obtained Jiang Shi's competition essay. For this class we won't follow the textbook. Let's all appreciate Jiang Shi's essay together. The smile on Jiang Shi's face froze instantly. No, not a public execution. What could be more embarrassing than having the teacher read your own essay aloud in class? The mortification was on par with having your parents read your cringy middle school diary out loud. Jiang Shi kept her head down the whole time. Fortunately, Zhuang De was too engrossed in his reading to call her up for explanations. The students under the podium occasionally made sounds of feigned understanding. A chorus of oohs filled the room. Jiang Shi finally experienced what others meant when they said 45 minutes could be an eternity. During the lunch break, Jiang Shi slipped out of school through the side entrance. This was something she had done countless times in her past life. Not far from the school gate was a bookstore often frequented by students buying stationery and supplementary materials. Of course, it also stocked novels and comics beloved by students. However, with a single novel costing 10 or 20 yuan, not everyone had such generous pocket money. More popular among the student body were magazines priced at just a few yuan covering a wide range of genres. Titles like Comic Enthusiast and Fiction Digest lined the shelves in dazzling variety. But Jiang Shi's purpose this time was to discover the surprise Sister Qing Lan had mentioned. Boss, do you have the latest issue of Tales? She stepped into the store, her eyes scanning the racks, usually filled with magazines, yet she found no trace of Tales. The shop was crowded with other students who had also sneaked out, gathered under the novel shelves, each engrossed in a book. This is the last copy, the owner said, handing over the one he was reading. Jiang Shi glanced down and saw it was just a regular short story edition. She shook her head. I want the long-form special issue. Is it sold out? She felt a pang of surprise, as it was rare to see magazines completely sold out after the impact of the internet. Usually even the first batch of shipments went unsold, left to gather dust in the warehouse. Even Tales, a periodical with a wide readership and considerable subscriptions, had only mediocre sales. It's gone. The new long-form issue of Tales sold exceptionally well. If you want one, wait 2 days for the next shipment. The owner shook his head and pointed to an empty spot on the shelf. We've sold out of everything in the warehouse. With no other choice, Jiang Shi slipped back into school. She never imagined that as a contributor she would end up unable to read it herself. Yet it was clear that Tales' bold move had achieved remarkable success. It had successfully carved open the market for serialized long-form stories, a trend that was inevitable for securing long-term reader loyalty. Returning to the classroom through the back door, Jiang Shi saw a group of boys huddled together whispering about something. This killer is so twisted. Why only target beautiful women? Idiot, that's definitely a clue, like in Detective Conan, where a series of murders only serves to conceal the real target. Don't you think this professor gives off a mastermind vibe? Now that you mention it, he saw through the heroine at a glance. It's terrifying to think about. Good thing he's locked up. I bet he'll escape later and cause trouble. Jiang Shi listened, finding it strangely familiar. Wasn't this the plot she had written? Peeking through the gaps, she spotted a copy of Tales lying on a desk. Behind it sat Shenqing, squeezed breathless by the crowd. Ahem, old Zhuang is here, Jiang Shi whispered. The boys scattered like startled birds, their speed leaving Jiang Shi dumbfounded. Shenqing massaged his stiff arms, still puzzled by what had happened. He looked up to see a radiant, smiling face, though the mischievous glint in her eyes made him lean back half a step. Jiang Shi, how about a deal, old classmate? Jiang Shi leaned against the desk, picking up the magazine. Let me borrow this. He'll return it before school ends. This. Shenqing glanced around to the boys who had been crowding him, shot him pleading looks. If Jiang Shi took it, they'd lose their chance to read. No way would a bunch of guys shamelessly crowd around a girl to read together. Shenqing swallowed hard, feeling the dilemma. On one side were his good brothers, who shared both joys and burdens. On the other was his old middle school classmate, now famous and favored by the homeroom teacher. Offending either side was risky. Seeing his hesitation, Jiang Shi swept her gaze around, making everyone look away. Then she leaned in, speaking softly, so only he could hear, don't forget, I still haven't settled the score with you for giving out my QQ number last time. She shook her little fist, putting on a fierce expression. To outsiders, though, it looked utterly adorable. In the end, Jiang emerged victorious. Shenqing faced the glares of his brothers, their eyes screaming, how could you surrender so easily? Chun Ran observed everything, a pang of regret stirring within him. If he hadn't rushed to confess his feelings, maybe he could have started as a friend. Jiang Shi returned to her front row seat with the magazine. The first thing that caught her eye was the strikingly powerful cover. Tales had placed her novel on the very first page, the prime spot. This was a crucial position, as readers' impressions of the first article were most important, and they read it most carefully. This often determined the magazine's first impression on its audience. It was a slot that even some fledgling newcomers desperately sought, but rarely obtained. The editorial board had gone all in, especially since The Silence of the Lambs belonged to the suspense crime genre, which wasn't particularly popular domestically. But judging by the sold-out copies in the bookstore, the gamble had paid off. Jiang Shi clicked her tongue softly as she flipped through the table of contents. To make a splash with the long-form special tales had enlisted numerous established writers. She recognized many names. Seeing her pen name listed ahead of these veteran authors stirred a complex feeling within her. If these people knew that Zhang Lai was actually a high school student, what would they think? Recalling Sister Kinglin's words, Jiang Shi marveled that this was indeed a pleasant surprise. It had transformed her from an unknown newcomer into a flagship author for tales, granting her a certain degree of fame. Of course, opportunity came hand in hand with risk. She had only written 2 stories so far, far too few. If she couldn't produce better works in the future, she risked stumbling. But for Jiang Shi, reborn into this life, this was no problem at all. Her mind brimmed with countless excellent works. Picking a few would keep her writing for years. Sigh, if only there were a machine that could write down everything I think. Jiang Shi daydreamed, unaware of the danger creeping closer. Class is about to start, Miss Jiang. A gentle voice sounded beside her, making Jiang Shi jolt and hastily stow away the magazine. After all, in the eyes of teachers, anything besides textbooks was forbidden reading. Pei Yunhua smiled warmly and added, I heard you won first prize in the essay competition. You've become quite the celebrity in the office lately. For bringing honor to the school, you'll let it slide this time, but be careful next time. Jiang Shi nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. Though Pei Yunhua looked like a fresh graduate with a gentle demeanor, she was merciless when strict, punishing without hesitation. Still, Jiang Shi managed to sneak through the breaks, and before dinner stealthily read the entire issue of Tales like a thief. After dinner, it was time for evening self-study. Jiang Shi had no choice but to reluctantly part with by Jingran taking her homework to another class to hold the fort. Tonight she was assigned to Class 7. Class 3 was on the first floor, while Class 7 was on the third floor near the staircase. When Jiang Shi arrived, there were only a few minutes before self-study began. Classroom 7 was still buzzing with noise, but Jiang Shi couldn't be bothered for now. If anyone was still causing a ruckus once class started, she would definitely make a note of it. Hey, isn't that Jiang Shi? So she's also a discipline monitor for the student council. You mean the Jiang Shi who won first prize in the essay competition? That's right, who else could it be? I heard only 2 people in the whole city got first prize. Xiao Fu, who was frantically battling his homework, looked up and sure enough, saw a familiar figure sitting at the podium. Jiang Shi also spotted this old acquaintance and waved a hand in greeting. Xiao Fu instantly felt the pen in his hand become much lighter. Just then Shui Yuanin walked back into the classroom through the front door and immediately noticed Jiang Shi sitting at the podium. He couldn't help but exclaim, Big Boss Jiang. Jiang Shi's forehead was covered in black lines. It sounded like some kind of gang leader. Don't call me that, just go back to your seat and do your homework. No way, Big Boss Jiang, teach me how to write essays. He'll become your disciple. Shui Yuanin walked to the edge of the podium, his eyes full of admiration. They were both in their first year of high school, but he had just participated for fun while she had quietly brought back a first prize. This depends on talent, it can't be taught. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Jiang Shi waved her hand as if shooing away a fly. Shui Yuanin, having failed to become her disciple, showed no sign of discouragement and instead started talking about how the other schools had fared in the competition. Jiang Shi really didn't know about that. In this competition, only Jiang Shi and Yao Ying had won awards. The other was a senior sister she had met during pre-competition training. As for the boy who had picked a fight earlier, and the others, they had essentially just taken a half-day trip to know. One high school only receiving participation awards. Big Boss Jiang, just teach me. I always repay a favor. She helplessly rubbed her forehead. Why was this kid so persistent with her? Fortunately, the bell finally rang. Under the threat of having his name recorded, Shui Yuanin could only slink back to his seat. A good citizen doesn't argue with officials. There'll be plenty of chances later. After the class bell rang, the classroom quieted down considerably, though occasionally there were still people whispering. At times like this, Jiang Shi would pick up the record book and pretend to write a few lines. This would make the sensible ones below obediently shut their mouths. The school was not without its social intricacies. In reality, she hadn't written anything at all. But of course, if someone was tactless, Jiang Shi wouldn't hesitate to write down their name and let them experience what it meant to be on edge. After the discipline monitor left, the guilty students would usually sneak a look at the record book. If their name wasn't there, they'd breathe a sigh of relief. If it was, the night would be a long one. The homeroom teacher wouldn't see it until the next day, and then the counseling would begin. This was also why discipline monitors easily made enemies. After self-study ended, Jiang Shi hummed a little tune, feeling quite cheerful as she left classroom 7. It was another day of finishing homework early, meaning she didn't have to carry her backpack home. Looking at it this way, evening self-study wasn't without its benefits. It helped her develop a good habit of not procrastinating. The old Jiang Shi would usually go home and play wildly, only starting her homework very late. If the teacher assigned a lot, she sometimes had to burn the midnight oil. As she went downstairs and past the office, she ran into old Zhuang. Jiang Shi, perfect timing. Come with me to the office. Zhuang Do waved at Jiang Shi. Here are the prize money and certificate for this competition. The school also gave an extra 2,000. Keep them safe. He handed over a red certificate and a neatly wrapped stack of cash. Zhuangde then spoke earnestly, even though you won an award, don't get too proud. You can't slack off in your studies. The provincial competition in Jinling is next month. Prepare well. Jiang Shi nodded repeatedly. Of course. As long as there was prize money, she would give it her all, even if it meant working to the bone. Something about that didn't sound right, but it didn't matter. Little comrade Jiang was about to make a getaway with the prize money to count how much there was when old Zhuang handed her a bag of cookies. Take these to eat. Some former students brought them when they visited me. I'm old and can't handle anything too sweet. Jiang Shi, holding the certificate in one hand and the cookies in the other, wobbled her way home. Upon learning that her daughter had won an award, Mother Jiang was overjoyed and immediately decided to take the whole family out to a restaurant. Our daughter has really made something of herself. Wu Shuiqin held the certificate, pride swelling in her heart, but tears unknowingly streamed down her face. Mom, why are you crying? Look, I've got a fresh 5,000 in prize money right here. My treat tonight. 5,000 was a substantial sum in those days. Jiang Shi was momentarily at a loss, hugging her mother and showing off the money. Wu Shuiqin quickly composed herself, wiped away her tears, and exclaimed in surprise, so much. But soon Jiang Shi regretted mentioning the prize money. In the end, her mother confiscated it on the grounds that children shouldn't carry so much money around. The money, still warm from her hands, flew away right before her eyes. However, Jiang Shi knew her mother wasn't like some parents who take money and never give it back. She would keep it safe, and Jiang Shi could withdraw it any time, provided she explained what it was for. After sharing the good news, the family of four got into Ji Rusong's car and headed to Nanwei restaurant in the city center. Looking at the magnificent decor, Jiang Shi immediately realized a meal here would be expensive. Ji Rusong figured that since they were celebrating, they might as well choose a nice place. Since there were only 4 of them, they didn't opt for a private room. Ji Rusong led them to a seat at the back of the main hall. Jihan had never been to a place like this before and was very curious, looking around everywhere. Before long, the glass fish tank in the center of the hall captivated the little boy. He pressed his whole face against the glass. The fish, smaller than his palm, scattered in fright. Jiang Shi, on the other hand, was very calm. In her past life, she had seen far more impressive sights. The extravagance of Haizhou was nothing compared to this. After eating and drinking their fill, the waiter brought out a plate of fruit. Ji Rusong went to the front counter to pay the bill. Having no phone to play with, Jiang Shi could only look around. And in doing so, she spotted a familiar face. Sitting directly across from her at a table not far away was a girl who looked frail and delicate. A boy sat opposite her, his back to Jiang Shi, so she couldn't see his face. The two were chatting, and the girl occasionally covered her mouth to smile. This girl was none other than Shen Yue, whom Jiang Shi had met briefly before at No. 1 high school. Was the world this small? She rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't mistaken. Just as she hesitated about whether to go over and say hello, Shen Yu noticed Jiang Shi's gaze and smiled, waving at her. After telling her mother, Jiang Shi stood up, ready to go over and greet her. Meeting again, I hope I'm not interrupting your date. Jiang Shi approached, saying half-jokingly. A man and a woman were dining and chatting in the hotel, an undeniable air of intimacy lingering between them. Jiang Shi. The young man on the other side exclaimed in surprise. Wait, that voice sounds somewhat familiar. Jiang Shi turned around and saw a handsome face. The impeccably dressed young man in a suit was actually Shun Su. However, he was dressed very formally today, at first glance resembling a wedding MC. Traces of makeup were visible on his face, exuding an overall elegant and refined demeanor. Jiang Shi's first thought was, could this guy be moonlighting as a gigolo? That didn't seem right either, as Shun Su didn't look like someone strapped for cash. Subjected to Jiang Shi's scrutinizing gaze, even Shun Su couldn't help but feel a bit awkward and let out a light cough. Have you seen enough? Shen Yu watched the two, a playful smile gracing her lips before she spoke to introduce them. This is Jiang Shi. I met her when she went to No. 1 middle school for the essay competition. And this is... Jiang Shi raised her hand, smiling as she interrupted. I know the student council president Shun. Everyone in No. 4 middle school knows him. Alright, I forgot you two are both from No. 4. Shen Yu scooted over inside the booth, patting the seat on her left, signaling for Jiang Shi to sit. Isn't that a bit awkward? I'd be a huge third wheel. Jiang Shi spread her hands, feeling like the odd one out. What are you thinking? This is my biological brother. Shen Yu rolled her eyes and pulled Jiang Shi over. As a girl, from their initial reaction upon meeting, she knew Jiang Shi definitely knew her brother. Shen Su was also taken aback by Jiang Shi's words. This girl's train of thought was truly unique. Jiang Shi finally realized they shared the same surname and felt silly for the misunderstanding. I'm working here part-time as a waiter, that's why I'm dressed like this, Shen Su explained, quickly noticing Jiang Shi's gaze lingering on his clothes. Afraid she might jump to another wrong conclusion. Oh, Jiang Shi let out a teasing sound. Shouldn't waiters be serving food and drinks? Why are you sitting here eating? Won't you get your pay docked? Someone clearly didn't believe that the school's influential designer-clad student council president would be working part-time at a restaurant. Would the young master care about such small change? Shen Yu next to her covered her mouth, mercilessly exposing her brother. The owner of this hotel is our grandfather. Seeing that my brother had nothing to do after school, the old man sent him here to work. Jiang Shi understood. That made much more sense. The hotel manager probably wouldn't dare to actually make the young master do any real work. Speaking of which, the results for the essay competition are out right. Jiang Shi, did you win any award? She got first place. Shen Su picked up a piece of fruit and answered first. Shen Yue, however, didn't look surprised, nodding and saying, when I heard that Jiang Sheng had 2 first-place winners, I wondered if it might be you. Jiang Shi scratched her head in confusion. Why? I even finished my paper early that day, otherwise I wouldn't have run into you. Mysteriously wiggling her fingers, Shen Yu smiled and said, maybe it's the mutual appreciation between literary girls. Then why didn't you participate in the competition? Jiang Shi pressed, grabbing her hand and asking. Shen Yu's skin was very fair and her hand was much cooler than Jiang Shi's, feeling like a piece of smooth, cool jade, very pleasant to hold. Instead of answering, Shen Yu picked up a large prawn from the table and stuffed it into Jiang Shi's mouth. Watching the two of them play around, a hint of helplessness appeared on Shen Si's face. However, due to health reasons, his sister didn't have many friends her age. Since meeting Jiang Shi, she seemed to have become much more cheerful. Shen Yu's thoughts were simpler. She had noticed her brother stealing glances at Jiang Shi more than once. She didn't believe he had no feelings. This was where she, the genius little sister, came in to give her brother a little push. Maybe she could even gain a sister-in-law. Many people were dining in the hall, and some young men also noticed the 2 lovely girls by Shen Si's table. But perhaps the aura exuded by Shen Si's attire was too strong. Until Jiang Shi left, no one dared to come up and strike up a conversation. As soon as Jiang Shi left, Shen Yu looked at Shen Su with a meaningful gaze. Brother, do you like her? No, we just know each other, we're friends. But to Shen Yu, the words sounded somewhat lacking in conviction. A girlfriend is also a kind of friend. Don't worry, I'll keep it from Grandpa. Shen Yu gave him a knowing look. Arriving home, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. After washing up, Jiang Shi hid under the covers and chatted with Shi Qinglan. From this editor, she learned that this special issue of Story was selling extremely well. Many cities were already experiencing supply shortages, and Jiang Shi's piece, The Lamb, had also caused quite a stir among Shi Qinglan's fellow editors. Jiang Shi could also hear Shi Qinglan subtly probing for any new works she might have. Mentally checking her recent drafts, she realized she didn't have many complete pieces. With so many things happening at school, lately Jiang Shi had fallen behind on her writing progress. On the other end, Mi Wanqing was still in the group chat lamenting her miserable autumn outing experience. But there was nothing to be done. Who would have thought a wanted criminal was hiding in the park? And she just happened to run into him. Fortunately, the criminal had been on the run for so long that he was physically weak, or things could have turned out much worse. Mi Wanqing's foot injury was also much better, and she began to urge everyone to go on a picnic and camping trip. Midterms were approaching, and she knew her parents wouldn't allow her to go out and play after that. A picnic is fine, but camping requires preparing tents, and it's not very safe in the wild. I know a campsite that's not too far, but it costs more to rent the space, and they also rent out tents. Mi Wanqing had clearly done her homework and came prepared. How about we bring a few more people? Preferably some guys, it'll be safer. Huang Qiqi suggested. There was safety in numbers, and having boys along would mean less worry about harassment, as a group of 4 girls could easily be targeted. After some discussion, the important task of recruiting people was assigned to Jiang Shi. So why me? Jiang Shi typed in the group chat, utterly confused. She didn't know many boys she could even have a decent conversation with. Because after a unanimous vote, we decided that as the school's current celebrity, you have a higher appeal. In the end, through Jiang Shi's efforts, she successfully recruited 2 free laborers. One was Shun Su, whom she had just seen that evening, and the other was an old classmate, Xiao Fu. Conveniently, they could share a tent, saving trouble. Jiang Shi was very satisfied with her arrangement. In November, the autumn air was crisp and clear. The trees in the neighborhood had already taken on a somewhat desolate feel. Yet the elderly gentlemen still set up their chessboards, battling it out in their usual spot. Jiang Shi, carrying her backpack and dressed in sportswear, passed by the old men's battlefield and cast a few extra glances. Hey Jiang girl, isn't today the weekend? Why are you still carrying a backpack? A spirited old man greeted the girl with a smile. Good morning, Grandpa Ding. I'm bringing things for my classmates. I heard from your mom that you won an award in the essay competition. Amazing. Unlike my granddaughter, who has never passed Chinese. Jiang Shi's face flushed with embarrassment. How did her mother manage to tell all the elderly in the neighborhood? At this rate, she would soon become the child everyone compares their own to. Feeling awkward enough to dig a hole with her toes, she noticed some other old men who had been watching the chess game. They also gathered around, chiming in with praises for Jiang Shi. Finally, after much effort, she managed to escape the encirclement of the elderly gentleman, not without receiving an apple from Grandpa Ding. The campsite Mi Wanqing had chosen was on the east side of Jiangxing, in the opposite direction from Jiang Shi's home. So Jiang Shi had to abandon her bicycle and take the bus instead. There were quite a few people heading to the city center on the weekend, so Jiang Shi stood for a long time before finally getting a seat. After an hour of bumpy bus ride, she finally arrived at her destination. After getting off the bus and walking for a while, Jiang Shi saw the others already waiting at the entrance. Shinsu by Jingran and Mi Wanqing had arrived early. As the class monitor of Class 3 by Jingran often attended student council meetings and was fairly familiar with Shinsu, Jiang Shi successfully joined the main group. Before long, Huang Qiqi also arrived, albeit a bit late. Now only Xiao Fu was left. Jiang Shi sent him a message. Hey, where are you? If you dare stand me up, I won't cut you any slack during detention next time. Almost there, I'm on my way. Satisfied, Jiang Shi put away her phone. After waiting 10 minutes, the five of them saw a black car slowly approaching. However, it wasn't Xiao Fu who got out of the car. Boss Jiang surprised. Shocked, Shui Yuanin jumped out of the car first. Surprised my foot. Jiang Shi sighed, rubbing her forehead. She had forgotten that this guy often hung out with Xiao Fu. But since he was already here, she couldn't very well send him away. Xiao Fu followed closely, getting out of the car right after. Thus, the originally planned group of 6 expanded to 7. After getting to know each other, the group set off for the campsite in high spirits. The campsite had no entrance fee, but for overnight stays, if you didn't rent a tent from the campsite, you had to pay an overnight fee. None of them had brought tents, as carrying them back and forth was too troublesome. Mi Wanqing had originally planned to rent 3 two-person tents so the 6 of them could pair up. But with the addition of Shui Yuanin, they ended up renting a 3-person family tent for the boys. Although it was a bit small, they could squeeze in. The campsite had almost everything for sale, including ready-made barbecue grills, and also provided ingredients and charcoal. However, the prices were generally higher than outside. Fortunately, they had also prepared some ingredients of their own, and they could buy more if needed. The 7 of them huddled together, studying the tent instructions. After a few failed attempts, they finally managed to set up the 3 tents. The scenery around the campsite was beautiful, nestled between mountains and water. Not far away was a clear stream, shallow enough to just cover Jiang Shi's calves, with pebbles visible at the bottom. Looking downstream along the river, they could faintly see other campsites. Each campsite here was spaced apart, with only distant, indistinct voices audible, ensuring no disturbance. Their campsite was at the very upstream, and further up was fenced off outside the campsite's boundaries. After tidying up, it was already noon. The group, having expended a lot of energy setting up the tents, clamored for lunch. The girls were responsible for washing the ingredients, skewering them, and marinating them with seasonings, while the boys went to gather some firewood nearby to light the campfire in the center of the campsite. Using charcoal would be too wasteful, as a bucket of charcoal here cost several dozen yuan. The advantage was that it didn't produce much smoke, making it suitable for barbecuing. Jiang, what did you bring in your bag? The 4 girls gathered together, checking the ingredients in their bags. Chicken wings, chicken legs, pork belly. These were all items Jiang Shi had conveniently bought at the supermarket near her neighborhood, still fresh. Thanks to her enhanced physique, carrying all this was a breeze for little Jiang. Why is it all meat? Huang Qiqi looked at the packages Jiang Shi pulled out. What's a barbecue without meat? Jiang Shi declared confidently. These were her absolute favorites, especially chicken wings. In her mind, a barbecue without grilled wings was incomplete. In comparison, Bai Jingran's supplies were more balanced, including some mushrooms, tofu products, and vibrant green vegetables. Look how healthy Ran stuff is, Mi Wanqing teased. If you guys can skip it, but I'm eating all of this myself. Jiang Shi protectively gathered the chicken wings into her arms. She shot Bai Jingran a mischievous grin, reached out, and hugged them, saying, I'm eating these tonight. In your dreams, I want some too. Bai Jingran shot back, snatching the chicken legs from the ground. Considering they still had dinner to cook, the group divided the ingredients and estimated the consumption. It seemed they might not have enough, mainly because the 3 boys had larger appetites. They might need to buy more from the campsite supermarket later. Next came the preparation. Bai Jingran was in charge of washing the vegetables and meat, while Jiang Shi volunteered to do the cutting. Mi Wanqing and Huang Qiqi skewered the cut ingredients nearby. Jiang Shi was quite confident in her knife skills. However, when she actually started, she found it wasn't that simple. The campsite table was too low, forcing Jiang Shi to squat while cutting. Soon her calves began to ache. She had to stand up and hop around a bit, which prompted Huang Qiqi to say she looked like a rabbit, unable to resist bouncing. Embarrassed and annoyed, Jiang Shi retaliated by launching an attack on Huang Qiqi's chest. Haha, stop. Jiang Shi, what are you doing? Huang Qiqi was overwhelmed and eventually succumbed to Jiang Shi's tyranny. However, their horseplay was soon interrupted by Bai Jingran. If they didn't hurry up, everyone would have to barbecue on empty stomachs. While the girls were working methodically, the 3 boys chatted as they searched the bushy areas. Boys bonded quickly, their topics ranging from school to games, covering everything. Shinsu was a grade above Xiao Fu and Shui Yuanin, naturally becoming the brother Shin of the trio. Speaking of which, brother Shin, how did you meet Boss Jiang? Shui Yuanin was curious, as students from different grades rarely interacted at school. Most people preferred to hang out with peers in their own grade. I met her playing basketball in PE class once. She's really skilled, but unfortunately we never had a chance to compete again, Shunsu said with a smile. He then asked in return, what about you two? You're not in her class either, right? I participated in the essay competition with Boss Jiang. We were the only two from the first-year high school group, Shui Yuanin said proudly, as if he had won first prize. I've known her since childhood. We're practically neighbors, Xiao Fu said nonchalantly picking up a twig. So you're childhood sweethearts. Shun Su teased, but a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. It seemed there were potential rivals. Wan, we forgot the seasonings. Jiang Shi rummaged through their bags, feeling something was amiss. None. He'll check the camp store. Bai Jingran, having already washed the ingredients, pulled Mi Wanqing along toward the distant re-roofed hut. Straightening up, Jiang Shi spotted a dark lumpy bag that had fallen from someone's pack. Opening it, she found oddly shaped sweet potatoes. These were a treasure. Just a quick rinse, and a dozen minutes buried in the embers would yield fragrant roasted sweet potatoes. Back before Jiang Shi's rebirth, these cost a few yuan per pound, but sold for 6 or 7 yuan each by the roadside. Even so, customers flocked, and later vendors peddled pricier varieties like molten center sweet potatoes or honeyed ones, with prices climbing ever higher. With Bai Jing ran away, Jiang Shi went to the riverbank alone, scraping off the mud from the sweet potatoes with her hands before washing them clean. The clear water flowed gently, occasionally revealing finger-sized fish swimming downstream, their scales glinting in the sunlight. Now and then a tiny shrimp shot by with a curved body swift in its movements. River shrimp demand pristine water quality. Even slight pollution makes them vanish. Only in the year 2010, when pollution wasn't yet severe, could such a scene be witnessed. The rural outskirts still retained a relatively clean ecosystem, but with urban construction and factory relocations, these natural environments would gradually deteriorate. Ensuring no mud remained visible, Jiang Shi set the plump sweet potatoes aside. Now only Huang Qiqi and Jiang Shi were left at the camp. Huang Qiqi had finished skewering her chopped ingredients, waiting for Bai Jing Ran to bring back the seasonings. With nothing to do, they dragged stools to the riverbank, and Mi Wanqing had brought plenty of snacks. Jiang Shi grabbed a bag of chips, crunching away. Jiang eating alone. Share some. Huang Qiqi teased, scooting her chair closer and reaching into the bag. Hey wait, it's tipping. The camp's small recliner couldn't support both their weights, threatening to topple backward. Fortunately, Jiang Shi's quick reflexes braced it, preventing a fall. But some chips spilled, landing on them and into the river. Oh, sorry. You okay, Jiang? Huang Qiqi shook her head apologetically, relieved Jiang Shi was fine, and guiltily picked crumbs off her. But Jiang Shi knew her nature, pretending to be reserved in crowds, yet a reckless soul who loved excitement. In this regard, the four of them had vastly different personalities. Mi Wanqing was a shy girl next door type, while Bai Jing Ran was graceful and patient, with everyone always smiling. Yet Bai Jing Ran also had firm principles evident in her meticulous and rigorous approach to studies and her role as class monitor. As for herself, Jiang Shi readjusted her chair, her mind dazed. The old her was a loner, studying, graduating, working, distant from everyone except her mother. She spent most of her time immersed online, peeking at the outside world through cracks. Suddenly a wave of fear washed over her. Was this girl named Jiang Shi still herself? Unknowingly, she had gathered many friends and earned some reputation at school. The loneliness she once knew had long been absent. It was as if when she reached the peak of solitude, life took a sharp turn. Jiang Shi looked so many fish. Huang Qiqi crouched by the river, pointing at where the chips had fallen. Shaking off the philosophical musings cluttering her mind, Jiang Shi walked over. A school of small fish, drawn by the food scent, gathered to peck at the chips on the water's surface. Sometimes for a fingernail-sized crumb, several fish would brawl, shoving each other away to feast alone. Seeing this, the two took the remaining chips from the bag, broke them into small pieces, and tossed them into the water. After a while, the fish grew clever, following the shadow of their hands to claim prime spots. Soon the chips were gone, and the fish scattered. Jiang Shi, let's go fishing. Huang Qiqi exclaimed excitedly. Got a rod? Jiang Shi shot her a sidelong glance. Besides, these tiny fish weren't even worth eating. Barely enough to fill a tooth gap. Better to just eat the bread than bother. We can make a rod from a branch and string. Huang Qiqi pointed at the nearby woods. Use what's at hand. Bait from Ranran's bread. We can even compete. Who catches the biggest and most? Jiang Shi had to admire Huang Qiqi's wild imagination. She had truly figured out the angler's joy. As a child, she had only caught crayfish in the countryside. Those creatures were so dumb, they'd latch onto anything that moved. Tie a piece of chicken to a string, and in a good half day you'd fill a bucket. Fishing was far more tedious. You could sit all afternoon just soaking up the sun. But the big problem is we have no hooks. Can't exactly fish like Jiang Zio waiting for volunteers, can we? Jiang Shi kept deflating her enthusiasm. Huang Qiqi thought it over and felt deflated too. Hooks were irreplaceable, so the perfect plan fizzled. Yet she stubbornly retorted, who knows? You didn't even bait your line, Jiang, and you still reeled in 2 big ones. What? Jiang Shi was momentarily confused before realizing the girl was teasing her about Shun Su and Xiao Fu, implying she had hooked 2 men. Little comrade Jiang raised her fist, fuming. Huang Qiqi, stop right there. I swear I'll make you know what ecstasy means. Huang Qiqi, taking advantage of Jiang Shi's days, had already run far off. By the time Bai Jingran and Mi Wanqing returned to camp, they found the two by the river looking serene. Jiang Shi and Huang Qiqi, cheeks slightly flushed, sat side by side, pretending nothing had happened. The four of them marinated the skewers together, ensuring they'd be more flavorful when grilled. Soon the boys returned with bundles of firewood enough to last until night. Lighting the campfire with a lighter, Jiang Shi planned to put the sweet potatoes in later. By the time the barbecue was nearly done, they'd be cooked. But why had they brought back so much? She eyed the small mountain of firewood curiously. Thank you for your hard work, please have a seat. She extended her hand toward the small chairs beside her. Let's eat, I'm starving. Shui Yuanyan's eyes were nearly glowing green with hunger. If it weren't for Xiao Fu and Shun Su competing like they were in a contest, each picking up more than the other along the way, they would have returned much earlier. No one knew where this strange competitive streak came from. The girls had already arranged themselves in a semicircle around the table. Jiang Shi was seated with Bai Jingran on her right, and the seat on her left was empty. Shin Su and Xiao Fu exchanged a glance, as if reaching some unspoken male understanding. But just as they were locked in their silent battle, Shui Yuanyin grabbed a small stool and happily plopped down to Jiang Shi's left. Her eyes were brimming with admiration. Big shot Jiang, I saw your competition essay yesterday. Can you tell me how you came up with such a brilliant idea? You effortlessly cited so many classical references. Have you read a lot of ancient texts? Could you recommend a couple? Hearing this, Jiang Shi rolled her eyes. This guy was really persistent, like a ghost that wouldn't leave. She couldn't help but feel sorry for herself for having such a devoted little fanboy. Before long, Shui Yuanyi noticed that the three other girls were looking at him with wry smiles. What's up? Aren't you guys going to start eating? Shui Yuanyi scratched his head, puzzled. Suddenly, two sharp gazes shot at him from behind, sending a chill down his neck, making him shrink back instinctively. In the end, Xiao Fu and Shun Su took their seats in the remaining spots. The seven of them fit perfectly. Any more, and it would have been cramped. The scene fell silent for a moment as they all looked at each other. Finally, Mi Wanqing broke the stillness. So who's going to take charge of the barbecue? Jiang Shi instinctively glanced at Shin Su. His family owned a restaurant, so he should know how to cook right. Wait, don't look at me. I may work as a waiter, but I'm truly hopeless in the kitchen. Once when Shin Yu was resting at home, he impulsively decided to make lunch only to fill the kitchen with smoke, nearly convincing his parents that the gas line had exploded. After that, he was strictly forbidden from entering the kitchen. Xiao Fu was even less reliable. Jiang Shi remembered that as a child he would just happily trail behind her, scrounging for food. Bai Jingran and Mi Wanqing also shook their heads. They could only handle minor tasks. Looking around, the heavy responsibility once again fell on Jiang Shi. The remaining 6 people stared at her with hopeful eyes, like hungry chicks waiting to be fed. Left with no choice, Chef Jiang, who only knew how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, had to step up to the plate. It's just barbecuing, not that hard compared to stir-frying. Next time I'll definitely bring someone who can cook. Jiang Shi lit the charcoal, placed the grill grate on top, brushed it with oil, and then arranged the various skewers in order. She knew the general steps: brush the skewers with oil, sprinkle seasonings, wait until they seemed ready, then flip them, and repeat. But the ideal was beautiful and reality was harsh. The entire rack of skewers sizzled loudly, and because she had put too many on at once, she couldn't flip them in time. The skewers at the back ended up with some burnt spots. Still, ignoring those minor flaws, they looked quite decent. The aroma of cumin and chili powder mingling with the grease stirred up the cravings in Jiang Shi's stomach. Unable to resist, she grabbed a few freshly grilled skewers and treated herself first. Hey, how can the chef sneak a bite? Teased Mi Wanqing. The others nodded in agreement. What if the chef gets too hungry to grill? I should eat first, Jiang Shi declared with a straight face. Adjusting the quantities she placed on the grill each time, she soon became more adept. Before long, plates of fragrant, mouth-watering skewers appeared on the table. Jiang Shi tucked the sweet potatoes into the ash pile and returned to her seat. Mi Wanqing brought out the drinks and poured some into disposable paper cups for everyone. Cheers. Cheers. Yet to our high school days. To Big Shot Jiang's barbecue that saved my stomach. Ha ha ha. Then everyone began to feast heartily, interspersed with compliments and praise for Chef Jiang's skills. Where's my chicken wing? Who ate all my chicken wings? A question mark seemed to appear above Jiang Shi's head. How could they be gone when she had only eaten a few? Jiang, take mine, Bai Jingran said with a smile, handing over the chicken leg in front of her. Look at the bones in front of you. You ate them all yourself, Huang Qiqi said disdainfully. Oh really? I forgot he. Senior Shin, I heard from Jiang Shi that you work part-time at a restaurant. Is that true? Is the pay good? Is the work tiring? Mi Wanqing was curious. She also wanted to find a part-time job to help ease her mother's burden. Shin Su explained with a smile. Yes, I work as a waiter at Nanware restaurant. The pay is decent hourly wages. It gets busier during dinner time. Wan, don't listen to him. That restaurant is his family's business. That's not a part-time job. It's a young master inspecting the grassroots. Jiang Shi said, while munching on a mushroom skewer by Jingran had given her not missing the chance to expose Shinsu. But Shinsu just smiled and said nothing unbothered. Wanwan, you want to do some part-time work too? Bai Jingran thought for a moment and offered her opinion. You could try tutoring. It's much more relaxed. That's not easy either. What if you end up with a bratty kid? Hard to teach, and even harder to manage. Jiang Shi shook her head repeatedly. This doesn't work, that doesn't work. Then you tell us Jiang. Huang Qiqi said, defending Bai Jingran. I do have a job in mind. Wanwan want to hear it. Jiang Shi flashed a mysterious smile. What job? Everyone grew curious. I'm looking for a beauty to warm my bed this winter. Room and board included he. Jiang the wolf revealed her big tail waiting for a little Red Riding Hood to come running. Of course, all she got was a chorus of you from the others. As they chatted while eating, Jiang Shi suddenly remembered the sweet potatoes still waiting in the campfire, needing her rescue. She got up and walked over. Following the principle of gossiping about whoever's absent, the topic instantly turned to Jiang Shi. Hey Xiaofu, you've known Jiang since you were kids, right? Tell us what she was like as a child, preferably some funny, embarrassing stories. Xiaofu glanced at Jiang Shi's back as she fiddled with the sweet potatoes and said hesitantly, I'm afraid if I say it now I won't make it out of this door tomorrow. It's fine, we just won't let Jiang Shi know, Mi Wanqing and Huang Qiqi teased, and even Bai Jingran pricked. Although Jiang Shi usually seemed carefree and playful as fellow girls, they could vaguely sense that this was more of a self-protective disguise. What was hidden beneath that part of her, no one knew. Seeing that everyone had adopted the attitude of we won't leave until we get this gossip, Xiaofu had no choice but to steel himself and lower his voice to speak. His first memory of meeting Jiang Shi was when they were about 5 or 6 years old, spending the new year in their rural hometowns. The village kids would always hang out together. Their families lived close by, and they were around the same age, so they quickly became familiar with each other. Jiang Shi, this is Brother Xiao from next door? He's a bit older than you. Say hello. The little girl hid behind her mother, poking out half her head to murmur, hello, Brother Xiao. During the new year, the adults were all bustling about catching up with relatives and friends, preparing the New Year's Eve dinner, and doing a thorough spring cleaning. They had no time to mind these energetic children who were in their prime growth spurt. The village kids gathered together, running from the east into the west, tormenting everything that swam in the river or scurried on the ground. The stray dogs that once roamed in packs could only cower near the trash heaps, fearing they'd be dragged off by these little terrors. And the ringleader among them was Jiang Shi. That small head seemed to harbor countless whimsical ideas, though many of them teetered on the edge of earning her a spanking. For these half-grown children, though Jiang Shi wasn't the oldest, she was undoubtedly the most influential voice in the little group. But Xiaofu at that time felt he was older and shouldn't be ordered around by a little girl, so he often clashed with Jiang Shi. Thus he formed his own faction with his underlings. The two each claimed their own territory. Are you two waging a separatist war in the village? Huang Qiqi couldn't help but tease. Ahem, that was when we were kids. There wasn't much to play in the countryside back then, or it was terribly boring. So what happened next? Now it seems you and Jiang Shi get along pretty well, don't you? Mi Wanqing covered Huang Qiqi's mouth, signaling her not to interrupt, and urged Xiaofu to continue. Xiaofu glanced again at Jiang Shi's spot, confirming the young woman wouldn't be back anytime soon before he began to speak again. The turning point came the year after they first met. Jiangxing was hit by a rare snow disaster. Overnight, the snow piled up to half a person's height. Opening the door revealed a wall of snow. It was only after the villagers cleared a path with a tractor that people could barely walk. The children from each family were ordered not to go out. But that obviously couldn't stop Jiang Shi. She still put on her cotton-padded jacket and ran out to play in the snow. What are you talking about? Let me listen too. At that moment, Jiang Shi walked back, carrying a plate of roasted sweet potatoes with one piece already stuffed in her mouth. Seeing everyone engrossed in Xiaofu's story, she asked casually. Xiaofu winked at the others, and for a moment, everyone seemed frozen in place. Nothing much, just some school stuff. Mi Wanqing laughed and brushed it off hurriedly, pulling Jiang Shi to sit down. Oh, Jiang Shi squinted. Then why did I just hear someone mention my name? What's going on, Xiaofu? Feeling the pressure from Jiang Shi, Xiaofu looked as if his time was up. He had to confess, they were asking about your childhood, so I told them a bit. Just got to the part where you went out to play in the snow during the heavy snowstorm. Shunsu added, not missing a beat. Who could stand a story cut off halfway? Luckily, Miss Jiang didn't seem too angry. She bit into a sweet potato and sat down. Oh, it's nothing really. The kid fell into the river himself, and I was the one who fished him out, Jiang Shi explained nonchalantly. Why does Jiang make it sound like fishing? No wonder she's your lifesaver. Xiaofu was about to retort when Jiang Shi silenced him with a sweet potato. Just eat, you talk too much. Jiang Shi smiled sweetly, but the threat in her eyes was unmistakable. It seemed there were more details to the truth, but unfortunately there was no chance to hear them now. Everyone had to change the subject, starting with the afternoon's activities. They couldn't just sit around chatting forever. Huang Qiqi still couldn't let go of her fishing plan. Sure, I happen to have a portable fishing rod in my bag. Shui Yuanyin raised his hand in agreement. Why would you bring something like that? Jiang Shi looked puzzled. Who brings a fishing rod on a camping trip? Boss Jiang, that's where you're wrong. This is the skill of a seasoned angler. Shui Yuanin said proudly, hands on his hips. But his bag only contained one rod, a spool of fishing line, and plenty of hooks in different sizes. In the end, Jiang Shi improvised with some branches, crafting 2 simple fishing rods. Shen Su served as the referee, and the rest paired up. The first fishing competition began by the small river. Jiang Shi naturally teamed up with Bai Jingran. As a proper lady, Bai Jingran was experiencing fishing for the first time. Jiang Shi took it upon herself to give a handsome lesson. As the saying goes, when a man reaches middle age, he inevitably finds himself sitting by a river with a fishing rod. Fishing is a skill that every man seemingly acquires automatically at a certain stage in life. First, put the bait on the hook. Be careful not to prick your fingers. Then cast it out and watch for the fish to bite. When you get a bite, don't rush. The fish might not have taken it fully. Wait a moment before lifting the rod. Because the water was shallow and very clear, they could see directly what was happening underwater. Jiang Shi didn't use floats for the 2 simple rods, relying instead on their naked eyes to control them. The downside was that they had to focus intently. Jiang. A soft, hesitant voice reached her ears. Jiang Shi looked down and saw the beauty in her arms, her ears inexplicably turning red. You're too close. She then realized that because of the casting motion, her elbow was pressing against the 2 soft mounds on Bai Jingran's chest, slightly deforming them. From Jiang Shi's angle, she could even see a hint of white beneath the other's collar. A rush of heat surged through her. Such a treat was too much for Miss Jiang to handle. Paired with Bai Jingran's shy reaction, it was even more captivating. Instead of backing away, Jiang Shi leaned closer to Ranran's ear, her lips parting softly. Hee Ranran, you're so cute. Why not marry me and be my wife? Dream on, I don't want to. Bai Jingran snorted, then pushed Jiang Shi's hand, pointing at the water. Look, a fish is coming. Jiang Shi's hands moved swiftly as she pulled up the rod, and a finger-length fish leaped out of the water. It landed on the grass before them. Jiang Shi finally let go of her little wife and turned to remove the fish, placing it in a nearby basin of water. Bai Jingran patted her cheeks, using the moment to calm her flushed face. Contrary to what Jiang Shi thought, she wasn't embarrassed by Jiang Shi's actions. Just now, with Jiang Shi behind her and the thin clothing, Bai Jingran could clearly feel the round sphere pressing against her back. This was the first time in her life she had been so intimate with someone. Even though Jiang Shi was also a girl, it still made her quite uncomfortable. While the youngsters were wrestling with the fish in the tranquil no. For middle school, the light in the first-year teacher's office remained on. Zhuangde was chatting with a man, a beaming smile on his face. The man was editor Zhang from Youth Literature, who had made a special trip to Jiangcheng to find Jiang Shi. But before that, he had to greet the supervising teacher first, hence the scene. Teacher Zhuang, I never imagined you had such profound insights into student education. Haha, I've always advocated for nurturing student strengths. The same goes for essay writing. There must be original thoughts in the text. The conversation naturally began with a round of mutual flattery. Editor Zhang then cut to the chase, stating his purpose. Recently, Youth Literature is planning an anthology, and we hope to receive a submission from student Jiang. Zhuangde was taken aback, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. He knew of Youth Literature, a periodical in Huaxia dedicated to young authors. Many renowned writers had emerged from its pages, the most representative being He Feng, a prodigy who shot to fame with a widely acclaimed poem. And it was Youth Literature that first unearthed this rough gem. Such a targeted invitation for a submission was rare. After all, it was a well-known journal in the industry. Their sudden emphasis on a high school author made him ponder the underlying reasons. Nevertheless, it was a good thing. If the student gained fame, he would bask in the reflected glory. Zhuangde, now advanced in years, had given up on furthering his teaching career, but Jiang Shi's appearance had rekindled a glimmer of hope. Editor Zhang, acting on orders from above, also harbored some doubts. But as an employee, he only needed to complete his tasks without overthinking. After a moment's deliberation, Zhuangde, though eager to accept on Jiang Shi's behalf, held back. I need to ask the student about this. Thank you for your trouble, Teacher Zhuang. After Editor Zhang left, several young men and women in varied attire entered the office. Teacher Zhuang, long time no see. Hello, Teacher Zhuang. We brought you some health tea. It's good for your health. Zhuangde smiled. You didn't have to bring gifts. At my age, what's the point of staying fit? Don't say that. Without strength, how can you manage our juniors? A male student retorted with a grin. You were the most mischievous one back then, Zhuangde scolded with a laugh. These were his former students now attending university in Jinling, who had taken the weekend to visit their old teacher. Who was that person who just left? He didn't look like a teacher. He's an editor from Youth Literature. One of your junior schoolmates won first prize at the city level in an essay competition, and he came to solicit a submission. Among the group, several had chosen liberal arts and understood the prestige of such competitions. That's a remarkable junior. When can we meet her? This is the first time, no. For middle school has won first prize. Truly impressive. They chatted animatedly, occasionally sharing stories of their university lives, the atmosphere warm and congenial. The school anniversary is coming up. Can we come back for it? One student asked. Of course, you're all outstanding alumni. Zhuangde nodded, still filled with pride as he looked at the students who had once been under his wing. Too bad I have class that day. I can't make it. No worries, I'll take notes for you. In the capital at the story's editorial office. Are the sales figures for the long-form special issue out yet? Here they are, Chief Editor Xiang. Xiang Yuan took a deep breath and opened the folder in his hand. As his gaze slowly moved down, an involuntary smile spread across his face. Soon the editors outside heard a burst of hearty laughter from the chief editor's office. Haha, excellent. The first week's national sales of the story's long-form special issue had exceeded 1 million copies. A monumental success for an inaugural issue. If this momentum could be maintained, monthly sales might surpass 4 million. Since the advent of the internet-era, magazine sales had been declining year after year. Stories had set its highest sales record before the millennium, only to slide afterward. Now with the long-form special issue, they had regained a foothold. What's the public feedback like? The first piece, The Lamb, is generating significant buzz online, with many readers writing and eager for the next issue. And from Elder Zhong director He Gaoyang is considering adapting The Lamb into a film. Shi Qinglan continued. You mean the esteemed director, he who directed Millennium Calendar and won the Huaying Annual Award? Xiang Yuan looked up astonished. Shi Qinglan nodded. This was information Elder Zhong had shared with her. After a moment's thought, Xiang Yuan said, keep this under wraps for now. Nothing is finalized. As for Zhang Lai, if signing proves difficult, don't force it, but offer the utmost sincerity. From now on, use the exclusive distribution rights contract, Xiang Yuan added. Periodical copyright contracts came in many forms, with exclusive distribution rights being the least restrictive for authors. It meant the periodical only held the right to distribute the work with exclusivity, barring the author from publishing elsewhere. The copyright and adaptation rights remained with the author. This was often a privilege reserved for major authors, as they didn't rely on a single magazine and had many suitors for their works. For Zhang Lai, Xiang Yuan valued the newcomer's potential, someone worth investing in for stories. Leaving the chief editor's office, Shi Qinglan returned to her desk. Congratulations, Editor Shi. You're now the star of our editorial department. Hey, Chief Editor Xiang is treating everyone to dinner tonight to celebrate the first week's success. Editor Deng patted Shi Qinglan on the shoulder, smiling. Lucky break. We bet on the right person. Shi Qinglan looked down at a cardboard box filled with reader letters sent to the office, many inquiring about The Lamb and Zhang Lai. Thinking of that radiant girl, she felt a pang of hesitation. Elder Zhong's words echoed in her ears. One should write words befitting one's age. Entering this industry meant facing fierce competition rife with the pursuit of fame and fortune. If Jiang Shi knew of Qinglan's thoughts, she would have proudly declared, watch me carve my own path with sheer talent. But for now, Jiang Shi was fretting over how to beat Xiao Fu and Shui Yunyin's team. The opponents seemed to have cheats, catching fish effortlessly. Meanwhile, on her side, despite having a stunningly beautiful companion, the fish stubbornly avoided them. Where was the beginner's luck? If only Cobalt were here, Jiang Shi could direct the little one to devour all their fish. In the end, Xiao Fu and his partner won with 14 fish, while Jiang Shi and Bai Jingran trailed with 5. Shui Yuanin cradled his fishing rod, posing as a sage. Such is the prowess of an angler. Eyeing the small catch, Jiang Shi decided to showcase her skills again by making crispy fried fish. The sun was setting, the sky clear and bright, without a single cloud, tinged with a faint orange hue. Below lay a golden forest wrapped in crimson, dotted with deep green, evergreen trees. It was the perfect weather for stargazing. Unfortunately, light pollution was severe in later generations. Even in Jiang Shi's grandparents' countryside, a brilliant starry sky was hard to come by. After an entire afternoon, everyone's energy was nearly drained. During that time, Jiang Shi had taken Bai Jingran to explore the vicinity, finding a spot with an open view. Jiang Shi extended her hand, fingers pressed together as if trying to grasp the sun. But soon the sun slipped through the gaps between her fingers, gradually vanishing beyond the horizon. The sky slowly darkened. When the two returned to the campsite, Shun Tzu had already lit a bonfire, the flickering flames casting light on several youthful faces. Dinner was a hodgepodge stew. Mi Wanxing tossed all the leftover ingredients into the pot, added water, and confidently declared it a famous northeastern dish. But the others were skeptical. Given the nearly 10 different ingredients of varying sizes, it was hard to imagine what chemical reaction might occur inside the pot. Xiao Fu went to the convenience store to buy some noodles, planning to cook them in the pot later. Fortunately, the final result was quite good. The mishmash unexpectedly suited such a large gathering. However, Jiang Shi strongly protested that most of it was vegetables. But her protest was overruled by unanimous opposition. After all, the midday barbecue had left everyone's mouths still greasy. The autumn wind, along with the temperature difference between day and night, brought a chill as it blew. Shinsu threw a few logs into the fire, making it burn brighter, which finally dispelled some of the cold. Let's play a game, Huang Qiqi suggested. What can we play? We only have the deck of cards Shui Yuanin brought. Jiang Shi said, pointing at the scattered backpacks. Who knew what was going on in that kid's head? His backpack was stuffed with all sorts of random trinkets. Then let's play king game. Huang Qiqi grabbed the deck, picked out 7 cards, and began explaining the rules. Jiang Shi raised an eyebrow. It was a popular party game she had played at a company year-end party. Now I have spades 1 through 6, plus 1 joker, 7 cards in total. After shuffling, each of us draws 1. Whoever gets the joker is the king, and the king can randomly pick numbers and give orders. For example, if in the king ID say, let spade 1 carry spade 2 on their back for a 50-meter round trip, if they refuse, they face a punishment. The rules were simple. After Huang Qiqi's clear explanation, everyone quickly grasped how to play. The fun part of this game was that the king didn't know who held which number, often leading to unexpected situations. As for punishment, those who refused to obey the order had to eat one of Xiao Fu's extra spicy chili strips. And the person who ate the last chili strip had to perform a talent in front of everyone. This prevented everyone from simply eating chili strips to avoid tasks. Huang Qiqi shuffled the cards and spread them into a circle. Sorry, looks like luck's on my side. Mi Wanqing laughed as she revealed the joker in her hand. The others hid their cards, afraid she might see them. Let me think. Then let number 1 and number 3 arm wrestle. Mi Wanqing announced. Jiang Shi helplessly flipped over her card. It was a spade 1. And who's spade 3? Across from her, Shun Su raised his hand. He had drawn spade 3. Mi Wanqing brought over a stool, setting up the competition area. Time for pre-match trash talk. Any words, you two? Huang Qiqi, looking eager to watch the fun, asked with a smile. Kid, we never settled the score from basketball last time. Today, let's decide the winner. Jiang Shi shook her head and extended her right hand. With her constitution now at a whopping 10 points, she was terrifyingly strong. Shin Su just smiled without replying. Their hands clasped together, and Jiang Shi felt a rare surge of competitiveness. At Mi Wanqing's start command, Jiang Shi immediately used all her strength, expecting an easy victory, but to her surprise, Shin Su held his ground. Shin Su also raised an eyebrow. He usually exercised regularly, and being a waiter required some stamina. His hand strength was considerably greater than most peers. After a prolonged stalemate, Jiang Shi ultimately won by a narrow margin. Tisk, going easy isn't fun, the onlookers clicked their tongues. Seeing the suspicion, Jiang Shi shook her wrist and retorted, what are you talking about? I rely on pure skill. The game continued with a reshuffle and redraw. Haha, my turn now. Let me see who's the lucky one. Jiang Shi showed the joker in her hand, her eyes scanning the group. Then with a sly grin she declared, I command number 4 and number 6 to stare at each other for 1 minute. Whoever laughs first has to go to the convenience store to buy everyone a drink. This time the unlucky ones were Shui Yuanin and Huang Qiqi. Before it even started, Huang Qiqi couldn't hold back laughing uncontrollably. Haha, I give up, I really can't do this. In the end, she suffered the penalty of a chili strip and then ran off to buy drinks. In the third round, Shin Su drew the king. Number 2, carry number 5 and do 5 squats and make sure it's 5. Jiang Shi looked at her card. Number 2. Was her luck really this bad? She felt some mysterious force was controlling her draws. Fortunately, number 5 was by Jingran. Amid her surprised yelp, Jiang Shi lifted by Jingran by the waist. It was even a princess carry. Hee Ran, you're so light, Jiang Shi said, weighing her despite her impressively ample chest. The girl felt warm and soft in her arms, stirring a tender feeling in Jiang Shi. Bai Jingran lowered her head, looking quite shy. The 5 squats were accomplished effortlessly. At first, everyone only gave simple tasks. But as the atmosphere grew livelier, they gradually let loose, and the immunity chili strips were consumed rapidly. And the last strip fell to Jiang Shi again. The crowd teased, talent show, no cheating. Sing or dance, or maybe do a backflip. Jiang Shi pouted. She wasn't a cat, and dancing was Yuan's forte, not hers. She decided to sing instead. She happened to have her phone for some accompaniment. The boys were eagerly anticipating it. During military training, Jiang Shi and Bai Jingran had already shown their skills, so her level was beyond question. Let me see. They'll sing this one. Jiang Shi tapped a few times, and from her phone came a melodious and lingering prelude. If we talk about the most popular Chinese anime in the past decade, 100 Schools of Thought would undoubtedly be among them. Jiang Shi still remembered in her past life after school, every day she would drag a stool and wait for the show to begin. It had swept across the entire nation, later hailed as the pinnacle of Chinese animation. Unfortunately, it gradually declined, never again witnessing its former glory. Of course, these were matters of several years later. Alongside the anime, its theme song Moonlight also rose to fame. Its popularity was comparable to that of Brave Warrior in later years, widely known among primary and secondary school students with a high degree of recognition. Everyone could hum a few lines. However, this song employed intricate vocal techniques, demanding high-pitched accuracy, and was considered one of the most challenging ancient-style songs to sing. Yet under the night sky, Jiang Shi felt the song perfectly matched the ambience. Among the group, Bai Jingran was the professional, while the others could only appreciate the gist. Jiang Shi took a deep breath and slowly opened her mouth. Moonlight hue, maiden scent. Tears break the sword, how deep is love? How much pain words cannot imagine. Xiaofu opened his phone and couldn't resist recording her singing. Jiang Shi's ethereal and gentle voice paired with the stirring lyrics inexplicably evoked a sense of unconstrained elegance. It was as if one could see a songstress in light gauze seated alone under the cold moon on a high platform, her fingers strumming a zither transcendent and detached. A bright moon, an ancient zither, a beautiful woman. Yet it told a heroic tale of sorrow and vicissitudes where the helplessness of fate left few to lament. Jiang Shi did not sing the entire song, stopping at the end of the main verse, as the lyrics repeated afterward and continuing would demand too much effort. That was amazing, Jiang. You can sing this song too. So talented, Jiang. I feel like you could audition for The Voice. That might be a bit of a stretch, Jiang Shi coughed. It wasn't modesty, singing was merely a hobby for her. She could shine during karaoke sessions, but compared to those formally trained in vocal music, she still fell short. Bai Jingran reached out and pinched Jiang Shi's cheek, praising her. Don't be modest, you've already surpassed many with your vocal timbre and pitch. MMPH, let go, Ran. Jiang Shi pulled away by Jingran's hand. Under her indulgence, this little girl had grown increasingly audacious, even daring to retaliate. Xiaofu casually set the recorded singing as his ringtone. Next month, no. For high school is holding a school anniversary. Should I recommend you to the teacher in charge and let you perform a show? Shinsu recalled that the teacher arranging the program was currently troubled by this matter. You should ask Ran. She's the professional, Jiang Shi pointed at by Jingran. The thought of singing in front of so many students, teachers, and leaders made her social anxiety flare up. If she got too nervous and sang off-key, it would be utterly humiliating. Just as the group was savoring Jiang Shi's song, she suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look!" Above their heads, a magnificent Milky Way appeared, surrounded by twinkling stars scattered across the firmament. The scene was beyond words. When the universe unveils its mystery and vastness before you, without reservation, the sense of your own insignificance becomes infinitely magnified. To call it beautiful felt too pale. Though every star must have its own story, while we can only witness the light they generously shed eons ago. It took a long while for the group to break free from the enchantment of the scenery. In more down-to-earth terms, it was their first time seeing such a sight, an eye-opener. So many stars, so beautiful. I know that particularly bright one is the North Star. Jiang Shi raised her phone to take a picture, but the camera resolution at the time was too poor. Only faint white shadows could be discerned. Now she somewhat understood why later phone manufacturers relentlessly pursued camera enhancements on this path of no return. People always want to leave photographic proof that they have seen or been somewhere. Look over there. Mi Wanqing pointed in another direction. A streak of white light shot across the sky, vanishing in an instant. But after it, countless streaks followed in succession. A meteor shower. Shui Yuanin shouted excitedly. What are you waiting for? Make a wish. Mi Wanqing was the first to close her eyes and clasp her hands tightly. Watching the others follow suit, Jiang Shi found it a bit childish, but she closed her eyes as well. As for making wishes, she was a greedy person with many desires, such as instant wealth, immortality, the ability to travel through time, and so on. But that would be too demanding for a shooting star. So she settled for something simpler. Jiang Shi murmured silently in her heart, I hope that 10 years from now, we can still gather together and gaze at the same starry sky. Found it. This is the Leonid meteor shower, which occurs every November. Xiaofu raised his phone, showing a report on the meteor shower. That doesn't seem particularly rare, Huang Qiqi said regretfully, having thought they had witnessed a once-in-a-century phenomenon. No, although it comes every year, it's not always visible, Shinsu explained. If there's a full moon or cloudy weather, it's hard to see. So it seems our luck is pretty good, Bai Jingran nodded. Many people might never see a shooting star in their lifetime. According to online sources, the Leonid meteor shower peaks every 33 years. Usually there are only about 10 meteors per hour, but during the peak there can be hundreds, Xiaofu read from the information he found. That must be spectacular. The next one is in 2020. Let's come watch it together then. Alright, it's settled. 10 years from now, we'll meet again, without fail. As the night deepened, the girls yawned. After extinguishing the campfire together, they prepared to settle down and sleep. The campsite had a small bathroom with hot water. They took turns washing up, solving the hygiene issue. The three boys squeezed into one tent, appearing quite harmonious. However, Jiang Shi was a bit worried about Xiaofu, given that this old acquaintance had some orientation issues. Who knew when he might awaken? She naturally shared a tent with Bai Jingran, lying side by side. This was Jiang Shi's first time sleeping with a girl in both her lives. It would be impossible not to feel a flutter of excitement. But now she had been stripped of her tools. Even if she wanted to be excited, she couldn't. All she could do was gaze at the delicacies before her, drooling. Originally, Jiang Shi had wanted to frolic with Bai Jingran, sharing whispered secrets between girls. Perhaps due to the mental drain of the day, she felt drowsiness creeping in as soon as she lay down. Before losing consciousness, the last thought that crossed Jiang Shi's mind was, I don't snore when I sleep, do I? Whether in school or at work, weekends always slip by in the blink of an eye. Close your eyes, open them, and Monday arrives, albeit belatedly. The school gates seem to be shrouded in a barrier. The moment you set half a foot inside, you'd automatically acquire a debuff. Fatigue increased, intellect plummeted. The energy painstakingly replenished over the break was drained in an instant. Jiang Shi pushed her bicycle, having yawned countless times along the way. With midterm exams looming, the teachers had recently begun to intensify the workload. The amount of homework was skyrocketing. Some teachers seemed to wish their students possessed 3 heads and 6 arms like Neza, so they could write 3 exam papers simultaneously. Unlike monthly tests, the midterms included 6 additional elective subjects: physics, chemistry, biology, politics, history, and geography, each worth 50 points, totaling 300 for the 6 subjects. Adding Chinese, math, and English, it came to the same 750 points as the college entrance exam. This score would be recorded in the academic files, and together with the final exam serve as a reference for streaming in the second year of high school. Those excelling in physics, chemistry, and biology would go to the science stream, those good at politics, history, and geography the humanities stream, and those struggling in both could opt for the art stream, studying painting to apply for art colleges. The classes would also be divided into regular and advanced sections. For Jiang Shi, this was good news. Her English and math were average, but her Chinese stood out. Relying solely on the 3 main subjects, she couldn't secure a top 5 spot in the class. However, among the 6 electives, only her politics was mediocre. As for the rest, she estimated she'd lose at most a dozen points across the science subjects combined, and history and geography were also her strong suits. Yet for the humanities essay question, scoring was heavily influenced by the teacher's subjectivity. She could only guarantee near-perfect scores on the multiple-choice and true-false sections. Her title as the science overlord was well-earned. She heard that in another province not far from Jiangxing, the college entrance exam was self-set. In that province, electives were graded with ABC ratings, none counted toward the total score. Only Chinese, math, and English mattered. Even if you got all A in electives, if your total score was poor, sorry, a mediocre college was waving at you. Just thinking about it was terrifying. She was glad she wasn't born there. For someone like her, that would be pure hellish difficulty. She'd have to prepare for a rematch, a repeat year. Before morning reading began, the classroom was filled with the scratching of pens. Unsurprisingly, many were frantically finishing their homework. Only Jiang Shi sat leisurely, poured a cup of hot water, and opened her English book. Old Jiang was still worried about her English score despite having crammed with the system's boost earlier. Her level was still at the point where she'd just grasped the past, present, and future tenses. She could barely figure out when to add ing and when to stick a was or were in front. She had also asked by Jing Ran about her current English level. Under persistent questioning by Jing Ran, cautiously told her, afraid of crushing Jiang Shi's spirit and shattering her Dao heart. In summary, Jiang Shi's English was roughly at by Jingran's level when he was in first year of middle school. She hadn't even fully mastered phonetics. For words she couldn't pronounce, she resorted to crooked methods. For example, stand became si zhanja, and situation became shi jiu lei shun. Her pronunciation, saturated with hua characteristics, nearly led by Jingran astray too. Although morning reading alternated between English and Chinese daily, Jiang Shi mostly read English, and old Zhuang tacitly allowed this behavior. After all, she was one of his top soldiers. Jiang, lend me your history homework to copy me. Wanqing poked Jiang Shi's back with a pen cap. Unlike the 2 relaxed top students ahead, me, Wanqing and Huang Qiqi weren't so comfortable. They often finished their homework just barely after morning reading. Jiang Shi rummaged in her desk and handed it over. She usually completed most of her homework during evening self-study. Physics is so hard. I'm definitely choosing humanities. Can I apply to skip the homework? Huang Qiqi pressed her pen against her forehead, clearly tormented by the bizarre formulas. Even with Jiang Shi's homework as a reference, she struggled to understand. Jiang, what is uniform linear motion? Oh, it's linear motion with uniform velocity change. Jiang Shi scratched her head. Was that 7-word explanation really that hard to grasp? Huang Qiqi rolled her eyes. You're just translating Chinese into Chinese. That's basically no explanation at all. Perhaps this was the world as seen by a top student. Then how do you solve this problem? Huang Qiqi pointed at a long string of formulas in the workbook filled with multiple equal signs that blurred her vision. Why bother understanding the principle when copying homework? Just copy and paste directly. Jiang Shi blinked, puzzled. In college, she never did regular homework, relying on a couple of diligent classmates for handouts. In the end, when the teacher graded, there might be a pile of people with nearly identical answers. As for exams, it was all about last-minute cramming the night before, aiming just to pass. Copying is for convenience, but that doesn't mean I don't want to understand. Besides, if the teacher asks, I won't get caught, Huang Qiqi said matter-of-factly. All right, I'll explain it to you then. Jiang Shi put down her English book and cleared her throat. Ahem, listen up. Little teacher Jiang's class is in session. First, look at the problem. A plane with an initial velocity of 80 milliseconds stops after 2.5 seconds via an arresting cable. Treat the process as uniformly decelerated linear motion. Find the acceleration and sliding distance. Then use the formula VAT. Final velocity is 0, its deceleration, so directly divide 80 by 2. 5. Acceleration is 32 ms superscript 2. The distance is even simpler, just plug into the formula xvt0. 5 at superscript 2. Treat it as starting from 0 to 80 with uniform acceleration 16 times 2. 5 squared exactly 100. Done. But you can't write the process like that, you'd lose points. Just put the original formula followed by the answer. Let the teacher fill in the middle part. Applaud if you understand. Jiang Shi exhaled, convinced she had explained the problem, thoroughly hitting all the scoring points for the formulas. A perfect standard answer. Huang Qiqi could only respond with a dazed expression. It felt like she had listened, yet also like she had heard nothing at all. Where did the first step even start? Forget it, I'll just study the answer myself. Huang Qiqi was on the verge of tears. A chasm named physics had opened between her and Jiang Shi. Jiang, your explanation is too jumpy. Let me handle it, by Jing Ran said, tapping Jiang Shi on the head. He then took the workbook and analyzed it for Huang Qiqi step by step. Really? I thought it was pretty concise and clear. Jiang Shi muttered, displeased. It clearly wasn't hard to understand. Ah, the long-awaited PE class. Finally, I can stretch my limbs. Jiang Shi spread her arms and took a deep breath of fresh air. The result was the pungent smell of the rubber track hitting her nose. Cough, what's going on? Jiang Shi quickly covered her nose and looked up to see bright, fresh patches on the ground. The school repaired the track, so the smell is particularly strong now, by Jing Ran said, already pinching his nose. Jiang Shi remembered that the school organized morning runs in winter. They probably patched the potholed track to prevent students from falling. Because of this, the PE teacher surprisingly canceled the usual warm-up laps, allowing everyone to go straight to free activities. Jiang Shi arrived at the basketball court empty-handed, her sole objective crystal clear: to defeat Shin Su decisively with her superior skills. The memory of being doubted during the arm wrestling match still lingered vividly. This time she was determined to make him recognize the true meaning of sweat and hard work. Upon her arrival, she found Shin Su's exclusive court surrounded by a crowd, including several groups of girls. What's happening? Why are there so many onlookers? Jiang Shi squeezed through the gaps with difficulty, finally reaching the front row. 10 people stood at the center of the court, split into 2 teams with Shin Su in one of them. Both sides were poised for action, seemingly preparing for the tip-off. Spotting Shin Xing nearby, Jiang Shi pulled him aside to inquire about the situation. After his explanation, she grasped the gist. The opposing team consisted of senior-year sports students. A dispute over the court had led to a game to settle the score. They would compete for one class period to see which side scored more points. Jiang Shi frowned. Though the basketball courts were scarce, there was no need to fixate on this particular spot. These people seemed to be deliberately picking a fight. The seniors were at a critical juncture in their studies, as she rarely saw them except during lunch at the cafeteria. Moreover, sports students also had to consider their academic performance. To be playing basketball at such a time showed an astonishing lack of concern. As the ball was tossed into the air, the game commenced. The senior team worked seamlessly together, communicating with mere glances to adjust their positions swiftly. In contrast, Shin Su's team resembled a ragtag group of newcomers, fumbling passes at times. Only he and another taller player could barely hold their own, but the skill gap was evident, and they were steadily losing ground. The opposing team's leader was technically on par with Shin Su. With stronger teammates, there might have been a chance to win. Shin Su felt a twinge of helplessness, unsure why they had suddenly provoked this confrontation. But since the challenge had escalated to a matter of pride between the sophomore and senior years, he had no choice but to brace himself. Most of the skilled basketball players he knew in his grade were still in class and couldn't be summoned now. The remaining 3 on the court were the best available at the moment. 15 minutes in, the score stood at 2-5, with both of his team's points coming from Shin Su and another skilled player. A 3-minute halftime break allowed both sides to catch their breath. Several girls approached Shin Su to offer water, their intentions clear, but he declined each one. Jiang Shi walked over, smiling at his disheveled state, and patted his shoulder. Care to consider hiring me? I guarantee I'll sort these guys out for you. Shin Su looked up slightly, wiping the sweat from his brow with his hand and brushing back his short bangs. For a moment, he resembled Rukawa Kid from Slam Dunk, captivating the surrounding girls. Some let out admiring sighs. So handsome. Senior Shun is as gorgeous as ever. I'm in love. I wonder if he has 8-pack abs under that shirt. Jiang Shi thought, damn, even the student council president has to put on such a show. She felt he was showing off. She remained completely unmoved. If a curvaceous girl with ample assets had made that move, it might have piqued her interest. Ignoring the commotion, Shin Su smiled wryly and asked, so what's your fee? Not expensive, 10 yuan per minute or 500 for a whole class period. A real bargain and a special price for an old friend, Jiang Shi joked. As the saying goes, fleece strangers halfway, but hit the jackpot with friends. She knew he was loaded. Missing such a golden opportunity to fleece him would be a waste. The sly fox wagged her tail with a cunning grin, looking as if she had already devoured the prize. Win or lose, he'll treat you to a meal afterward, Shun Su said, rising to his feet, his shadow casting over Jiang Shi. Deal. I want the most expensive dishes at Nanware restaurant, and you'll serve them to me like a waiter. It was a rare chance to experience the treatment of a young master. Shin Ce's mouth twitched, but he nodded in agreement. Jiang Shi was satisfied, but she remembered seeing hard dishes like grouper and lobster on the menu last time, which sounded delicious just by name. Since they kept their voices low, onlookers only saw Shin Su exchange a few words with this unexpected girl before substituting her into the team and discussing tactics. Murmurs of speculation spread, with some wondering if he was grasping at straws. Who's that girl? I know her. Jiang Shi from Class 3, Grade 1, winner of the Jiangxing Essay Contest first prize. Can she even play basketball? Maybe. I've heard. Perhaps. Another replied uncertainly. Broshin, who's this? Another skilled player from the team shot a puzzled look. Why bring in a girl now? Wouldn't that make things worse? This is Junior Jiang Shi from Grade 1. I've played basketball with her before. She's impressive, Shun Su introduced. But the three teammates clearly doubted it. They might not question her ability to play, but they had never seen a girl who excelled at basketball. After the introductions, Shun Su asked Jiang Shi what position she wanted. Guard. He'll handle outside shots. Pass me the ball when you get a chance, Jiang Shi decided after a moment's thought. But outside shots only count as 1 point, Shin Su reminded her. No worries, just watch me, she said with a wink. Though she had the system's basic basketball skills, her height was a disadvantage against the senior boys inside the paint. She'd likely be blocked often, so she opted for perimeter shots, confident in her accuracy. With no one guarding her, she could sink almost every shot. Initially, the opponents wouldn't take a small girl like her seriously. She planned to exploit this information gap, scoring a few points to close the gap before they caught on. The 3-minute break ended. Seeing a tiny girl swapped into Shin Ce's team, the opponents were dumbfounded. Bringing in a girl now? Is she here to cheerlead? With that height, can she even make a basket? Another laughed, gesturing with his hands. Shin Ce's expression turned stern, his gaze fixed on them darkly. Jiang Shi remained unfazed. A good woman doesn't bicker with men. Soon she'd show them the terror of being dominated by the big devil Jiang. She'd make them beg for mercy. The familiar tip-off resumed. Shin Su leaped high, seizing possession. The senior team's leader signaled his teammates to guard their positions, then moved to intercept Shin Su. Unexpectedly, Shin Su didn't drive toward the basket, but passed the ball to Jiang Shi, who was positioned behind him. The opponents paid no attention to the new girl, leaving Jiang Shi unguarded with open space. The moment she caught the ball, she jumped and executed a fadeaway jumper. Whether it went in or not, style was paramount. With a beautiful arc, the ball sailed straight through the net. Sophomore team scores 1 point. Score 3-5. The entire court fell silent. Everything had happened too fast. No one had yet processed the situation. Jiang Shi let out a whistle, her expression brimming with smugness, exuding the air of a petty person reveling in a small triumph. Only after a moment did the surrounding crowd erupt in exclamations. What a shot, a perfect three-pointer in one go. A senior high school boy dusted off his hands, his face darkening. He had assumed she was just an amateur, but she actually had some skill. Yet they had only been careless, allowing her to steal that point. Jiang Mingxiu, keep an eye on her. Make sure she can't even receive the ball, then see how she shoots. Got it, boss. The boy in bright yellow jersey strolled over to stand opposite Jiang Shi. Sorry, little sis, but I won't go easy on you, Jiang Mingxiu said, settling into position and rolling his neck casually. Such an adorable junior. If she fell, she'd probably cry for ages. Jiang Shi gave a light snort, hoping this cocky guy wouldn't end up questioning his life after she was done with him. The second ball was served by the senior team, and naturally, they didn't have as good an opportunity as before. To snatch possession from the opponent, the forward had to be formidable enough. Fortunately, Shun Su rose to the challenge, managing to grab the ball with his teammates' coordination, albeit narrowly. Jiang Shi, Shun Su shouted, sidestepping slightly to shift his position. The seniors' hearts tightened. Here it comes again. If they lost this ball, the gap would be just 1 point. They instinctively turned to look for Jiang Shi, only to relax when they saw Jiang Mingxiu fixedly watching her. But in that split-second hesitation, Shin Su dribbled past the three-point line and passed the ball to another player on the opposite side. Then, using his body to block the defense under the opponent's basket, he created an opportunity for his teammate. The other player didn't disappoint, shooting the ball before the opposing defense could react. The ball bounced off the backboard and rebounded into the hoop. The crowd was stunned, and even Jiang Shi pursed her lips. They'd even used a feint to the east and attack to the west. Though a bit underhanded, any tactic that scores is a good one. With the score now at 4-5, the atmosphere grew tense. Just one more ball, and they could tie the score, maybe even take the lead. The crowd around them swelled. For the third ball, the sophomore team served first. Jiang Shi stood outside the line to serve, exchanging a glance with Shin Su. He immediately understood, giving her an okay gesture. Look, it's Jiang. How did she get on the court? Mi Wanqing shielded her eyes from the sun, having dragged Bai Jing ran over to join the excitement. Bai Jingran's face showed concern. Won't Jiang Shi get hurt? It looks so dangerous. Standing among a group of boys, Jiang Shi's figure seemed particularly slender. But soon their worries dissipated. After Jiang Shi served, Shin Su passed the ball back to her. The young girl weaved through the crowd with agile grace, and the opponents couldn't even touch a corner of her clothes. In Jiang Shi's eyes, their movements were riddled with flaws utterly harmless. From others' perspectives, it looked as if she was toying with them like fools, a rather comical sight. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Shi scored another point. Realizing the vast gap between them, the senior team athletes swallowed their pride and slunk away, unwilling to show their faces on campus before graduation. Jiang Shi returned the ball to Shun Su, shook her hands, and called out, "Boss, mission accomplished. Don't forget to pay me when the time comes." Then, amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd, she left the basketball court. "Jiang, over here." Mi Wanqing waved at her. "Was I cool just now? 1 against 3 and I left them completely speechless." Jiang Shi boasted to her friends about her impressive feat. "I don't know about cool, but your back is all sweaty." "Is it, eh?" Jiang Shi reached back to feel. Mi Wanqing stepped back half a pace, grinning, and reached out to touch a spot on Jiang Shi's back that was raised. Having often been teased by Jiang Shi, she now saw a chance for reciprocity. "Yes, right here." Jiang Shi felt a tightness in her chest, followed by a snap from behind. "Mi Wanqing." By the time Jiang Shi realized what had happened, Mi Wanqing had already hidden behind by Jing Ran. "Ran, save me. Your little kitten is about to eat me alive." "You two stop fooling around," Bai Jing Ran said, helplessly, feeling like she was babysitting. Before evening self-study, Jiang Shi was summoned by old Zhuang again. Learning that youth literature had come to the school specifically to solicit a manuscript from her, she was somewhat surprised. After a moment's thought, she figured it was likely due to the essay she wrote in the competition that had caught their attention. Probably youth literature had sought out all the first prize winners, as these students were the provincial seeds with hopes of competing nationally in the capital. Early investment was a sure bet. With a money-making opportunity landing in her lap, she naturally wouldn't refuse. Moreover, youth literature had few requirements, basically letting Jiang Shi write freely. However, old Zhuang reminded Jiang Shi to focus on the midterm exams first and not rush this matter. He also asked if she was facing any difficulties in her studies. The caring tone made Jiang Shi feel flattered, giving her goosebumps. It was a far cry from the stern-faced judge she remembered from her past life. It seemed being a teacher's pet wasn't so easy either. After chatting for a while, Zhuang finally let Jiang Shi leave the office. By then, evening self-study had already started, and the entire freshman teaching building was exceptionally quiet. Jiang Shi returned to her seat, grabbed her homework, and headed straight for the neighboring classroom of Class 2. Come to think of it, she hadn't seen the little dancer Yuan in ages. Entering Class 2, she found it oddly quiet. The discipline was much better than in other classes, with no one even whispering. Jiang Shi scanned the room and spotted Yuan sitting in the very front of the second row, very close to the podium. From her position, she could even make out the handwriting on Yuan's workbook. After watching for a while, Jiang Shi noticed a few incorrect answers. Unable to speak up, she tore off a piece of scratch paper, wrote the correct answers, and tossed it onto Yuan's desk. Seeing the sudden paper ball, Yuan was momentarily startled, then looked up to catch Jiang Shi's meaningful glance. Unfolding the crumpled note, she nodded at Jiang Shi and corrected her mistakes. Jiang Shi also lowered her head to tackle her own homework. Half an hour later, Jiang Shi was done, with only a few minutes left before evening self-study ended. At such times, some students would grow restless, fidgeting or pulling small tricks. For instance, a boy in the back row had his test paper laid out, one hand propping up his head and his school jacket unzipped. He looked quite studious, but his pen hadn't moved in ages, as still as a statue. No doubt he was secretly reading a novel hidden in his desk. She recognized that pose all too well. When the teacher came, head, just straighten up and slide the book back in. Jiang Shi shifted her gaze elsewhere. She was fine until she looked, then she got a shock. Pressed against the glass of the classroom's back door was a pair of piercing eyes. A chill ran through Jiang Shi. That feeling was unmistakable, the familiar death glare. Sure enough, the teacher pushed open the door and strode straight toward the boy she had noticed earlier. "What are you reading? Take it out, don't make me search for it," the teacher said coldly. Instantly, many students in the classroom turned to look. The boy, ashen-faced, pulled a novel from under his desk. "With midterms coming up, do you think you can score full marks or take first place in the grade? You don't need to do your homework anymore. First, write a self-criticism to correct your attitude and read it in front of the whole class before class tomorrow." Jiang Shi pressed her lips together silently, mourning, "Brother, hope you're okay." While snacking on a melon, Yuan suddenly handed a note onto the podium. Jiang Shi reached out to take it. This was the first time in her life that she had received a note from a girl. The thought made her a little flutter of excitement. The words on it ignited her imagination. "See you at the school gate after class." Leaving Class 2, Jiang Shi noticed a light drizzle starting to fall. She reached out a hand to test it. Cool and refreshing. Riding back directly shouldn't get her too wet. As she pushed her bicycle to the school gate, she found Yuan already waiting under an umbrella. "What's up, little dancer? Need something from me?" Jiang Shi teased. Yuan's cheek flushed slightly as she retorted, can't I just come to find our illustrious celebrity Jiang without a reason? Just kidding. I'm a bit hungry. How about we grab some food? Jiang sure patted her stomach. The dinner at the cafeteria really didn't suit her taste. After one evening study session, she felt her stomach was already empty. Sure, there are plenty of stalls over there. Yuan pointed to the other side of the street. After walking a short distance, Jiang sure saw several pushcarts parked by the roadside, each adorned with a variety of simple signs. Fried noodles, fried rice, stir-fried river noodles, as well as grilled skewers, meatballs, and small wontons. The array was dazzling with some items she couldn't even name. Yuan led Jiang Shi with practiced ease to a wonton stall. Because it had started to rain, the stall owner was setting up a small awning. Grandpa Zhang, 2 bowls of small wontons, Yuan said, then pulled Jiang Shi to find a seat. Wait a moment, they'll be right with you after I get the awning up, the old man replied. Do you come here often? Jiang Shi shifted on her small stool and asked curiously. Yuan nodded. Grandpa Zhang lives near my place. He used to set up his stall near home, but business wasn't good, so he moved here to try his luck. The area near the school was indeed a good place for a stall. There was no shortage of customers. But Jiang Shi recalled that a few years later, due to food safety disputes, these unlicensed vendors would mostly be shut down. The school also regarded these mobile stalls with great caution, worried that students might have health issues and parents would blame the school. 2 bowls of small wontons coming right up. As Jiang Shi was reminiscing, a bowl of wontons topped with a sprinkle of chopped green onions appeared before her. Thank you, Grandpa Zhang. You girl, you're out so late today. The old man had a kind face, his hands covered with wrinkles. He must be quite old. He'll go home after eating. I was just feeling a bit hungry. Take your time, and be careful not to burn yourself. Jiang Shi used her spoon to push aside the green onions, revealing the enticing wontons beneath. Though called small wontons, they were generously filled with meat. Scooping one up, she could see the meat filling through the thin wrapper. Go ahead and try them, see if they're good. Grandpa Zhang makes them all by hand. After blowing on it gently a couple of times, Jiang Shi brought the wonton to her lips. The flavor was indeed delightful, reminding her of the childhood days when vendors would carry their wares on poles, pedaling through the alleys with their cries. The happiest moments in the countryside as a child were waking up to the sound of a rhythmic tapping at the door. It was the vendors knocking on bamboo clappers, signaling that it was time to come out and buy wontons. At such times, Grandma would often take 2 yuan from her small cloth pouch and buy a bowl for her as breakfast. Unfortunately, those days are long gone now. The vendors have grown old and can no longer carry their wonton loads and hawk their wares. A bowl of small wontons warmed her, dispelling much of the dampness around. Jiang Shi patted her stomach and let out a small burp. She figured that when she got home, her mom would probably complain that she hadn't eaten enough. You didn't just invite me out for wontons, did you? Full and content, Jiang Shi lounged lazily against the table like a languid kitten. Yuan nodded. There's something I'd like to ask for your help with. Jiang Shi was taken aback. She had just made a casual remark, and it turned out she was right. It's about next month's school anniversary. Yuan continued to explain. Because of her outstanding performance during military training, Yuan had unsurprisingly been selected to perform at the anniversary celebration. The school was taking this 60th anniversary very seriously and had invited many alumni to attend. Among them were outstanding graduates who had entered prestigious universities, as well as those who had achieved entrepreneurial success or made a name for themselves. The program arranged for Yuan was a song and dance performance. Now she had the dance, but she still needed a singer. Wait, you're not thinking of asking me to sing on stage, are you? Jiang Shi sat up straight instantly. But I think you sang really well during military training, and among the friends I know, you're the best singer. Originally, I knew a senior from grade 12, but she has to prepare for exams and can't come. Jiang, please help me out. Seeing Jiang Shi's reluctance, Yuan took her hand and resorted to a little charm. Jiang Shi thought to herself, how could anyone resist this? When a soft, gentle girl takes your hand and pleads softly, no man could refuse. But she was not the same as before. She managed to withstand Yuan's offensive. How about this? I'll ask by Jing Ran for you. She's actually a much better singer than I am, Jiang Shi suggested. She's the girl who sang with me during military training, my deskmate. Saying this, Jiang Shi took out her phone under Yuan's astonished gaze and sent a message to Bai Jing Ran. By her estimate, Ran should be home by now. In a high-rise residential area in the center of Jiang City, Bai Jing Ran sat in front of the piano, just about to open the sheet music, when she heard the phone vibrate. Ran, save me. What is it, Jiang? Bai Jing Ran's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Jiang Shi might be in some kind of danger, and quickly typed a reply. I'm about to be dragged onto the stage to perform. Only you can save me now. This was followed by a crying kitten emoji. Bai Jing Ran breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt a bit annoyed. She had been so worried just a moment ago. So she replied petulantly, no. Jiang Shi stared at the message on her phone, suddenly confused. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why was she suddenly angry? Usually when the girl replied with just 1 or 2 words, it meant she was in a bad mood. Ran, I'm sorry. You don't want to see me embarrass myself at the school anniversary, do you? When a girl is angry, apologizing first is always the right move. After a while, Bai Jing Ran replied. School anniversary. When 6 words. It seemed she wasn't as angry anymore. Jiang Shi continued typing, explaining the whole situation about Yu Wen's rehearsal for the song and dance. In the end, after much coaxing by Jingran, agreed to collaborate with Yu Wen. There, I've solved your problem. How are you going to repay me? Jiang Shi put down her phone and gave a couple of smug snorts looking at the little dancer. How about another bowl of small wontons? Small wontons can't compare to our Yu Wen's sweetness. Jiang Shi joked with a laugh. Yu Wen's pretty face flushed, and she stretched out her arm. Let's see you eat me up. The day before the midterm exams, Jiang Shi went to the bank. She planned to sell the silver she had invested in earlier. Upon arriving at the bank, she was surprised to find that the silver price had risen to nearly 10 yuan. After deducting fees and other expenses, she had netted a profit of 40,000 yuan. The balance in her bank card had reached 90,000 yuan, just a little short of completing the task to earn the system's attribute points. However, the transaction procedures would take some time, and the money wouldn't be credited for a few days. Satisfied, she left the bank and treated herself to a sausage on the way. Unbeknownst to her, a golden retriever was gleefully accelerating on its 4 legs from her side and behind. Just as it was centimeters away from biting the sausage, its owner finally pulled it to a halt, its tongue lolling out. Startled, Jiang Shi turned around to see the apologetic female owner. Sorry, miss, did I scare you? This dog just can't resist sausages. It's okay, Annie, can I pet it? Jiang Shi smiled, crouching down and breaking the sausage into 2 pieces. The golden retriever immediately became restless, gazing at her with longing, its tail wagging incessantly. But with its owner nearby, it kept glancing sideways to gauge her reaction. Sure, it doesn't bite, it's very affectionate. The curly-haired auntie patted the golden retriever's head. With permission granted, the dog eagerly bit into the sausage from Jiang Shi's hand, then circled around her feet, appearing overjoyed. Jiang Shi reached out to pet it. Unlike a cat, the fur felt thicker and warmer. When she stopped, the dog nudged its head against her, as if asking why she had ceased displaying an utterly fawning demeanor. But Jiang Shi was in a hurry to get home, so she simply gave the golden retriever's muzzle a gentle squeeze before leaving. The midterm exams spanned 2 days. The first day covered Chinese, math, and English, while the secondary subjects were scheduled for the second day, with 3 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. The exams were held back-to-back with only brief intervals in between. Having ranked in the top 100 during the monthly exam, Jiang Shi was assigned to exam room 2, while Bai Jingran had directly secured a spot in exam room 1. Truly formidable. During midterm and final exams, only the top students of the entire grade could sit in exam room 1. Yet even among these academic elites, there were disparities. Some occasionally made an appearance, while others firmly held a seat. Over time, as word spread among students, exam room 1 was playfully dubbed the Pantheon. Jiang Shi recalled that in her past life, she had never taken an exam in room 1. Her best was sitting in her own classroom in room 3, which at least spared her the hassle of moving. On the first day of exams, many students eagerly discussed answers, some beaming with delight upon finding their answers closely matched those of the top students. Others wore gloomy expressions, heaving sighs. Clearly, they had left the exam hall confident, only to discover numerous mistakes upon closer inspection. By the second day, however, most had grown numb, their minds overwhelmed by the barrage of test papers. Unlike the monthly exams, which served as a gauge, the midterms were designed to truly reveal the gaps among students, with questions significantly harder. Mathematics in particular had escalated from child's play to hellish difficulty. After all, when math examiners were ruthless, the average score could plummet below the passing line. Desperation might drive people to do anything, but solving math problems was an exception. This realization left those who had harbored hopes of coasting through sweating profusely, dreading even more formidable challenges ahead. Many seized the brief review time to cram, hoping to scrape together every possible point. Of course, there were also those who remained nonchalant, believing that as freshmen it was pointless to invest so much effort in a midterm exam. They planned to make a grand showing in the college entrance exam, saving their energy until senior year. Male was one such student, engrossed in a new game called Doodle Jump on his phone. His seat was at the back near the corner, making it nearly impossible for the teacher to spot him unless they entered the room. "Male, have you finished reviewing?" Xin, sitting nearby, asked, noticing his absorption. "What's there to review? As long as I'm not at the bottom, it's fine. These secondary subjects aren't that hard." Male manipulated the little robot on his phone, hopping onto higher platforms, and replied dismissively. He usually copied others' homework, but most of the time a glance at the solution was enough for him to grasp the gist. If he actually studied seriously, ranking in the top 100 would be a breeze. And with higher scores, he could casually remark, "I barely studied at all." The thought was immensely satisfying. Jiang Shi was also at ease, but she was genuinely adept. For her, finishing the English exam was practically a liberation. The remaining minor subjects posed no challenge, mostly basic knowledge from textbooks. Bored, Jiang Shi began explaining problems to the 2 struggling with science subjects in the back row. Yet these sessions often ended with her nearly exasperated, as problems she deemed simple left them staring blankly. This made Jiang Shi seriously doubt her teaching abilities. Just then a boy approached Bai Jing ran to strike up a conversation. Jiang Shi eyed him possessively, vaguely recalling that he was the class study representative Xiao Yi. He also had good grades, often called upon by teachers to answer questions in class. He ranked in the top 5 of the class in the monthly exam, and wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses perfectly matching her image of a rigid, studious top student. Xiao Yi had come to compare exam answers with Bai Jingran. Bai Jingran refused, citing the need to focus on the next exam. The boy didn't press further and returned to his seat. But Jiang Shi sensed he had ulterior motives. As a former male, she detected a hint of disappointment in his eyes. As the bell rang for the final geography exam, many in the exam room breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had finally endured the grueling 9 exams over 2 days. The classroom's atmosphere warmed again. Regardless of results, at least they could go home and sleep well. Huang Qiqi leaned against the back desk with a look of utter despair, her entire being drained of color. Among those near Jiang Shi, she had been the most enthusiastic about comparing answers, only to find that her total score for the 3 science subjects likely hadn't even reached 100. I'm tired. Let it all end. It's okay since you're not choosing sciences anyway. A bad score doesn't matter. Mi Wanqing comforted her from the side. This revived a glimmer of hope in Huang Qiqi. But my total score is definitely doomed. I'd be grateful if I can make it into the top 300. Look on the bright side. This way you have more room for improvement next time, Jiang Shi added. As the saying goes, the greater the setback, the larger the room for progress. And the larger the room for progress, the greater the potential for improvement. So a bigger setback equals bigger progress. Something seemed off, but it didn't matter. Despite the exams being over, evening self-study still had to continue. Yue Jingjue entered the classroom with the answer keys for the math exam and had the math representative distribute them. This math exam was quite challenging. Go home and carefully review the answers and identify where you got stuck. Don't be too disheartened if your scores aren't ideal. Next week, we'll go over this paper in class. The implication was that the papers were already being graded and their scores were dismal, but everyone was in the same boat, so there was no need to be overly anxious. Since the Chinese mathematics and English exams were a day earlier, the results naturally came out faster. After recording the scores, the teacher handed out the test papers directly so that the questions could be discussed earlier. However, the rankings were not yet tallied, as that would wait until the results of the 6 elective subjects were released. Jiang Shi stared at the perfect 120 points on her math test paper, inwardly exclaiming, "Steady, all steady." Glancing around, she noticed that few of her classmates had broken the 100-point mark. Even Bai Jingran lagged behind with only 116 points. Many students scored in the 70s or 80s, making one wonder if the test was out of 100. Yue Jingjue stood at the podium, observing the somber atmosphere below. Clearing his throat, he offered a consolation, "Don't be discouraged. This is actually the normal range for math scores. In this year's June college entrance exam, the provincial average was around 80 points. Failure is not frightening. As long as it's not the final moment before the exam paper is handed in, never easily dismiss yourself." A dose of motivational talk managed to restore confidence in some students. The highest math score in the entire grade was 137 points, achieved by a student from class 6 who participated in the Olympiad. Our class average is 93 points. Students below this score should seriously reflect on where they lost more points compared to others. Yue Jingjue briefly summarized the exam situation before proceeding to go through the questions. This time, unlike the monthly exam, he did not only pick the most frequently missed questions, but planned to dissect each problem thoroughly from start to finish. When he reached the final challenging problem, he paused for 2 seconds and said, "The last problem in this exam is roughly at the difficulty level of the college entrance exam. Not many students earned points on it. However, one student in our class achieved a perfect score on this problem, the only one in the entire grade to solve it correctly. Although she used some knowledge beyond the high school curriculum, after discussions among the teachers, we decided to award her full marks." Yue Jingjue's words were like a drop of water into a pan of hot oil, instantly igniting a buzz of chatter in the classroom. Beyond high school scope. That's university-level stuff. Do we really have a math prodigy who self-studied calculus? I've only read about this in novels. Never thought I'd see it in real life. Is it Qi Bing? He's the math representative. Even the Olympiad genius couldn't solve it. Don't even mention it. I couldn't even understand the problem. Yue Jingjue watched the students discuss animatedly, making no attempt to stop them. Sometimes setting up a role model was highly effective. Bai Jingran flipped through her test paper. The last problem was worth 14 points, of which she had only answered the first sub-question and written some formulas for the second, earning a mere 6 points. Now I'll invite this student to come up and explain her thought process. Please try to understand as much as you can. With that, he turned to Jiang Shi and smiled slightly. Classmate Jiang Shi, you'll be the teacher for the rest of the time until the bell rings. Instantly, dozens of eyes in the classroom fixed on Jiang Shi, some questioning, some astonished, and others simply enjoying the spectacle. If glances could materialize, Jiang Shi would have turned into a porcupine by now. Maybe those 14 points weren't absolutely necessary after all. Jiang Shi stood up and walked toward the blackboard. To fulfill the task of finishing in the top 5 of the class, she had decided to go all out this time. She directly employed advanced university-level mathematics. Judging by Yuezhing's expression, he clearly doubted that a first-year high school student could possess such skills, so he deliberately called her up to test her depth. Jiang Shi picked up a piece of chalk and took a deep breath. She silently reminded herself to treat it like explaining a problem to Mi Wanqing and Huang Qiqi. Stay calm, stay calm. This problem requires careful reading of the prompt. Let's go through it sentence by sentence. First, the key step is how to draw the auxiliary lines. Using this formula, we can derive the final result. After calming her nerves, Jiang Shi began to systematically dissect the problem. As she spoke at a measured pace, her initial nervousness faded away. Her chalk writing was neat and precise, and a single problem consumed nearly half the blackboard. Yuezhing occasionally nodded beside her, supplementing a few points she had overlooked. Now he could confirm that Jiang Shi truly understood the solution herself rather than relying on any external aid. As for the students in the audience, most of them started with a blank expression and remained just as blank by the end. Their minds probably echoed with, where did this come from? Is this still no? For high school? Some gave up on understanding entirely and redirected their attention to Jiang Shi herself. Jiang Shi is not only invincible in Chinese, but also incredibly talented in math. Unbelievable. Her voice is so pleasant. If only she were our teacher. Then I'd definitely pay close attention in every class. As Jiang Shi finished her explanation, the bell for the next class rang perfectly on time. A very clear thought process. If any of you didn't understand, feel free to ask Jiang Shi later. In the next class, he'll go over a solution more aligned with high school knowledge. Yuezhing packed up his lesson plan, and as he passed by, Jiang Shi said, come with me. Huh, why does every teacher like to summon me for a private chat? Jiang Shi thought indignantly, but she still followed him into the first-year teacher's office. Counting it up, in just half a semester, she had visited the office nearly as often as by Jingran, the class monitor. Jiang Shi was familiar with the route. They both sat down. Have you self-studied university textbooks? Yuezhing cut straight to the point. Yes, I've studied a bit, and it happened to come in handy this time. Jiang Shi nodded. There was no way to bluff her way out now. For this, she had to thank the professor who taught advanced mathematics at university. Back then, when she first entered college, she had scored poorly on the college entrance exam and ended up at a mediocre second-tier institution in Jiangxing, immediately settling into a slack student life. During her freshman year, she either slept or played on her phone in advanced math classes, ultimately earning a 32 on the final exam and eagerly awaited a makeup test, the only one in her entire major to fail. Then in the makeup exam of the new semester, she fell short by a single point and had to retake the course. It was only after that Jiang Shi buckled down, studying intensely for a whole semester, even delving into the mathematical analysis course for math majors. In the end, she scored perfect marks in both semesters of advanced mathematics, and her story was circulated as an inspirational tale within the dorm. Your answer is indeed correct, but writing it that way on the college entrance exam would only earn you points for the result. Because on the exam, using methods beyond the high school curriculum will not earn any points. This time, considering the special circumstances, the teachers decided to give you full marks. Yuezhing explained slowly. Do you like math? Is that why you self-studied? Actually, I haven't studied much. I just picked up some things outside of class. Jiang Shi thought to herself, anyone who genuinely enjoys studying math must be a bit of a masochist. Hiss, that sounded oddly familiar. Sure enough, Yuezhing continued, but being able to integrate the knowledge you've learned and apply it is already outstanding. Would you be interested in participating in a math competition? Jiang Shi thought to herself that things were not good. Her pretense had gone awry. The math competition was nothing like the essay contest. It was a competition with genuine gold content. Anyone pulled out from it, even if not a genius, was at least a math expert, someone who would never score below 140 on regular exams. In such fierce competition, all schools placed great importance on math competition awards. The top scorers in each province's math competition each year could basically receive olive branches from good universities. As for ranking in the national math competition, that was even more of a madman among geniuses. Of course, mad here referred to a fervent love for math. Then by participating in Tsinghua's summer camp, getting early admission to Tsinghua's math department would be a breeze. Jiang Shi was only relying on her memories from her previous life to play a little clever trick. But if she really delved into it without genuine talent and without burning brain cells every day, she would definitely crash and burn in no time. Compared to geniuses and madmen, she preferred to be the middle ground. Son of heaven sounded good. Besides, studying math leads to baldness. Of course, if the system were more supportive, she could try. But seeing that the system showed no intention of assigning tasks, Jiang Shi politely declined Yuezhing's offer. There were many roads under heaven, not all led to Rome. Yuezhing was not disappointed either. He had simply asked because he saw some talent in Jiang Shi. If the student had no interest, he would naturally not force it, and then he let Jiang Shi leave. But just as Jiang Shi was about to step out, she was stopped by another person. Classmate Jiang Shi, do you have a moment? The teacher would like to talk with you. The speaker was the English teacher Hua Moli. She was seated a row away from Yu Jingxua and had noticed the situation earlier. Teacher Hua, is there something you need from me? Before one wave subsided, another arose. Jiang Shi thought of the English test paper she had taken seriously this time. Could it be that she messed up? When Jiang Shi approached, Hua Moli found Jiang Shi's paper from the pile on the desk. The score was exactly the same as the monthly exam, 96 points, not a single point more or less. I want to ask if you are not quite used to my teaching style. Although your score hasn't dropped in many places, especially the grammar section of the multiple choice questions, which I emphasized in class, you still got them wrong. Hua Moli flipped to the multiple choice section where 10 questions totaled 20 points and Jiang Shi had only scored 4. It could be said that even if she had guessed all C, it wouldn't have been this disastrous. The closed test was also half wrong, half right. Fortunately, her listening section was almost full and the reading comprehension scores were okay. Otherwise, her total would have been even uglier. Or do you have some issue with the teacher, so you deliberately did it carelessly? Hua Moli's eyes were large, her eyelashes long, and her gaze shimmered, making Jiang Shi's heart grow nervous. No issue at all, Teacher Hua. You teach very well. It's just my own carelessness. Jiang Shi immediately stood up straight. She truly had never intended to go against the teacher. Although she felt she had improved significantly, the last score was basically all guessed, while this time she had earned it through her own ability. The difference between the two was still great. After Hua Moli conducted a heart-to-heart, ideological talk, she finally let Jiang Shi go. At that moment, the pre-class bell for the next period had already rung. Jiang Shi said, "Goodbye, teacher," and fled the office. The main reason was that the other teachers in the office were also casting curious glances her way, making her feel like a rare species being watched. The next second, she would be caught for dissection and research. The next day, scores for the various minor subjects gradually came out. A total of 9 test papers stacked together were impressively thick. Jiang Shi's science comprehensive score was 143 and her liberal arts comprehensive score was slightly lower at 132. Chinese was 127 points. This time the grading teachers were particularly harsh, marking the scoring points very strictly. Her reading comprehension and classical Chinese translation lost some points, but fortunately her essay still managed to pass with 50 points. Adding up all 9 subjects, her total score was 618. If this were her college entrance exam score, she could already try for some lower-tier 985 universities. When Old Zhuang posted the score, Jiang Shi felt relieved. This time, thanks to her pulling up with science and liberal arts, she directly climbed to 3rd place in the class. She was also ranked 30th in the entire grade, and next time she could go with Bai Jingran to take the exam in the first class. Bai Jingran firmly held the first place with scores in each subject shockingly high. Jiang Shi calculated that unless she could also get 120 in English, she would have a chance to surpass this little girl. However, joy for some naturally means sorrow for others. After Old Zhuang handed out the report cards, many were trembling with fear. Taking this score home would at least earn them a combined beating from both parents. Then Zhuang Da's words like a thunderbolt from the clear sky completely shattered the last glimmer of hope in those people's hearts. Take your report cards. Today go home and have your parents sign them. Then he instructed Bai Jingran, class monitor, collect them tomorrow morning. Make sure to count everyone. Shenqing looked at his total, which started with a 4-0, and sighed. Brother Ma, aren't you afraid of being scolded at home? Catching a glimpse of Ma Lei's score, which was similar to his own. He'll sign it myself. I've been doing that since junior high. Ma Lei was not flustered at all. He had done this many times. That's a good idea. The teacher really can't tell. Unless the head teacher talks to my dad face to face, they won't find out. As Ma Lei spoke, he casually signed a name on the report card, his handwriting flowing, looking very practiced. Awesome. Shenqing gave a thumbs up, but worried that he couldn't imitate the signature while he gave up. After school, when she got home, Jiang Shi found that only Jihan was there. Where are mom and dad? Working overtime. Jihan, contrary to his usual self, was seriously doing homework. Usually this kid would have already gone out to surf the internet. Sis, I haven't eaten yet. Jihan looked at Jiang Shi with pleading eyes. Wait, I'll make you something. Jiang Shi headed to the kitchen. Sometimes when mom worked overtime, she would take over the cooking. Remembering the dishes Jiang Shi had made before, Jihan couldn't help but shudder. Sis, there's a new rice dish place downstairs. Let's go eat there. In order to avoid eating Jiang Shi's dark cuisine, he even used a pleading tone for once. Jiang Shi took out some vegetables and a few eggs from the fridge. Going out costs money, and we still have plenty of ingredients at home. Jiang Shi tied on an apron ready to make her signature dishes: sour and spicy shredded potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. But Chef Jiang's improved special edition. She thought they tasted quite good. Jihan still wanted to struggle. Jiang Shi put her hands on her hips, slightly angry. Eat or not. If not, next time I'll make you shredded potatoes stir-fried with ginger. This brat was getting picky. No, I'll eat okay. Jihan was on the verge of tears, forced to submit to Jiang Shi's tyranny. That's more like it. Jiang Shi smiled and nodded, then began to heat the oil. Jihan stared at Jiang Shi's back, as if seeing a huge piece of ginger. It seemed today he couldn't escape. After preparing dinner for her younger stepbrother, Jiang Shi instructed him to take good care of the house. A few days ago, she had chatted with Su Jia, who mentioned a new night market that had opened near Jiangda High School. The two quickly agreed to visit it together. Now that the midterm exams were over, it was the perfect time to relax a little. Jiang Shi sent a message to Su Jia on QQ arranging to meet at the entrance of their neighborhood. As the weather turned cooler, Su Jia had swapped her hot pants for athletic trousers, and she wore a blue hoodie that gave her a very casual look. Unfortunately, the loose hoodie concealed her impressive figure. She leaned a giant bicycle against the street lamp. When she spotted Jiang Shi, the two greeted each other. "We meet again, Jiang," Su Jia said with a smile, patting the back seat. "Hop on, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Is it that far that we need to ride a bike?" Jiang Shi was a bit surprised. She had thought the night market was near home. Su Jia, thinking Jiang Shi was worried about her cycling skills, added, "It's not far, just a few kilometers. Don't worry, I'm a great rider, super steady." Jiang Shi sat on the back seat and wrapped her arms around Su Jia's waist. She noted that it wasn't as comfortable as holding onto the little dancer's waist. As a sports student, Jiang Shi could feel the traces of training in Su Jia's body. Some areas of muscle felt very firm. However, Su Jia, who was focused on cycling, wasn't pleased. Jiang, where are you holding?" "Nowhere, I'm just trying to steady myself." Jiang Shi feigned ignorance, quickly withdrawing her mischievous hands, leaving no evidence. Su Jia let out a soft snort, but her smile remained. "By the way, I heard from a classmate about an essay competition. There were 2 first prizes in the city, and one of them was from your No. 4 high school. Even Tao Xinjin said that person writes better than her. When did your school produce such a talent?" Jiang Shi rubbed her chin. "Tao Xinjin, what a strange name. Is she your classmate?" "It's Zhen with the grass radical and Qin underneath. She's the other first prize winner from Jiangxing," Su Jia explained. "Peach blossoms in bloom, lush and verdant." It was indeed a clever name. As Jiang Shi pondered, she said, "Well, in the other first prize winner." "But Jiang, stop joking. Your essay scores in middle school were about the same as mine." Su Jia clearly didn't believe her. "Ask any of my classmates from No. 4 high school. I'm no longer the Jiang Shi from middle school." Jiang Shi planted her hands on her hips and urged Su Jia to verify with others. Su Jia squeezed the brake, stopped, and sent a message to their middle school class monitor. Then Jiang Shi watched as her mouth slowly fell open in disbelief. "Huh." Su Jia received confirmation from the class monitor and was momentarily stunned. "Is it really you, Jiang? There's no other Jiang Shi at No. 4 high school." Jiang Shi said, satisfied with Su Jia's reaction, expecting admiration next. But Su Jia's attention shifted to an unexpected topic. "I heard the first prize comes with a few thousand yuan in prize money. Shouldn't the wealthy Miss Jiang treat me to a meal?" Su Jia said with a teasing smile. "Sure, eat as much as you want tonight. I'll pay." Jiang Shi waved her hand grandly. Even if Su Jia wanted roasted whole lamb, she could afford it. With the evening breeze, the two finally arrived at the night market. A 2-meter tall sign stood outside reading Jiangxing Night Market. By then, many stalls had lit up their small night lights and various aromas mingled together, hard to distinguish. It seemed the city had specially allocated this area to accommodate the vendors and facilitate management. The entire night market was rectangular with stalls lined up and small paths in between. Pedestrians came and went, creating a lively atmosphere. Su Jia dragged Jiang Shi straight to a small shop at the far end where a long queue had formed. Jiang Shi craned her neck to see and found it was a wheel cake stall. "Their wheel cakes are delicious with many flavors," Su Jia said, pointing at the signboard by the cashier. Jiang Shi glanced at it. The flavors ranged from sweet to savory, and she even saw a beef filling. "Is it really good?" she asked, pulling back her head to find Su Jia already in line. In the end, Jiang Shi lacked the courage to try new flavors and ordered the most normal-looking red bean filling, while Su Jia chose purple sweet potato with salted egg yolk. The freshly baked wool cakes were still hot, and they ate them while strolling. Jiang Shi suddenly remembered Jihan, lonely and cold at home. She'd bring him a roasted pig trotter later. The night market had many stalls, but several sold almost identical items. Notably, stinky tofu and braised snacks could be found in 3 or 4 shops along the same path. They weren't cheap either. Some prices were higher than the cooked food stores near Jiang Shi's neighborhood. As they reached the other side, a quarrel erupted ahead. A young man was holding a bag of goods, arguing nose with the vendor. "I weighed this at another shop. Your bag of chestnuts doesn't have a full gene." "What are you talking about? We pack them by the gene and never shortchange anyone." "Don't talk nonsense. You're cheating on the weight. Let's use the scale next door to check." The vendor lost his temper seeing the young man's age and snapped impatiently, "Who do you think you are? We don't just weigh on demand. Get lost. Don't hinder my business." The young man grew angry too. "I'm not leaving today. If you don't make this clear, you won't sell another bag." The onlookers murmured among themselves. Spotting the distinctive tuft of yellow hair on the young man's head, Jiang Shi suddenly realized it was Su Yang. Realizing the young man wasn't easy to bully, the vendor grumbled and pulled out some change. "Here, take back the difference." Satisfied? "What a nuisance." Su Yang took the money and let the bullying vendor off. The bystanders shook their heads and dispersed. The stall would likely see little business today. Hey Suyang, what are you doing here? Jiang Shi walked over and patted his shoulder. Jiang Shi. Suyang turned around, equally surprised. The three found a place to sit. This is Su Jia, my middle school classmate. Jiang Shi introduced them. Su Jia curiously studied the young man across from her. In her memory, Jiang Shi had always been a good girl. Where did she meet such a spirited guy? Hello. Suyang seemed a bit reserved, facing two vibrant girls. Clearly, he wasn't used to interacting with girls, while Su Jia, being outgoing, learned he was involved in the underworld. Her curiosity sparked, she began pestering Su Yang with questions. Oh, it's not quite what I imagined, she said. She had always thought it would be like those gangsters, suited thugs loyal to brotherhood, walking with an air of authority. Those big shots were taken down long ago, they wouldn't last. Until now, Jiang Shi teased her fantasies. Makes sense, Su Jia pondered when a short, thin man suddenly bumped into her from the side. He quickly apologized. Sorry miss, I wasn't paying attention. Without another word, he turned to leave. Stop! Su Yang suddenly stood up and shouted. The man's movements did not pause in the slightest. Instead, he quickened his pace toward the exit. At this moment, Jiang Shi also sensed something amiss. This man was likely a pickpocket. She quickly turned to Su Jia and asked, Su Jia, check if you've lost anything. My phone and wallet are gone. Su Jia exclaimed, patting her pockets to find them empty. Seeing the man preparing to flee, Su Yang acted decisively, vaulting over the seat and chasing after him. Jiang Shi and Su Jia followed closely behind, but in the blink of an eye, Su Yang and the thief had already run a great distance. The four of them raced like sprinters, one pursuing the other. The thief attempted to duck into a side alley, hoping to lose Su Yang in the labyrinthine paths, but his speed was a beat too slow. Before he could scale the wall, Su Yang seized him by the collar and pinned him to the ground. Crazy bastard, let me go. Cough, cough. The man cursed, his face pressed into the dust, choking on the grime. Don't move. Hand over what you stole, or it'll break your arm. Su Yang's voice was icy. When the man struggled, he applied more force, twisting his legs to lock the joints. The pain made the man gasp sharply, his feet kicking the ground in a futile attempt to rise. By the time Su Jia and Jiang Shi arrived, this was the scene that greeted them. Seeing the thief subdued, Su Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Had he escaped, retrieving her wallet and phone would have been nearly impossible, even with police help. She then glanced at Jiang Shi with some surprise. She had been running at full speed, yet Jiang Shi had kept pace. After all, Su Jia was a sports student, her stamina a product of rigorous training. Seeming to read her confusion, Jiang Shi chuckled. I do exercise regularly. Even as she said it, she felt a blush creeping up her cheeks, though the system points were rewards she had earned through hard tasks. Roughly speaking, it was still her own effort that brought her this far. Su Jia retrieved her wallet and phone from the man's pocket, discovering several other wallets of different styles inside. You've had a busy night. Why resort to theft? You deserve this. Su Jia spat in disdain. Don't get cocky. My big brother is nearby. Once he gets here, you'll regret this. The man snarled, still spewing threats without a hint of restraint. As his words faded, several figures appeared at the entrance of the alley. Su Yang's expression turned grave as he hauled the thief to his feet. Among the approaching group, the leader was none other than Xiao Gaolong, whom he had clashed with earlier at the bar. Jiang Shi narrowed her eyes. She hadn't expected this scum to be released so quickly and continue to throw his weight around in Jiangcheng. He must have someone higher up protecting him. Fortunately, she had her phone this time. If they dared to make a move, she would call the police immediately. Su Jia also sensed the danger, but as a sports student, she was bold, glaring fiercely at the newcomers. Seeing the aggressive group of 5 or 6, Su Yang found himself in a dilemma. If he were alone, he would have fought, even if it meant drawing blood. But with 2 girls behind him, he couldn't protect them all in a brawl. Avoiding conflict was the best course. Su Yang grabbed the thief and shoved him forward. Keep your people in check. Don't let them scurry around like rats. You can have him back. Let us go. His voice was low, a clear warning that he was not to be trifled with. Xiao Gaolong and his men stopped a few meters away from the trio. The man stumbled and fell at Xiao Gaolong's feet. Disgraceful piece of trash. Get lost. Xiao Gaolong kicked him aside. Then he raised his head, sizing up the 3. When his eyes fell on Jiang Shi, rage flared within him. If not for this brat, he wouldn't be reduced to stealing for pocket money. Quite the gathering. Perfect. Let's settle the score. He ground out the words through clenched teeth. Don't move. They'll call the police. Jiang Shi raised her phone, her finger hovering over the call button. Go ahead. ITLL take the cops half an hour to get here. Let's see if I can beat you to a pulp before they arrive. As he spoke, his lackeys pulled out weapons from beneath their clothes. Realizing that Xiao Gaolong was not going to let this go, Jiang Shi pressed the call button. After briefly reporting the situation, she saw Su Yang at the front, grabbing a bench from the alley and engaging in a chaotic brawl with the group. Jiang, what do we do now? Su Jia's voice trembled with tears. Despite her bold demeanor, she was still just a young girl. School fights were limited to harsh words and shoving. Never anything this brutal. Jiang Shi cracked her neck, handed her phone to Su Jia, and whispered, keep filming. Focus on Su Yang. We need proof of self-defense. Try not to catch me on camera. Jiang, what are you going to do? Su Jia asked, dazed as she took the phone. Help out. Can't you see he's about to get overwhelmed? Jiang Shi said, then sprinted forward. The alley was narrow, and despite the numbers against them, only two could engage Su Yang at a time. The fight was a messy exchange of wild punches with no technique to speak of. Jiang Shi had completed the midterm exam task, and the number on the right side of her spirit stat jumped to 10. The greatest change from the increased spirit was the acceleration of her mental processing. Every move her opponents made seemed exceptionally clear. She glanced at her charm stat, a paltry 5 points compared to the double-digit physique and spirit, but there was no time to worry about that now. She had tested herself at the gym earlier with 10 points in physique. Her grip strength was around 60 kilograms, combined with the basic, mixed martial arts from the system. To her, these thugs were like toddlers learning to walk. Su Yang was locked in a bitter struggle when a shadow suddenly leaped over his head, a lithe and graceful figure. Jiang Shi landed a kick on one man's chest before touching down lightly. A punk with a ridiculous hairstyle reacted, swinging a punch at her face. Jiang Shi didn't retreat. Just as his fist was about to connect, she grabbed it with her right hand, seized his elbow with her left, and twisted it in the opposite direction. With both hands working in unison, she dislocated his shoulder in a clean, precise, and elegant motion. A sickening crack echoed as the punk's arm went limp like a noodle. His face contorted in agony as he screamed, "My arm! My right arm is broken." The ruthless technique sent a jolt of fear through the others. When people talked about dislocating arms, it was usually just bluster, but she was serious. Yet with the fight already underway, there was no turning back. They charged again, hoping to overwhelm her with numbers. Su Jia, standing behind Su Yang, couldn't see what was happening up front. She could only keep shouting, Jiang, come back. It's too dangerous." Su Yang watched Jiang Shi effortlessly counter the attacks, thinking to himself, the real danger is on the other side. I just hope Jiang Shi doesn't cripple them. Otherwise, even the police will have a hard time sorting this out. By the time Jiang Shi reached Xiao Gaolong, a group of his lackeys lay groaning on the ground behind her. Yet the fact that he hadn't chosen to flee outright earned a measure of respect from her. Good, very good. Xiao Gaolong found himself at a loss for words. Before him stood a mere slender schoolgirl, yet she exuded an overwhelming pressure. Good your ass. Jiang Shi rarely cursed, but she lashed out with a kick that sent him reeling. Su Yang winced, instinctively clenching his legs in sympathetic pain. Minutes later, a squad of police arrived, having received reports of a violent brawl. Even the SWAT team was mobilized. The scene, however, was oddly surreal. A few thugs writhed on the ground, howling in pain, with steel pipes scattered around them. Two young girls trembled, huddled together in fear, while only Su Yang stood like a warrior, brandishing a stool at the forefront. In the end, the entire group was sent to the hospital. The doctor's examination revealed that the thugs had mostly superficial injuries, with the worst being a dislocated joint. Su Yang, however, had suffered a broken rib from the blunt force trauma. The doctor advised a couple of days of hospitalization for observation. The two girls were informed of their parents and gave statements as witnesses. Thanks to the video on Jiang Shi's phone, the police asked only a few brief questions, collected the evidence, and let them go. The true culprits remained the thugs and Su Yang. Upon hearing the news, Ji Ruisong and Wu Shuiqin rushed over. Jiang's mother anxiously examined her daughter from head to toe, finally breathing a sigh of relief when she confirmed no injuries. "You child, do you have any idea how worried I was?" She gave her daughter a firm rap on the head. "Quite bold, sneaking out without telling us." "I won't do it again, Mom." Jiang Shi crouched, covering her head and feigning pitifulness. After learning the full story, Wu Shuiqin took Jiang Shi to sincerely thank Su Yang. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that the boy's expression was oddly peculiar, though she couldn't pinpoint why. Jiang Shi and Su Jia were taken home by their respective parents. Once home, Jiang Shi faced a dual interrogation and repeatedly promised to call ahead before going out in the future. Finally, she produced her midterm report card, which somewhat appeased her mother's anger. Ji Ruisong stroked his chin and suggested, Jiang is in high school now. Well, let's get her a phone so she can call us conveniently. Wu Shuiqin hesitated for a moment before agreeing after careful consideration. All right, but you can't bring it to school. Jiang Shi nodded eagerly. At least now she could use her phone openly at home. Jihan watched with envy, longing for his own phone so he wouldn't have to struggle for time to chat with classmates. The next day at school, Jingran, having learned of the previous day's events from his father, leaned in during morning reading to whisper to Jiang Shi. "That group is going away for over a decade. My dad told me this morning. The bureau worked through the night investigating, and it's pretty much settled. So we're out of it." Jiang Shi turned to ask. "At most, we might have to testify as witnesses in court," Jingran said uncertainly. Jiang Shi nodded. With the assault on video and solid evidence, even if these people had connections, it would be hard for them to escape conviction. On Friday, Jiang Shi brought the specially prepared dishes from her mother to Jiangxing's second hospital. Her mother reasoned that the boy had been hurt protecting them, so a visit was only proper. Su Yang's grandmother happened to be there as well. "Hello, Grandma," Jiang Shi said softly as she entered the ward. "Ah Xiao Jiang is here. Have a seat." The white-haired old woman offered her spot. It's fine, Grandma, you sit, Bim. Okay, standing, Jiang Shi replied, setting out the dishes and handing chopsticks to Su Yang. Eat up. My mom made it specially. Su Jia couldn't come because of training, so I'm here on her behalf. It's just a minor injury. You'd think I was bettered in with a serious illness, Su Yang said with a wry smile. He could easily go downstairs for a fast food meal himself. What about those thugs? I'm worried ITLL end up being ruled mutual affray, and they won't get punished. Plus that Xiao Gaolong has some connections, they might just get out after a few days, Su Yang asked while eating. He had encountered similar situations before, but the result was often both sides being locked up for a few days to reflect. Jiang Shi clapped her hands, telling him not to worry. Don't worry, who has stronger connections is still up in the air. This time they'll get what's coming to them. And you can't keep drifting like this forever, can you? You've seen Xiao Gaolong's fate. Su Yang glanced at his white-haired grandmother and sighed. I should find something legitimate to do. I think being a security guard would suit you. You've got the height, decent fighting skills, and you can skip 40 years of detours. Perfect, Jiang Shi said, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. Su Yang was about to retort that he was actually quite capable, but recalling how Jiang Shi had handled him like a disobedient child the day before, he held his tongue. How about this, when you start a company, you'll be your security guard, and you pay me well, okay? He joked. Jiang Shi rolled her eyes. You can't even beat me, and you want a higher salary. Jiang Shi returned home, cheerfully, finally rid of those pesky flies, no longer worrying about them popping up to annoy her. With the midterm top 5 task completed, the system refreshed the task list. Task 1, the Literary Youth's Development Plan. Win first prize in the finals of the National Middle School Essay Competition. As a heartthrob, one must develop holistically. Music and literature complement each other. Reward, beginner vocal techniques. Jiang Shi was puzzled by the final reward. The task itself wasn't difficult for her, but vocal techniques seemed rather useless. Still, for the prize money, even without the system task, she was determined to give her all in the finals. Jiang Shi turned her attention to another task. She was now very close to having assets of 1,000. Those 5 attribute points had been tempting her for a long time. She daydreamed about maxing out her charm and becoming a stunningly handsome man. Suddenly the phone on the table vibrated, shattering Jiang Shi's absurd fantasy and pulling her back to reality. It was a message from Ran containing an address. Jiang Shi searched for it and found it was an unfamiliar place. This is where you and I arranged to rehearse. Why send it to me? Jiang Shi was confused. This didn't involve her, did it? Jiang, you dumped the work on me and went off to enjoy yourself. Dream on. Come accompany us for rehearsal this weekend. Ran seemed a bit annoyed, but Jiang Shi, thinking of spending time with both Yuan and Bai Jing Ran, 2 beautiful flowers, saw it as a perfect chance to have them both by her side. With a soft chuckle, she began to look forward to the weekend. On Saturday morning, Jiang Shi rose early. Ji Ruisong was reading the morning newspaper, his bowl of porridge barely touched. Catching sight of her hurried movements, he asked with surprise, Jiang, why are you up so early today? Jiang Shi lifted the lid of the steamer, discovering buns and fried dough sticks inside. Grabbing one and biting into it, she mumbled, next month is the school anniversary, and my classmates are rehearsing a program and asked me to be an audience member. Coming back for lunch. Probably not, I won't make it in time. Jiang Shi thought about it. Ran's chosen place was in the city center. Whether by bike or bus, it would take a while. That far. He'll drive you there. Eat your breakfast properly first. Ji Ruisong had the day off and was free anyway. Jiang Shi nodded. Riding with old Ji meant she wouldn't have to worry about being late. She had agreed to meet Ran at 9, rehearse for about 2 hours, then grab lunch together. The buns were piping hot, filled with Jiang Shi's favorite pork stuffing. With a bowl of rice porridge, 2 large meat buns found their way into her stomach. After finishing, the 2 headed downstairs one after another. Jiang Shi carried a small crossbody bag containing her phone and some loose change. Ji Ruisong's car was a Santana bought in 2008, but not driven much. A faint scent still lingered inside. As the car pulled out of the neighborhood, Jiang Shi sent Bai Jingran a message letting her know she was on her way. Ran over here. Jiang Shi stepped out of the car and spotted Bai Jingran in a long dress. Bai Jingran walked over smiling as she took Jiang Shi's hand. Today Jiang Shi had changed her style, wearing tight jeans, a long-sleeved shirt, and a thin nylon jacket. The outfit accentuated the young girl's shapely straight legs, making them even more alluring. Hello, uncle. Bai Jingran greeted Ji Ruisong politely. Ji Ruisong smiled and nodded. Hello. He had some impression of this young lady from the Bai family. Good luck with your rehearsal. Hope your performance goes smoothly. After reminding them to stay safe, Ji Ruisong left. Bai Jingran led Jiang Shi into a building. Yuan is already inside changing. Let's go. The elevator stopped at the 8th floor. Bai Jingran unlocked the door, and Jiang Shi was greeted by an exquisitely decorated entrance hall. They changed into slippers and entered the main hall. The room spanned north to south, half of it a dance studio with mirrors lining one wall. On the other side of the room were some musical instruments, the largest being a piano. Curious, Jiang Shi walked over and pressed a few keys. Crisp notes rang out as the keys descended. Ran, where did you rent this dance studio? How come there are so many instruments? And where's Yuan? It's not rented. This was my ballet studio, I later used it as storage. Those instruments are old ones that were replaced. Seeing Jiang Shi touch and poke at everything by Jingran explained. I had someone clean it up yesterday to make space for rehearsal. Only a wealthy heiress like Bai could casually use a whole apartment as storage. Jiang Shi felt the overwhelming aura of money. Through the window, she could see the nearby Guotai department store and like a pointed spire the Jiangxing Central Tower. The property prices in this area were far from cheap, but soon Jiang Shi's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the dressing room door. Yuan walked out slowly wearing a light green silk gauze top over a pure white camisole lined with floral decorations. The girl's collarbones were clearly visible, her fair neck long and graceful like a swan. A layered long skirt falling to her ankles made Yuan's figure appear even more elegant. The only flaw was her hair, which hadn't been styled yet and fell loosely on her shoulders. Jiang, you're here. Perfect timing. Help me with my hair. This outfit is a bit tricky to put on. Yuan lifted her skirt and trotted over to them. Bai Jingran took the hairpin from her, combed her hair smooth, and began to braid it. Jiang Shi wisely stepped aside. As a girl who had only recently learned, she knew only two hairstyles: the simple ponytail she most often wore, quick and convenient, the most common among high school girls, and the double ponytails her mother liked the style for her, which with her face shape looked quite cute. But because Jiang Shi strongly resisted it, her mother only occasionally succeeded when her daughter was rushing off to school. Bai Jingran's slender fair fingers moved deftly, coiling Yuan's hair at the back and securing it with a hairpin. A graceful maiden seemingly stepping out of an ancient painting appeared before them. How do I look? Yuan smiled and spun around, her skirt spreading like petals. Jiang Shi's eyes went wide. Though she had imagined the little dancer would look stunning when dressed up, she hadn't expected such a breathtaking sight, especially the ethereal aura that made one feel she could only be admired from afar, not touched. But Jiang Shi decided she wouldn't just admire from afar, as she wanted to get close and snuggle. It looks great. How's the fit? I can take it in for adjustments. Bai Jingran asked, knowing that comfort was also important for dancing. Yuan slapped away the eager little hand, making Jiang Shi pout. Stingy. Ran was much nicer. Then Yuan tried a few moves, feeling the outfit. The lining is a bit tight. Oh, I think it could be looser. I can do that. Let me. Jiang Shi volunteered, raising her hand only to receive eye rolls from both beauties. After a bout of playful warm-up, it was already 10 o'clock. The two finally began to rehearse. Yuan excelled at classical dance, so the repertoire naturally came from traditional and Chinese styles. Bai Jingran tried a few pieces she was familiar with, but the combination didn't satisfy. So they switched to Yuan practicing moves while Jiang Shi and Bai Jingran searched for music together. Yet by lunchtime, they still hadn't found anything that felt right. They decided to go downstairs for lunch. Bai Jingran planned to consult her vocal teacher for advice. There was a restaurant in the building she frequented. Yuan changed out of her costume, and the three set off for food. It was a Western restaurant busy with weekend patrons. Jiang Shi saw several couples cuddling in booths, feeding each other with forks. At other tables, men and women sat with barely touched food, chatting desultorily. Obviously, they were on blind dates. What would you like to eat? Bai Jingran asked. Jiang Shi looked at the menu, which featured mostly steak, salads, and pasta. Steak, of course. Following the principle of since we're here, Jiang Shi pointed to the first page. As the saying goes, eat what you need to replenish. The student decided to order double portions, otherwise she might not have enough energy for the afternoon. In a Western restaurant, three young ladies chatted while eating. Bai Jingran mentioned her vocal teacher, whose name was Ning Yushi, a native of Sichuan province who now worked at a music-related company. This company was a subsidiary of Penguin Music, primarily engaged in the distribution of music and records, holding a respectable position in the industry. Ning Yushi had originally studied at Haizhou Conservatory of Music, where she met Bai Jingran's mother during her school years. At the latter's enthusiastic invitation, she became Bai Jingran's vocal teacher. After graduating from university, she went abroad for further studies, returning to Huagua 2 years ago and joining this company. Bai Jingran had always kept in touch with her, occasionally exchanging ideas on musical matters. In Jiang Shi's impression, music teachers were synonymous with elegance and beauty. However, with the added identity of a Sichuan Chongqing girl, it was a bit hard to say. Although Sichuan and Chongqing had long been known for producing beauties with soft voices and fair skin, one might suddenly hear her say lousy shu dao san, or summon the legendary mythical beast Baopi Long. Ah, she's here, Aunt Ning over here. Bai Jingran waved toward the restaurant entrance. Yuan and Jiang Shi turned to see a long-haired beauty in a half-skirt carrying a handbag. With a pair of sunglasses on her face, she exuded an air of elegance as she walked toward them. Especially her slender, straight, long legs, which seemed to tread upon everyone's heart. Jiang Shi didn't even notice the steak falling off her fork. This was truly an older sister's legs, are not legs, but the spring water of the Seine River. Xiaobai, what did you call me? Ning Yushi took off her sunglasses, walked over to Bai Jingran, and with 3 black lines on her forehead, asked angrily. Sister Ning. Bai Jingran quickly corrected herself. That's more like it. Ning Yushi released her hand from rubbing Bai Jingran's cheek, satisfied, and happily sat down in an empty seat. These two are my classmates from No. 4 High School. Jiang Shi and Yuan by Jingran introduced. Hello, Sister Ning. Jiang Shi and Yuan said in unison. Not bad, more sensible than Xiao Bai, said Ning Yushi as she pulled 2 alpine lollipops from her bag and handed them to the two. Hello, they're little beauties, a small gift for our first meeting. Then she took out another one and popped it into her own mouth. Staring at the lollipop in her hand, Jiang Shi recalled some awkward memories. The group returned to the dance studio, and Bai Jingran explained the situation in detail. So you need a song with ancient style for the dance accompaniment. Let me see the moves first, Ning Yushi said as she sat down on the piano stool. She wasn't very familiar with dance, but there were always some commonalities with music. Yuan changed into her dance outfit. With previous experience, she was much quicker this time. Then she began to perform in front of the mirror, her boneless body bending and stretching, delivering a visual shock. The primal beauty born from the human body itself was fully revealed. As the performance ended, Ning Yushi fell into deep thought. As someone working in a music company, she had heard countless songs. After a series of comparisons and selections, Ning Yushi's eyes lit up, and she pulled up an audio clip from her phone. Here, try this. As the music slowly started, Yuan continued to dance, with the music's accompaniment under the dual effect of sight and sound. The scene instantly became highly aesthetic, the two complementing each other perfectly. Still feels like something's missing. Ning Yushi clicked her tongue, relying on her keen intuition. Although the effect was good, it was far from perfect. At that moment, Bai Jingran added, it lacks lyrics. Without lyrics to segment the music, the rhythm feels too sticky. Ning Yushi clapped her hands excitedly. Not bad, Xiao Bai. You've improved a lot since we last met. Bai Jingran puffed out her cheeks, as if she had ever slacked off. Unfortunately, this piece has no lyrics, Ning Yushi said regretfully. How come? Yuan asked in surprise. It was written by a wandering singer I met on the road. I thought it was good and bought it. Ning Yushi's memory drifted back a few months. That day she went out and happened upon a wandering singer performing on the street. As a fellow musician, she understood the hardships and tossed 2 coins into his case. But just as she was about to leave, the next piece made her stop. The overflowing emotions, like undercurrents beneath calm river waters, surged forward from behind her, disappearing into the crisscrossing crowd. So despite being in a hurry for work, Ning Yushi stopped to chat with the wandering singer. One was a shabbily dressed, scruffy wandering artist. The other was an urban beauty carrying a designer handbag and a coffee ready to clock in for work. The two sat together on the steps of the pedestrian bridge. The man came from a musical family proficient in many Huahua classical instruments, but his family had declined. After his parents passed away, he was diagnosed with Parkinson's syndrome. With no other choice, he took to the streets to make a living through his art. This piece was also an impromptu creation, without even a name. Sell it to me, I really like it. If you like it, it's yours. It's not worth much. How can that be? I work in music, that would be plagiarism. Then give me 10,000 and I can take half a year off, the man said half-jokingly. Wait here, I'll go get it for you. Ning Yushi gritted her teeth and stood up. This piece in her hands could be worth far more than 10,000. The man was momentarily stunned, then nodded, pulling out a folded piece of paper from his pocket. All right, hey, erase the sheet music. They'll wait for you to come back. When Ning Yushi returned with the money, only the sheet music was left on the bridge, pressed under a broken brick and fluttering in the wind. The man had long since vanished. Sister Ning, what happened next? What happened next? Jiang Shi's eyes sparkled. Nothing delighted her more than gossip. The other three had been chatting happily, but Jiang Shi, understanding neither vocal music nor dance, could only doodle circles boredly. Now finally hearing something interesting. This was exactly the classic opening of youth angst literature. Ning Yushi slapped her forehead in frustration and said the result was that I was late for work that day, got half a day's pay deducted, and lost my end-of-month attendance bonus. And I still haven't found suitable lyrics for this song. Those top lyricists are too expensive for me to hire, so I can only watch it sit here. Such a realistic ending. Jiang Shi suddenly felt the sunflower seeds in her hand lose their flavor. It was like being back in her past life, clocking in for work every day and working overtime at night, with bosses constantly feeding her empty promises and shifting blame. It was a lingering nightmare always following her. The 4 of them, 1 older and 3 younger, fell into silence. But Yuan and Bai Jingran didn't want to give up on such a beautiful piece. Bai Jingran suggested that she could just play the accompaniment live. Seeing the troubled expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Shi spat out the sunflower seed shell and slowly raised her hand up. I could try writing the lyrics. The other 3 all turned to look at her. Jiang, you can write songs? Bai Jingran asked in surprise, patting Jiang Shi's cheek. Writing lyrics was nothing like composing an essay. In an essay, one could use lengthy passages or elegant prose to embellish it, occasionally employing complex sentence structures and vocabulary to showcase literary prowess. But lyrics demanded expressing the intense emotions embedded in a song within the most concise words possible. They also needed to grasp rhythm and rhyme, ensuring the lyrical cadence aligned with the musical melody. A song's duration couldn't possibly elucidate every twist and turn every cause and effect like a novel could. This was precisely why master lyricists were so rare. Their reputations were forged through the market's relentless filtration, climbing step by step over their peers. Some renowned lyricists themselves guaranteed song sales, with a single lyric commanding prices as high as tens of thousands of yuan. Considering a song comprised at most a few hundred words, it was no exaggeration to call it 1,000 gold per word. Conversely, if you were an unknown newcomer, even offering your work for free might attract no takers. That was why Ning Yushi had never bothered to set lyrics to her compositions. She simply dismissed it as a young girl's whim, eager to show off. Little sister, writing a song isn't that simple. Still, your courage to try is commendable. As a half-mentor, Ning Yushi didn't outright dismiss Jiang Shi's fanciful notion. Life's dreams often sprouted from a single moment in youth. That indelible seed took root in memory, perhaps one day crossing time to cast a little shade on life. Trying now cost nothing, so why not? I believe in Jiang. She writes such good essays, she'll definitely nail a song. Yuan nodded. Even if Jiang Shi's song for her wasn't perfect, she still wanted to showcase it on stage. Jiang Shi looked at the three of them. Though she could see a hint of doubt in their eyes, they all encouraged her to give it a try. A warmth filled her heart. She glanced at the system where a fresh task had just appeared. Task 3: The wings seemed to have encountered a new problem. Time for you to save the day. Create lyrics for Ning Yushi's melody and gain her approval. Reward random advanced instrument performance skill. This was an advanced skill. So far, Jiang Shi had only obtained a few basic skills from this stingy system. Yet even those basics had elevated her far above ordinary people in those areas. If she had to categorize them, they were roughly at a professional level or higher. By that progression, an advanced skill should reach the caliber of an internationally renowned master. It was an absolute must-have, but the word random gave Jiang Shi a hint of unease. If she drew a popular instrument like the piano or violin, she could immediately enter competitions, racking up certificates until her hands were sore. Then she could hold a few solo concerts and only worry about how to spend her money. But she had no idea what instruments the system had stuffed into this loot pool. If she drew a set of chime bells, she couldn't exactly apply to a museum and say, "Hello, I'm a master chime bell player certified by Qin Shi Huang." Shaking off such wild thoughts, Jiang Shi refocused on the sheet music Ning Yushi had produced. Bai Jingren's suspicion was correct. She didn't know how to write songs, but she knew how to copy. Borrow. In this parallel world, many things in entertainment had changed, and many classic works had never emerged. Jiang Shi merely wanted to revive those classic songs. What ill intentions could she have? As for which song to borrow, she already had one in mind. With a flick of her wrist, lines of text appeared on the white paper. Ning Yushi initially smiled, curious to see what kind of lyrics this girl Jiang Shi could produce. In her mind, she told herself to keep her expectations low to lower the high standards she had developed over years of work. Even if the lyrics turned out absurd, she would still offer a few gentle words of encouragement. Having come through the ranks of music academia and later worked at a subsidiary of Penguin Music, Ning Yushi had seen too many great works. Unless it was truly exceptional, nothing could pique her interest. But as Jiang Shi wrote more and more, Ning Yushi found herself reading along involuntarily. If I send a story with this string sound, the distant North Star responds in kind. Then I take out this Polonia zither for you, and I play it with such devotion. Something was off. These lyrics seemed interesting. Ning Yushi's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. If any of her subordinates were present, they would know that team leader Ning had definitely discovered a promising song and was about to study it closely. The road stretches long to my hometown, a poem that people never finished, composing joys and sorrows into a melody for you, only then feeling what it means to be helpless. Jiang Shi stopped writing. When it came to classics, this zither master had been immensely popular in its time. Its lyrical story was widely discussed and cherished. Even until her rebirth in her past life, she occasionally heard covers of this song. It was a representative work of the ancient style genre. Ning Yushi murmured to herself. The lyrics contained no complex phrases, yet the imagery and emotion burst forth vividly. Using only a few key elements, it sketched out a complete story. The meeting of the zither master and another person in a foreign land, brought together by the instrument, becoming soulmates. Yet even the most beautiful encounter could not withstand parting. The zither's sound lingered, but the old friend was gone. Such mastery of emotion and profound literary skill, delivered impromptu. And you're telling me this is a high school student? Ning Yushi looked at the young girl beside her, her prepared words of comfort rendered useless. So Sister Ning, I think it's pretty good. Jiang Shi grinned, handing over the lyrics. Judging by the other's expression, this task would undoubtedly be completed without a hitch. Very good. Did you just come up with this? Ning Yushi took the lyrics, feeling the paper in her hands was astonishingly heavy. It was far more than just good. This quality had already surpassed a whole host of second-rate lyricists. Jiang Shi thought for a moment and decided not to overdo the act. Actually, it's a story I thought of earlier. I found it suited this melody, so I decided to give it a try. She flashed a playful smile, lightening the serious atmosphere. Yuan and Bai Jingran, seeing Ning Yushi's earnest demeanor, knew that Jiang Shi had once again delivered a huge surprise. Come on Xiao Bai, try these lyrics, and I'll accompany you on the piano. Ning Yushi turned around, placed the sheet music on the piano stand, straightened up, and began to play. Bai Jingran silently recited a few lines of the lyrics, then tried to hum along with the accompaniment. Before long the two were perfectly in sync. What a pity, Xiao Bai. If your mother hadn't kept you out of the entertainment industry, this single song could have made you famous. Ning Yushi shook her head regretfully. Based on her market insight, with proper promotion this song could contend for a spot on the charts. But Bai Jingran came from a distinguished family. Even without wading through the murky waters of the entertainment industry, she could live comfortably as a lady. Sis, why are you back? Xiao Fu was sitting on the sofa watching TV, his favorite show Man vs. Wild playing on the screen. Just then the sound of a key turning in the lock came from the door, followed by a woman with a languid expression walking in. Though she appeared lazy, her phoenix-like eyes were slightly narrowed, her lips thin and moist, and her oval face was strikingly beautiful, clearly showing she spared no effort in her skincare routine. She casually kicked off her high heels, then peeled off her black over-thinny stockings and tossed them into the trash bin by the door. Then she collapsed onto the sofa in a lazy sprawl. Xiao Mingyue was over a decade older than Xiao Fu, having once been a minor singer and celebrity. She had never gained much fame, but later founded her own music company, which gradually began to thrive. Now she had signed several singers, and the company was slowly growing. Don't even start, I'm exhausted. Xiao Fu, come give my feet a massage. Xiao Mingyue extended her legs toward her brother, issuing the order. Aren't you supposed to be in Yanqing for a concert? Where's your agent? Xiao Fu pinched his nose and pushed away his sister's delicate snow-white long legs with disdain. The concert ended yesterday. I flew back from Haizhou just to see you and brought some local specialties. See how good I am to you, Xiao Fu, and you won't even rub my legs. Boo-hoo. Though her face was full of feigned sorrow, a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. Don't think I don't know. You probably bought those souvenirs at the airport again, always using that to fool me. Xiao Mingyue looked innocent, insisting that airport souvenirs were still local products. Final, stop teasing you. It's no fun. Xiao Mingyue reached for snacks on the coffee table, but her arm wasn't long enough. Under Xiao Fu's cold stare, she slowly withdrew her outstretched feet. Acting as if nothing had happened, she asked, "Where are Mom and Dad? Still busy at the company with the new product?" "Yeah, they probably won't be home for dinner tonight." "Then let's have malatang tonight. I've been craving that shop on the street for ages." Xiao Mingyue's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but drool. Xiao Fu rubbed his forehead, baffled as to why this woman was so obsessed with the malatang place near home. Just then a call came in, and a girl's melodious singing rang from the phone. Got it, Sister Wu." Xiao Fu hung up and shrugged at his sister. "Sister Wu called to tell me to keep an eye on you, and not let you eat malatang." This Sister Wu was Xiao Mingyue's first agent, who had stayed loyal even when Xiao Mingyue struck out on her own, quitting her job to follow. When it came to controlling Xiao Mingyue, the top authority was their mother, followed by Sister Wu. "I don't want to hear it." Xiao Mingyue writhed on the sofa like a spoiled little girl. Xiao Fu was helpless, sometimes wondering if this sister of his was even related, given how little she inherited their parents' serious and steady nature. By the way, whose voice was that ringtone? Pretty good pipes. Xiao Mingyue suddenly scrambled up and leaned in to ask her brother. "A classmate from my high school named Jiang Shi. You might have seen her, the little girl from next door in our hometown." Xiao Fu grew wary and asked, "What are you planning?" "Her stepfather is a civil servant. There's no way he'd let his daughter get into the entertainment industry. He just asking." Xiao Mingyue nodded, then turned gossipy. "So how are things between you two now? Dad was telling me yesterday that some of his friends' sons want to meet you." Xiao Fu went straight for the kill. Xiao Mingyue raised her hand to her mouth and mimed zipping her lips. Still, she was curious to meet this girl named Jiang Shi. The entertainment industry was fiercely competitive now, and for her small company to grow, she had to pick promising talents and nurture them herself. That brief ringtone, just a few seconds long, had piqued her professional instincts. This girl had solid foundational skills. With some vocal training, she might just make it big. Not bad. The dance track is perfectly harmonious. Once Xiao Bai memorizes the lyrics, and you two polish your coordination, performing on stage will be a breeze. Ning Yushi nodded. Both had excelled in their respective fields, and now only a bit of fine-tuning remained. In front of Jiang Shi were sunflower seeds drinks and some quirky flavored beans bought from the supermarket downstairs. She looked like an old man enjoying a show at a tea house. Listening to Bai Jingran's beautiful singing while admiring the little dancer's graceful moves and occasionally shifting her gaze to the stunning Ning Yushi for a change of scenery, Jiang Shi spent a blissful afternoon. Ning Yushi even bought her lyrics for 3,000 yuan, adding another stream of income. "Sister Jiang Shi, if you write any more lyrics, make sure to contact me first." Before leaving, Ning Yushi gave Jiang Shi a big hug, eager to return and prepare this long-awaited song. Her ample bosom left Jiang Shi momentarily disoriented, feeling only the immense pressure on her cheeks. With rehearsal over most of the afternoon had slipped away. Both Bai Jingran and Yu Wan, one singing, one dancing, had expended considerable energy, their bodies drenched in fragrant sweat. "Let's go to my place to shower first if our clothes are soaked." Bai Jingran panted slightly, wiping a thin layer of sweat from her forehead. Bai Jingran's home was near the building, so the three of them arrived after a short walk. As the elevator ascended slowly, Jiang Shi's anticipation grew. She was about to see Ranran's room. Where are your parents? Entering the spacious apartment, Yuan looked around and found no one else. Bai Jingran pursed her lips. My parents are always busy, they rarely come home. Have a seat first, they'll find you some clean clothes to change into. The three were of similar height, and aside from Jiang Shi's rather unremarkable figure, their builds were alike. Ranran's clothes would fit them all. Yuan nodded and sat down carefully, afraid of dirtying anything. Jiang Shi, curious, looked around and gasped when she reached the bathroom. Inside, there was a massive bathtub large enough for 4 or 5 people to sit together. Wow, Ranran, your bathtub is huge, Jiang Shi exclaimed. Bai Jingran emerged from the room, carrying a pile of clothes, explaining, my mom uses it occasionally. I usually just take showers, of filling it with hot water is too much trouble. These are all new clothes I've never worn. Who wants to shower first? Bai Jingran looked at Yuan, and Yuan looked at Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi's eyes sparkled, and a grin spread across her face. Let's all take a bath together. It takes a long time to fill the tub. Bai Jingran blushed, never having bathed with anyone before. No problem, we still have time. We can rest a bit first. Jiang Shi wasn't about to miss such a golden opportunity. As the hot water gradually filled the tub, steam filled the bathroom. Jiang Shi jumped in first, splashing a huge wave. Haha, Jiang, what are you doing? Yuan covered her eyes. Bai Jingran hesitated, clutching her towel, but then let out a surprised yelp as Jiang Shi ambushed her from behind. The frosted glass door of the bathroom faintly reflected the silhouettes of girls laughing and frolicking. Oh, that feels good. Jiang Shi held a bottle of sparkling water, taking occasional sips. Fresh from their baths, the three girls sat side by side on the sofa, their cheeks flushed pink. The air conditioner hummed in the room, keeping the temperature noticeably warmer than outside, yet not cold enough to chill them. Jiang Shi wore a short-sleeved shirt, her damp hair cascading down her back. Faint red marks lingered on her arms, remnants of their earlier playful scuffles. She smacked her lips, regretting that this peak of bliss had lasted only a brief half-hour before Ran and Xiao Wuji, unable to endure her teasing advances, had fled one after another. Otherwise, she could have stayed in there all day. Jiang, turn around. Let me blow-dry your hair. Bai Jingran raised the hairdryer, taking the sparkling water from her hands. Drink less of this, it's bad for your teeth. Then she brought out an array of bottles and jars, arranging them neatly on the coffee table. Wait, Ran, are you planning to barbecue my head? Jiang Shi squinted at the sight, startled by the arsenal before her. What are you talking about? This is hair oil, body lotion, face cream, toner. Bai Jingran counted on her fingers, reciting the unfamiliar names as if they were old friends. Jiang Shi shook her head, as if watching a chef rattle off a menu. In winter, she'd only apply some Debeo before heading out, maybe adding lip balm to keep her lips from chapping in the wind. With so many seasonings at once, no wonder Ran always smelled so fragrant. Bai Jingran smoothed some hair oil onto Jiang Shi's head, then used the hairdryer on a low setting, starting from the roots to dry it slowly. Slender fingers glided through the strands, finding almost no split ends or tangles. Jiang, your hair is so smooth. It feels amazing to touch, Bai Jingran praised. How is it? Jiang Shi, soothed by the gentle touch, felt a wave of warmth wash over her. She couldn't help but yawn, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Maybe I'm just naturally gifted. By the time Bai Jingran finished her routine, Jiang Shi was teetering between sleep and wakefulness, swaying slightly, one pillow away from drifting off completely. Seeing Jiang Shi's adorable state, Bai Jingran suddenly had a mischievous idea. She pulled over Yuan, who was massaging her legs nearby. After a whispered consultation, sly grins spread across their faces. Half an hour later, the deed was done. Yuan picked up the remote from the coffee table and switched on the TV. The sound of a program filled the room. Hey, don't mess around. You can't even turn properly. Just play with him. You're doomed. Don't worry, I've been driving this delivery route for 5 years. Hearing the noise, Jiang Shi slowly woke up, rubbing her eyes with her left hand. When did I fall asleep? You slept like a little pig, Yuan added with a chuckle, covering her mouth. Still groggy, Jiang Shi stood up, scratched her head, and groped her way to the bathroom. The sparkling water she'd drunk earlier was making her feel a bit pressed. Outside, Bai Jingran and Yuan exchanged a knowing smile. Before long, a startled cry echoed from the bathroom. Who is this? Jiang Shi stared at her reflection in the mirror, momentarily stunned. Rosy lips, a faint blush on her cheeks, a delicate nose, and flawless fair skin. Her features seemed far more defined than before. Her hair had been styled into a daring look, a loose braid draped from her right shoulder to her chest, while a small bun was tied on the left side. She returned to the living room to find the two culprits doubled over with laughter. Who put lipstick on me? Jiang Shi glared, knowing full well they'd taken advantage of her sleep to work their mischief. Were they treating her like a doll? They'd transformed her from Jiang model student Shi into a seductive green tea sister, every move dripping with allure. All that was missing was a coquettish, brother, it's my fault. That alone would have hooked every young man like a fish on a line. Even she had nearly fallen for her own reflection, No wonder makeup was hailed as the foremost of Asia's four black arts. Even in front of her mother, she doubted she'd be recognized as her own daughter. Jiang, you look even prettier with makeup. I think you should host the school anniversary. The hairstyle I chose suits you well. You seem so much gentler. Bai Jingran admired her handiwork, quite pleased. Jiang Shi's foundation was already good, she was still growing. With makeup, the minor imperfections were concealed, making her stunningly radiant. As long as she didn't develop any flaws, she would surely grow into a graceful beauty. You two are proud of yourselves, huh? Looks like I didn't teach you enough in the bathroom. Jiang Shi raised an eyebrow, lunging toward the sofa like a hungry tiger. Wait, lipstick stains are hard to get off clothes. Haha, that tickles. Ran, we're leaving. See you next time. Jiang Shi pulled Yuan along as they said goodbye at the stairwell. It was almost dinner time. If they left too late, Jiang Shi worried her mom would fret. See you at school next week. Jiang, don't forget to do your weekend homework. Bai Jingran waved, reminding her. Back home, looking at the messy floor, Bai Jingran smiled and began tidying up. Her clothes still bore two of Jiang Shi's lipstick marks. Though the house was once again left with her alone, a hint of joy lingered on the girl's lips. That evening, Jiang Shi told her parents about being invited to contribute to youth literature. This way she could legitimately claim the computer on weekends for writing and research. It would also spare her from some of her mom's nagging. After repeatedly promising it wouldn't affect her grades, Wu Shuiqin finally let her daughter go. Jiang Shi turned on the computer, opened her folder, and browsed through her drafts. She was an inspiration-driven writer. Often as she wrote, a new idea would pop into her head. These fleeting sparks vanished in an instant, so her folder held many drafts with only an outline and a beginning. The most advanced piece was The Chess Artisan, inspired by the elderly men playing chess in the neighborhood. She planned to submit it to Stories, hoping to fill the last small gap toward that 100,000 yuan. But the writing was halting, never quite satisfying her. Now rereading it, Jiang Shi saw the problem. No matter how she revised, she remained stuck in a spectator's perspective. The true back and forth on the chessboard, the fierce rivalry, eluded her pen. It was like a painter copying a photo versus sketching outdoors. The final works felt entirely different. In simple terms, it lacked soul. But Jiang Shi had a solution: find time to play a couple of rounds with the old men. She needed to feel the atmosphere that kept those seniors so endlessly entertained. On Sunday morning, Jiang Shi specially bathed and burned incense, playing Good Luck on her phone. Then she opened the system panel, ready to claim the random mission reward. Heaven and earth, grant me a piano or violin or even a guzheng or guqin. Jiang Shi closed her eyes and selected to complete the mission. Random mission reward in progress. Mission reward: advanced aero performance skill. Damn, what a scam. Jiang Shi prostrated herself, indeed unable to trust any gotcha probability. Though the huqin was still a string instrument. As an African saint who always hit the pity system in games, she couldn't escape it even after rebirth. Was the system afraid she might end up homeless without a skill to earn a living? But since it was an advanced skill, Jiang Shi could only accept it tearfully. Perhaps one day it would come in handy. After all, more skills never hurt. Unfortunately, she didn't have an arrow at hand, otherwise she would have loved to try what effect an advanced skill could produce. Could it be as legendary? Two strings of yearning, a tune ending in heartbreak. At a corner of Donglan Yuyuan, elderly men gathered in small groups around tables, occasionally slapping their thighs or sighing in regret. But unlike usual, there was now a young figure among them. Jiang Shi craned her neck to peer at the chessboard, her delicate silhouette standing out among the elderly men. Knight moves check. Oh dear, I shouldn't have made that move. If I'd left the rook there, it would have blocked both sides and kept some breathing room. Rematch, this round doesn't count. Soon the pieces were reset. The winner stayed as the defender, while the losers stepped down for the next person. Jiang Shi watched 2 rounds, stirring some memories. She had only played chess with her grandfather when she was very young. As for her skill level, she roughly knew the rules and how each piece moved. Her opening was always the standard sequence: defend the elephant, advance the pawn. But fortunately, the spirit boosted to 10 points was not to be underestimated. After just 2 games, Jiang Shi had more or less figured out some of the patterns. She began to feel eager to try. As another grandfather suffered a crushing defeat, Jiang Shi spoke up in a sweet voice, "Grandpa Ding, could I play a round?" The surrounding elderly men were somewhat surprised to see the young girl. They thought she was just curious and had come to watch, not expecting she wanted to try her hand. Thanks to Jiang's mother's usual publicity, many old folks in the neighborhood recognized Jiang Shi, usually calling her the Jiang girl who won an essay prize. But it was naturally a good thing for young people to be interested in traditional culture. They could also show off their skills to the younger generation, satisfying a bit of vanity. Why not? So the elderly men enthusiastically pulled Jiang Shi to sit down, each offering advice, as if they were determined to teach her into a national master. Ding Huqing was amused and said, "Jiang girl, don't mind these lousy players. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll teach you as we play." "Hey old Ding, I don't appreciate that. You may be good, but we're no pushovers when we gang up." The elderly men bristled with mock anger. "If your son said that, we'd accept it, but you saying it, we don't buy it." Jiang Shi became curious and asked, "Is Uncle Ding really good at chess?" Pleased that someone asked about his son, Ding Huching said proudly, "Your uncle Ding is one of the top players in Jiangxing, a certified master by the Chess Association." Jiang sure didn't expect her neighborhood to hide such talent. She reached for a chess piece, but before she could move, the system reacted first. Mission 3: Triumph over Heaven. A man's fate must be grasped by himself. Defeat any 5 opponents on the chessboard. Reward basic chess skill. A corner of Jiang Shi's eye twitched. She wasn't that eager to improve. Ding Huching, seeing the girl deep in thought, chuckled and said, "Jiang girl, I won't bully you. I'll let you have a pair of rooks first." With that, he removed both rooks from his side of the board. He had been playing chess for decades, and he didn't want the old guys to say he was taking advantage of a youngster. Jiang Shi blinked, looking at Ding Huching with pleading eyes, and coaxed, "Grandpa Ding, could you let me have 2 knights as well? It's my first time playing chess." Ding Huching was taken aback by Jiang Shi's request. This girl had learned to bargain. Giving up 2 rooks and 2 knights would leave him only cannons, elephants, pawns, and advisors. Might as well declare him the loser. But seeing the girl's innocent expression as if she didn't know the world's dangers, Ding Huching didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm and removed the 2 knights from the board. On his side, only a few lonely pieces remained. At least this way the others would be too embarrassed to give her tips. Jiang Shi started with her usual opening, taking advantage of the opponent's weak defense to drive her rook straight in. Then she quietly moved her 2 cannons forward. This was the only tactic she had learned from her grandfather, double cannon check. But a sneak attack would certainly be useless against someone of Ding Huching's level. However, Jiang Shi attacked from all sides, and though her moves looked crude, they were quite effective. Ding Huching was helpless. With 4 fewer pieces, he was forced into a defensive stance. Moreover, although the girl's chess path was messy, she played cautiously. She left him almost no opportunities to capture pieces. Ding Huching wondered, was this really her first time playing chess? It seemed as if she had deliberately dug a big pit for him to fall into. After a few more moves, Jiang Shi traded her main forces for Ding Huching's last few combat pieces. With the remaining knight and cannon, she barely managed to win the game. "Hee, I won, Grandpa Ding," Jiang Shi exclaimed happily. "Not bad, Jiang girl, you have great talent." "Not bad for a first game," Ding Huching praised with a wry smile. He couldn't very well argue about winning or losing with a little girl. "Grandpa, hang the noodles." Suddenly, a little girl emerged from behind Ding Huching. Jiang Shi noticed she seemed even shorter than herself. She was an adorable loli with a large butterfly clip on the side of her hair. At that moment, Ding Huching and Jiang Shi had started their second round, but this time, he only let her have 2 rooks. He was determined to show his true strength in front of the little girl. "But Grandpa is playing chess now. Can you ask Grandma to wait for me a bit?" "He'll do it." With that, the little loli snatched the chess piece from Ding Huching's hand and shooed her grandfather away. Ding Huching had no choice but to give up his seat to his granddaughter. Then he said to Jiang Shi, "Jiang girl, I'll head back now. Let Meow play with you." "Okay, bye, Grandpa Ding." Jiang Shi nodded and replied politely. Then she looked at the little loli across from her and smiled, "Hello, little sister. I'm Jiang Shi. I live in building 12. Unexpectedly, after she said that, the little loli seemed a bit annoyed, glanced at her sideways, and uttered a sentence, "I'm 18th in my senior year of high school." Senior year, senior year. The 2 words echoed in Jiang Shi's mind, deafening. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. And this little loli played with a harsh ruthlessness. Soon Jiang Shi was utterly defeated, unable to fight back. "You no good," the girl said, putting on the air of a master with a flat tone and expressionless face. A vein bulged on Jiang Shi's forehead. Nothing a man hates more than being told he's no good. Once she completed the system mission, she would definitely have another match with this emotionless loli. The system task only required Jiang Shi to defeat 5 people on the chessboard, but it never specified who she had to beat. However, the game where Grandpa Ding let her have 4 pieces advantage wasn't counted by the system. It seemed even the system found that too much. Jiang Shi picked up a box of Chinese chess from the Xinhua bookstore at the entrance of her neighborhood. With her parents and her younger stepbrother, that made 3 people. She could just find 2 neighbor kids, and the task would be complete. If she couldn't beat that legal loli, surely she could win against these half-grown children. Jihan was dawdling over his homework. School started tomorrow, and if he didn't finish now, he'd have to make it up there. But he couldn't tear himself away from his game. After scribbling a couple of lines, his mind wandered. Just then Jiang Shi slowly opened the door and came home, a square object tucked under her arm. Jihan was all too familiar with that posture. Whenever Jiang Shi acted sneaky, she was definitely buying romance novels to hide in her room. But seeing her sour expression this time, he turned away, pretending not to notice. He wondered who had angered this little tigress. "Little bro, how about a game of chess?" Jiang Shi smiled as she pulled out the chess set from her arms and waved it in front of Jihan. "No way, I haven't finished my homework yet." Jihan shook his head like a rattledrum. Though he didn't know why she suddenly wanted to play chess, he knew one thing well: when things were out of the ordinary, there was bound to be trouble. It was safer to just stick to his homework. Seeing her stepbrother refuse with a legitimate excuse, Jiang Shi studied him with a probing gaze. Would this kid actually do his homework without being pushed to the last minute? That would be a miracle. "How about this, play 1 game, and he'll give you $5? She had her ways. Really? Jihan's spirits lifted instantly, his eyes brightening despite the homework ordeal. A promise is a promise. Jiang Shi grandly pulled a 5 yuan bill from her pocket, the change from buying the chess set. She sprinkled some water on the table, then took out the thin plastic chessboard from the box. After spreading it flat, she smoothed it down so it would stick to the table and not blow away with the wind. Watching Jihan skillfully set up the pieces, Jiang Shi's brow twitched. Could this stepbrother be a master too? Then she reconsidered. She had never seen Jihan play chess before. In her past life, at most had play a few rounds of mahjong when relatives visited and his luck was terrible. He probably wouldn't be a problem. But surprises often came out of nowhere. After a few rounds, Jiang Shi stared at her crippled forces, knowing she was beyond saving. Checkmate. Jihan held out his hand, signaling it was time for payment. Jiang Shi's face darkened. Losing to 2 kids in a row was embarrassing. You don't have to pay if you don't want to. After all, you're not a man of your word. Jihan swallowed nervously and withdrew his hand cautiously. He wasn't that great at chess himself. Just a few tricks had learned from his grandfather as a child. But beating Jiang Shi, a complete novice, was a breeze. Jiang Shi looked up, forced a stiff smile, and shoved the 5 yuan into Jihan's hand. Who said I wouldn't pay? Don't go, one more round. She grabbed her stepbrother as he tried to escape. The pieces were set up again. This time Jiang Shi, playing red, moved first. She advanced a pawn, and then said slowly, I suddenly remembered a story I once read in a book. What story? Jihan's head filled with question marks. Was this part of the game? Despite his confusion, he played along. It's a story called Kong Rong Giving Up the Pears. It's about when Kong Rong was 4 years old, he gave the biggest pear to his older brother. Seeing Jihan move his knight, Jiang Shi continued advancing her pawn. Though Jihan didn't quite get why a dinosaur would eat a pear, he immediately understood Jiang Shi's hint. After a moment of hesitation, he also advanced a pawn, offering his piece to Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi beamed. Kid, you know the drill. Seeing the system task change from 0 to 1 as she relaxed. It seemed the system wasn't too strict, as long as she didn't throw the game too blatantly. By the time her parents came home, she had completed 3/5 of the progress. During the post-dinner walk, Jiang Shi used chocolate to trick 2 neighbor kids, successfully acquiring the beginner chess skill. Prerequisite task completed. Series tasks unlocked. Task 3, win half a move. 2, defeat Ding Miao Miao 5 times. Reward, intermediate chess skill. Now recalling her game with Ding Miao Miao, she realized she had made countless mistakes with no strategy at all. Unfortunately, tomorrow was Monday, so she had no time to practice with Ding Miao Miao. Jiang Shi shook her head regretfully. However, the system's chess skill wasn't limited to Chinese chess. She tried Go on her computer. Before this, she didn't even know the rules of Go, but now she could easily read game records. It seemed that any game with chess in its name would work. Jiang Shi suddenly thought of Ludo. Could this purely luck-based game let her roll a 6 every time? That would make her the life of any party game. Beyond the system rewards, Jiang Shi had also begun to grasp some of the joy of playing chess. This contest within set rules. Each game was a blank slate. The final picture was never the same twice. After writing over 20,000 words, her story, The Chess Artisan, was finally complete. Sister Qinglan, am submitting again. Jiang Shi sent a message. Since their meeting in Haizhou, the two had chatted occasionally. But Shi Qinglan spent most of her time subtly hinting for more manuscripts. At a restaurant in the capital, Shi Qinglan had put on light makeup today. She stirred the soup in her bowl with a spoon as the waiter introduced it as the chef's new recommendation. He described various unheard-of cooking methods, praising it to the skies. It looked good, perfect for photos. But she found it bland and uninteresting. Just like the man babbling across from her, dressed in a sharp suit but constantly tugging at his collar, clearly new and uncomfortable. He seemed much more confident when talking about work. Apparently, he was an engineer from some big tech company called BTA. He seemed competent at his job, the type parents would call dependable and hardworking. Do you know about Dammy? The boss of that company is a legend in our industry. This year he announced they'd make their own phones going head-to-head with big foreign brands. But I doubt it. Right now domestic brands just make knockoffs. Even if they succeed, who would buy them? Really? This is the first I've heard of it. Seeing Shi Qinglan's lack of interest, the man realized these topics weren't suitable for the moment. He racked his brain, remembering she was a publishing editor. But as an IT guy, his knowledge of literature stopped at a few ancient poems. Enough talk. Let's eat first. The atmosphere grew awkward, and Shi Qinglan didn't bother to find a topic. This was a blind date arranged by elders. She couldn't refuse, so she just went through the motions to avoid offending anyone. Just then her phone on the side of the table lit up with a message. Sorry, I need to reply to this. No problem. The man was puzzled. Shi Qinglan, who had been so distant, suddenly broke into a smile. He suddenly felt like his presence was rather superfluous. After tossing the manuscript to Shi Qinglan, Jiang Shi clapped his hands in satisfaction. Glancing at his friend list, he noticed several avatars were grayed out. Among them, some were likely frantically finishing their homework. Thinking this, he sent messages to those still online. Mom, these are the clothes I need for the school celebration performance. No need to wash them. Yuan held a stack of clothes and carefully placed them in the wardrobe. I understand. Focus more on your studies. Your father and I work hard to support your education. The tuition for you and your sister alone costs a lot each year. Skip those frivolous activities if you can. Yuan pressed her lips together and murmured an acknowledgement, but her eyes lingered on the clothes in the wardrobe. A certain thought seemed to hover at the tip of her tongue, yet she couldn't voice it. Bai Jingran curled up her legs. The room was too large, so she turned up the air conditioning. Her father was working overtime as usual today, and her mother was off socializing somewhere. The television played a variety show with occasional laughter from the guests. The shifting colors and light reflected on her face. She wasn't sure if she enjoyed it, but she felt she ought to do something. Ranran, I want to eat weird flavored beans tomorrow. Sure, I'll bring some for you. Picking up her phone to reply, Bai Jingran let out a soft laugh, a trace of a smile gracing her delicate face. Jiang, have you been gaining weight lately? How is that possible? I've only eaten this much. Jiang Shi touched her stomach suspiciously. It was still very flat without a hint of extra flesh. But Bai Jingran's comment made her suddenly feel uneasy. Come to think of it, was her bra getting a bit tight? It must be her imagination. Only half of November remained. After the midterm exams had disciplined many students, most had become more restrained. As the weather turned colder, Jiang Shi switched to long sleeves and filled her cup with hot water. Mi Wanqing and Huang Qiqi listlessly lay slumped on their desks. Their menstrual cycles had arrived almost simultaneously, leaving them looking utterly drained. Mi Wanqing, did you infect me? I calculated the time. I should have had a few more days. Huang Qiqi gripped her pen stubbornly, writing her homework despite her discomfort. Mi Wanqing clicked her tongue and collapsed completely onto the desk. Why didn't Jiang and Ranran get infected? Stop shifting the blame. Save your breath, you two. If you have the energy to bicker, it can't be that painful. Jiang Shi handed over her hot water. Here, drink some hot water. I can't drink anymore. I already had a stomach full of soy milk this morning, Mi Wanqing complained with a grimace. Doesn't too much soy milk make you gassy? Jiang Shi mused, stroking her chin. Jiang, go away. Mi Wanqing covered her ears, refusing to listen. Due to the midterm exams, Jiang Shi had become much busier in class. She had become a favorite among teachers. Whenever a question went unanswered, they would call on Jiang Shi. After all, she could always answer correctly, quickly earning her the nickname, Human Answering Machine. Fortunately, English class gave Jiang Shi a chance to slack off. Huang Moli stood at the podium and announced, "We'll start with a dictation. Take out your dictation notebooks." Jiang Shi's face scrunched up. It was her least favorite part. Jiang Shi, come to the blackboard and write. Huang Moli said with a smile, her expression clearly implying, don't think you can get away with slacking off. Bai Jingran spread her hands, indicating she couldn't help. Reluctantly, Jiang Shi left her seat, grabbed a piece of chalk, and stood before the blackboard. Turning around, she saw the expectant eyes of some boys in the back row. These English-challenged students were counting on her to provide some help. Jiang Shi could only sigh to herself, fellow sufferers in the same boat, but copying my answers will only lead to regret. In the capital, at the story editorial office, Shi Qinglan brought the manuscript of The Chess Artisan to the editor-in-chief. Zhang Lei's new work, editor-in-chief, please take a look. Xiang Yuan nodded and took it, asking, what do you think? The subject is rare. It's about chess, but the story has great depth and the characters are very well-rounded. I think it deserves a spot on next year's Youth Literature Award nomination list. Shi Qinglan hesitated, then voiced her second thought. Xiang Yuan narrowed his eyes. The Youth Literature Award nomination. Our agency only has 5 spots. This isn't something decided lightly. The Youth Literature Award was established jointly by over a dozen literary journals, including Story. Though not on the level of the National Lu Xun or Mao Dun Literature Prizes, it still held great influence in the industry. Those nominated generally had outstanding works. If not 1 in 1,000, at least 1 in 100. Shi Qinglan nodded, affirming she stood by her words. Xiang Yuan grew intrigued. He wanted to see what magic Zhang Lei's new work possessed, and whether it could surprise him as much as The Silence of the Lambs had. Unlike the suspense and horror of The Lamb, Zhang Shi's The Chess Artisan was closer to real life. The novel's setting was in the 2000s, an era of transition between old and new where tradition and innovation coexisted. The shift in style was so drastic that Xiang Yuan was astonished. It was like a sci-fi writer suddenly penning a romance. Moreover, the author was only a few years old in the year 2000. Building an attractive and compelling castle in the air was no easy feat. He continued reading. There was a shabby shed on Dongmen Street, the domain of Wang the shoemaker. He had a crippled leg and made a living shining shoes there every day. Those who knew him called him Wang the Cripple. But what made Wang famous wasn't his shoe shining skill, but his obsession with chess. Every day, when he left home, Wang could forget anything, but never his chessboard and bag of pieces. His wife often complained to others that the cripple would rather sleep hugging his chessboard than embrace her. Chess masters from all walks of life on Dongmen Street gathered around his tiny stall. But Wang himself never played. He was a poor player and only watched others. However, with the arrival of a national chess master and a demolition order for Dongmen Street, the little chess stall faced its final chapter. The story wasn't long, Xiang Yuan finished it quickly, but the heaviness in his heart lingered. He could almost see the cripple standing at the entrance of the newly built chess room, where everything was clean and bright, and the players were those who had left his dirty shabby stall. Yet he could no longer step inside. The world seemed to have left him behind. What a great story. Xiang Yuan exhaled. At first glance it was about chess, on deeper reflection, it was about people. A cripple abandoned in the crevices of time. His fate mirrored countless others from his era. They had long adapted to their own times, and facing the relentless tide of change they could only watch helplessly as familiar surroundings faded away bit by bit until they were forgotten. It truly deserves a place in next year's nominations. I still can't believe a young person wrote this. How formidable the younger generation is. Xiang Yuan looked at the first draft in his hands and gave a wry smile. This wasn't just a rising tide, it was a tsunami. In 450 BC during the Roman Republic, the 12 tables were promulgated. In the 6th century, the Eastern Roman Emperor ordered the compilation of the Corpus Juris Civilis. This is a minor point that might appear in multiple-choice questions, or remember to review it during revision. Let's continue. The history teacher recited from the textbook at the podium. While Chinese required some comprehension and literary flair, high school history boiled down to one-word memorization. The teacher would clearly explain which questions would appear on which topics and the exact phrasing to use in answers. Essay questions were merely a matter of copying the textbook verbatim. The more accurate, the better. The more knowledge points you memorize, the higher your score. There was no shortcut. The teacher didn't expect these high school students to fully grasp what constituted principles or fundamentals. Of course, there were a rare few genuinely interested in history. To them, the textbook read like an extracurricular book, something to pass the time during idle moments. At least it was more interesting than math and physics, which were full of formulas. Jiang Shi was one of those students. She had already read through the history textbook twice before it even warmed in her hands. As for notes, she could just copy by Jingren's later. She rested her chin on her hand and gazed out the window where golden leaves fluttered down and sparse figures dotted the playground. More importantly, Bai Jingren's profile was beautiful set against the backdrop, evoking a sense of tranquil timelessness. In her past life, Jiang Shi could only secretly admire him from half a class away. Now he was within arm's reach. She could sneak a peek openly. Speaking of which, there was a commission from youth literature that needed to be addressed soon. However, writing for a teenage audience was somewhat challenging for her. She needed to think it over carefully. The bell rang, and the history teacher packed up his textbook and water bottle, leaving the classroom without a backward glance. Classmate Jiang Shi, may I ask why you keep staring at our esteemed class monitor? Bai Huang Qiqi rolled a book into a tube and held it to Jiang Shi's mouth, playing the role of a little reporter. Of course, because Ran is beautiful, Jiang Shi replied matter-of-factly. Given your behavior, you've greatly increased the teacher's attention on our group. Huang Qiqi clenched her fist. Not everyone had grades like the two gods in the front row. The occasional sweeping glances from subject teachers made them quite nervous. They feared being called upon to answer questions at any moment. Me, Wanqing, and I vote unanimously you are forbidden to turn your head in the next class. Objection. I demand to consult the concerned party's wishes. This is dictatorship. Jiang Shi raised her hand in protest. If she couldn't look at Ran, was she supposed to stare at the history teacher's bald head? Bai Jingren watched their banter with a silent smile. But the girl's playfulness was soon interrupted by Zhuangde. Jiang Shi, Bai Jingren, come with me. Jiang Shi glanced at the delicate flower beside her. It was the first time old Zhuang had called both of them together. Could it be that her blatant closeness had been too obvious and he was calling them to account? How are the preparations for the recent program going? Smoothly. There was no rebuke as she had imagined. Instead, Zhuangde inquired about the school anniversary. Teacher Zhuang, there are no major issues now. Bai Jingren nodded, having become quite adept at coordinating with Yuan. As long as our live performance goes well, we can deliver a perfect show. That's good, but don't neglect your studies, especially the minor subjects. Focus on your weak areas. Of course, weak here referred to Bai Jingren's minor subjects compared to his major ones. After a few brief reminders, Zhuang, let Bai Jingren returned to the classroom. In school, there were two types of students who didn't need teachers to push them academically, those like Bai Jingren with clear goals and strong self-discipline. They could organize their studies and life perfectly without external motivation. The other type was those who had completely given up like a fish head in a bowl, moving only when poked. Eventually, even the homeroom teacher stopped bothering letting them be. Jiang Shi was left alone to face an unknown fate. The provincial-level essay competition date is set for December 8th. Prepare well. Zhuangde initially wanted to add, don't put too much pressure on yourself, stay calm. But then he thought of Jiang Shi's carefree nature and didn't say it. The girl was good in every way except for being too slippery, making it hard for him to exert his authority as a teacher. Jiang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed nothing serious. She patted her chest and said, mission guaranteed. One more thing. As Jiang Shi turned to leave, Zhuangde raised an eyebrow. Leaving the office, Jiang Shi pouted, so he wanted her to be a greeter. Many alumni would visit on the school anniversary, and due to the numbers, the school had arranged for some students to welcome them at the gate. As the face of the school, they needed not necessarily handsome boys and pretty girls, but certainly those with good presence. Excluding students involved in performances, Jiang Shi naturally made Zhuang Da's list. She had originally planned to go backstage to see Bai Jingran and Yuan, but that was now off the table. Back in the classroom, Jiang Shi saw the sports monitor coming down from the podium, as if he had just announced something. "What's up? Don't tell me the PE teacher happened to fall ill and Huang Moli happened to be free, so PE is being replaced by English." Jiang Shi asked Huang Qiqi behind her. "No, it's that the next PE class will have a physical fitness test, so the monitor told us to line up early. A one-class period might not be enough." "What about you two?" Jiang Shi looked at me Wanqing. "Well, ask for leave and make it up later. Anyway, I can't move a bit." Me Wanqing sighed, lying on the desk. The fitness test included an 800-meter run. In her current state, she'd collapse after half a meter. On the playground, crowds bustled. There were many events in the fitness test: running, standing, long jump, lung capacity measurement, followed by Satandrich sit-ups for girls and pull-ups for boys. Based on Jiang Shi's past life experience, she doubted many boys could do more than one pull-up. But for Jiang Shi now, all this was a breeze. Girls pair up in twos for sit-ups. 1 minute, the PE teacher shouted. Meanwhile, the boys, led by the sports monitor, started with a 1,000-meter run. "Jiang, you go first." Bai Jingran crouched down and patted the green mat beside her. "Sure, Ran. Let me show you my skills." Jiang Shi waved her hand and lay down. Bai Jingran helped hold her feet, providing a bit of leverage to make it easier. 3, 2, 1, start. Jiang Shi clasped her hands behind her head, engaged her core, and lifted her upper body. But soon she realized it wasn't that simple. When she reached the highest point, her knees met Ran's magnificent chest. Horizontal view forms a ridge, side view a peak, far and near, high and low, each different. Moreover, Bai Jingran's body leaned slightly forward, just a few fingers away from Jiang Shi's nose. Doing sit-ups with such a perk, it was too blissful. Thud. Jiang girl could no longer rise. "Yushi, I understand your professional competence is exceptional, but whether a song achieves success depends not only on its melody and lyrics. Who sings this song is the decisive factor in the end. Moreover, the company cannot simply throw money into a project based on a single word from you." Ning Yushi stood before the spacious desk, biting her lip. In her hand, she held the lyrics for The Qin Master, which Jiang Shi had recently completed. But the quality of this song is truly remarkable. As long as the singer's vocal skills are decent, it will surely make it onto the new song charts. Ning Yushi was still unwilling to give up. This song had taken her immense effort to assemble. No matter what, even if she had to pay out of her own pocket, she was determined to release it. Seeing her persistence, the leader behind the desk let out a sigh. The composer of this song was anonymous and the lyricist was unknown. It was akin to a person lacking 2 of 3 essential souls. To achieve a massive resurgence, it would likely depend on the singer's fame. The fees for a first-tier singer were considerable and could not be wasted on such a project. "I know you've just been promoted to team leader and are eager to make achievements quickly, but some things cannot be rushed. Hey Race, what'll do? I'll apply for some funds for you. Not a large amount, but enough to produce a song. Among the company's second and third-tier singers, find one willing to collaborate. Whether you succeed in the end is up to you." As a promising talent highly regarded by the company, Ning Yushi had risen from an ordinary employee to a team leader in just 2 years. This was no mere school group leader, but a managerial position capable of mobilizing company resources. However, Ning Yushi's ambition this time was too grand, which had alarmed the senior management. In the end, securing this outcome was already a decent result. Clutching the project plan, Ning Yushi left the office and took a deep breath. In the entertainment industry, one either relied on connections or performance. To establish a foothold among a group of seasoned professionals, she urgently needed an opportunity to prove herself. Now that opportunity lay before her. Whether she could seize it depended on her own abilities. Time arrived at the beginning of December. Jiang Shi finished her bath and changed into her pajamas. Just as she was about to let down her hair, which was tied in a bun, she received a message from Bai Jingran. "Jiang, Auntie Ning is asking if you have a stage name." "Stage name?" Auntie Ning said the song is almost ready and plans to release it around Christmas. The lyricist section needs your name. Jiang Shi calculated the dates. She would go to Jinling for the competition on the 8th, and Christmas was on the 25th. The school anniversary would be before the New Year holiday. According to the school's plan, the anniversary would serve as the collective New Year's Eve party. Thus, the individual class mini New Year's Eve parties were cancelled. This way, Yuan and Bai Jingran's performances would not interfere with the song's release. As for the stage name, Jiang Shi used the pen name Jiang Lai for her submissions to Story, chosen simply because it was catchy. Should she use the same one or change it? "Just call me to Jiang." Jiang Shi sent a message. A few seconds later, Bai Jingran replied, "Why not call it garlic?" "Because it's too expensive. I can't afford it." Jiang Shi recalled her mother complaining that garlic had risen to over 10 yuan per caddy. She wondered if it had become cheaper now. They'll pass that on to Auntie Ning. Putting away her phone, Jiang Shi resumed pondering the commission for youthful words. To avoid failure in the Jinling competition, she had been reviewing past exam questions. After all, those who reached the provincial level were all skilled. Being too relaxed could lead to an unexpected defeat. As she reviewed, inspiration struck for the commission. Acting on impulse, Jiang Shi wrote down the title, The Last Leaf. In Jinling, autumn had arrived, painting the forests in layers of color. As Jiang Shi stepped out of the car, she was greeted by the imposing university gate. She let out an awestruck exclamation, "Wow!" This was one of the prestigious 5 Eastern universities, Jinling University. Zhuangde followed closely behind as he got out of the car. Seeing the girl's curious gaze, he encouraged her with a smile, "Keep it up. In 3 years you might just walk through this gate with an admission letter." A grand promise indeed. Jiang Shi felt she had already had her fill. She recalled that in her past life during the college entrance exam year, Jinling University had only admitted 3,000 students with quotas distributed across the country. The minimum score for liberal arts was above 630, and for sciences, it was over 640. Following old Zhuang through the gate, her eyes were drawn to the plane trees lining both sides of the road. The irregularly curved branches were crowned with golden leaves. Between the trees hung banners welcoming certain individuals or celebrating the establishment of various organizations. After walking a short distance, Jiang Shi spotted the library. From a different angle, one side of the library was covered in ivy, exuding a strong natural ambience. "Teacher Zhuang, I've been waiting for you for a while. Long time no see." At that moment, a young man, pushing up his glasses, approached. He appeared to be a former student of Zhuang Das. "Huaitao, you rascal, you never come back to visit me." Zhuang De greeted him with a smile. "I really can't find the time. But knowing you were coming, I even signed up as a volunteer for the competition." The young man apologized with an embarrassed laugh. "I think you're just after the practical credits." "Hee, this must be Junior Jiang," the young man said, unfazed by the teasing as he looked at the girl beside Zhuang De. "Hello, senior." Jiang Shi greeted. "Hello. Actually, I'm not exactly your senior. I just attended Teacher Zhuang's classes," the young man corrected with a smile. From their conversation, Jiang Shi learned that old Zhuang had previously taught at a high school in Haizhou for a period and had also instructed a few classes. Jiang Shi followed behind the two, taking in the sights of the university campus. Occasionally they passed students cycling by with backpacks, seemingly rushing to class. The young man led them to the prepared competition venue before leaving to pick up others. Jinling University had also prepared 2 classrooms, one of which served as a rest area for the participants. The examination room for the competition would not open until half an hour before the test. Many people were already seated inside, and Zhuang De spotted an acquaintance. Soon the two were engaged in conversation. Jiang Shi noticed a girl standing behind the other person. Without a doubt, this must be Tao Xinjin, the first prize winner from No. 1 High School. The girl was also appraising her. "Hello, you must be Jiang Shi from No. 4 High School." Tao Xinjin stepped forward, addressing Jiang Shi by name. Jiang Shi nodded. It was no surprise that Tao Xinjin knew her name, just as she knew Tao Xinjin's. She replied with a smile, "Hello. Your essay was excellent, but this time I will definitely surpass you." Watching the girl declare her challenge with hands on her hips, Jiang Shi couldn't help but chuckle. This young lady was full of fiery determination, but it only amused her. "Alright, I'll be waiting." The competition classroom was exquisitely furnished. Even the floor was carpeted with light blue patterned tiles, soft beneath Jiang Shi's feet. The space was expansive, with roughly 40 to 50 seats at a glance. Each seat was a leatherback chair paired with a brown wooden desk over a meter long. Jiang Shi mused that one could easily lie down and nap on it. On the desk, 5 brand new gel pens were neatly arranged alongside a fountain pen and ink. In comparison, the examination room at No. 1 High School suddenly seemed shabby. Yet after all, this was a top-tier national university, undoubtedly flush with funds. By now, 3 teachers were preparing at the podium. A short-haired woman stood at the door, maintaining order. "Please find your seats according to your numbers, and wait a moment." Since attendance had been confirmed in the lounge, the entry phase concluded swiftly. Within moments, most seats were filled. Jiang Shi counted roughly over 30 people. Only 5 first-place prizes were available, meaning they would form the provincial team to compete in the finals in Yanjing. There was certainly some pressure. Among them might lurk a future full-score essay writer for the college entrance exam. Composing herself, Jiang Shi noticed Tao Xinjin taking a seat to her right. Their eyes met for a second before the other looked away. Jiang Shi was puzzled. Wasn't this girl just now quite bold? Why had she suddenly become timid? Could it be she was also a huge social anxiety sufferer like herself? Perhaps she had only bluffed earlier because the teacher was nearby. With this thought, Jiang Shi turned to look again. Staring, Tao Xinjin was curiously fiddling with the fountain pen on the desk. Noticing Jiang Shi's gaze, she sat up straight, hastily placing her hands properly, feigning aloofness. Jiang Shi turned back with a faint smile. A few seconds later, she abruptly swiveled around again. Tao Xinjin, who had just relaxed, immediately straightened her back, putting on a serious expression. After this repeated twice, the girl to the right finally lost her temper, flailing at Jiang Shi. "What are you looking at?" Jiang Shi covered her mouth, knowing that laughing now might invite a beating. Fortunately, the three teachers were ready, announcing the competition rules. The general regulations were similar to last time. Then a teacher came down and handed each person a small bag. These are small gifts from Jinling University. The card inside is a cafeteria voucher. After the competition, you may take the fountain pen on the desk. Jiang Shi took the bag, which bore the university's emblem. Not only were they giving away pens, but also a free meal in the cafeteria. The organizers had thought it through. She also discerned another intention to familiarize these students with the campus, perhaps enticing some to apply to Jinling University for the food. These students' grades were certainly not poor. Unbalanced students like Jiang Shi were the minority. The bell rang. The proctor unsealed the exam papers and distributed them. Then a second bell signaled the official start of the exam. Unlike the preliminary round, this time only one question was given. Love, just this one word, from east to west, from the dawn of humanity to the foreseeable future, has been an eternal theme. Please create an impromptu piece on this topic with no restrictions on genre. As the saying goes, the shorter the prompt, the greater the difficulty. A single word theme was the hardest of all. In a regular exam, Jiang Shi would have started writing immediately. Love wasn't limited to romance. Familial and friendship love could also be touched upon. The scores wouldn't be far off. But the problem was, if she could write, so could everyone else here. The key was how to write more brilliantly. Many contestants clearly pondered the same issue. For a moment, no one moved their pen. They all sat like statues, lost in thought. Xia Qingfei, observing the silence, muttered inwardly that the question-setting team had been ruthless with such a broad topic. Time ticked by. After the initial stillness, many gradually began to write. Tao Jinjin subtly glanced at Jiang Shi on her left, finding that this wicked woman hadn't started writing yet, and felt a small joy. Last time she hadn't given her full strength, allowing Jiang Shi to outshine her. Moreover, she had practiced similar themes about love. Now writing came very naturally. Jiang Shi was unaware of Tao Jinjin's little thoughts. She was only agonizing over whether to take a risky approach. The phrase, "no restrictions on genre," in the prompt made her itch to try. Whether to gamble on this required careful deliberation. Tao Jinjin put down her pen. Her essay flowed effortlessly, and reading it again from start to finish, it was perfect. She had poured all her skill into each paragraph's conception. Looking at Jiang Shi still in contemplation, with a blank paper, Tao Jinjin felt immensely relieved. This wicked woman must be stumped. Her earlier preliminary essay was just a flash in the pan. The gap between her and a true powerhouse like herself was vast. Attention, 60 minutes remaining. The teacher at the podium reminded, checking the watch. At this moment, Jiang Shi finally made up her mind. To hell with it. Risk it for a biscuit. At worst, shed lose a system reward. Xia Qingfei also noticed a female student in the middle who hadn't started writing. Had she given up? He wanted to tell her that trying was better than doing nothing, but ultimately refrained, as it might disrupt her focus. Soon after, Jiang Shi took a deep breath and raised her pen. 15 minutes later, she flipped over her answer sheet, ready to wait for collection. Beside her, Tao Jinjin was like a little hamster counting the small items in her gift bag. Noticing Jiang Shi's movement, she lifted her head slightly. Had the wicked woman finished? Impossible so soon. All right, time's up. Please place your papers face down on the desk. You may take everything else. Xia Qingfei clapped his hands, announcing the exam's end. After the students left, he and the other two teachers began collecting papers. Near the back rows, he noticed an answer sheet with only a few lines visible from the reverse side. Glancing at the seat, it was the girl he thought had given up earlier. His gaze swept to the title at the top. From the back, it was blurry and mirrored. After a few seconds of careful scrutiny, he made out the title. Just 3 words: to the oak tree. In the break room, Jiang Shi and Tao Jinjin stared at each other. Their supervising teacher vanished on the spot. After 2 minutes, a female student in a white lab coat entered the room, brisk and energetic. Jiang Shi, Tao Jinjin. The girl called out their names, receiving 2 puzzled looks. Your teacher went to catch up with an old friend and asked me to show you around the campus. With that, she took them by the hand and headed straight for the door. The first stop on the tour was this senior's laboratory. Jiang Shi and Tao Jinjin stood at the entrance, craning their necks to look inside. Yuan Shua, how many times have I told you not to spread the plate like that? And this centrifuge, are you making ice cream here? A few other students in white lab coats were silent as cicadas in winter, afraid of being singled out. I have things to do now. Get it done before I get back, got it? After giving her instructions, this senior sister turned around and smiled at the two outside the door, asking, where else would you like to go? I know the campus very well. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lu He. The rapid shift in demeanor left even Jiang Shi tongue-tied. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that the other was treating them like children. Tao Jinjin timidly raised her hand. Sister Lu, I'm hungry. Hungry? All right, you should still have meal vouchers. It'd be a waste not to use them. Lu He counted on her fingers, detailing the various cafeterias at Jinling University. There are 4 canteens on campus. The food's pretty similar, but I'd recommend. Jiang Shi's eyelids twitched. Now she was sure this sister was definitely a chatterbox. And a decisive one at that. She quickly interrupted, Sister Lu, let's just go to the nearest one. All right, follow me. Lu He swept a glance around the lab, threatening those inside with her eyes to work hard. What would you like to eat? Noodles, wonton, stir-fries. All available plus some local Jinling specialties. Jiang Shi took out the meal vouchers from a small bag, 5 in total, each worth 10 yuan. Away from familiar surroundings, Tao Xinjin had reverted to her timid self. Sister Lu, I want some pork wontons. Holding 2 vouchers, Tao Xinjin looked to Lu He for help, too afraid to order at the counter herself. Jiang Shi scanned the area and spotted a bowl of beef soup hidden in a corner, her eyes lighting up. Soon a bowl of wontons and a bowl of beef soup were placed before the three. Jiang Shi looked at Lu He and asked curiously, Senior, aren't you eating? I have extra vouchers that we can use them together. Lu He waved her hand. I had instant noodles in the lab. You two go ahead. Classic college life. Not long after they started eating, Lu He received a call. What? A test tube exploded. She then looked at them apologetically. You two go ahead. If anything comes up, you can find me at the lab. Just follow the signs on the road. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Shi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. So this was how it turned out. She ended up babysitting Tao Xinjin. But it was fine as she could wander around on her own. Tao Xinjin ate her wontons with her head down. They were so hot she had to blow on them several times before each bite. Now that Jiang Shi was alone, she didn't want to talk to the bad woman who had teased her during the exam. There's no more soup in your bowl, Jiang Shi reminded her. Tao Xinjin put down her spoon, snorted, and turned away, avoiding eye contact. Seeing the child's sulky expression, Jiang Shi smiled and asked, Do you want to come explore with me? No way. Tao Xinjin shook her head. Then I'll go alone. Jiang Shi stood up, gauging the girl's reaction. As expected, Tao Xinjin trembled, then reluctantly said, Wait, I changed my mind. He'll come too, so you don't get lost. If Jiang Shi left, she'd be alone in this strange place. And she'd have to endure the stares of the crowd. No way, absolutely not. So Jiang Shi ended up with a little shadow following her. When she walked faster, Tao Xinjin sped up too, always keeping a step or two behind. Hey, that's the teaching building, right? Looks like class is about to start. Why are you heading that way? To attend class, of course. Tao Xinjin was baffled. You're not a student at Jinling University. What class are you going to? Jiang Shi spread her hands. There's no rules saying I can't. The teacher won't kick me out, will they? Since they were here, why not experience the learning atmosphere at Jinling University? In her previous life, Jiang Shi had attended a second-tier college where half the class just coasted along. She had never seen how a group of top students took classes. With so many strangers, aren't you embarrassed? Tao Xinjin couldn't help asking. As long as we don't cause trouble, who cares if there are 2 extra people in the classroom? Don't worry, I'm socially anxious too. We'll just go in and soak it in. With that, Jiang Shi strode into the crowd. Tao Xinjin had no choice but to follow. Many students hurried by with books in hand. From the books they carried, Jiang Shi could roughly tell what class they were heading to. She picked a young man carrying a book on ancient Chinese history. Such courses usually had multiple classes together. As expected, the young man wound his way into a very large lecture hall. Many were already seated. Jiang Shi led Tao Xinjin to a spot near the door in the back row. The little social phobic looked at the sea of heads in front and nearly dove under the desk to hide. Soon the class bell rang. Let's continue with the uprising of Zhongxiang and Yangyao and the Southern Song's struggle against roving bandits. The most famous of these is the Battle of Daunting Lake. The old professor spoke eloquently, and Jiang Shi listened intently. This level was truly something else. Tao Xinjin was completely lost as she had little interest in history, and it was like listening to a foreign language. Now can any student tell me why Yang Yao's rebel army failed? The students exchanged glances. No one raised their hand. The old professor's gaze fell on the back row. These students needed a bit more encouragement. Was such a simple question beyond everyone? Jiang Shi looked around. Even these top students seemed stumped. Then to Tao Xinjin's horror, Jiang Shi calmly raised her hand. The old professor nodded approvingly. At least there was a student willing to think. History wasn't just about memorizing books. This student, please share your thoughts. Hundreds of eyes turned to them, and Tao Xinjin buried her head like a quail. Was this bad woman really socially anxious? More like a social terrorist. Midway through, Jiang Shi's view diverged from the old professors, and they started debating in class. Each stuck to their position, unable to convince the other. Holy crap, who's that big shot from? Chatting it up with old girl like that. Never seen her before, but she's pretty good looking. Probably from another department auditing the class. Her level's clearly not ordinary. The old professor realized if they kept going the class would turn into a debate, so he stopped. This student has a very unique perspective. What's your student number? It'll add some participation points. Jiang Shi was speechless, but a glance caught the campus card of the male student in the front row lying on his desk. She read it out casually. I Jiang do good deeds without leaving a name. Good brother, take this gift. During the break, Jiang Shi fled the classroom under the admiring gazes of the students. From then on, the legend of the score-giving girl was born at Jinling University. As for the instigator Jiang Shi, she had already boarded the bus back to Jiangqing. Chief Editor Xiang, it's been a while. President Yi, the last time we met was at the literary annual conference, wasn't it? You had just taken over youth words back then. Recognizing the newcomer, Xiang Yuan raised his glass and clinked it with a smile. Yi Chuyu also sighed with emotion. How could I compare to our chief editor Xiang, so young and accomplished? Both of them spoke with hidden barbs, subtly jabbing at each other. Story took a bold step by focusing on long-form serials, before which made many in the industry break out in a cold sweat. No choice, times are changing, and we can't just rest on our laurels, we have to adapt. Xiang Yuan recalled the long-form special issue that had seen a surge in sales. He had hesitated for a long time back then. Fortunately, the results turned out quite well. I read your serialization of The Silence of the Lambs earlier. It's indeed a remarkable novel. I wonder where you managed to dig up such a fresh talent. Yi Chuyu asked with curiosity, naturally harboring some other intentions. Xiang Yuan swirled his glass and replied lightly, just lucky. When it comes to discerning talent, I'm far from matching President Yi. Speaking of the recent national essay competition, didn't you find any promising young talents? To be honest with you, Chief Editor Xiang, I actually did find one this time. Yi Chuyu squinted his eyes, apparently realizing he wouldn't be able to pry any information from this seasoned fox without offering something valuable. Oh, from your tone it sounds like someone remarkable. Xiang Yuan grew interested and took the phone Yi Chuyu handed over. On the screen was a photo of handwritten text looking somewhat scribbled. The last leaf. Xiang Yuan murmured softly. The title seemed plain, almost like a middle school student's composition. He continued reading. The story was very brief. It told the tale of a young female painter suffering from pneumonia. In her despair, she counted the ivy leaves falling from the opposite wall. The painter believed that when the last leaf fell, it would signify her own death. An impoverished old painter, upon learning of her thoughts, dismissed them with contempt. Days passed, and the girl opened her window at the same time each day, yet there was always one leaf remaining. Withered and yellow, it stood firm throughout the entire winter. After the girl recovered from her illness, her friend told her the truth. It was the old painter who, braving the winter wind, had climbed a ladder and painted that last ivy leaf on the wall. That was also his final work. The old painter had fallen into an eternal slumber that winter. The story was short yet exquisite, with a small twist and surprise that portrayed the most genuine emotions deep within the human heart. The story of several minor characters cleverly captured the shining points of their souls. Whether in character portrayal or depth of meaning, it was impeccable. By the standards of a short story, this is also a top-tier work. Although they were half rivals, Xiang Yuan had to admit that this manuscript was flawless. What a pity that this fellow had found it first. He glanced at the author column on the side. Jiang Qingno. For middle school, Jiang Shi. That name sounded somewhat familiar. Xiang Yuan raised an eyebrow and pulled out his own phone from his pocket. Inside were some contracts sent by the editors below. Flipping out the contract for the Lamb, he found that the signature column bore the exact same name, Jiang Shi. Could this be the same person? President Yi, it seems we've collided this time. Saying this, Xiang Yuan showed the name on his phone. Yi Qi's smug smile, which had only just appeared, froze on his face. He asked incredulously, is the Lamb also a work by this student? The two exchanged glances, both seeing profound shock in each other's eyes. A hint of gunpowder gradually filled the air. President Yi, this person was discovered by Story first. You have to respect the order of arrival. Of course we respect the student's own wishes, but Youth Words is definitely more suitable for a young talent like her to develop. Director He Gaoyong has already agreed to collaborate with us and adapt The Lamb into a film. What can Youth Words offer? Furthermore, we've already prepared a nomination for the Youth Literature Award for her other work. Isn't it just a literary award nomination? I can arrange it with a single word. Nearby, the heads of other publishing houses watched the two about to come to blows, bewildered. What are Chief Editor Xiang and President Yi doing? This is supposed to be a friendly exchange. Why is it so tense? Don't worry about them, they're old rivals. When titans clash, we'd better keep our distance. The others pretended not to notice and averted their gazes. If they knew that these two industry giants were fighting tooth and nail over a high school student busy with her studies, they would probably be utterly shocked. But at the epicenter of the storm, Miss Jiang was hugging her phone and laughing to herself. The royalties from Youth Words and Story had both arrived. Her savings had successfully broken through 100,000. Finally, she could settle the money-saving task that had been occupying her quest bar for so long. And this money was no longer just a string of numbers in her bank account that she could only look at but not spend. The 5 attribute points rewarded by the system also needed careful planning. Jiang Shi, hurry up and come out for breakfast, or you'll be late for school. Okay. Though she had become rich overnight, she still had to go to school. Miss Jiang arrived at the classroom just on time as usual. After taking a few steps, she found a pile of palm-sized boxes stacked on her seat. Opening them, she realized they were all filled with apples. Some were nicely wrapped with small greeting cards tucked inside. One of them stood out. It was made of building blocks, and she had no idea who had sent it. Jiang Shi paused for a moment before remembering that today was Christmas, and it was also the day Ning Yushi was releasing the Qinshi. But this was too many. She looked at the pile of apples on her desk, couldn't help but get a headache, and complained. Counting them, there were over a dozen. Even if she ate 2 a day, it would be enough for a week. Jiang, you're really the most popular one, the famous face of no. For middle school. Huang Chi teased from behind with a grin. Mi Wanqing on the other hand stretched out her hand and giggled. Jiang, and one of the ones who gave you an apple. You wouldn't have not prepared anything for us, would you? A Jiang scratched her head, grabbed one from the pile of apples in front of her, and said, how about I share these with you? Not a bit sincere, boohoo. Mi Wanqing pretended to be wronged. Hiss, just you wait. With that, Jiang dashed out of the classroom. Before long, under the astonished gazes of the 3, Jiang returned with 3 bottles of apple juice. Huang Chi couldn't help but laugh. Jiang, your apples have a pretty unique shape. Jiang replied with unshakable logic. Apples given as gifts might not get eaten, what a waste. See, apple juice is tasty and convenient. With that, she handed a bottle to each of them. Mi Wanqing looked at the apple juice in her hand, couldn't help but smile wryly, but the taste was still decent. Bai Jingran, standing beside her, also took it with a smile. Jiang wiped the thin sweat from her forehead, feeling relieved that she had been resourceful. Director Ning, everything is ready. Shall we release at 1200 today? Ning Yushi looked at the bustling staff around her and let out a sigh. Whether she could turn the tables depended on this. She nodded. Release at noon sharp. The staff member beside her hesitated, her face full of concern. Say what you want to say. Director Ning, this way will directly clash with the 2 songs the company is promoting. I think it's better to wait until next month to reduce some pressure. The traffic is highest during Christmas and New Year's. Since we want to gamble, we might as well go all out. Seeing that her superior had made up her mind, the assistant said no more. She was just an employee after all. She had reminded her of everything, the rest was up to fate. Ning Yushi stared intently at the song rankings. She hadn't thought of competing with the 2 songs that the company had spent a lot of money on. But as long as Qin could secure a spot on the new songs hot list, that would be a success. Without the backing of famous singers, lyricists, or composers, this was the limit of the song. Miracles like reaching the top in one leap were rare in the music industry. As time passed, a war without gunpowder slowly began. Xiao Mingyue came out of her office. She poured a glass of water in the break room and saw several employees making a racket. Her company was small, being a startup, so the biggest leader was just herself. However, she often mingled with her employees. What was the phrase? It was called flat management. What are you arguing about? Today, all the big companies are releasing new songs. Isn't market research enough for you to do? She walked over, wanting to see what these people were doing during work hours. Mingyue, boss. Xiaojia. Seeing the boss arrive, many lowered their voices. We're discussing who will be the first on today's new songs chart. A round-faced girl stepped forward to explain. This time, Penguin Music has released 2 songs, both by top-tier singers, spending a lot of money. Cloud Music isn't bad either. They even invited JJ, who is a top star. As for popularity, only Zhou Tianwang could suppress everyone. But Penguin Music's style is more mainstream. In a short time, they will definitely attract more people. Look at the rankings, both songs are climbing rapidly. I disagree. Lifetime Love is super good, it will definitely be number 1. Seeing everyone chattering, Xiao Mingyue clapped her hands to interrupt. Did you forget what you're supposed to be doing? Where's our song? Where's the song we released? Xiao Mingyue swept her gaze across the crowd, and the employees bowed their heads guiltily. A boy pushed up his glasses and pointed to the last place on the computer rankings. Boss, our song is here. It just made it onto the chart. Actually, it's not too bad. Xiao Mingyue snorted and walked over to look at the rankings. The new songs hot list had a total of 50 songs, counting songs released within a year based on the most recent month's data. Getting on the chart just 1 day after release was actually quite good. Hey, this Qin is also on Penguin Music. Penguin Music has released 3 songs this time. Could they be trying to win by quantity? An observant employee noticed that above their song was a rare ancient-style song. Composer unknown, lyrics by De Jiang. Never heard of them. The singer seems to be a third-tier little singer, about the same as the boss. Xiao Mingyue shot a sideways glance. The person who just spoke immediately shut up, nearly forgetting the boss was right there. They're in the same boat as us. Want to listen? The boy at the desk moved his mouse to the play button. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Let's listen. It seems this song hasn't had any promotion. Generally, big companies like Penguin Music and Cloud Music would have a complete promotion process, including, but not limited to, hyping singer, hot searches, TV drama theme song collaborations, buying traffic, etc. Their small company didn't have the money to burn like that, so they usually just released directly. This song was backed by Penguin Music, yet there was no news before its release, which was truly strange. As the boy pressed the play button, the crisp sound of a gouging came from the speakers. Lamplight flickers, the entire city listens to the rain, night wind scatters ripples in circles. You stand outside the door listening to me practice this tune. Ooh, I prepare a straw rain cape for you. Until the song ended, no one spoke for a long time. Everyone's heart was filled with deep regret and melancholy. Xiao Mingyue sighed and voiced what several were thinking. The melody is good, the lyrics are top-notch, but it's a pity that the singer couldn't convey all the emotions of the song. Boss, then how about you sing it? Someone suddenly asked. Xiao Mingyue glared at the speaker. Didn't someone just say I'm also a third-tier little singer? How could I handle it? Then she continued. If they had a singer with better skills, maybe this song could compete for next year's annual Golden Song. Boss, you think so highly of this song. You think I started a company on a whim. Although your boss singing skills are average, my judgment is absolutely unbeatable. Xiao Mingyue rolled her eyes dramatically. After listening, she had a good idea of the song's situation. Without a famous lyricist or composer, this song was the type that the company didn't have high hopes for. They also were unwilling to spend a lot of money to hire a powerful singer. Even if the lyrics and melody were heavenly, those executives who only cared about the market would only worry about critical acclaim without commercial success. The word of mouth was good, but if few people listened and it couldn't drive traffic, it was equivalent to wasting money. Everyone stared thoughtfully at the rankings, each with different thoughts. December 30th, 5 days after the release of Qin Shi, Jiang Shi quietly took out her phone in the makeup room that the school had set aside. She was also keeping an eye on the song's situation. Qin Shi had slowly climbed a few spots from the bottom of the new songs chart. She wondered if Sister Ning was satisfied with this result. Next, Jiang Shi, hearing her name called, Jiang Shi put away her phone and walked over. She applied a little loose powder and some light lipstick. The welcome girl Jiang Shi was freshly made. The girl smiled at the mirror a few times, and the makeup teacher nodded. Not bad, a little beauty. Then Jiang Shi and a group of senior students headed to the school gate. She also saw senior Yao Ying, who had previously gone to the first middle school with her for the competition. It was said to be welcoming guests, but actually there wasn't much for Jiang Shi to do. When someone arrived, she just had to call out. A teacher nearby would check names against the list. Then they would point the way to the auditorium, which was just a few steps away, so no need to worry about getting lost. As for some big shots, they were directly picked up and dropped off by car. Jiang Shi stared at the gate boredly, occasionally glancing at the teacher's registration list to see if everyone had arrived. That way she could go to the backstage early to find Ran and Yu1. Just as she was thinking, another girl walked in from the school gate. Jiang Shi narrowed her eyes. That familiar face. It was the girl she had seen in the office earlier, the one who looked so much like herself. Hello, classmate. Please state your name for registration. Jiang Itong. Okay, go ahead. Straight ahead, then left. This girl was also surnamed Jiang. She looked about the same age as herself. Jiang Shi stared at her face, growing alert. As Jiang Itong slowly walked past her, Jiang Shi scrutinized her from head to toe. If it were merely a slight resemblance in the brows, it could be dismissed as coincidence. But sharing the same surname as well, that was a little too coincidental. Could she be her aunt's illegitimate daughter? But judging by her age, she seemed about the same as herself. When her father was still alive, she had met her aunt a few times. If her aunt had a child, surely there would have been some news, wouldn't there? Jiang Itong was slightly taller with a calm expression and a very light gait. Apart from that, there was nothing particularly remarkable about her. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Shi decided not to follow her. For one, they were strangers. For another, these were all baseless conjectures. If she truly wanted to find out, she might as well find an opportunity to ask her aunt directly. Alright, thank you all for your hard work, everyone. Please head to the auditorium to watch the performances. Unable to wait to remove her makeup, Jiang Shi slipped into the backstage area through the rear door of the No. 4 high school auditorium. Many students were preparing in advance, while some were still rehearsing on the spot to get into the groove. The scene was chaotic. Jiang Shi scanned the area, but did not spot Bai Jingran or Yu1. Instead, she saw 2 other people. Xiaofu, Shui Yuanin, what are you two doing backstage? Jiang Shi gave the back of a sneaky-looking person's head a slap. You don't seem to have any performances to be in, do you? SSSSH, hush, boss Jiang, keep your voice down. Shui Yuanin winced in pain and covered his head. This guy was curious, and I found it boring sitting in the audience, so I brought him along to sneak a peek, Xiaofu explained in a low voice. Shui Yuanin looked at Xiaofu with a puzzled expression. You surnamed Xiao didn't say that before. It was clearly you who kept glancing toward Class 3's seats. Then you insisted on dragging me backstage. But as Xiaofu raised a finger, Shui Yuanin quickly caught on, and said with a smile, right, I just can't sit still, and backstage gives a better view. Seeing Shui Yuanin's sycophantic grin, Jiang Shi couldn't be bothered to guess their little schemes. Instead, she asked, have you seen Bai Jingran? I'm looking for her. Both shook their heads, indicating they hadn't. Jiang Shi rolled her eyes. What use are you two? After making a round of the entire backstage, she finally got the location from the teacher in charge. Due to space constraints, the school had arranged for some smaller-scale performances to be in a vacated dressing room. When Jiang Shi arrived, only Yuan was inside, putting on her dance shoes. Jiang, what are you doing here? Yuan was surprised to see Jiang Shi push the door open. Of course I came to see you. After all, I'm practically half the planner of this show. Where's Ran? Isn't she with you? Jiang Shi closed the dressing room door and sat down beside Yuan. Ran went to the restroom. She's been sneezing nonstop. The little dancer was lifting her leg, struggling to put on her shoe. But because her skirt was fluffy, she couldn't see her own foot. Sneezing? Jiang Shi raised an eyebrow. Seeing Yu Wen's difficulty, Jiang Shi took the shoe from her hand, grasped Yu Wen's ankle, and helped her put it on. And the other foot, please, Jiang. Yu Wen extended her other leg, looking a bit embarrassed. She should have put on her shoes first before changing her clothes. No problem, but it'll need some interest. With that, Jiang Shi casually tickled the little dancer's soul twice. Yu Wen gave a soft cry, instinctively shrinking back, her face flushing with a mix of shame and anger. Jiang, believe it or not, I could kick you right out the door. Jiang Shi chuckled and soothed. I believe you, I believe you. After putting on her shoes, Yu Wen stood up and hopped a couple of times to make sure everything was fine before tidying her clothes. Meanwhile, Jiang Shi noticed the program list on the table. There were 12 acts in total, including the host transitions, which would probably take about 2 hours. The variety of acts was quite diverse, including crosstalk, singing, and dancing like theirs, and instrumental performances. 2 acts had larger casts, a group recitation, and an instrumental medley. Guzheng violin, flute, saxophone, air guitar. The corner of Jiang Shi's mouth twitched. What kind of genius came up with this hodgepodge? A fusion of Chinese and Western, ancient and modern. Everyone just picked their own specialty, right? She dreaded imagining the scene when the flute ended and the saxophone kicked in. Before long, Bai Jingran pushed the door open. As soon as she reached them, she sneezed again, thankfully having tissues ready. Ran, are you okay? Yu Wen looked at her with concern. Jiang Shi noticed Bai Jingran's nose was red, making her look like a bullied little wife, pitiable and endearing. What's wrong? Have you caught a cold? She approached and pulled Bai Jingran to sit down. The little wife shook her head and said, my rhinitis is acting up again. Maybe there's too much dust in the room. Jiang Shi looked around, and upon closer inspection, she indeed found a thin layer of dust on the cabinets and chairs. It seemed this room hadn't been used for a long time. Can you still go on stage like this? Otherwise tell the teacher and let Yu Wen do a solo dance instead. Jiang Shi was worried as she watched Bai Jingran sniffle. We've prepared for so long. Bai Jingran hesitated, still reluctant to give up. It's okay, I can manage on my own. Yu Wen, though a bit regretful, still chimed in to persuade. Your health is more important. They'll take you back to the classroom to rest. Jiang Shi took Bai Jingran's hand, ready to leave. Just as she took a step, she suddenly felt a weight on her hand. Yu Wen beside her also shouted, watch out. Luckily, Jiang Shi reacted quickly and caught Bai Jingran, who had nearly fallen. Are you okay, Ran? SSSSH, your face is so hot. Jiang Shi placed her hand on the little wife's forehead and immediately felt the heat, her expression changing. Is it? I feel fine, just a bit sleepy. As she spoke, Bai Jingran's eyes grew hazy. Ran has a fever. They'll go find old Zhuang to take her to the hospital. Upon hearing that Bai Jingran was ill, old Zhuang wasted no time and prepared to drive her to the hospital immediately. Before leaving, he instructed Jiang Shi to keep an eye on Class 3's discipline and be wary of the boys causing trouble. With both the class monitor and himself absent, Jiang Shi was the only trusted aide he had left. Once in the car, Bai Jingran regained some clarity and took a USB drive from her pocket, handing it to Jiang Shi. This has the backing music. Jiang, make sure to give it to the music teacher. Jiang Shi nodded, indicating she understood. Watching old Zhuang's car drive out of the school gate, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned back. Jiang, how is it? Is Ran all right? Seeing Jiang Shi return, Yu Wen lifted her skirt, her face still etched with deep concern. Old Zhuang took her to the hospital. It shouldn't be anything serious. Jiang Shi took a sip of water, her mouth parched from the earlier rush to send Ran off. What did the teacher in charge say? Can we change the program temporarily? Yu Wen nodded. I just informed them. The teacher said it's fine, as shall just have the 2 hosts tweak the introduction lines. That's good. By the way, do you know where the broadcast room for the music is? Ran gave me the USB drive with the song accompaniment. Saying this, Jiang Shi held up the USB drive that Bai Jingran had entrusted to her. It's on the right side of the stage, they'll take you there. But then Yu Wen recalled something and said, wait, this is just the accompaniment, no lyrics. Jiang Shi slapped her forehead, realizing the issue. Originally, they planned to play only the accompaniment while Bai Jingran sang live. Now that Ran was sick and at the hospital, the crucial singer was missing. Maybe you should step in, Jiang. Yu Wen looked at Jiang Shi. Since Jiang Shi had written the lyrics, she probably knew how to sing it. Jiang Shi was silent for a moment, then sighed. Looks like it's the only way, but I'm definitely not as good as Ran. However, a flash of inspiration struck her. She raised a finger and said, hey, I've got a great idea. Yu Wen was curious. What idea? As long as I excel in other aspects, no one will focus on how well I sing. You'll see in a bit. Without finishing, Jiang Shi dashed out of the dressing room, leaving a bewildered Yu Wen behind. By now, the auditorium was packed with students. Only the front rows in the center remained empty, reserved by the school for some notable alumni. Among them were those who had donated buildings to know for high school, or were social elites themselves. Director He, welcome. This way, please. He Gaoyang, surrounded by a crowd, took his seat in the front row. He Jie, wearing a broad smile, sat down beside him. Half the reason this school anniversary was so formal was because this big shot was attending. Though called an alumnus, He Gaoyang was actually older than He Jie. He had attended No. for high school some 40 or 50 years ago. When he first received the news, Hijie could hardly believe it. This man was a national treasure of a director with countless domestic and international awards, many of his works now classics in people's hearts. He excelled in both film and theater and had even organized several spring festival galas. Principal, the students' learning environment has improved so much. This auditorium is well built. When I was at No. 4 high school, the classrooms were brick bungalows. Thinking back, it's quite nostalgic. Gaoyang looked around, a hint of reminiscence in his voice. Society has developed now, and the country places great emphasis on education. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. Hijie followed the conversation, his usually stern face never losing its smile. Indeed, no matter the field, the most important thing is to have successors. These young people are the hope. Relying solely on a few old-timers like us is not a solution. I'm getting old, I can't make many more films. Hijie keenly caught the information in the other's words. Someone who had climbed to the position of principal was certainly no ordinary person. Director, haven't you retired? Are you planning a comeback? Gaoyang chuckled. I came across a good novel recently. This time I'm just the supporting act, stretching my limbs a bit. If it caught your eye, director, it must be a great work. I wish you a box office success in advance. We'll have to wait until it's made to know, but I'll take your kind words, principal. Gaoyang said no more. He was old enough to take flattery with a grain of salt. Principal, the performance starts in 5 minutes. A teacher leaned in to whisper to Hijie. Tell the participating students to give it their all and perform well. He then turned to Gaoyang. Director, let's watch the students' performances. Maybe there's a program that will catch your eye. Good idea, like to see the talents of today's youngsters. Learning shouldn't just be about rote memorization, artistic cells need nurturing too. Gaoyang was intrigued. Seeing these students reminded him of his own youth. Back then he started learning instruments and singing, sometimes just to win a girl's heart. Later he slowly realized he truly loved this craft. As the auditorium lights dimmed, the performance officially began. First, the two hosts, a boy and a girl, took the stage to deliver their opening remarks. It was mostly polite phrases welcoming guests and leaders. Jiang Shi looked up, pausing her tinkering, and suddenly found the voice familiar. Peeking through a gap in the curtain, she saw that the male host was indeed Shen Su. He was wearing a suit, but the more Jiang Shi looked, the more it seemed like the one she'd seen at the restaurant. She had a strange feeling that any second he might blurt out, "Hello, how may I assist you?" Speaking of which, he still owed her a meal. She'd definitely make him pay dearly on New Year's Day. At that moment, Shen Su, hosting on stage, suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if a gaze was fixed squarely on his wallet. It must be my imagination. Jiang, where did you get that? Oh, what instrument is that? Yuan looked curiously at the hammer-like object in Jiang Shi's hands. Oh, this. I borrowed it from a kid who's playing in an instrumental ensemble. Their performance is after hours. I'll return it when we're done. Jiang Shi adjusted her posture and tuned the instrument. Though it was her first time, she seemed exceptionally skilled to onlookers. The eru with only 2 strings could easily produce noise if poorly tuned. The kid was clearly an amateur, so Jiang Shi fiddled with it for a while until the eru reached a state she was satisfied with. The effect of the advanced skill was terrifying. Jiang Shi felt as if she had played it countless times, knowing every detail, by heart, commanding the instrument like an extension of her arm. The seamless feeling was hard to describe. In short, it was like cheating. After the first few warm-up acts ended, Gaoyang applauded each time. But judging by his unchanging expression, these acts seemed merely ordinary to him. Hijie gave a helpless smile. After all, he was a great director. It would be more surprising if a student's performance actually intrigued him. The next program is a dance piece, The Qin Master. Jiang, it's our turn. Are you ready? Yuan took a deep breath, feeling a flutter of nerves at the thought of facing so many spectators. Jiang Shi gave an okay gesture. The first and second years, along with the teachers, totaled just over 1,000 people. Nearly 1,000 odd radishes. As for the academically stressed third years, each class had only sent 2 or 3 representatives. It was rather pitiful to think about. The younger students were singing and dancing in the auditorium, while they could only bury their heads in exam papers in the classroom. As the host slowly retreated, the curtain gradually rose. 2 young girls, one standing and one sitting, appeared before the audience. The one standing had a relaxed posture, as if she could move with the wind at any moment. The one sitting held an eru, her eyes lowered, yet it could not conceal her delicate profile. As Jiang Shi's fingers moved, the deep, lingering tone of the eru slowly flowed forth. Thread by thread, it seemed to break, yet remained connected. The prelude was like a light cloud, weightless, yet capable of shrouding the sunlight. Gaoyang lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, following the rhythm of the eru, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. He had some knowledge of traditional instruments, not an authority, but he knew many renowned performers. Film scoring and accompaniment were also crucial elements. Ultimately, everything passed through the director's hands, inevitably involving various instruments. Gaoyang keenly noticed that in this girl's performance there was not a trace of hesitation or rawness, as if she had practiced this piece countless times. Impressive skill. This girl's mastery of the eru is professional. Hijie glanced at the girl on stage, also somewhat surprised. It wasn't because she was unfamiliar, on the contrary, he happened to know her. Jiang Shi from class 3 of the first year had recently won first prize in an essay competition, bringing some credit to him as principal. Yet he remembered that her name wasn't on the performance list when he first reviewed it. Otherwise he wouldn't have had no recollection at all. Puzzled though he was, he is still introduced to He Gaoyang. This is a first-year student named Jiang Shi. She recently won first prize in an essay contest, but I didn't know she was skilled at the eru. Now it seemed this student excelled in both arts and academics, continually surprising him. If Jiang Shi had heard this, she would have retorted, my martial arts aren't bad either. The prelude ended. Jiang Shi began to sing the lyrics, and Yu Wen's movements grew more expansive. The dance rose with the song, and ceased with the music. She seemed like a fluttering butterfly freely roaming the garden of musical notes. Many students were captivated by this breathtaking scene. Isn't that Jiang Shi from class 3? She can play the eru too. It's too far, I can't see her face clearly, but that dance is really beautiful. The eru sound paired with these lyrics is so poignant, I almost burst into tears. Yeah, the protagonist's story is too tragic. So why perform such a sad song at the school anniversary? But tell me, isn't it good? I feel the previous acts can't compare. Of course, some were curious about the song itself. I haven't heard this song before. What was the title announced earlier? I think it was called The Qin Master. Didn't you sneak your phone in? Search for it. Hey, there really is this song. Look, the boy said, holding up his phone to show the song chart around him. A song titled The Qin Master was quietly sitting in the middle of the new song list. This song was only released a few days ago with few downloads, and they're already performing it. That's fast. These students would never guess that the lyricist for this song was none other than Jiang Shi. The song continued approaching the next turning point, and Jiang Shi's speed did not slacken. So far she hadn't missed a single note. The emotions embedded in the song were fully conveyed to the audience through her performance. Coupled with Yu Wen's dance, the two worked in perfect harmony, one moving, one still, completely captivating the audience. Lu Yao, what level is this girl? You'll enter the era, didn't you? Lu Yao was nudged by his companion. He watched the girl's fluid movements, recalling his own practice sessions. Quite impressive. Lu Yao uttered those 4 words quietly. What he didn't say was that even his teacher probably couldn't match this level. He had been learning the eru for a few years and had passed some amateur certifications. But compared to the girl on stage, he was on an entirely different tier. If his skill could barely pass, then hers was at least a perfect score from the start. At his current level, he couldn't even assess her anymore. Xiao Fu also stood in a corner backstage where from his angle, he could see the movements of Jiang Shi's hands and profile. Shui Yunin squeezed half his head out from the wall. Holy crap, how many hidden talents does Boss Jiang have? Great at basketball, unbeatable in essays, and even the eru is this smooth. What's there to brag about? It's just average. Maybe she can beg for a few more coins on the street. A grating voice came from the other side. Xiao Fu looked up and saw Rong Xiaofei, a girl from their class. She was notoriously petty, hung out with her own clique, and had conflicts with many girls in the class. They're stealing the spotlight. Nobody cares about our hard work. Her words dripped with jealousy. That's because they have talent. If you've got the guts, why don't you go up and sing? Shui Yunin shot back. He always spoke his mind bluntly. Rong Xiaofei's expression darkened. Aren't you two from class 7? Why are you defending someone from another class? Shui Yunin was about to retort, but Xiao Fu stopped him, shaking his head. Arguing with someone like that was the most pointless thing. The audience could clearly see who had greater skill and whose performance was more outstanding. Seeing that the two ignored her, Rong Xiaofei snorted and turned away, her shoes stomping loudly on the floor. He Gaoyang closed his eyes, listening intently to the music flowing through the air. Even he couldn't find a single flaw. Among traditional instruments, the eru was relatively niche and quite difficult to learn. To reach this level, one must have started from childhood, and they would have needed to study under a master, someone recognized in the world of traditional instruments. Could she be the heir of some eru dynasty, or the descendant of a famous musician? He Gaoyang racked his brain, but couldn't find a matching name. He looked at Jiang Shi's calm, refined face, enhanced by makeup. Suddenly he matched her with a character he had imagined, the kidnapped mayor's daughter in The Lamb, who faced danger with composure and extraordinary courage. Well, would have to ask the student's parents, we can't decide for her. And director, if you just say the word, plenty of great actors would line up for this role. He Jie was troubled by the old man's idea. Few parents would want their child to enter the entertainment industry at this age. It's just a small cameo. You know us old artists, we go by feel. Once it clicks, no one else can replace it. He Gaoyang patted his eye's shoulder with a smile. It's fine, I'll talk to the student later. I won't force anything. At that moment, Jiang Shi and Yu Wen's performance was nearing its end. They walked to the center of the stage and bowed to the audience. The curtain fell again. Yu Wen's bangs were damp with sweat, her chest heaving, clearly exhausted. Jiang Shi cleared her throat. Being a singer wasn't easy either. After belting out a song at full volume, her throat felt dry and scratchy, as if she had swallowed sandpaper. She rubbed her neck again, feeling something was missing. It wasn't the familiar sensation from memory. She paused for a moment before remembering she was now a girl, no Adam's apple. Jiang, we did it. Yuan panted, reaching out to Jiang Shi. Finally over. Mission accomplished. Jiang Shi smiled and extended her hand. Their pale palms met in the air with a sharp clap. Hand in hand, they headed backstage to rest. Boss Jiang, have some tea. Seeing Shui Yuanin grovelingly present 2 bottles of water, Jiang Shi raised an eyebrow. Nothing good comes from sudden flattery. She took the water and asked, spill it, little Shui. What's up? Boss Jiang, teach me how to be a polymath like you. He'll do anything. Shui Yuanin tried to give her a shoulder massage, but Xiao Fu pulled him back. Jiang Shi, how come I never knew you could play the arrow? When did you learn it? Xiao Fu was curious. His previous impression of her had nothing to do with the phrase artistic girl. But since reuniting in high school, she seemed like a different person. Her grades had skyrocketed, and she excelled at singing, playing, and basketball. If this were a novel, he'd start suspecting that his childhood friend had been possessed. There's plenty you don't know. Do I have to report everything to you? Jiang Shi unscrewed the cap and gulped down a mouthful of water. She thought to herself, you'd never guess you'd later be interested in boys. After the Qin Master, there were a few more acts. As the 4 of them joked around, an undercurrent was brewing. Jinling University. Liu He, as usual, after mentoring juniors in the lab all afternoon, dragged her tired body back to her graduate dorm. The room was small but warmly decorated thanks to her roommate. She expertly opened instant noodles, added seasoning, poured hot water, and secured the fork. Liu He held her dinner and sat down in a chair. Liang Chuan, I want to quit. Why did I pick such a blind advisor? The juniors don't make things easy, and I still have my own thesis to write. The girl in the gaming chair put her feet down and removed her headphones. More work, more reward. Look, Director Chun gives you plenty of bonuses, and that junior surnamed Zheng is pretty handsome. I hear his family has some money. I'd go for it. If you prefer older guys, forget I said anything. Liang Chuan stepped barefoot on the floor, reached over, and opened Liu He's noodles. Let me taste if they're ready. Get lost. Make your own, there's hot water. Forget it. I'm at the good part. Liu He snatched back the noodles. What are you watching? This internet-addicted girl was in the same cohort, a direct graduate from the same university. She spent all day online sleeping and goofing off. Occasionally she'd show up at the lab. Sort of an MV. Anyway, it's a great song. I just came across it, the views are skyrocketing. ITLL hit the video hot list soon. Let me see. Liang Chuan shifted slightly and dragged the progress bar to the beginning. Liu He stuffed a mouthful of noodles. The screen showed a large stage. 2 girls stood on it. One holding an instrument, she didn't recognize the other, in a dance pose. Then the music started and both began to move. Moonlight often returns to the homeland, sending back how many sighs of parted souls. The girl's light, ethereal voice paired with the mournful, heart-wrenching Eru sound was like an autumn leaf. When all was settled, the old acquaintance was nowhere to be found. Liu He felt as if she had returned to the moment she left home to study far away. It wasn't until the song ended that she remembered she still had a mouthful of noodles. So, isn't it great? Even for Liu He, who was devoted to academia and had no artistic sense, it was a beautiful masterpiece. It's beautiful, but that voice. I've heard it somewhere before. She bit the plastic fork, feeling as if something was flickering through her memory. Classmate Jiang Shi, this is Director He Gaoyang. Director? Jiang Shi looked at the smiling old man before her, somewhat perplexed. She and Yuan had just finished removing their makeup and were about to go out for some fresh air when they ran into Principal He at the door. In her past life, her only impression of him was from when they took the group photo at high school graduation. Judging by his respectful demeanor, this director, he must be someone of considerable stature. Yuan, on the other hand, looked surprised and whispered to Jiang Shi, this is the director who made Farewell, My Concubine. You know him? Jiang Shi looked at the little dancer. I've seen him on TV. There was a special interview program about him. Jiang Shi thought for a moment. It seemed there was indeed such a person. He Gaoyang first asked how long she had been learning the Eru and who her teacher was. I've been self-taught for a month, Jiang Shi answered, truthfully unconcerned whether he believed her or not. A self-taught. This time He Gaoyang was taken aback. With that level of skill, and you say you've only been learning for a month. Haha, little girl, you sure know how to joke. Although I'm not a professional, I can tell that takes at least 10 years of practice. But the reason I came to see you is about something else. Little girl, are you interested in acting? Jiang Shi looked around, pointed at herself, and asked doubtfully, you mean me? Could it be that this big director had taken a liking to her impromptu performance skills? He Gaoyang nodded. I have a role here that's perfect for you. Not interested, Jiang Shi shook her head and refused him outright. Her decisive attitude made He Jie break out in a cold sweat. Dear ancestor, this is a big shot. At least you could have been a bit more tactful. Jiang Shi simply didn't have a good impression of the entertainment industry. If society is a big dive at, then the entertainment industry is a gathering place for all colors. No one could say what you'd become after rolling around in there. Of course, if he was asking her to invest in a movie, that was something she could get involved in. After all, with a big director, the box office was sure to be a sure win. Seeing the little girl shake her head like a rattledrum, He Gaoyang smiled and patted her on the head. If he had made this offer outside, countless actors would have been fighting to grab it. But this little girl didn't care at all, showing she had no intention of entering the entertainment industry. Since that was the case, He Gaoyong didn't say more and left the backstage. Jiang, that was He Gaoyong. If you went, your salary could be tens of thousands, Yuan reminded her, seeing Jiang Shi's calm demeanor. Tens of thousands. Is that a lot? Jiang Shi put her hands behind her back. She was now worth at least 100,000. No way. Shed bow for that pittance. Director Ning. The downloads for Qin Shi have suddenly increased. Ning Yushi, hearing her subordinates report, also opened the new song chart. Generally speaking, the first 3 days after a new song's release were the critical period for determining whether it would become a hit. After those 3 days, maintaining the original popularity was very difficult. But now Qin Shi was bucking the trend, with downloads increasing even faster than before. This was the first time Ning Yushi had seen such a situation. Could the company have put effort into promoting it? She found the song's detail page. There were some comments from netizens. Came here from the video, it's really beautiful. Compared it to the original, I still think the Eru Girls version is better. Video +1 didn't expect it to be a new song. Can we get the Eru Girl to sing? Same request. The lyrics are so profound but too sad, made me cry several times. Ning Yushi was baffled. What were these comments all about, and who was this Eru Girl? Puzzled, she copied and pasted those 4 words into the web search bar and hit enter. Immediately many videos popped up. Ning Yushi clicked on a video from Youku, which looked a bit clearer. Jiang Shi. Seeing the familiar face on stage, Ning Yushi belatedly realized. Come to think of it, today was indeed their school's anniversary. But Bai Jingran was supposed to be on stage. How had it become Jiang Shi? And this Eru playing? It was pretty good. Ning Yushi pricked up her ears to listen. Although in singing, Jiang Shi still had considerable gaps compared to Bai Jingran. But Jiang Shi's rich emotions were outstanding. They immediately captured everyone's ears. One could even say it was all emotion with technique, just making up the numbers. Besides, these lyrics were originally written by Jiang Shi, so her understanding was certainly deeper than Bai Jingran's. Moreover, the accompaniment played on the Eru suited the song's atmosphere better than her released version. The combination achieved an effect where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. She hadn't expected this little girl to have hidden such a talent. If she had known, she would have dragged her in to record the track. After the video finished, Ning Yushi returned to the new song chart. In just a short while, Qin Shi had risen another 2 spots, about to break into the top 15. And judging by the momentum of the download increase, it showed no signs of slowing down. Due to the limitations of the on-site recording equipment, many people came to the website to find the original singer of Qin Shi, which also greatly increased the clicks. Director Ning, the big boss, is looking for you. Looking at the ever-growing data, Ning Yushi was in a good mood, unable to suppress a smile as she left the office. This time she had bet on the right horse. It was time to let those old timers clinging to their positions feel the pressure from the younger generation. At the hospital, Zhuangde was carrying the 4 bottle. With his other hand, he helped Bai Jingran find a place to sit. The doctor said it was a fever caused by acute rhinitis. He prescribed some anti-inflammatory 4 fluids. Bai Jingran sniffled, still looking uncomfortable. I called your dad, he said he'll be here soon. Rest well during the New Year's holiday. Have you been overworking yourself with rehearsals and studies lately? Zhuangde comforted the weary girl. Bai Jingran shook her head. Teacher Zhuang, I'm fine, you go back to school first. It's okay, I've asked Jiang Shi to keep an eye on things at school. The anniversary celebration will be over, and then school's out. Ran, are you okay? When Jiang Shi and Yuan found the hospital, Bai Handong was sitting in the empty seat to Bai Jingran's right. He was holding his phone, apparently still busy with work. The 2 greeted him in turn, as Uncle Bai then rushed over to check on Bai Jingran. Bai Handong nodded at the 2 girls, then continued texting, occasionally frowning, as if he had encountered some tricky issue. Bai Jingran's complexion had improved a bit, at least her face no longer had that pale look from backstage. Why are you here? Is the anniversary over? Bai Jingran sat up a little and asked them. We told old Zhuang we were leaving early. The performance was absolutely perfect, no problem at all. Yuan's dance was gorgeous. Jiang's singing was beautiful too. Hearing Jiang Shi's compliment, Yuan blushed. Jiang, you went on stage. Bai Jingran was a bit surprised. Yeah, and Jiang can play the Era too, she never mentioned it before. Yuan pinched Jiang Shi's arm. I only learned it recently, haven't had a chance to show you yet. Jiang Shi spread her hands, indicating she really hadn't meant to hide it from them. Oh Ran, let me tell you, there was this big director named He Gaoyong who wanted Jiang to act in a movie. Yuan started chatting about other things from the anniversary. After visiting Bai Jingran, Jiang Shi and Yuan bid farewell at the hospital entrance. They lived in opposite directions, so they had to part ways here. Jiang Shi waved as the little dancer's silhouette disappeared around the corner. She then pulled out her phone, opened the dialer, and entered a number she hadn't called in a long time. The first call rang for less than 2 seconds before being hung up. Unfazed, Jiang Shi dialed again. This time it rang for 5 seconds before being rejected. On the third try, the call finally connected. A languid woman's voice came through the phone. Who is it? I'm busy right now. And it's me, Jiang Shi. Jiang girl, why the sudden call? The woman's voice perked up slightly, but still carried a lazy tone. And do you know a girl named Jiang Yitong? Jiang Shi cut straight to the point, then added, about my age. She was burning with curiosity and had to know. Jiang Yitong. The woman paused for a moment as if thinking. After a short while she spoke slowly. Never heard of her. Why? Nothing much, just remembered something. Does it have to do with your father? The woman's voice suddenly turned serious. Jiang Shi hesitated, then said no, though it sounded like a guilty denial. But now it seemed this girl named Jiang Yitong had nothing to do with her after all. Maybe it was just the heavens creating two snowflakes that happened to look a tiny bit alike. Alright, I won't press. You haven't talked to your aunt in a long time. When are you coming to Haizhou? They'll take you out for some good food. Though her aunt didn't get along with her mother, she was always kind to her niece. Jiang Shi exchanged a few pleasantries and hung up. On the other end, Jiang Lu tossed her phone aside and grabbed a pillow. She rolled over ready to go back to sleep, murmuring to herself, the little girl's grown up. Should I tell her something? Then she sighed, forget it. It's nothing good anyway. Bringing it up would only cause trouble. Soon soft snores filled the room. December 31st. The New Year holiday lasted 3 days, which naturally delighted the students. The streets were filled with young people shopping in groups. Bai Jingran crawled out of bed, her head still feeling heavy and groggy. She hadn't finished the 4-drip the doctor prescribed until 7 o'clock the previous evening. Fortunately, it worked well. After a night's rest, her nose was no longer stuffy. A note lay on the table. She glanced at it and tossed it into the trash bin without a second thought. To others, she was the privileged Miss Bai, daughter of a bureau chief. But what she truly wished for was an ordinary father who belonged to her. She took milk and eggs from the fridge, put the milk in the microwave. It would be hot in just a minute. Then she poured some oil into the pan, cracked an egg, and fried it on low heat. By the time the microwave went ding, the egg was nearly done. She loved sunny-side-up eggs with a slightly runny yolk. When she was little, her mother used to make them for her whenever she had time. Later, the nannies hired by the family could never replicate that taste. So Bai Jingran decided to cook for herself and had Bai Handong dismiss all the maids. Ranran, mom prepared a New Year gift for you. It's under the sofa. Bai Jingran was eating breakfast when a message arrived on her phone. She glanced under the sofa while typing back, thank you, mom, followed by a smiling flower emoji, but her face showed little joy. The gift was in a box, a set of cosmetics covered in English labels. Bai Jingran set the box aside and continued eating her runny yolk egg. The egg was delicious, but it had cooled a bit while she was unwrapping the present. After washing the breakfast dishes, Bai Jingran turned on the TV. Then she checked her phone to see if the others had posted anything new in the group chats. One was a 4-person group with Mi Wanqing and Huang Qiqi. The other was a 3-person group for the school anniversary program. Unusually, both groups were quiet. Bai Jingran put down her phone, figuring everyone was still asleep or busy with other things. After watching TV for a while, she remembered she hadn't taken the medicine prescribed yesterday. She stood up to boil some hot water. Just then a knock came at the door. Bai Jingran walked over, puzzled. Who would visit at this hour? Cautiously, she peered through the peephole. What she saw was a black fuzzy face. It had 2 big round eyes. Startled, she jumped back. But then Jiang Shi's voice came from outside. Little Red Riding Hood, Bai, open up. Your wolf grandma is here. Jiang, what are you doing here? Bai Jingran stared at the little black cat in Jiang Shi's arms, utterly surprised. So that's what she had seen. Uncle Bai told us yesterday that you'd be home alone today, Jiang Shi said, playing with the cat. So the girls and I decided to spend New Year's Eve together at your place. The girls, Bai Jingran looked at the cat, wanting to pet it, but feeling a bit scared. Yeah, you one and Mi Wanqing should be here soon. Huang Qiqi is sleeping in, and said she'll come in the afternoon. Seeing Bai Jingran's hesitation, Jiang Shi lifted the cat up and said with a smile, go on, pet him. Don't worry, Cold Ball is very gentle. He won't bite. Encouraged, Bai Jingran cautiously extended a finger and poked the kitten. Cold Ball flicked his tail, the tip brushing against her hand. Haha, that tickles. She pulled her hand back and used her fingers to pinch his little tail. Feels nice, right? Cold Ball ran a backflip. Jiang Shi set the cat down and gestured for him to perform. But Cold Ball clearly didn't grasp the command. He just tilted his head, watching Jiang Shi wave her hands. Guess he's already exceeded his daily performance quota, Jiang Shi said, scratching her head in resignation. Seeing Jiang Shi's serious expression, Bai Jingran doubled over with laughter. The two of them played with Cold Ball, and soon Yuan and Mi Wanqing arrived. Ran feeling better? We were so worried when Jiang told us you were sick yesterday, Mi Wanqing said, pulling out some breakfast from her bag. She had rushed out without eating. Have you all eaten? I bought steamed buns, sesame balls, soy milk, and chive pockets. Bai Jingran smiled. Much better. I've already eaten. You go ahead. I want stand on ceremony then. Jiang Shi reached out eagerly. Jiang, you've got cat hair on your hands. Go wash first. Mi Wanqing covered the bag to protect the breakfast from being contaminated. Huang Qiqi said she got caught by her mom when she was heading out, so she probably can't make it today. Mi Wanqing looked regretfully at her phone, thinking that more people would have made things livelier. It's fine, just let her focus on her homework at home. Bai Jingran brought the kitchen trash bin over and casually opened a new pack of napkins. A few of them gathered around the coffee table, the room filled with the aroma of various foods. Seeing the longing look in Meichio's eyes, Jiang sure took some meat filling from the soup dumplings to feed it. Jiang, you've got a sesame seed on your lip, Yuan reminded from the side. Where? Jiang sure reached up to feel around her mouth, but found nothing. Instead, the little black cat in her arms extended its paw, and with a light tap, swatted Jiang sure right on the face. Mi Wanqing pursed her lips with a smile. There, it's gone now. You little kitten, why do you resort to violence without a word? Jiang sure pinched the tip of Meichio's ear, and only then did it retract its paw from her face. It probably mistook the sesame seed for a little bug, Yuan said as she took the kitten from Jiang, sure not giving her a chance to scold it. I think it sees me as an oversized scratching post. Yuan, how can you be so biased? By the way, what's this little cat's name? Mi Wanqing asked curiously. She also reached into Yuan's arms to scratch under the kitten's chin. Her technique was skilled, and soon the little black cat began purring with its eyes half closed, looking utterly content. Meichio, look at it all pitch black. Isn't that fitting? Jiang sure stood with her hands on her hips, as if to say, isn't the name I picked just perfect? Praise me. Mi Wanqing couldn't help but laugh. I knew just from hearing it that Jiang came up with it. It's so down to earth. If this little cat had to go to school, it would definitely get teased by its classmates. What's so tacky about it? I think it's adorable. You can tell right away it's a warm, fuzzy black cat. Jiang sure wasn't convinced her own father was far more careless with names. She suspected that when her parents decided on their daughter's name back, then they never consulted her grandfather at all. What should we name our daughter? Let me think. What would be a good name? Hey, how about we just call her Jiang Sure? That was Jiang Sure's imagined version of what happened back then. Why not call it Sesame? That sounds way better than Meichio, Mi Wanqing insisted, ignoring Jiang Sure's flimsy excuse. Sesame comes in white too. White sesame is still sesame. And charcoal briquettes come in gray. Then let's call it super big black charcoal briquette. How about super big black sesame? Watching the two go back and forth, Yuan held the little cat, which clearly had no idea its name was spiraling into something bizarre. Finally, Bai Jingran stepped in to stop them laughing. If you two keep arguing, we might as well just have lunch now. The breakfast Mi Wanqing had brought was nearly all gone. After playing with the kitten for a while, they started discussing plans for the day. With some time left before lunch, Meichio grew lazy, found a cozy spot on the sofa, curled up, and seemed ready for a nap. Tonight was New Year's Eve. Jiang sure suggested they could all stay over at Bai Jingran's place for the night. Since Bai Jingran's parents wouldn't be coming home, it gave them plenty of freedom. Of course, Jiang sure also had a bit of a selfish motive, sharing a bed with 3 girls. She dared not think about it. But something still felt missing. We've got 3 days off this time. Having such a long break suddenly makes me not know what to do. After cleaning up the trash from the coffee table, the 4 of them and the cat seemed a bit at loose ends. Yeah, usually on weekends I just sleep in and do homework, and it's over. Yuan nodded. When I have free time, I practice the piano or read a book, Bai Jingran said, pointing to a corner of the living room where a large object was covered with a velvet cloth. I wanted to ask about that when I came in. So it's a piano. Mi Wanqing rushed over excitedly and lifted a corner of the cloth, revealing the wooden lid underneath. Bai Jingran followed, and together they took off the velvet cloth, unveiling a piano that glimmered softly under the light. Opening the lid, black and white keys lay before them. Bai Jingran sat on the stool, raised her hands, and gently pressed down. As her fingers danced, a melodious tune filled the living room. A simple rendition of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star soon came to an end. Wow, Ranran, you're amazing. Can I try too? Mi Wanqing's eyes sparkled. Sure. Bai Jingran had looked so elegant while playing, but when Mi Wanqing took her turn, she became all flustered. Hold this long note, place your pinky here, then bring the other fingers back. Press these 2 keys with your left hand. Don't hold them too long, just tap and release. Bai Jingran taught earnestly. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star was a simple piece perfect for beginners. After a bit of practice, Mi Wanqing managed to produce something vaguely resembling the tune, though it barely sounded like the original. Boo-hoo, teacher Bai, am I just not cut out for the piano? I was about the same when I started. You'll get better with time, Bai Jingran comforted her. Wan, you're so clumsy. Let me try, Jiang sure said, rolling up her sleeves eagerly. Jiang, what are you doing? Yuan asked curiously. Jiang sure started counting from the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Write these keys: 1 2 3 2 net 5 2 5. She found the keys she needed and kept counting aloud, making it look like she was solving a math problem. This was something she'd learned from a video out of curiosity in her past life. How was that? After repeating it 3 times, Jiang sure looked at the others, only to see barely suppressed grins on their faces. Jiang, I think the arrow suits you better, Yuan said, recalling Jiang Shure's performance of the Qin master at the school celebration. Yeah, Jiang, why don't you give us another arrow performance? Mi Wanqing chimed in. I'd love to see that too, Bai Jingran added, remembering she'd missed the live show yesterday and hadn't yet seen Jiang Shure play the arrow. This is my signature skill. I don't perform it lightly unless. Jiang Shure dragged out her words, creating suspense. Unless what? Mi Wanqing asked eagerly. Yuan also looked at Jiang Shure curiously, wondering what she'd come up with. Unless each of you gives me a kiss. Then he'll perform it for free right here. Jiang Shi grinned, pointing at her cheek. In your dreams. Mi Wanqing rolled her eyes. I can let it kiss you. Yuan laughed, lifting the drowsy Mei Qiu and pressing it against Jiang Shi's face. That doesn't count. Jiang Shi pushed away the little black cat's wet nose in disgust. Just then Bai Jingran gave her a fleeting peck on the other cheek. Is that enough? Bai Jingran pursed her lips, pretending nothing had happened. Jiang Shi smacked her lips, savoring the moment. It had been too fast, and she hadn't reacted in time. Touching her cheek, she felt a lingering warmth. The girl had to admit her heart had definitely raced just then. That was just too unfair. Ahem, but I don't have any instruments on hand. One can't make bricks without straw. Jiang Shi spread her hands, attempting to weasel out of it. It's fine, I know where to find one. Bai Jingran quickly picked up her phone, tapped the contact, and made a call. Without giving Jiang Shi a chance to refuse. Uncle Zhang, bring me an arrow, please. Wait, Ran, bring something else. At that moment, Mi Wanqing leaned in and whispered a few words into Bai Jingran's ear. Bai Jingran nodded and said a few more words into the phone. But Jiang Shi was too far away to hear clearly. What secrets are you two whispering? I want to hear too. She immediately grew displeased and squeezed between Bai Jingran and Mi Wanqing. However, by then Bai Jingran had already ended the call. You'll find out soon enough. Bai Jingran winked at Mi Wanqing. Shortly after, a knock came at the door. When they opened it, a box lay quietly on the doorstep. Bai Jingran took out a brand new arrow from the box. And a pair of sunglasses. Mi Wanqing put the sunglasses on. Jiang Shi examined her from head to toe for a moment, then clapped her hands and said, Perfect. I felt something was missing at the school anniversary yesterday, but now it looks complete. Then she thrust the arrow into Jiang Shi's hands. Tada! Blind Jiang makes her grand debut. Mi Wanqing spread her arms, introducing her to everyone. Jiang Shi pulled off the sunglasses with a wry smile and tapped Mi Wanqing on the head. Having not seen her for a few days, this girl was becoming more and more flighty. At least Ran and Little Dancer were nice to her. Jiang, with those sunglasses on, you really look like a big star. Yuan gestured at her for a moment. I'd believe you if you said I look like a beggar on the street. Jiang Shi pouted in rebuttal. Then start singing. If you sing well, I'll have Ran, our wealthy patron, throw you some extra coins. Mi Wanqing laughed in response. Maybe if you sing well enough, Ran will take you home and make you her bride. Mi Wanqing, have you been getting too cocky lately? Want a beating? Jiang Shi lunged at her with exaggerated clawing motions. Let me put you in your place first. Jiang Shi sat on the piano stool while the other three lined up on the sofa looking up at her. The feel of this arrow in her hand was completely different from the one she used at the school anniversary. Touching it, she knew it was expensive. The Eris soundbox was covered in python skin with golden scales still visible. It felt cool and smooth to the touch. Jiang, what piece are you going to place? Yuan watched Jiang Shi carefully tuning the strings, sensing she had something big planned. You know my skills. I guarantee I'll be good. Though Jiang Shi said this, Yuan had a nagging feeling something was off. Jiang Shi finished tuning the strings and adjusted her posture. She tried a few notes, then took a deep breath. Under the three girls' bewildered gazes, she drew the bow and produced a cheerful melody. Is that Two Tigers? Bai Jingran said uncertainly. It was the first time she had heard an arrow version, and it felt indescribable. Like biting into a dumpling only to find it stuffed with durian. Yet it was surprisingly tasty. Even Mei Qiu perked up, startled awake. He rolled over on the sofa before locating the source of the sound. His round eyes seemed to say, what the heck is that noise? Finally, under the vehement protests of the three girls and the cat, Jiang Shi reluctantly played the Qin master again. Though it wasn't the first time she had heard it, Yuan still felt her nose sting. She felt as if she were walking through the story, witnessing the lonely figure in the falling snow. Bai Jingran came back to her senses only to find her eyes had unknowingly grown misty. I kept my promise, so you can't call me a cheat. Jiang Shi put away the arrow and returned to the sofa, pressing her fingers together. Without a strap, the strings had left marks on her hand. Jiang, how many hidden talents do you have? Come clean now. Mi Wanqing looked as if she had discovered a treasure. Does being a glutton count? Jiang Shi grabbed Mi Wanqing's arm and pretended to bite it. By the way, what do you all want for lunch? Bai Jingran glanced at the wall clock. It was already 10 a.m. Time to prepare lunch. The restaurant downstairs from the dance studio was pretty good last time. How about we go there again? Jiang Shi suggested. Eating out is quite expensive. What ingredients are in the fridge? Yuan stood up and walked toward the kitchen. We can stir-fry a few dishes. There's a rice cooker here too, so cooking rice is easy. Seeing the two others suddenly look at her with admiration, Yuan was puzzled. What's wrong? These two know how to eat, but not how to cook. It's up to us. When will be your assistant? Jiang Shi followed her into the kitchen. Bai Jingran's refrigerator was huge, a double-door model that towered over Jiang Shi. But when they confidently opened the fridge door, they were met with an empty sight. In the refrigerator section, there was only a carton of eggs, a few bottles of milk, and 2 lonely cucumbers. The freezer was completely empty save for 2 tubs of Häagen-Dazs that had been there for who knows how long. They looked rock-solid frozen. Ran, do you never cook at home? Yuan called out to the living room. Bai Jingran touched her nose a bit embarrassed. She usually ate out. After all, there were rarely opportunities for the whole family to sit down and eat together. I usually just grab something simple. She paused then replied, what about your grandparents? Don't they come over to take care of you? Before she could finish, Yuan's mouth was covered by Jiang Shi. Taking the hint, the two returned to the living room and quickly changed the subject. Let's go out and buy some groceries. I saw a big supermarket downstairs when I came up. Bai Jingran, however, said calmly, my grandfather died in the line of duty and my grandmother later fell ill from grief and passed away soon after. The atmosphere grew heavy. Sorry, Ran, for bringing up painful memories. Yuan took the girl's hand. It's fine, it was all a long time ago. Bai Jingran shook her head, indicating it was nothing. Alright, our main mission now is to fatten up Ran for her grandparents. Jiang Shi laughed, trying to lighten the mood, and pulled Yuan to go buy groceries. What about me? He'll come too. Let's buy some snacks for afternoon tea. I want Miao Xiao Jiao and jelly. Mi Wanqing raised her hand. Can you really wait until afternoon to eat them? Jiang Shi looked utterly skeptical. The snacks this girl brought to school never lasted past morning. Just buy more then. The four of them grabbed canvas bags and headed to the supermarket downstairs, leaving Meicho the cat alone to guard the house. Jiang, look, a big lobster. But it's so expensive. Mi Wanqing leaned close to the glass tank. The lobster inside was waving its claws at the shadows outside. However, the rubber bands tightly bound around its claws rendered the gesture utterly non-threatening. Apart from the lobsters, the seafood section also boasted various freshwater fish and marine delicacies. Jiang Shi spotted some bullfrogs, but buying them would require her to handle them herself. Too much trouble. Bai Jingran and the others also kept their distance, walking around them. The creature's appearance was truly unappealing. Ribbon fish, clams, razor clams. Mi Wanqing counted them one by one, many of which were new and exotic to her. We could braise the ribbon fish and steam the shrimp plain. Yuan introduced various cooking methods beside them. After strolling around, the group still hadn't made up their minds. It seemed that too many choices at once made it hard to decide. The girls chatted cheerfully, drawing the attention of many around them. How about we check out the vegetable and fruit section first? Yuan suggested. She was pushing the empty shopping cart behind, lagging a couple of steps behind the others. Alright, let's go. Jiang Shi looked around and pointed in another direction. But before they could reach their destination, a roadblock appeared midway. They had to pass through the fragrant bakery section. Golden, crispy, and tempting breads lined the shelves. Want some? Mi Wanqing asked the other three, but her hand was already reaching for the tray and tongs. Jiang Shi rolled her eyes at her. You can't even hide your drool, and you're still asking us. No one can resist sausage bread, okay? Mi Wanqing retorted confidently. With that, she picked up 2 breads embedded with half a sausage resembling hot dogs. Bai Jingran walked to the other side, pointing at the glass display, and asked, Jiang, Yuan, do you want egg tarts? They're on sale. Buy 3 get 1 free. Yuan nodded. I'm fine with anything. 4 would be perfect, 1 for each of us. Let me see, there's also a buy 1 free deal on cream cakes. Let's grab 2, we can share. Jiang Shi walked over and called a staff member to help take them out of the display. Mi Wanqing hadn't held back either. The once empty shopping cart was now covered with a layer of items. Passing the bakery section, Jiang Shi set her sights on the roast chicken in the deli area. You two really can't resist moving when you see something you love to eat. Yuan remarked, helplessly looking at the contents of the cart. We're just making up for a Christmas turkey feast, aren't we? Jiang Shi casually grabbed 2 more chicken wings. But her sneaky move was caught by Yuan, and she had to pretend to put them back nonchalantly. If we buy too much and can't finish it, it'll go to waste. This 1 roast chicken is enough for us for a whole day. Yuan, seeing Jiang Shi give up on the wings, pushed the cart onward. Yuan picked 2 large cabbages, weighed some spinach, and bought a bit of pork to make soup. Mi Wanqing still hadn't forgotten her snacks, but seeing the cart full of bread and cakes, she ended up taking less. Although it didn't seem like they had bought much, the final bill came to over 100 yuan. However, Ran had a shopping cart from the supermarket, making it essentially free. I wish I'd bought more. Mi Wanqing regretted, staring at the black card in Bai Jingran's hand. We can come down and buy more once we finish eating. Bai Jingran smiled. She rarely went shopping like this, usually only buying snacks like chocolate. The shopping cart often expired before she used it. Back home, Yuan headed into the kitchen with the ingredients, and Jiang Shi helped on the side. Mi Wanqing reheated the roast chicken, egg tarts, and bread in the microwave. He'll help too, Bai Jingran said, unable to stand being the only idle one. Just relax, big spender. Since you paid for everything, leave these chores to us. Mi Wanqing laughed, and pushed Bai Jingran back onto the sofa. Yuan's voice occasionally came from the kitchen. Jiang, you didn't add enough water. The rice will turn out too hard. And this meat needs to be marinated with cooking wine and ginger to remove the gamey smell. Jiang Shi looked at the pile of ingredients on the stove and scratched her head in frustration. When I think we forgot to buy things like scallions, ginger, and garlic. Then go down and get some now. You don't need much, just a couple of yuan's worth. Yuan tied on an apron and picked up the spatula. But going all the way back is such a hassle. Can't we just? Jiang, you don't want to eat only vegetables for lunch, do you? Yuan wore a dangerous smile, exuding the aura of a master chef that sent a shiver down Jiang Shi's spine, making her surrender instantly. Why did the little dancer, spatula in hand, inexplicably remind her of her own mother? Watching Jiang Shi trot downstairs by Jingran shook her head with a smile. She truly wished this meal could last forever. Yuan cooked quickly. By the time the rice was done, she was almost finished. The group gathered around the fragrant roast chicken, swallowing hard. They were just waiting for the rice cooker's ding. Meichio the cat was also poised, seemingly hoping to snatch some meat. The rice is ready. Yuan, wearing gloves, carried the entire rice cooker over. Woohoo, let's eat. Jiang Shi happily picked up the rice scoop and filled a full bowl. So good, Yuan. Does your family run a restaurant? Mi Wanqing, though not looking plump, had a surprisingly large appetite. Jiang Shi had only eaten half her meal when this girl was already going for seconds. But remembering that Mi Wanqing's mother was from the northeast, which came with some genetic traits, it suddenly made sense. Yuan shook her head with a smile, delighted that her skills were appreciated. No, I learned from recipes on my own, and my mom taught me to cook. She often told me that if a girl can't cook, she'll have a hard time finding a husband. Who says that? Wenwen is so beautiful, how could she? Jiang Shi was about to retort, but paused, sensing something off. She then changed her tone with a grin. If you can't get married, that's great. You still have me, hee. Yuan shot Jiang Shi a look. Go eat your roast chicken leg. Jiang, does that mean you don't want Ran anymore? Then he'll take Ran away. Mi Wanqing said, reaching out to hug by Jingran, who was feeding Meichio. No way. Jiang Shi, quick as a flash, snatched the chicken wing that was about to be bitten by the cat. Don't fight me over them, they're both mine. Someone's more protective of their food than a cat. Mi Wanqing shook her head in disdain. Bai Jingran rarely teased, dogs are the ones that guard their food. Meichio, watching her chicken wing fly away, let out a pitiful meow, protesting Jiang Shi's crime. I paid for your cat food, so what's wrong with me taking one wing? Jiang Shi was unmoved and stuffed the wing into her mouth. When the one Ran personally tore off tasted especially good. After eating and drinking their fill, Jiang Shi tossed the leftovers into the refrigerator. Mi Wanqing let out a soft burr, patted her belly, and wobbled to her feet. Looks like we can have another meal tonight, Jiang Shi remarked, eyeing the remaining dishes, most of which she and Mi Wanqing had polished off. Yuan and Bai Jingran had eaten sparingly, leaving a good portion of the roast chicken untouched. We can save it for tonight, so we won't need to cook anything else, Yuan said, lifting her water glass for a gentle sip. I can't take any more, I'm way too full. I need to burp. Walk it off. Mi Wanqing waved her hands and paced back and forth across the living room. Fortunately, Bai Jingran's living room was spacious enough for her to trot around. Where should we go this afternoon? Jiang Shi asked, having finished clearing the dishes and settling back onto the sofa. I'm afraid we can't go out, the weather outside looks terrible. Bai Jingran pulled back the curtain. Before lunch there had been a hint of sunlight, but now the sky was a dreary gray, as if rain was imminent. Mi Wanqing's eyes sparkled with an idea. Then let's play some games. I spotted a Ludo board earlier. Bai Jingran walked to the other side of the living room, where various small ornaments were displayed. Among them were some adorable plush toys. She pulled out a box of miscellaneous items from behind them. We've got Ludo, Go, chess, mahjong, checkers, and military chess. Take your pick. What do you all want to play? That's quite a collection. Yuan exclaimed, surprised, as Bai Jingran didn't seem like the type to enjoy board games. They were all gifts I received for my birthdays, but I'm not really into chess, so they've just been piling up here. Bai Jingran took them out one by one and arranged them on the coffee table. Jiang Shi picked up a chess piece, examining its exquisite craftsmanship. It felt smooth as jade to the touch. The white pieces had a faint yellowish tint. Could they be made of ivory? As Jiang Shi inspected it, Mi Wanqing had already unfurled the Ludo board. With the chess skills granted by the system, Jiang Shi had confidence in her abilities. However, aside from Ludo, the other three were unfamiliar with any of the games. In the end, they settled on the simplest option, Ludo. It all came down to luck with the dice roll. But Jiang Shi still dominated, finishing all her pieces while the others' planes were still halfway across the board. After 2 rounds of this, Mi Wanqing grew frustrated. Jiang, you win every time. It's no fun. I want a substitute. There are only 4 of us here. Who are you going to swap in? Jiang Shi asked, tossing the dice. Another 6. What about Meichio? Mi Wanqing said with a mischievous grin, glancing at the lazy cat spectating the game. Jiang Shi scratched her head. But it doesn't even know how to play. Mi Wanqing placed the dice on the edge of the coffee table and scooped up Meichio. Driven by feline instinct, the cat extended its paw. The dice clattered to the floor, rolling a few times before landing on 3. See, that works just fine. Mi Wanqing laughed, shooing Jiang Shi away, and set Meichio down in her spot. Jiang Shi pinched the cat's scruff and muttered, naughty kitty. With that, the game became a lively back and forth, no longer the one-sided victory it had been before. After 4 or 5 rounds, a sudden pitter-patter sounded against the window. The rain's getting heavier, Jiang Shi said, pulling out her phone to check the weather forecast. It feels like it's turned into night all of a sudden. So dark, Yuan remarked, standing up to turn on the lights. Wait, don't you think this atmosphere is perfect for telling ghost stories? Jiang Shi stopped Yuan switching on her phone's flashlight and placing it on the coffee table. Paired with the chaotic drumming of rain against the window, it created a scene straight out of a horror film. The vastness of Bai Jingren's home made Mi Wanqing instinctively shrink her neck. Ranran, aren't you scared living alone in such a big house? Bai Jingren shook her head. She sometimes felt lonely, but fear had never crossed her mind. See, even Ranran isn't scared. Are you chickening out, me little girl? Jiang Shi suddenly appeared on Mi Wanqing's left, making her jolt in fright. Who said that? We girls from the northeast. How could we possibly be afraid of ghosts? Mi Wanqing straightened her back, but her words lacked conviction. Oh really? Then let's take turns telling stories. Whoever gets scared has to go turn on the light and admit they're the biggest coward. Mi Wanqing glanced at the switch, now shrouded in darkness. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Though it was only a few steps away, she felt as though countless monsters lurked in the shadows waiting to devour her the moment she approached. Wait, Jiang, you haven't even asked Yuan if she agrees. Mi Wanqing clung to that, as her last straw, casting a pleading look at Yuan. Jiang, maybe we should skip it, Yuan said hesitantly, deciding to help Mi Wanqing out. Then let's vote by a show of hands. Jiang Shi raised her hand first, followed by Bai Jingran. 3-2, ghost stories it is. Wait, where did the third vote come from? Mi Wanqing protested. Right here, Jiang Shi said with a smile, shaking the little black cat's paw in her arms. Then, cradling Meichio, she lowered her voice and began her first ghost story. Once upon a time, 50 years ago at Biaozi Ridge in Star City, there were 4 tomb raiders. She was only halfway through mimicking a cackling sound when Mi Wanqing, drenched in a cold sweat, couldn't take it anymore. She shot up, dashed over, and flipped on the light. Meichio's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. I give up. I'm a coward. Mi Wanqing buried her head under 2 sofa pillows. Bai Jingran and Yuan couldn't help but laugh as they watched Jiang Shi try to pry Mi Wanqing out of her fortress, like pulling a carrot. Alright, I'll stop scaring you. Let's play mahjong instead, Jiang Shi said, wrapping her arms around Mi Wanqing's slender waist. Perhaps she misjudged the angle or couldn't control her strength. The two toppled backward, crashing into Bai Jingren's arms. Oh no. Jiang, you're on my hair. Mi Wanqing patted around, trying to push the person off her. Hey, stop squirming. Jiang Shi's face flushed pink as Mi Wanqing's hand landed right on her chest. You two, am the one at the very bottom. Bai Jingran sighed, nudging them apart. Luckily she was soft enough, otherwise that impact would have hurt. The 3 tumbled into a heap, and when they finally untangled, their clothes were thoroughly disheveled. Yuan covered Meichio's eyes. This scene was far too intimate for a little kitten yet to grow up. This is the first time someone has written a poem in a provincial competition. Kai Linshan tapped his cigarette, adding another layer of thin ash to the ashtray. Every year you all say these students lack creativity. Either they cling to ornate diction, or their themes are too shallow. A woman holding a photocopied paper smiled and shook her head. Now that someone innovative has arrived, what do you say? If you ask me, there's no need to overthink it. First prize is first prize regardless. Let's see how they fare in the national competition and well know their true level. A middle-aged man slapped the manuscript onto the table, signaling he had no further opinions. Wu Bo, you're the expert on modern poetry. Any suggestions? Kai Linshan turned to the other side. A man with a somewhat disheveled face held the paper, lost in thought. After a moment, he snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and crossed his hands. From a poetic standpoint, it's flawless. I agree with giving it full marks. I admit I couldn't write to such a level. For a moment, everyone present fell silent. Wu Bo was already a towering figure in modern poetry. Even the earlier emergence of Hifeng had never earned such praise from him. Clearly this single poem carried enough weight to secure a place in the literary world. Nonsense. I say this wasn't written by the student themselves. How could a high schooler possess such life experience and literary prowess? A voice shattered the calm. An elderly man walked in from the door, leaning on a cane. Though his hair was completely white, he appeared vigorous and steady in his steps. I suspect they copied a work from an elder in their family, which happened to match the topic, and now they're strutting around borrowing authority. The old man sat down on the other side of the conference table, facing Kai Linshan. Mr. Zhang, what do you suggest? Kai Linshan frowned slightly. I demand a thorough investigation. Reveal this student's name. I don't want to see a plagiarist appear in the national competition. Mr. Zhang, even if we reveal it, we must wait until the scores and rankings are finalized. They'll give a 0. You all decide the rest. The old man leaned on his cane, half closing his eyes. Then, while each score according to procedure. Kai Linshan said no more and waved his hand to silence those who wanted to speak. Ranran, are you done yet? Jiang Shi weakly patted the bathroom door. She had wanted to drag the other 3 into a shared bath, but Bai Jingran and Yuan, having been on guard, refused. It ended up with them showering in turns decided by rock, paper, scissors. Jiang Shi, unfortunately, was the last. On the other side, Mi Wanqing and Yuan had already changed into pajamas and were lying on the sofa watching TV. Jiang Shi realized that girls indeed took a long time to shower. She had been waiting for nearly an hour and a half outside. Almost done. Bai Jingren's voice came from the bathroom. After another 5 minutes, the bathroom door slowly opened. Bai Jingran, with a hair turban wrapped around her head and holding her changed clothes, walked out. When Jiangshi finished her shower and came out, she saw Mi Wanqing examining a palm-sized pouch. It looked thin, and she had no idea what it was. What's this? Jiangshi rubbed her hair and leaned in curiously. It's a face mask, Jiang. Hey, race one for you. Bai Jingran reached out and handed one to Jiangshi. A face mask. Jiangshi tore open the pouch, revealing a soaked white cloth. Open it like this, then place it on your face. Bai Jingran demonstrated by applying it to her own face. Jiangshi followed suit and put it on her face. Aside from a slight coolness, it didn't feel much different. Wait 15 minutes like this, then take it off. Haha, Ranran, you all look so strange. Jiangshi laughed, looking at their faces, which seemed covered in a translucent jelly. Mi Wanqing snorted and poked Jiangshi's face. You're the same. Why are you laughing so much? The TV has on-demand movies. Any movie you want to watch. Bai Jingran picked up the remote. I want to watch How to Train Your Dragon. Mi Wanqing raised her hand. Jiangshi stood up and turned off the lights. Mi Wanqing, barefoot on the floor, brought over snacks. No popcorn, so well, make do with this. The four of them huddled together, their faces lit only by the glow of the TV. But halfway through the movie, Mi Wanqing had already dozed off. Yuan couldn't stop yawning either. Jiangshi reached out and nudged Mi Wanqing. What's up? Is the movie over? Mi Wanqing woke up, clutching a bag of snacks, her eyes still heavy with sleep. There's still a bit left. Do you want to go to sleep first? Jiangshi whispered to them. No, I still want to wait for midnight. For New Year's, Mi Wanqing said between yawns. It seemed that if given a pillow, she could sleep through till dawn. Can Ranran's bed fit all four of us? Yuan thought of another issue. No problem. We can sleep on the sofa. With that, Bai Jingran stood up and lowered the backrest of the sofa where Mi Wanqing was sitting. It instantly turned into a large bed. The sofa cushions served as pillows. Since the room had warm air from the air conditioner, there was no need for blankets. Mi Wanqing clutched a pillow, still mumbling about New Year's, but it seemed she wouldn't wake up. Yuan nodded at Jiangshi and lay down as well. Soon steady breathing could be heard. Ranran, it's just the two of us now. Jiangshi leaned close to Bai Jingran, slipping her hands into the little white flower's embrace, a world for two. Bai Jingran watched the TV and grabbed Jiangshi's hands to prevent her from roaming. As the night fury soared into the sky, the movie was nearing its end. Jiangshi pulled out her phone to check the time. In 2 minutes, it would be the new year. Ranran, it's almost 2011. Bai Jingran nodded. She reached for the remote and switched to the central channel, which was playing The Moon Represents My Heart. Jiangshi hummed softly along with the music. Go think it over, go take a look, the moon represents my heart. Jiang, do you think we'll have another chance to spend New Year's together like this? We're good friends, will be there whenever you call, okay? In sophomore year, we'll be in different classes. Maybe you'll make new friends. Ranran, are you jealous? Afraid he'll forget you? Jiangshi leaned close to Bai Jingran's face. Something was off. This wasn't the little white flower's usual style. Who would be jealous of you? Bai Jingran laughed and tossed Jiangshi's hands aside. The countdown came from the TV. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Jiangshi hugged Bai Jingran like a koala, leaning close to her ear and whispering with a smile. Happy New Year, Ranran. We'll always be best friends. The midnight bell tolled, and the sound of fireworks came from outside. Though sporadic raindrops were still falling, they couldn't dampen people's enthusiasm for welcoming the new year. It was the third day of 2011. The brief New Year's holiday had ended. A cold rain fell, bringing a deeper chill. Jiangshi rubbed her hands together, wheeling her bicycle out of the compound gate. The temperature had dropped even lower than it had been in December. Getting out of bed in the morning had become a true ordeal. The warmth of the quilt was far too tempting. She exhaled into the air, watching a puff of white mist form. She had added 2 extra layers of clothing, while her school uniform, merely a shell, offered no insulation. Its primary function was to keep the inner clothes from getting dusty, doing nothing to ward off the cold. Jiangshi hopped a few times, loosening her stiff joints. A sudden thought crossed her mind. She wanted to buy a car. In the dead of winter, having to bike to school was a chilling prospect. But she was still underage and couldn't get a driver's license. Not until after the college entrance exam. She rode to a breakfast stall, buying a cup of soy milk. After a few gulps, warmth spread through her body. Then she pedaled full speed, slipping into the school just as the bell rang. The classroom, packed with students, felt much warmer than outside. A layer of fog had formed on the windows. The downside was that no one wanted to open the doors, leaving the room filled with the mingled smells of various foods. Breakfasts brought from home and snacks like spicy sticks secretly munched during class. But at such times, old Zhuang would pinch his nose and order the students by the doors to open them for ventilation. I'm in class with you all, so what's so cold? Stale air breeds bacteria. You learned that in biology, didn't you? Besides, a little chill sharpens the mind. Huddled together, you lot can't even be bothered to think. The final exams are coming up. Get serious. Before class began, old Zhuang launched into his customary lengthy speech. As the homeroom teacher, he seemed to feel uneasy if he didn't say something. The cold wind hit Jiang Shi's face, snapping her to attention. But she curled her lip at old Zhuang's words. This trick only fooled those who rarely visited the teacher's office. She knew full well that as soon as the temperature dropped a bit, the heater in the office was already humming. Every time she went there with Bai Jingran, she felt the wave of warmth as soon as she stepped through the door. Once the classroom air cleared a bit, Zhuang to begin the lesson. Jiang Shi sat up straight, appearing to listen, but in reality, she was examining her system. The 5 free attribute points she had earned last time remained unspent. Her physical constitution and mental strength were both at 10, while her charm was a mere 5. Should she develop them evenly? Even though she could no longer be an unparalleled handsome figure, no one would refuse to be good-looking. Jiang Shi stroked her chin, then finally added 2 points to charm and allocated the remaining 3 to mental strength. The final exams were coming, and that damned system would definitely throw out exam-related tasks again. Preparing in advance was the smart move. As soon as Chinese class ended, the 2 gatekeepers at the front and back doors slammed them shut. The biting wind that had been sweeping through the classroom vanished. Though Zhuang had just issued his endofter warning, most students paid it no mind. A few boys in the back huddled around Ma Lei's corner watching him play games. Others chatted idly, discussing the novels and comics they had read over the break. Some rested their heads pretending to nap, but were actually squinting at the girls they liked in the front rows. Bai Jingran was tallying the homework notebooks. As class monitor, she had many duties. But Bai Jingran handled everything with methodical order. Jiang Shi had never seen her flustered. One missing, Bai Jingran said, separating the stack of notebooks by group. Whose is it? He'll go remind them. Jiang Shi put down her pen and leaned over to look. Since she sat by the aisle, it was easier for her to get out. So most of the time she was the one to go collect debts. Over time it had become a routine. Zhou didn't turn his in. Thanks, Jiang. Bai Jingran straightened the notebooks. Jiang Shi stood up, scanned the back of the room, and then realized with some embarrassment that she didn't know this Zhou. He wasn't among the usual homework delinquents. The ones who frequently failed to submit or turned in late were a small crew. This time a stranger's name had popped up. In the class, aside from the standout students and the ones who consistently lagged behind, most were average, ordinary, unremarkable, and forgettable. They rarely drew attention. Before her rebirth, Jiang Shi had been just such a person. She went to the podium where the seating chart was posted for the teacher's convenience. She found the name and matched it to the seat. It turned out to be a boy in her own group sitting in the last row, the spot often called the trash can manager. Zhou, where's your homework? Jiang Shi tapped on his desk. The boy was bent over, scribbling frantically in a draft notebook, the pages covered in dense writing. But the handwriting was messy like crowded graffiti, a level Jiang Shi humbly admitted she couldn't match. Hearing her voice, Zhou hurriedly closed the notebook as if it contained something shameful. What homework? I already turned it all in. English copying. Bai Jingran checked. Yours isn't there. Jiang Shi was curious, but not the nosy type. They'll look for it, Zhou said, then began rummaging through his desk. Seeing the chaotic mess, Jiang Shi doubted he'd find it. She leaned against the back blackboard, ready to wait. After a minute, instead of the homework, Jiang Shi noticed a few boys appear at the back door, probably from another class. The one in front had a pockmarked face and held a piece of paper. He tapped a boy in the back row and asked, hey, can you find a girl named Jiang Shi in your class? Looking for me. Jiang Shi frowned. She didn't know him. But thinking it might be a student council member, she walked over, stood in front of him, and said, Jiang Shi, what do you want? The boy suddenly became shy, mumbling in a low voice, Jiang Shi, although you're very pretty, I already have someone I like, so I can't accept your confession. A what? Jiang Shi's brain froze for 3 seconds. Wait, dude. Which timeline did you come from? She raised her voice, blurting out, hold on. When did I ever confess to you? The entire class of over 50 pairs of eyes instantly turned toward the back door. Didn't you write this love letter? The boy was stunned, handing the paper to Jiang Shi. She took it and glanced at it. The handwriting wasn't hers. No way. I would never write something so awful. At that, the boy realized he had been tricked. His face flushed crimson. Stuttering, he and his friends hurriedly left the third-class room in a flustered mess. Jiang Shi frowned, crumpling the letter in her hand. A tall tree catches the wind. Someone was trying to stir up trouble with her. What's wrong, Jiang? Jiang Shi returned to her seat with Zhou's homework, only to be surrounded by her close friends. Someone used my name to write a love letter. Jiang Shi spread the paper on the desk. The handwriting was delicate, likely from a girl. Who's so malicious? Mi Wanqing was furious at the crumpled paper. No idea. Probably someone who has it out for me. Should we tell old Zhuang? Someone like that might do it again. Huang Qiqi offered advice from the side. This behavior wasn't extremely severe, nor did it greatly affect Jiang Shi. At worst, it could be seen as a joke among classmates. But it left a bitter taste in her mouth, like swallowing a fly, and it was clearly directed at her. Every word was laced with malice. Jiang Shi tucked away the evidence. Aside from Bai Jingran beside her, she had little interaction with the other girls in her class. Logically, she shouldn't have offended anyone else. But in a school, oddballs were bound to appear. After much thought, she concluded that she must have stolen someone's spotlight at the school celebration, drawing their ire. As for Huang Kiki's suggestion, Jiang sure shook her head. Taking this to the teacher likely wouldn't yield a good solution. But she couldn't just let it slide. First, she needed to find out who did it. To make them slip up, she had to show a weakness. If this person still wanted to target her, then Miss Jiang wouldn't hold back. The incident spread briefly within Class 3, but most dismissed it as a joke. After all, Jiang Shi was usually boisterous and didn't act like a typical girl when interacting with boys, often calling them little bro. No one would believe someone like her would write a love letter like a shy girl. If anything, she'd grab someone by the collar and say, "Hey, race your chance, be with me." Besides, she was now in old Zhuang's good graces, even more approachable than class president Bai. Spreading rumors about her would only lead to trouble. Jiang Shi ignored them, attending classes and doing homework as usual. "Hey Xiaofu, did you hear? There's a rumor that your Jiang's sister wrote a love letter and got rejected." Shui Yuanin held up a book half covering his face, sharing the news with Xiaofu. Xiaofu put down his pen, looking surprised. "You mean Jiang Shi? You no idea who started it? I asked Class 3 and they said it's true." "Impossible." Xiaofu slammed the table, startling the sleeping student in front. The drowsy student turned back only to see Xiaofu's dark expression. The curse words died in his throat. "Hold on, I'm not done yet." Shui Yuanin patted Xiaofu's shoulder, calming him down. "There is some truth to it, but the love letter wasn't from Jiang Shi. The back row of Class 3 says someone set up the guy who received it." Xiaofu's expression softened. Come to think of it, Jiang Shi seemed more interested in girls. Every time he saw her, she was hanging out with Bai Jingran and Mi Wanqing. With boys, she was just a regular class. Come to think of it, he was probably in that category too. Why did that feel so frustrating? Maybe he should change his approach, start with her interests. Maybe Jiang Shi liked girls. "Hey, what are you thinking? I'm not done yet." Shui Yuanin waved a hand in front of Xiaofu. "Go on." Xiaofu snapped back to attention. "Don't you find it strange? Why use Jiang Shi's name and not someone else's?" Shui Yuanin's words made Xiaofu realize. On the surface it was targeting the boy, but in reality it was aimed at Jiang Shi. A girl sending a love letter and getting rejected was more scandalous. "You mean someone's trying to mess with Jiang Shi?" "Exactly. And remember what Rong Xiaofei said when we met her backstage at the school celebration." Shui Yuanin lowered his voice. "Without solid evidence, we can't just blame her," Xiaofu said, though he had his suspicions. "So if we assume it's her, what do you think she'll do next?" Xiaofu thought for a moment. The behavior seemed childish, but rumors could escalate quickly. Students weren't wise, they were just gossipers. No one could predict what version of the story would emerge next. Either this person just wanted to annoy Jiang Shi, or they think she's an easy target and will go further next time. Seeing Xiaofu silent, Shui Yuanin didn't hold back and shared his guess. But Xiaofu knew Jiang Shi was no pushover. She had a vengeful streak since childhood. He still remembered how she used him as a scapegoat when they stole sweet potatoes. "I bet since she's not reacting, there'll be a next time." Shui Yuanin had just finished when the bell rang, signaling the start of class. Xiaofu glanced at Rong Xiaofi's seat, as she was chatting happily with her friends. During evening self-study, it was Jiang Shi's turn to monitor Class 7. Xiaofu watched her enter the classroom, her expression as usual. Jiang Shi sat at the podium and started on her homework. Xiaofu wanted to ask about the love letter, but the homeroom teacher was still there. Halfway through, Jiang Shi closed her book and left, presumably for the restroom. Xiaofu, distracted, decided to take a break. Half a minute later, Rong Xiaofei also stood up and left. Two other girls followed her. Xiaofu frowned. Those two were always close to Rong Xiaofei. Could it really be her? Just as he stood up, Shui Yuanin grabbed him. He had noticed the movements too. What, planning to storm the girls' restroom? Shui Yuanin said helplessly. "If you do that, Jiang Shi might be fine, but you'll be the talk of the school tomorrow. I could just go to Class 3's homeroom teacher. Zhuangde is the dean anyway. What if they're just using the restroom? Have you considered that? Does it look like it?" Xiaofu retorted. "Then what do you suggest?" "Easy. They'll go with you to prove you're not just trying to barge into the girls' restroom." Damn it, I wasn't going to. To be honest, Jiang Shi hadn't expected him to be so straightforward. She cast a bait, and someone actually took the hook. Over the past few days, while supervising evening self-study, she had been finding excuses to visit the restroom on the same floor. After all, this place had fewer people during evening self-study, making it a prime spot for incidents, a high-risk area. If that person still intended to cause trouble, they would likely choose such a location. Not long after she entered the innermost stall, the sound of chaotic footsteps came from outside. Judging by the noise, there were probably 2 or 3 people. Switching her phone to recording mode and slipping it into her pocket, Jiang Shi pushed open the door and stepped out. She came face to face with 3 girls. Seeing her emerge, they stepped forward, blocking her path. Something wrong? Jiang Shi raised an eyebrow. She didn't recognize the 2 on the sides, but the one in the middle seemed vaguely familiar. She thought she might have seen her backstage during the school anniversary. It seemed her name was Rong Xiaofei, a student who liked to whisper during evening self-study and had been noted for it a few times. Jiang Shi, stay away from Shinsu. Don't think performing a show makes you something special. Rong Xiaofei crossed her arms, her face full of disdain. Jiang Shi shrugged, realizing it was because of this again. President Shin's charm was indeed considerable. I have nothing to do with him. That's best. Shinsu isn't someone a girl like you can touch. Rong Xiaofei declared, ready to leave. What do you mean by that? You don't seem to have any relationship with him either. He probably doesn't even know you, does he? Jiang Shi's expression darkened, though a smile still lingered on her lips. This remark seemed to hit a nerve with Rong Xiaofei, who gritted her teeth and said, what relationship I have with Shinsu is none of your business. It's none of my business, but I want to know, was that love letter written by you? Jiang Shi shook her head, asking about the matter that concerned her. I wrote it. I just wanted to disgust you, so what? Rong Xiaofei's expression was indignant, clearly angered by the previous remark. Now the whole freshman year is spreading the word that you wrote a love letter to that ugly guy, and the funniest part is you got rejected. Even if he's ugly, he's still better looking than you. Someone like you wouldn't even be picked out of a trash can. Seeing the other's flustered rage, Jiang Shi found it somewhat amusing. When it came to trash talk, she had never been afraid since childhood. With the system's mental boost, her mind worked even faster. If she really wanted to lash out, she felt she could reduce this overly proud girl to tears. Conflicts between girls usually remained at the verbal level. You curse at me, I curse back, and see who breaks first. At most it involved pulling hair or tugging clothes. After a few exchanges, Rong Xiaofei realized she couldn't gain an advantage with words. So she prepared to escalate, turning the verbal battle into a physical one. After all, she had brought 2 friends along. In terms of numbers, 3 against 1 gave her the upper hand. In terms of build, one of them was particularly hefty, clearly a significant presence. Standing there, she could probably block an entire stall door. In contrast, Jiang Shi was shorter and had slender arms and legs. Jiang Shi stepped back, reached into her pocket, and demanded, Rong Xiaofei, what do you think you're doing? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't realize the situation. Rong Xiaofei snorted coldly, imagining herself as the big boss in a movie swatting away annoying flies. You want to hit me? Jiang Shi put on a frightened expression. If you fight at school, aren't you afraid of getting a demerit? A demerit? Rong Xiaofei tossed her head dismissively. If you dare tell the teacher, I'll corner you again. And even if the teacher finds out, they wouldn't dare do anything to me. Her tone was filled with arrogance. You two aim for her face. Just looking at her pisses me off. Jiang Shi watched the two approaching her and suddenly broke into a smile. You'd better think it over. Once the fight starts, it's going to hurt. As Jiang Shi moved with ghostly speed, the 2 girls hadn't even reacted before their right hands went limp and drooped. Their faces turned pale, and they couldn't even make a sound. You, what did you do? Rong Xiaofei stumbled back in terror. You assaulted your classmates. Jiang Shi raised an eyebrow. Weren't you the one who wanted to hit me just now? Don't come near me. Rong Xiaofei's face instantly turned white. She stammered, unable to form words. If I skip you, that wouldn't be fair to them. Jiang Shi stepped forward, her smile like a demon's, sending chills down one's spine. A scream echoed from the restroom, startling both Xiaofu and Shui Yuanin outside. Xiaofu had been hesitating about whether to go in, but upon hearing the noise, he threw caution to the wind. He stepped inside only to see Jiang Shi gripping one of the girl's hands and twisting it smoothly. Seeing Xiaofu enter, Jiang Shi was a bit surprised and blurted out, little buddy, do you need a bone adjustment too? Outside the office, 5 people stood in a row. Zhuangde took a deep breath, his face wrinkling like tree bark. Xiaofu, you go first. What happened? The singled-out Xiaofu opened his mouth and said, I just came out to use the restroom, and then I heard shouting over there. I thought it was enough. Zhuangde cut him off. You can go back. Don't let it happen again. If you encounter something like this, find a teacher first. And you too. Zhuangde looked at Jiang Shi and Rong Xiaofei. She cornered me in the restroom and said she was going to hit me. Jiang Shi spoke first. I did not teach her. Jiang Shi attacked us first. Rong Xiaofei pointed at her hand. The moment she touched me, my hand went numb. The 2 accomplices nodded in agreement. And now? Zhuangde asked again. Now. It seems fine. Rong Xiaofei lowered her instinctively raised right hand, looking confused. A moment ago, a single touch had hurt, but now it seemed normal. Jiang Shi chuckled softly. Her technique for dislocating arms was professional, and putting them back was just as easy. Even an experienced bone setter would praise her skill. Seeing the 3 crying and sniffling, Zhuangde turned to Jiang Shi. Something had definitely happened between them, but how serious it was remained unclear. Come to my office to discuss this. It doesn't look good outside. He Jia also approached, his face dark. In the principal's office, Jiang Shi watched the others with interest, curious how they would resolve this. But He Jia's approach was classic. Muddle through first and minimize the impact on the school. However, Jiang Shi wasn't about to let it slide so easily. To the astonishment of the others, she calmly pulled out her phone from her pocket. I have a recording. They came after me first, and there's also the matter of the love letter. Having been annoyed for days, Jiang Shi was determined to make Rong Xiaofei understand that she wasn't the kind of weak girl who would swallow her pride. The few people present were somewhat taken aback. Zhuangde stared at the phone in Jiang Shi's hand, momentarily unable to comprehend. Rong Xiaofei's face instantly turned extremely ugly. How could she have known that this person had secretly brought a phone? If she had known, she would have definitely kept silent and struck directly. He Jia, however, reacted swiftly, immediately altering his attitude. Without evidence, it was horseplay. With evidence, it was campus bullying. If Jiang Shi's parents decided to pursue the matter seriously, this situation would blow up. You three bullying a classmate and deliberately spreading rumors, go back and await your demerit records and public reprimand. Furthermore, each of you will write a self-criticism and read it aloud during the flag-raising ceremony. He glared at Rong Xiaofei and the others, his tone icy, as if suppressing the fury within him. Yet when he addressed Jiang Shi, his voice softened. Classmate Jiang Shi, what do you think of this resolution? A demerit goes directly into your academic record. Only as long as you don't agree to its removal, it will follow them for life. Jiang Shi pondered, demanding their immediate expulsion seemed somewhat difficult. After all, she was still here, hale and hearty. An outsider might think she had been the one to beat up the three of them. This punishment at least gave her a hold over them. All right, I accept. Jiang Shi nodded. She cast a glance at Rong Xiaofei, who averted her gaze, not daring to meet her eyes. After a torrent of scolding, He Jie waved his hand, dismissing the three from the office. Only Zhuangde and Jiang Shi remained. He Jie sighed in relief. Classmate Jiang Shi, as the principal, my failure to prevent these incidents is my fault. I owe you an apology. Jiang Shi was startled. The principal apologizing to her. She never thought she'd have such prestige. Meanwhile, Zhuangde interjected gravely. Jiang Shi, now that this matter is settled, shouldn't we discuss your bringing a phone to school? I recall the school regulations also state that electronic devices are not permitted on campus, correct? Jiang Shi tucked her hands away, pretending not to hear. Old Zhuang was a man of principle in his hands. Even the principal's son would be dealt with impartially. If not for today's necessity, she hadn't planned on taking out the phone. As it stood, this phone was likely doomed. She wasn't afraid of confiscation, she just feared old Zhuang telling her parents. If her mother found out, she'd definitely give her a proper scolding at home. At that moment, He Jie stepped forward to defend Jiang Shi. Director, Zhuang, this isn't a major issue. Jiang Shi, just remember not to bring it to school next time. With the principal's words, Zhuang said no more. Jiang Shi, however, felt puzzled. Were these two playing good cop, bad cop? Moreover, He Jie seemed even more inclined to favor her. Don't rush off, He Jie said with a smile, stopping Jiang Shi. He pulled a certificate from under his desk. Congratulations, classmate Jiang Shi, you've won first prize in the provincial essay competition. Here are your certificate and prize money. Jiang Shi took it, understanding now. No wonder He Jie had acted out of character today, speaking up for her. It turned out her unconventional strategy had paid off, earning her a spot in the finals. This first prize held far more weight than the city-level competition. Only 5 such prizes were awarded in the entire province. A political achievement for He Jie. She wondered if that timid little girl Tao Jinjin had also won first prize. She had grown quite fond of that amusing girl. After seeing Jiang Shi out, He Jie sighed and said to Zhuangde, kids these days are getting smarter and harder to handle. Principal, he regarding this matter. Zhuangde hesitated. No need to say more. Jiang Shi is a promising student of no. For high school, such students deserve some preferential treatment. He Jie tapped his desk, seemingly lost in other thoughts. We must also pay more attention to the school's evaluation as a key high school. I hope for a favorable outcome next year. Leaving the principal's office, Jiang Shi hummed a tune as she returned to class 7. Xiao Fu shot her a questioning look, and she nodded, signaling everything was handled. Rong Xiaofei, meanwhile, kept her head down, her aura seemingly very low. The other students continued their break, unaware of what had transpired in the past few minutes. At most, they wondered why so many had gone to the restroom and stayed for nearly half the class. Shui Yuanin, however, as a close bystander, couldn't resist wanting to ask Jiang Shi. Xiao Fu, what did you see when you went in? Just them standing and talking, Xiao Fu replied, ignoring him and continuing his homework. Impossible, you just don't want to tell me. Don't worry, I won't spill. I'm not lying to you. If you really want to know, ask yourself. Xiao Fu impatiently pushed his hand away. Fine, keep it to yourself. You'll find a chance to ask. Shui Yuanin then went to the front to chat with Jiang Shi, but was soon kicked back. You'll find out when the time comes. Jiang Shi brushed him off with a single airy remark. The school bell rang. Winter days grew dark early. After evening's self-study night had already fallen. Jiang Shi wrapped her coat tighter as she left the class 7 classroom. It was even colder outside. Returning to class 3 required going down 2 floors. By then, many students already prepared were dragging their bags and rushing out. Some headed for the internet cafes near the school, others for the closing food stalls. Jiang Shi brushed past them and returned to her own classroom. It's settled, she said, setting down her homework and certificate, addressing those around her. What's settled? Mi Wanqing hadn't caught on, pausing as she packed her bag. The one who wrote that love letter in my name. Ah, Jiang, you didn't off them, did you? Huang Qiqi exclaimed in shock, miming a slit throat. Jiang Shi's tone had sounded like she'd just finished a job. She rolled her eyes. Do I look like that kind of person? Mi Wanqing stroked her chin and extended a hand. Yes, very much so. What happened? Bai Jingran finally asked. Jiang Shi recounted the events in the restroom. Why was she that petty? I think she's just used to being arrogant at school. People like that need a good lesson. Well done, Jiang. Huang Qiqi gave a thumbs up. Are you her, Jiang? Three of them cornered you, Bai Jingran asked worriedly, grabbing Jiang Shi's arm to check for marks. They didn't even touch me, I subdued them with my conqueror's haki. Jiang Shi tossed her head, starting to ramble. Seeing she was still in the mood to joke, Bai Jingran relaxed. Speaking of which, I just remembered that kid Shinsu still owes me a meal. Jiang Shi thought of the student council president, who hadn't appeared in this incident, but was half the spark. Do you guys want to come eat together? Food? I'm in. Mi Wanqing was the first to raise her hand. Let's make it this weekend, and have Shinsu book us a private room. Huang Qiqi hesitated. Isn't it bad to go with so many of us? It's fine, the restaurant belongs to his family anyway. In the old days would call that robbing the rich. Jiang Shi pulled out her phone and sent Shinsu a message on QQ. The first thing she did when she got home was of course drop her backpack and lie on the bed, letting her mind go blank. Perhaps because of the cold, Jiang Shi found herself growing increasingly lazy. Even sitting at the computer felt chilly on her hands. Often after writing a few words, her fingers would turn icy, and she'd have to warm them under her bottom before they could get warm again. Jiang Mom bought some sugar oranges. Want some? Her mother called from outside. Yes. Jiang Shi rolled off the bed. Except when there was good food involved. While peeling an orange, she started scrolling through her phone. Someone had recorded her and Yuwen's performance and uploaded it to Youku. The view count was quite high, with many comments discussing the song. On the new song charts, the Qin Master had also climbed in rank. Meanwhile, The Silence of the Lambs was being serialized continuously. Feedback from sister Qinlan indicated strong popularity. Jiang Shi could see posts recommending her book on various forums and blogs. The sugar oranges were sweet, and she finished them in no time. The scent of orange peel lingered on her hands. As for how much money she truly wanted to make, Jiang Shi didn't have a particularly strong obsession. A modest fortune was enough. Making those around her comfortable was the most important thing. Achieving financial freedom would be nice too. Ambition-wise, Jiang Shi felt she wasn't yet at a level to stir up the business world. Being able to tend her own little plot of land well was already quite good. Besides, the literary world was vast. If she truly made a name for herself, the publishers wouldn't let her earn less. Speaking of which, another task was completed. Jiang Shi accepted the reward, basic vocal techniques. But it was night and singing would disturb the neighbors, so she had no chance to try it. You're having dinner with my brother. Just as she received the reward, Shin, you sent a message. Yeah, are you coming? He'll introduce you to my friends. Jiang Shi poked her head out from under the covers and took a sip of water from the cup on her nightstand. Oh, there are others. Why do you sound so surprised? Jiang Shi replied. Then I'll come too. Save me a seat. This woman was acting a bit strange, Jiang Shi thought, scratching her head. But the more the merrier. The more people, the easier it was to blend in and get close. The closer they got, the more wings she'd have. The more. Ahem. Jiang Shi stopped her blush-inducing thoughts and went back to scrolling through her phone. Shinsu raised an eyebrow at the hand-holding girl. Standing beside him, Shinyu poked him. Your clever plan fell through, didn't it? She brought the whole gang. You sound like you knew all along. Shinsu looked at his sister. Though he should have guessed when Jiang Shi asked for a private room. Shinyu looked a bit guilty. Did I? I was just saying. Class monitor, when do we eat? I'm starving, and those math problems made my head spin. At that moment, a girl walked out of the restaurant's restroom. She's here. We'll eat soon, Shinyu said to her. Nice. The girl turned, saw the newcomer, and exclaimed in surprise. Hey Jiang, what's she doing here? Su Jia. Jiang Shi was also taken aback, but quickly smiled and walked over. Jiang, long time no see. Last time, thanks for dealing with those thugs. Su Jia grinned, looking very happy. The gloom from the math problems on her face had lifted considerably. You know each other. Shinyu was also surprised to see them greet so familiarly. Yeah, we were middle school classmates. Jiang Shi reached out to pinch Su Jia's waist. The latter laughed and dodged, also saying to Shunyue, right, class monitor, I didn't know you knew Jiang too. What a coincidence. Come on, let's talk in the private room. Ushering the group into the room, Shinyu winked at her brother outside. Bro, just focus on ordering the food. They'll go scout the situation for you. Shinsu shook his head and smiled helplessly. It had turned into a big girls' gathering. But who was to blame for the promise head made back then? He should have added a condition, to invite only Jiang Shi. With Shunyue, Su Jia, and Yuan, there were 7 people in total. A 10-seat table fit everyone perfectly, leaving plenty of room to move around. Su Jia sat to Jiang Shi's right, and Bai Jing ran to her left. She introduced them to each other, and soon everyone was chatting. Su Jia, is Shinyu your class monitor? Yeah, the teacher assigned me to her for math tutoring. Su Jia nodded. Is she really good at math? She's usually first in our class, Su Jia recalled. What about Chinese? Jiang Shi lowered her voice, continuing to ask. Average, around the top 20. Jiang Shi remembered her first impression of Shinyu, a gentle literary girl. Now it turned out she was stronger in sciences. Reading was probably just a hobby. Hey, you two, I can hear your whispers. Shinyu tilted her head, looking at them meaningfully. Yes, and she has excellent hearing. If she can hear people gossiping about her 2 rows away, Su Jia immediately added in a low voice. Shinyu, with a dangerous smile, tapped Su Jia's head with the end of her chopstick. I already said I can hear. And Su Jia, you're at the bottom in Chinese math and English. If you could pass math, the homeroom teacher wouldn't have sent you to me. Jiang, save me. You want me to save you? You're a sports student, aren't you? Jiang Shi pushed away Su Jia's face. Since that night at the night market, she found this girl getting more and more clingy, turning from a dark-skinned hot girl into a husky. Then teach me the moves you used on those thugs, Su Jia said, curving her lips, revealing her true intention. You know that wall kick, then swish, 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 and you dislocated their hands in no time. That sounds like a martial arts story, Xinyu said, doubtfully looking at Jiang Shi's slender figure, unable to imagine her beating up thugs and kicking perverts. Then call me master first, and I'll teach you the ultimate martial arts technique, Jiang Shi said, stroking her non-existent beard. Master Jiang, what are you teaching? Mi Wanqing from the other side, leaned in, squeezing by Jing ran in the middle. You're quick to call, so I'll teach you the Su Nu Xian Jing, Jiang Shi said, nodding with an air of profundity. What's that? Mi Wanqing scratched her head in confusion. Xinyu, on the other hand, caught on, blushed slightly, and coughed. Jiang, you are leading the youth astray. Shortly after the server arrived to serve the dishes, Jiang Shi had gone all out this time, ordering only the expensive items. However, considering that everyone present was female and likely had small appetites, she had only ordered about a dozen dishes in total. What dish is this? It looks like a hedgehog. Su Jia examined the newly served dish, tilting her head left and right, utterly curious. It's sweet and sour mandarin fish. Give it a try, Jiang Shi said, extending her chopsticks to pick up a piece. Fish? Forget it, I don't know how to eat fish, Su Jia said, leaning back and waving her hands repeatedly. She had once been stuck by a fishbone in her throat as a child and had to go to the hospital to have it removed. Since then, she had developed a psychological shadow over fish, at most eating crispy fried small yellow croakers. As a person from Jiangnan, you don't know how to eat fish. Seeing this, Jiang Shi placed the piece into Ran's bowl. After all, it was a land of fish and rice living off the water. The most common dishes on the table were various braised fish and fish soup. This uses mandarin fish, which has few bones. Give it a try, Xinyu, who was sitting nearby, reminded her. Su Jia hesitated, then picked up a small piece with her chopsticks and carefully put it into her mouth. It's really delicious, and it's sweet and sour. Su Jia's eyes lit up, and she reached out her chopsticks again. What drinks would you like? I see they have Sprite, Coke, and orange juice. The group chattered noisily. Yuan thought the weather was cold, and that cold drinks would upset their stomachs. Huang Qiqi wanted to drink coconut juice, rejecting the options Jiang Shi had offered. Mi Wanqing, a loyal fan of carbonated drinks, unsurprisingly chose Coke. In the end, Jiang Shi waved her hand and ordered one of each. By the way, Jiang, did you advance in the essay competition? Xinyu remembered that Jiang Shi had won first prize at the municipal level. She had presumably gone to Jinling with Tao Xinjin for the provincial competition. Of course I did. I presented a poem, and I already got the certificate yesterday. Jiang Shi poked at a large braised pork elbow with her chopsticks as she spoke. The skin of the pork elbow had been stewed until it was very tender. She could easily separate it with a gentle poke of her chopsticks. You wrote a poem? Bai Jingran, sitting beside her, was somewhat surprised. Yeah, the prompt said no restrictions on literary form, so that means I can write a poem, right? Jiang Shi ate the soft, sticky skin of the pork elbow, which was almost gluey. Su Jia started to tease her. Then recite it for us. We've never heard a poem you wrote, Jiang. Jiang Shi shoveled food into her mouth, her eating manner lacking any trace of girlish elegance. All right, it's not very long anyway. Jiang Shi lifted her head. Shinsu, why aren't you going in? The lobby manager asked curiously. If it had been any other server, he would have slapped him and told him to hurry up. But this was the young master of the boss. Even if he wanted to tear down the lobby, the manager wouldn't dare say a word. It's nothing, Uncle Lu, go ahead with your work. Shinsu walked to the door of the private room just as he heard Jiang Shi reciting a poem. He wasn't as enthusiastic about literature as Xinyu, but he could still sense the emotions infused in the poem. It was a good poem, but he wished it hadn't been written by Jiang Shi. I mean, if you don't go in now, the food in your hands will get cold. The lobby manager shook his head with a smile, took the dishes from the young master, and carried them in. Young ladies, all the dishes are served. Please enjoy. The lobby manager left after finishing the service. After finishing the poem, Jiang Shi felt parched and took a big gulp from her cup. Why are you all staring at me? Go ahead and eat. As she was about to pick up her chopsticks again, she noticed everyone present looking at her with a meaningful expression. Jiang, that poem of yours is really good, isn't it? Yuan stroked her chin. But there's still a key question. Who did you write this poem for? Xinyu also covered her mouth and teased. Yeah, who are you going to hold tight underground with and touch in the clouds? If you used a poem like that to confess, no one would be able to refuse. Huang Qiqi nodded in agreement. Jiang Shi pursed her lips and said, the competition topic was exactly that. I had to stick to the theme. The others all wore expressions of disbelief. Then I wrote it for Ran. Jiang Shi pulled out her shield. Hey, let's go. Ran and Jiang are a couple. Oh, we're just light bulbs here. Huang Qiqi said, standing up. Only Mi Wanqing, who was busy eating, hadn't yet caught on to what they were discussing. There's still so much food left. Why are you leaving? A question mark appeared above her head. It's none of your business. You're a child, just eat your own food. Huang Qiqi waved her hand helplessly. This girl was truly hungry. Mi Wangqing's interruption made everyone laugh. Then let's toast to Jiang Shi for securing the final spot. Xinyu stood up and proposed. Cheers. Cheers. Wait, I finished my drink. Let me pour some more. Glasses filled with different colored drinks clinked together, producing a continuous series of sounds. The clear bell-like laughter of the girls rose and fell in the private room. Only a certain rich guy sat in the main hall, silently scrolling through his phone. There was a little over a week left until the final exams. Rong Xiaofei took 3 days of sick leave after being publicly criticized during the flag-raising ceremony. It was likely that this teenage girl couldn't face the shame after doing something like that. She was bound to be talked about behind her back. In her own class, she was even more unpopular. Both boys and girls kept their distance from her. This was what Shui Yuanyin told Jiang Shi. However, with finals approaching, not many people were focusing on such gossip. In a few days, the storm subsided, and no one mentioned the love letter incident. Final exams were a word that people both loved and hated. After the exams came great liberation, allowing one to enjoy a wonderful summer or winter break. But it also meant endless test papers and endless problem-solving sessions. Teachers would always say, you think this is a lot. Then what will you do in senior year? Jiang Shi thought that people got used to things step by step. From one test paper to 2, it didn't seem like much of a change. But if every subject added 1, that was terrifying. Fortunately, the teachers of the non-core subjects were considerate of the students, at most offering a few reminders without changing the workload. As for senior year, it was a paradise of test papers and exercise books were pushed aside. First, you had to grind through the past year's college entrance exam papers. Then you had to pack up the mock exams and joint municipal exam papers. After that came various secret papers, and such as long as you were willing to do them, there was no end to the problems. The bleak life of senior year before her rebirth suddenly became vivid in her mind, making Jiang Shi shiver involuntarily. Thinking back on the hardships she endured back, then only to end up at a second-tier university, she still felt a wave of darkness before her eyes. Looking at Mi Wangqing in the back row, she had already been drained of her soul by math problems. She looked up, muttering to herself. Wan, what are you saying? Huang Qiqi asked curiously. Reciting the problem, Mi Wangqing lowered her head to glance at the test paper, apparently not remembering it. No matter how many times you recite it, if you can't solve it, you still can't solve it, Huang Qiqi said, biting her pen, watching Mi Wangqing, as if she were performing some ritual. You don't understand, man proposes, but heaven disposes. I'm reciting it for the heavens to hear, so that the old man up there might lend me a hand. Huang Qiqi looked up and said a discouraging thing. But we're in the classroom, you can't see the sky above. Jiang Shi turned around and said with a smile, don't say that. There are gods 3 feet above your head. The ceiling counts as the sky too. Beside her, Bai Jingren's body shook. Apparently, she was amused by Jiang Shi's words. But Wan, you're half from the northeast. Shouldn't you know how to summon a spirit medium? During the exam, you could invite Gauss to possess you, Jiang Shi continued in a serious tone. Bai Jingren finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Mi Wangqing glared at Jiang Shi and said, then I might as well invite you, the academic god, instead. Jiang Shi rubbed her chin, thought for a moment, and chuckled. That's not impossible, but it'll need a reward. It won't be much. Just give yourself to me. Who's giving themselves to anyone? A voice suddenly came from behind Jiang Shi, making her break out in a cold sweat. Old Zhuang grabbed Jiang Shi's shoulder and turned her around. Then he raised his voice and said to the whole class, during self-study, do your homework properly, no whispering. If you really can't help it, come to my office and chat. The classroom instantly fell into dead silence. Master Ding, what brings you to the association today? Wan Zishao paused, looking somewhat surprised at the arrival. Ding Feng put down the magazine in his hand and smiled. President Wan, it's about the upcoming Phoenix Cup competition. There are a few things I'd like to ask you. You're not thinking of asking me to pull some strings for you, are you? Wan Zishao joked half seriously. How could that be? Ding Feng waved his hand with a laugh. Have some tea. I don't have anything fancy here, just Jin Junmei. Make do with it. Wan Zishao turned to fetch the teapot from the coffee table. Speaking of which, President Wan, why have you been reading these books lately? Trying to cultivate your mind. Ding Feng raised the magazine in his hand, which bore the title Story Collection. You wouldn't know, but recently a certain story has caught the attention of the higher-ups. Wan Zishao seemed somewhat resigned. Once they get enthusiastic, they make us all read it. So here I am reading it. Ding Feng grew intrigued, flipped through the table of contents, and indeed found an article titled The Chess Artisan. But I really haven't seen a novel themed around chess in a long time. Wan Zishao sighed. Young people these days prefer those trendy foreign things. Even Go hasn't fared much better. The entire story was not long. Ding Feng skimmed it and quickly grasped its essence. Quite interesting, but what he wrote is true. These are indeed the difficulties chess faces in its development. Ding Feng nodded. People like them were mostly self-taught. Relying on a decent family background, they had the chance to reach this level. For many more talented individuals, their ultimate fate was often to fade into obscurity running around for a living. To earn a living by playing chess required talent, effort, and opportunity. Missing any one of them made it as hard as reaching the heavens. It's well written, but when it falls on our shoulders it becomes a tough nut to crack. Wang Zishao gave a bitter laugh. The higher-ups have decided to strengthen community activity rooms and add facilities like chess and card rooms to promote traditional culture. But it's not something our chess association can decide on its own. We have to negotiate with all parties. Who pays, who handles maintenance? It's all a huge hassle. Ding Feng put down the magazine and nodded in understanding. Indeed, it's a troublesome matter. No wonder your secretary said you were out every time I called recently. Exactly. Enough of that, Master Ding. You rarely come by, but let's not dwell on this. Wang Zishao waved his hand, dropping the subject. He had only vented to Ding Feng because he was overwhelmed by the matter lately. I remember your daughter is quite talented. Have you ever thought of having her inherit your legacy? Wang Zishao shifted to casual talk. For a girl it's fine as a hobby. But if she were to truly venture into it, I'd still be reluctant. Ding Feng thought of his daughter, and a tender look appeared on his face. Our generation has endured all kinds of hardships. We've made a name for ourselves, all so our children can suffer less. If she can study well, get into university, and find a stable job after graduation, they'll be satisfied. That fatherly mindset of yours won't do. Who knows what the future holds? When is she taking the college entrance exam? Wang Zishao teased with a smile. It's this year. She's already a senior in high school. It makes me angry just thinking about it. This time it was Ding Feng's turn to sigh. Her math and English are passable, but her Chinese is a complete mess. Unbearable to look at. He glanced at the magazine on the table again and tapped it with his hand. Especially her essays. She gets called out by the teacher every time. I've been summoned to school several times, but it just won't improve. It's a headache. Each person has their own path. It means your daughter is suited for science and engineering. Wang Zishao refilled Ding Feng's tea. Studying finance or computer science is fine. Finding a job after graduation won't be a problem. But she still has to get into university first. Ding Feng shook his head with a smile. If all else fails, find a tutor for a winter break crash course, just like when you trained at the chess academy. Eating, sleeping, and playing chess. And essays, just writing something decent should be enough. No one expects a high school student to produce something like the chess artisan. That's not a bad idea. Ding Feng nodded, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Jiang teacher Zhuang asked me to give this to you. Bai Jingran returned from the office and handed something to Jiang Shi. What is it? Let me see. Jiang Shi took it curiously. It looked like an invitation. Opening it, she found it was a letter of invitation. Jiang Shi read it through from beginning to end. It was an invitation to the national finals of an essay competition. The competition was scheduled a few days after the final exams. But isn't that during winter break? Mi Wanqing asked aloud. This competition is in Yanjing and lasts 3 days, so it's set during the break. Jiang Shi explained. The invitation stated that the organizers would cover the round-trip travel expenses and accommodation. Sounds like a free trip. I'd love to try some Yanjing roast duck, Mi Wanqing said, twirling her pen. As if she could already see a fragrant, sizzling roast duck before her, even the test paper in front of her seemed more appetizing. So do you want to come with me? Jiang Shi put away the invitation and turned to ask the others. The tickets would be expensive, right? My grandpa's tour package costs thousands per person. Mi Wanqing recalled the distance from Jiangsheng to Yanjing, spanning most of Huaxia, and hesitated. Definitely take a plane. Even a sleeper train would take over 10 hours. I can't stand that. Jiang Shi waved her hand. Since the organizers were covering the costs, she would choose the faster and more comfortable option. That makes sense, Mi Wanqing nodded along. Then she realized that would be even more expensive and shook her head again. Then ITLL cost even more. I'd better not go. Don't worry, my mom has a partnership with an airline. Let's all go together to cheer Jiang on. At times like this, Bai Jingran revealed her identity as a little rich girl. One, I think we should first figure out how to survive the final exams. Huang Qiqi chimed in, changing the subject. Those two, one's a top student, the other's a study god. They're both going to the first-class exam room. Whether we can enjoy our winter break is still up in the air. I don't say that. Just thinking about math problems gives me a headache, Mi Wanqing groaned, holding her head. Bai Jingran spread her hands, indicating she couldn't help with that. After all, money couldn't stuff knowledge into someone's head. Soon the bell for class rang. The math class representative took out the prepared test papers and walked up to the podium. Brother Le said, "Well, swap the PE class after next with tomorrow's math class. Today we'll use 2 periods for a test." From the back rows the boys let out a chorus of sighs. Jiang Shi swung her legs, thinking to herself, they should be grateful they still have PE class. In the future people will start taking it away openly. Mi Wanqing felt a wave of darkness and slumped lifelessly onto her desk. Such days, it was foreseeable, would continue for a long time. The final exams arrived as scheduled. Jiang Shi packed away all the books on her desk and affixed a small slip of paper bearing her name and student number to the upper right corner of the table. Seated in her place was a girl named Zhao Na whose student number indicated she was from class 5. To be taking the exam in class 3 meant she ranked among the top 100. Jiang Shi gazed at the empty desktop and opened the system panel. True to form, the wretched system had only deigned to issue the task the day before the exam. Task 1 in the final exams achieved the top grade in any 4 subjects. The reward was a basic mastery of mathematics. For Jiang Shi it was useful, but she would have preferred a reward to improve her English. Even without the system's help, she could still scrape a decent score in math. As for those 4 top grades, one was undoubtedly reserved for Chinese. As for the other 2, she would skip English and math first. Too many formidable opponents there. For the remaining minor subjects, physics and biology, with a bit of effort, should pose no problem. As for the last one, she felt history was the most likely candidate. Jiang, let's go. Bai Jingran had also finished packing up, and seeing Jiang Shi sitting there in a daze took her hand to head to the exam hall for class 1. Mi Wanqing and Huang Qiqi on the other hand were sadly resigned to climbing the stairs to the upper floors. One was in class 6, the other in class 7. When she entered class 1 it was already nearly full. This saved Jiang Shi the trouble of searching for a seat. A quick scan of the empty spots told her where to sit. It was her first time taking an exam in class 1, so she couldn't help feeling a bit curious. Overall, the number of girls and boys was about equal. She recognized the boy sitting in the first seat this time. Yang Lu, the monitor of the top science class after the division in sophomore year. He was the one Lu Jinghua had mentioned as having participated in the Olympiad math competition. By the time he reached sophomore year, getting full marks in math had become second nature to him, as if he had evolved into his complete form. His other subjects were no slouch either, making him a formidable rival to Bai Jingran for the top spot in the grade. Fortunately, Yang Liu's English scores were also mediocre, and when he slipped it allowed some behind him to seize the opportunity. Of course, his idea of mediocre meant scoring only 120 or 130 out of a full score. Not like Jiang Shi, who was still struggling near the passing line. A few seats behind Yang Lu was Bai Jingran's spot. The little white flower was clutching a notebook, reviewing frantically, her earnest expression so adorable that Jiang Shi couldn't resist the urge to pinch her cheek. Some, like Bai Jingran, were seizing every moment to review with their books. Others were chatting softly with classmates from their own class, though their voices were low. After all, everyone present was a formidable opponent. The rest, like Jiang Shi, had few acquaintances around. They could only sit in their seats daydreaming or looking around. It seemed not much different from her previous exams in the back classrooms. Jiang Shi stroked her chin, musing that the world of top students wasn't as oppressive as she had imagined. With 10 minutes left before the first math exam, each classroom was assigned 2 invigilators. One at the front, one at the back, ensuring a full coverage, no blind spot restriction on any cheating attempts. After all, while some were unwilling to exert their minds on studying, they were masters of crafting cheat sheets and forming cheating groups. It was truly a case of each showing their own prowess. From tiny eraser caps to the backs of the clothes of those in front, anything could serve as a hidden base for cheat sheets. Jiang Shi still remembered that some liked to scribble on the white parts of their uniforms. Later, someone devised an even more ingenious use, hiding cheat sheets within these patterns. At first glance, it might even look like a nice drawing. Of course, such antics were unlikely to occur in the Class 1 exam hall, as top students generally possessed an innate pride. In short, I believe my answer is the right one. Once the exam papers were handed out, most people tacitly flipped to the back to skim the long answer questions, first assessing the overall difficulty to allocate time for the entire exam. Of course, this method was only suitable for those confident in their math skills. Students lacking confidence should not imitate this, or they might break into a cold sweat after seeing the long questions, making even the simple ones feel nerve-wracking. The pen in Jiang Shi's hand twirled between her fingers. The difficulty of this math paper was similar to the midterm, with numerous small traps. A quick glance at the multiple-choice questions revealed several deliberately misleading spots. The exam setters loved to include information that seemed useful but was actually meant to confuse. Sometimes they would also deliberately hide useful conditions to increase difficulty. However, to Jiang Shi, who was battle-hardened, these were all child's play. When the bell rang, the entire classroom's students began writing in unison. Jiang Shi was in no hurry. She leisurely worked through each question one by one. 2 hours was plenty of time. By the time she reached the long answer questions on the back, only 40 minutes had passed. However, she noticed a particularly arrogant contestant. Yang Lu was already lying flat on his desk, beginning to sleep. The invigilators at the front and back acted as if they hadn't seen him and didn't bother him. Those around him were also unfazed, continuing to bury their heads in their own problems. Was this the special treatment reserved for the top of the grade? Jiang Shi suddenly felt a desire to sit in that seat herself. Then she wouldn't have to worry about seeing old Zhuang's dark face outside the window. She finished the entire paper with half an hour left in the exam. Feeling a bit bored, but since some from class 3 were also taking the exam, even if she handed in her paper early, she could only wander around the playground. Besides, with the chilly wind blowing, no one would want to freeze on the playground unless it was for calisthenics. Jiang Shi propped her chin on her hand, but she couldn't tilt her head to look at Ran, as glancing around might arouse the teacher's suspicion. Although these two teachers seemed quite laid back. One was playing on their phone at the podium, while the other stood at the back door noisily drinking from a thermos. It appeared they had full trust in these good students of the entire first year. In her boredom, Jiang Shi suddenly heard a strange clattering sound from her left. The girl sitting to her left had loose hair with natural waves. She was tossing an eraser like a dice repeatedly. Jiang Shi could vaguely see different characters written on the eraser, but it was too far to make them out clearly. This filled her with a sense of awe. This one was even more heavyweight, able to secure a seat in the Class 1 exam hall, with such a method of divining the mysteries of heaven. She must come from a family of fortune-tellers. However, as the teacher on the podium came down to patrol, the girl quickly ceased her activities, stowing away her magic tool. Her cautious demeanor amused Jiang Shi. Suppressing a laugh, Jiang Shi turned her head the other way just in time to see Bai Jingran looking over at her. Jiang Shi responded with a big smile. Just then a face slowly slid past the window behind Bai Jingran. Zhuang sighed at the sight of Jiang Shi's silly grin. This girl was good in every way, but sometimes made one wonder if she had really taken the wrong medicine. At the start of winter break, the first thing Jiang Shi did was sleep. She wouldn't rise before the sun, nor wake before the moon. The feeling of not worrying about sleeping 2 nights straight and waking up to find it Monday again was utterly intoxicating. If weekends during school days could still be considered rest. After starting work, weekends were solely for catching up on sleep. After working late on Friday, she'd collapse into bed as soon as she got home, only waking up late on Saturday. She'd scroll through videos and laugh mindlessly, then suddenly realize it was Sunday again. Tomorrow she'd have to face the endless grind at the office. Jiang Shi pulled the blanket over her head. Last night, she had stayed up late for a change, chatting with her girlfriends in the group until dawn. At that time, the QQ interface was still rudimentary, and her phone would occasionally lag. After a while, Jiang Shi, accustomed to the smooth and efficient interfaces of later generations, found her hand growing sore. In the wee hours, she drifted off to sleep with her phone in hand. She dreamt she was being scolded at her workstation in the company. The scene was so vivid that it startled the young Miss Jiang awake. The key point was that in the dream she had turned into a girl, and the superior opposite her wanted to get handsy. She responded with a swift kick, sending him flying out of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 28th floor, shards of glass scattering everywhere. After waking up, Jiang Shi was still dazed. A sudden, inexplicable sadness washed over her. In her previous dreams, she was at least still a guy, able to proudly declare, "My little brother is invincible under heaven." But now, even in her dreams, she had become a girl. It seemed she was slowly getting used to life without that companion. This subtle change left Jiang Shi feeling a twinge of melancholy. Yet if given a button to choose whether to come back again, she would probably still press it without hesitation. After all, some things were even more troubling than becoming a girl. Jiang Shi got up groggily, ate lunch, then collapsed back onto the bed. Now looking at her phone, it was already 4 in the afternoon, nearing dusk. Yawning, Jiang Shi walked out of her room. Her parents hadn't returned yet. That kid Jihan, as expected, had already snuck out to an internet cafe. He couldn't stand staying home for a moment. Jiang Shi glanced at the calendar by the fridge. Today was January 20th, and New Year's Eve was February 2nd. Because the Chinese New Year came early this year, students had already gone home before their final grades were released. For Jiang Shi, it didn't matter much. Her results were always about the same, with English being the only uncertain subject. But for some students with poor grades, it was good news. It meant their parents wouldn't know their final grades so soon, delaying the autumn reckoning and letting them enjoy a few more days of freedom. The national essay competition was scheduled for the 24th, 25th, and 26th. A teacher from Jinling University would organize the group, and they'd fly directly from Jinling to Yanjing. The train fare from Jiangxing was also reimbursable. Bai Jingran and the others would be arriving later, having booked flights from Haizhou to Yanjing on the 24th. As the new year approached, plane tickets were in high demand, but they were still much easier to get than train tickets. After that came the New Year period. Jiang Shi figured she'd probably go with her mom to the countryside to visit her maternal grandparents. It had been a long time since she'd last visited the old folks. Of course, what she missed more was her grandmother's old hen, which made an especially delicious soup. Just as she was thinking this, a knock came at the door. Jiang Shi turned her head in confusion. Who would be visiting at this hour? She peered through the peephole and saw a smiling old man standing outside. It was Grandpa Ding, who had played chess with Jiang Shi downstairs in the complex. Ding Huching was carrying 2 bags of fruit. When there was no response, he rang the doorbell again. Jiang Shi opened the door and welcomed him in. "Miss Jiang, your parents aren't off work yet." Ding Huching set down the fruit and asked her with a cheerful smile. Jiang Shi shook her head. "Not yet. I'm the only one home right now." Her mother had some dealings with Grandpa Ding, and since both families lived in the same building, Ding Huching often brought them homemade sausages and such. However, a special visit like this was rare. In the past, they might only visit during the new year to exchange greetings. "Grandpa Ding, do you need to see my dad about something?" Jiang Shi's first thought was that it had to do with Ji Ruisong. After all, her stepfather was a local official of no small standing, and had some influence in certain matters. Ding Huching had brought gifts possibly to ask a favor of Ji Ruesong. Could there be something hidden among the fruit? Ding Huching, unaware that the girl before him had already concocted a whole story in her head, just smiled and shook his head. Yes and no. Grandpa came specifically to see you this time. Jiang Shi leaned back warily. What did this old man want? He was already halfway in the grave. It's about my granddaughter, the one you played chess with last time. Her Chinese grades are a complete mess. Ding Huching sighed and shook his head, especially her essays. Either she goes off topic or just writes nonsense. With the college entrance exam coming up, my son is looking for a tutor for her. I remembered your mother mentioning that you've won awards for your writing, so I wanted to ask if you could give Miao Miao some guidance. Ding Huching rubbed his head, a smile on his face. He had only heard yesterday from others that the Jiang girl next door had fought her way to the provincial finals and won first prize. In the neighborhood grapevine, she was definitely the top of the top, the goddess of essay writing. Jiang Shi wiped the imaginary sweat from her brow. Her mother's news-spreading speed was too fast. She had only mentioned at home that she was going to Yanjing for the competition after returning from school. Now it had already reached the neighbors. But thinking about the gossip-spreading prowess of the aunties in the complex, Jiang Shi felt a bit more at ease. Besides, Miss Wu was even more invested in this competition than her own daughter, the participant. She had started preparing Jiang Shi's luggage early, and when Jiang Shi woke up to see the suitcase by the wall, she was a bit stunned at first. She was only going for 3 days, one would think she was preparing to go to college in Yanjing. Seeing Jiang Shi's hesitation, Ding Huching chuckled, thinking the girl was unwilling. Miss Jiang, if it's not convenient, forget it. Keep the fruit, especially the apples. They're very sweet. Feel free to come over and play anytime. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ding Huching prepared to leave. Jiang Shi snapped out of it and said with a smile, Grandpa Ding, tutoring is no problem. We're neighbors after all. But I'm going to Yanjing for a competition soon, and I'll be visiting my grandparents in the countryside for the new year. So it might be after the new year before I have time to tutor Miao Miao. Sister. Jiang Shi recalled that the little lowly with no attributes was 2 years older than her, so she added the suffix. Besides, she had a mission to spar with the arrogant Ding Miao Miao, and this was the perfect opportunity. Hearing Jiang Shi's words, Ding Huching beamed. That's fine, no rush. Of course your competition comes first. After seeing Grandpa Ding out, Jiang Shi took an apple from the bag and took a bite. It was indeed quite sweet. In her mind, she was thinking about how to use this opportunity to properly educate. Bring your down jacket, sweater, and thermal underwear. And pack extra underwear, remember to change often. Bring a towel to use a clean one from home. Wu Shuichin was still uneasy, and after a moment's thought she added, how about I take 2 days off and go with you? Jiang Shi, who was munching on an apple nearby, quickly explained, the teachers are leading the group, and it's only 3 days. Mom, you'd be exhausted running around. If Ms. Wu followed, she wouldn't have time to hang out with by Jing Ran and the others. Besides, the round-trip tickets weren't cheap, and Mom couldn't get the organizers to reimburse her. Wu Shuichin thought it over and didn't insist. As the year-end approached, work at her company was hectic. Being an accountant, she had mountains of reports and tax filings to handle. Asking for leave now probably wouldn't be approved. Oh, and bring some medicine too. Drink a pack of Banlangen whenever you remember. It's dry in Yanjing, so pack lip balm and moisturizer. Jiang Shi watched the suitcase gradually bulge and felt a bit helpless. Mom, just treat it like I'm going on a 3-day trip. Do I really need to bring all this? No way. Preparation is key. What if you're not in good form when you get to the competition? Ms. Wu shot her daughter a sideways glance. Lately this girl had been getting more and more disorganized. She used to inherit some of her meticulous nature, but now she was becoming increasingly lazy. Maybe you'll be the first national champion in our family. After packing, Jiang's mother tried to zip the suitcase shut, but it was so stuffed that the zipper got stuck. In the end, Jiang Shi had to use her full body weight to press it down before it closed. All right, go to bed early. Look at your dark circles. You look like a giant panda. Have you been staying up late again? Jiang's mother clapped her hands and pushed the suitcase back to a prominent spot by the door, just in case the scatterbrained girl forgot and had to search everywhere. Is it that obvious? Jiang Shi ran to the mirror and studied her face, not seeing any difference from usual. Besides, she had been using the face mask Ran gave her, and her skin had become even fairer. Turning around to meet her mother's icy gaze, Jiang Shi's heart sank. Ms. Wu had learned to bluff her too. Since you have to catch the bus tomorrow, I'll let you off today. The Empress Dowager waved her hand, granting little Jiang a reprieve. Wait. At that moment, Ji Ruesong walked over with a smile, holding a silver-edged palm-sized box. The phone I promised to buy you. Take it along. Jiang Shi reached out and took it. Seeing the Apple logo, she was a bit surprised. Even though to someone who had already used 2-digit generations of phones, the iPhone 4 was practically an antique. But in this era, it was a truly groundbreaking product, a symbol of wealth. She hadn't expected Ji Ruesong to be so generous this time and buy her the latest model. Jiang Shi flashed a sweet smile and said, "Thank you, Dad." Ji Ruesong chuckled and patted Jiang Shi on the head. "Consider it a reward for winning the competition. Keep up the good work." At that, Jiang's mother reminded her, "Don't lose it on the way. It cost several thousand yuan. Jiang Shi smiled as she tore open the packaging revealing a brand new phone. Jihan also sidled over. Electronic gadgets held an irresistible appeal for a boy his age. Sis, can I play with it? Jihan stared eagerly as Jiang Shi activated the phone. Lately the young lad had been getting more and more comfortable calling Jiang Shi sis. Play. Go to your homework. If you get into no one high school, you'll get one too. Ji Rusong's tone toward his son shifted, becoming much stricter. Jihan could only slink back to his room, secretly vowing to work hard in silence, and then amaze everyone. On January 23rd, Jiang Shi pulled her suitcase and boarded the bus to Jinling. But this time everyone was meeting at the airport entrance, so there was no need to transfer to Jinling University for assembly. Jiang Shi dragged her luggage from Jinling South Station and took a shuttle to the airport. From a distance, she spotted a welcome sign held by one of the proctors from the provincial competition. Jiang Shi vaguely remembered his name as Xia Qingfei, a professor. Beside Professor Xia stood 2 or 3 others, likely contestants heading to the finals. Hello, Professor Xia. Jiang Shi walked over and greeted him. Hello, Jiang Shi. Xia Qingfei smiled at the girl before him. Wait a bit. 2 more students haven't arrived yet. 2. Jiang Shi looked at the group in confusion. Weren't there already 3 people? Just then one of the girls extended her hand to Jiang Shi. Hi, I'm a graduate student under Professor Xia. Since there are girls in the group, you can come to me if anything's inconvenient. The girl wore half-rim glasses and had a round, friendly face. Wang Miao. Just call me Miao Miao. Jiang Shi shook her hand with a smile. Hi, I'm Jiang Shi from Jiangcheng. I know. You've become quite famous in the School of Literature at Jinling University lately. Huh. Jiang Shi tilted her head in confusion. Could it be that her earlier incident of auditing a class and debating with the old professor had been exposed? It's the modern poem you wrote for the competition to the oak tree. A professor from our college who teaches poetry appreciation used it as an example. Jiang Shi scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. The other 2 contestants also cast curious glances her way. The professor said, look at what you've written. Can't even compare to a high school student. At this, Wang Miao couldn't help but chuckle, imagining how the juniors in class must have dared not lift their heads. She never expected her poem to be used as teaching material. This sparked a wild thought in Jiang Shi's mind. What if one day her novel ended up on the college entrance exam paper? They chatted for a bit, and then sat down to wait for the remaining people. Before long, Jiang Shi spotted a familiar figure pushing a suitcase toward them. The figure didn't seem much taller than the suitcase. Tao Xinjin approached, and also saw that wicked woman Jiang Shi. But this time none of her familiar friends were around. Only Jiang Shi looked somewhat recognizable. The little girl switched back to her socially anxious mode. After greeting the teacher in charge, she found a seat and sat down. She pretended to be absorbed in her phone, but kept stealing glances at Jiang Shi. It seemed like she wanted to start a conversation, but with too many strangers around, she was afraid of awkwardness. With Tao Xinjin, the group now consisted of 2 boys and 2 girls, with 1 more person still to arrive. Jiang Shi texted Bai Jingran telling her Shed arrived at the airport and was about to board the plane. Bai Jingran, who was out shopping with Yuan and the others, sent Jiang Shi photos of new clothes. Jiang, we picked out 2 pieces for you 2. Not skirts, I hope. I'm not wearing those. Jiang Shi remembered it was winter, now freezing cold, and her dear Ran probably wouldn't make her suffer in a skirt. Guess. When we meet in Yinjing you'll find out. Bai Jingran teased, making Jiang Shi's heart itch with curiosity. The final contestant arrived belatedly, a tall, slender boy whose height made him stand out among the group. Xia Qingfei created a group chat for everyone, making it much more convenient to share notifications. The combination of 3 boys and 2 girls caught Jiang Shi somewhat off guard, as such essay competitions were usually dominated by females. In competitions like mathematics, the situation was reversed. Seeing that everyone had assembled, Xia Qingfei didn't dawdle and led the group directly to the waiting area for check-in. After arranging the luggage and other matters, Jiang Shi received her boarding pass. Checking the boarding time, she realized there was still a wait. As luck would have it, her seat was right next to Tao Xinjin. The socially anxious girl sat beside Jiang Shi, while the other 3 in the group were all boys. Tao Xinjin's only potential conversation partner was Jiang Shi. But after the long journey, Jiang Shi was also weary and too lazy to even move her lips. She only spoke a few words when Senior Wang Miao handed her water. Fortunately, Miao Miao was very warm, and being pretty as well, quickly got acquainted with the 5 of them. Among the 3 boys, aside from the tall, slender one, there was a bespectacled boy with very fair skin and an effeminate air, looking quite like a girl, which reminded Jiang Shi of Shui Yuanin. He was also quiet, holding a book and reading. The remaining one was a chubby boy who seemed very amiable, always smiling, and was the most talkative. He was often the one chatting with Senior Wang Miao frequently, making her laugh heartily. Feeling somewhat left out, Tao Xinjin finally couldn't help but asked Jiang Shi, what exactly did you write in the last competition? I wrote a poem, Jiang Shi replied casually. A poem? Tao Xinjin exclaimed in surprise. She had considered it too, but using a single poem to advance to the final seemed impossible to her. No one said you couldn't write one, Jiang Shi yawned. That's true, but a poem. Tao Xinjin wanted to say more, but she couldn't deny the fact that Jiang Shi was in the finals. At that thought, Tao Xinjin's confidence took a blow. Could this wicked woman really be a supreme prodigy? Tao Xinjin looked at the yawning Jiang Shi and shook her head. Someday she would defeat her. Jiang Shi stopped paying attention to Tao Xinjin's gaze and took out her phone to scroll through messages. She had also informed Sister Qinglan about her trip to Yanjing for the competition. Calculating the time, they hadn't seen each other in a while. Shi Qinglan was very enthusiastic upon learning Jiang Shi was coming to Yanjing and insisted on treating her to a meal. She also asked if Jiang Shi was interested in visiting the editorial office of Story. Jiang Shi checked the time. The flight would take about 2 hours to reach Yanjing. The afternoon would likely be spent familiarizing themselves with the competition venue, followed by free time. Ran and the others wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, leaving plenty of free time, so she readily agreed. It's about time. Let's get ready to board. Xia Chengfei called everyone to the boarding gate where a long line had already formed. Once on the plane, Tao Xinjin looked at her window seat and hesitantly tugged at Jiang Shi's clothes. Their row had 3 seats with Jiang Shi in the middle. Jiang Shi, could we switch seats? Jiang Shi glanced out the window and raised an eyebrow. Are you afraid of heights? Tao Xinjin shook her head vehemently. No way, I'm not scared. I just don't like sitting by the window. Jiang Shi smiled and nodded. She almost believed it, but switching was fine. The weather was good today, and she could enjoy the view. After they sat down, a burly man took the aisle seat. Tao Xinjin immediately became timid again, but fortunately the man fell asleep as soon as he sat down, preventing her from clinging entirely to Jiang Shi. At 1020, the plane took off on time. The roller coaster-like sensation during takeoff turned the little girl's face pale, and she tightly closed her eyes while gripping the armrest. Jiang Shi considerately took out the air sickness bag from the seat pocket and asked, if you feel unwell, you can vomit into this. Tao Xinjin waved her hand, indicating she could hold on. For the little girl who insisted on being self-reliant, Jiang Shi could only watch as the houses outside shrank. Soon the plane ascended above the clouds, and the sunlight streaming through the window was blinding. Jiang Shi pulled down the shade. Tao Xinjin seemed to be feeling much better, already pulling out her phone to play games, though her skills were atrocious. Shortly after the plane leveled off, the cabin crew came around to serve meals. The plane food was as usual, not terrible, but only enough to barely fill the stomach. Jiang Shi took a few bites. She planned to find real food after landing. At least the small cookies were decent, and there was free soda to drink. The hotel was not far from the competition venue. The organizers hadn't skimped on expenses, preparing a single room for each person. Jiang Shi dropped off her luggage, took a photo of the view outside the window, and sent it to Bai Jingran. Ran, I've landed safely. Good, send me the hotel address, and I'll find one close to you. The hotel was near Yanjing South Station, not far from the Temple of Heaven Park, a famous tourist attraction. After sending the address to Bai Jingran, Jiang Shi also texted her mother to let her know she had arrived in Yanjing. After tidying up a bit, Jiang Shi saw that Miao Miao had tagged her and Tao Xinjin in the group chat, asking if they wanted to go out. Professor Xia had already taken the boys out while the girls were led by Wang Miao. Jiang Shi readily agreed. She was hungry anyway. Going downstairs, she saw Tao Xinjin and Miao Miao already waiting. Jiang Shi greeted them, and they noticed her. Where should we go first? Jiang Shi asked. Do you want to eat or go shopping? Miao Miao asked with a smile. Eat. They both answered in unison. All right, let's head to the nearest food street. Miao Miao, you know the roads here so well. Tao Xinjin trotted on her short legs, looking at the briskly moving Miao Miao ahead, curious. Wang Miao led them through the alleys. Since it wasn't far, they just walked. I'm originally from Yanjing, Wang Miao explained with a smile. I know all the good food spots here. You won't go hungry. Soon they arrived at the snack street. The street was bustling with pedestrians and vehicles, interspersed with many vendor calls. Tao Xinjin's attention was quickly drawn to the little gunner on display in a street-side shop.